I was 28 when I finally snapped. My name's Ethan, and for the past 3 years, I worked at a mid-sized tech company under the most insufferable boss imaginable. His name was Gerald, and if you've ever had a manager who seemed to take joy in making your life miserable, you'll understand what I went through. At first, I thought maybe he was just tough, one of those old-school bosses who believed in pushing employees to their limits. But no, Gerald wasn't tough. He was a narcissist, a control freak, and worst of all, he had a personal vendetta against me. It all started the day I got promoted. I had been grinding for years, putting in extra hours, fixing other people's mistakes, and basically keeping the department running while Gerald took credit for my work. When the higher-ups finally recognized my effort and gave me a well-deserved raise and a new title, I made the mistake of thinking I had one. Gerald didn't take it well. His passive-aggressive comments started immediately. Big title, huh? Let's see if you can handle it. At first, I laughed it off, but soon, his challenges turned into outright sabotage. My workload doubled overnight. He started assigning me projects with impossible deadlines, expecting me to work late nights while my coworkers, some of whom had less experience and lower titles, got away with doing the bare minimum. Ethan, I need this entire report rewritten by tomorrow morning, he'd say at 5 p.m., grinning as he handed me a stack of files. Shouldn't be too hard for someone with your new position. I put up with it at first. I told myself it was temporary, that he'd get over whatever grudge he had against me. But it only got worse. He started throwing me under the bus in meetings, blaming me for mistakes I hadn't made. He'd change project requirements last minute and then act shocked when I couldn't keep up. I tried to push through, but the stress was eating me alive. I was barely sleeping, snapping at my girlfriend, missing family events. And the worst part? He knew exactly what he was doing. One day, I confronted him in his office. Gerald, I need to talk to you about my workload. I'm drowning here. He didn't even look up from his computer. That's what the big leagues are like. Ethan, maybe you're just not cut out for it. That was the moment something clicked in my head. He wasn't going to stop. No amount of effort, no amount of proving myself, was ever going to be enough. But quitting wasn't an option. Not yet. I started documenting everything. Every unreasonable request. Every time he changed project requirements last minute. Every time he blamed me for something out of my control. I kept emails, saved Slack messages, even recorded a few of our conversations when he got particularly nasty. Then came the final straw. Gerald called me into his office one Friday afternoon, a smug grin on his face. Ethan, I've got a new challenge for you. I already knew whatever it was going to be awful. I need you to put together a full presentation for the board meeting on Monday. From scratch. You'll need to work all weekend. I clenched my jaw. Gerald, the board meeting presentation takes months to prepare. That's not possible. His grin widened. That's why I gave it to you. Let's see if you can handle it. I stared at him, trying to control my anger. He wasn't just setting me up to fail, he was enjoying it. And that's when I knew. It was time. I took a slow breath and forced myself to nod. Sure thing, Gerald. He smirked, thinking he'd won. What he didn't know was that I had already been planning my exit. And when I left, I wasn't going quietly. That weekend, I didn't work on the board presentation. I didn't open a single file. Instead, I finalized my escape plan. Over the past month, I had been quietly preparing to leave. The documentation I had gathered on Gerald's abuse wasn't just for my records, it was leverage. I had also been networking, reaching out to old colleagues and mentors, testing the waters for new opportunities. And then there was my side project, a small consulting business I had been running on the side. I hadn't been ready to go all in before, but Gerald had pushed me past my breaking point. Sunday night, I typed up my resignation letter. No emotion, no explanation, just the facts. I printed it, sealed it in an envelope, and set it on my desk, ready for Monday morning. I walked into the office that day feeling lighter than I had in months. Gerald was already in a mood, barking at people, making his usual rounds of intimidation. When he saw me, he smirked. Hope you're ready, Ethan. Board meeting's in an hour. Let's see if you actually pulled this off. I smiled back. Oh, I'm ready. We all walked into the conference room. The executives were already seated, waiting for the presentation. Gerald took his place at the head of the table, nodding at me to start. I stood up, walked to the screen, and clicked the remote. The screen stayed black. I turned back to the room, pretending to look confused. Huh, that's strange. It's almost like no presentation was prepared. Gerald's smirk faltered. What? I turned to him. Yeah, I didn't do it. The room fell silent. Gerald's face turned red. Excuse me. I pulled the resignation letter from my pocket and slid it across the table toward him. I quit. He grabbed the envelope, barely processing what was happening. You can't just quit in the middle of a board meeting. I shrugged. Looks like I just did. He was fuming now. Ethan, be serious. You're making a mistake. This kind of stunt could ruin your career. I laughed. No, Gerald. Staying here would ruin my career. I turned to the executives. By the way, if anyone wants to know why I quit, I've documented every impossible task I was assigned, every time Gerald sabotaged me, and every time he took credit for my work. I'll be happy to share. The executives exchanged glances. Gerald opened his mouth, but no words came out. He knew I had him. I grabbed my bag and walked out. I didn't bother looking back. What happened next? Well, let's just say Gerald had a very bad day. But the real revenge? That was just getting started. As I stepped out of that boardroom, the rush of adrenaline hit me like a tidal wave. My heart pounded in my chest, but I kept walking, my head held high. The office was quiet, too quiet. People had clearly heard something going down. A few coworkers glanced up from their desks, their eyes flickering with curiosity, but no one said a word. Not yet. I made my way back to my desk, grabbed my personal belongings, and powered down my computer. No hesitation. No second thoughts. I had given that company everything, and all it had given me was stress, sleepless nights, and a boss who delighted in making me miserable. Not anymore. As I stuffed the last of my things into my bag, I heard hurried footsteps behind me. Ethan, wait. I turned to see Sarah, one of my closest coworkers, rushing toward me. She looked somewhere between impressed and worried. Tell me you didn't just do what I think you did, she whispered. I gave her a lopsided grin. Oh, I definitely did. She stared at me for a moment, then exhaled. Wow, you really just walked out on Gerald like that. He's been pushing me for months, I said. He wanted me to fail. I just decided to let him have what he wanted, in the worst way possible. Sarah glanced toward the conference room, where muffled voices, some panicked, some furious, filtered through the walls. She shook her head. I can't believe you actually did it. Then she smirked. I mean, I can, but still. I chuckled. Hey, I left behind some documentation if anyone wants to take a look. Her smirk widened. You mean, receipts? I shrugged, nonchalant. Let's just say there's a very detailed folder with timestamps, emails, and voice recordings in my drive. If it happens to find its way to HR, well, that's not my problem anymore. Sarah let out a low whistle. Gerald's going to implode. Good, I said simply. She nodded, glancing around. So, what now? Got another job lined up. I slung my bag over my shoulder. Better. I'm starting my own company. Sarah's eyebrows shot up. No way. Way. She let out a short laugh. Okay, that is next-level revenge. I grinned. It gets better. Sarah crossed her arms, intrigued. Do tell. I glanced around to make sure no one else was listening, then leaned in. I've been working on a consulting business for a while now. The best part? I already have a few potential clients lined up. Her eyes widened. Ethan, that's huge. And here's the cherry on top, I said. Guess who some of those clients are? She blinked. Wait, are you telling me? Yep, I said, grinning. Companies that work directly with this one. I'm about to be in a position where I can take clients away from Gerald. The same ones he never let me work with because he wanted all the credit. Sarah let out a low, dramatic gasp. Ethan, that is diabolical. I shrugged. Just business. Before she could say anything else, a loud, furious voice echoed from the conference room. Where is he? Sarah and I both turned toward the sound. Gerald. A second later, the man himself stormed out, his face red with barely contained rage. His beady eyes scanned the office until they locked onto me. Ethan, he barked, marching toward me. My office. Now. I didn't move. I don't work for you anymore, Gerald. You think you can just walk away after what you pulled in there? His voice was dangerously low, almost a growl. You humiliated me. I smiled. No, Gerald. You humiliated yourself. His fists clenched at his sides. You're going to regret this. I tilted my head. Oh? And how exactly are you planning to make me regret it? His jaw worked, but he had no answer. He couldn't fire me. He couldn't threaten me with my job. He had lost all control. That's when I saw it in his eyes, the realization. The fear. I took a step closer, lowering my voice so only he could hear. You spent months trying to break me. Instead, you pushed me into something better. And now? Now I get to watch as your career burns itself to the ground." His face paled slightly. I smiled. Then I turned and walked out of that office for the last time. As I stepped onto the street, I pulled out my phone and made a call. "Hey," I said when the person on the other end picked up. "I'm officially free. Let's get started." Because Gerald had spent so much time making my life miserable, he never noticed that I had been building something for myself. And now? Now, it was time to make sure he felt every bit of what he had put me through. And I had the perfect plan to do it. The next few days were a blur of excitement, nervousness, and a touch of disbelief. I hadn't expected things to fall into place so quickly, but once I'd taken the leap, everything started to move in the right direction. The first thing I did after leaving that toxic office environment was call in every favor I could. I reached out to a few former clients from my consulting side gig, reminding them of the value I had brought to their businesses. I set up meetings with a couple of industry contacts I'd been nurturing for months. And I got to work on a brand new website for my company, designing it to not only showcase my skills, but to subtly position myself as the one who could help companies clean up the messes that Gerald had created for them. It wasn't long before I had clients on board, and the money started rolling in. It felt surreal. Each new contract was a small victory, but it was also a reminder of everything Gerald had taken from me. He had kept me under his thumb for years, and now I was finally free, building something that was mine. But as my consulting business began to take off, something darker loomed in the background. Gerald. He didn't take kindly to me walking out. I knew he'd try to retaliate in some way, but I hadn't anticipated just how far he'd go. It started with emails. Every day, I'd open my inbox to find multiple messages from Gerald, some terse and professional, others more desperate. He was trying to salvage his reputation with the higher-ups, using my departure as the central theme of his explanations. In one email, he referred to my resignation as a loss for the company, and in another, he claimed that Ethan's inability to handle the pressure of leadership was why I'd left. He went so far as to name-drop me in meetings, painting me as a disgruntled employee who couldn't handle the work. It was transparent. Everyone who had worked with me knew I was good at my job. I didn't need Gerald's approval to succeed. But there was something he was missing, something that was beginning to take shape in my mind. I smiled as I clicked open one of his more recent emails, this one addressed to several of my former colleagues. It was full of half-truths, blaming my sudden departure on my supposed failure to meet expectations. What he didn't know, though, was that I had been CC'd on those emails. I didn't respond directly. Instead, I did something even better. I sent my own email to the same people. I sent them the evidence I had been collecting over the years, documents, screenshots, and voice memos. Gerald's sabotage, his tendency to take credit for my work, his manipulation and bullying. I didn't need to slander him in the email. All I had to do was show the truth. The fallout was immediate. I started getting phone calls from colleagues I hadn't spoken to in months, some of them thanking me for the information, others apologizing for not realizing what I'd been dealing with. They were shocked by what they learned, and some were even more shocked by how long Gerald had gotten away with it. The company's HR department was flooded with complaints, not just from me, but from others who had been too afraid to speak up. And Gerald? Gerald was starting to lose his grip. He'd been the king of his little fiefdom for so long that he never saw it coming. My resignation wasn't just a personal loss for him, it was a blow to his empire. The higher-ups who had once blindly followed his leadership were now questioning him. They started reaching out to me, not for revenge, but for advice on how to clean up the mess he'd left behind. And here's where it gets really sweet. Gerald, in his desperation, made the fatal mistake of reaching out to me. It was a Friday afternoon when I got the call. My phone rang, and the name that appeared on the screen made my stomach churn. Gerald. I stared at it for a moment before answering. "What do you want, Gerald?" There was a long pause on the other end. When he finally spoke, his voice was strained, almost pleading. "Ethan, look, we need to talk." I leaned back in my chair, feeling the weight of everything I had been through with him. I had to admit, there was a part of me that wanted to gloat. But that wasn't why I had left in the first place. I had left to build something better. Talk about what? I asked, keeping my tone cool. I want to make things right, he said, stumbling over his words. "I know I messed up, okay? I know you're upset, and maybe I pushed you too far. But we can fix this, Ethan. You and me. We can." I cut him off. "Gerald, I'm not interested in fixing anything with you. You don't get to call the shots anymore. I'm not going back. I'm not working with you. I don't want your apology." His tone shifted, becoming more aggressive. "You think you can just walk away from everything I gave you? Everything I did for you? You think you're going to be successful without me? I leaned forward, my voice steady but firm. Everything you gave me? You mean the impossible tasks, the sabotage, the emotional manipulation? Yeah, I'm doing just fine without you, Gerald. Maybe you should have thought about that before you ruined every chance we had to work together. His silence told me everything. He had no idea how to respond. He had never been the one to apologize, never been the one to admit fault. But that was the problem with Gerald. He thought he could control everyone and everything. He had underestimated me. And now, as my business continued to grow, as I moved further away from the wreckage of my old life, I realized something. The true revenge wasn't in making him pay for everything he had done. It was in thriving without him. It was in watching him flounder while I built something real. I hung up the phone, but my victory wasn't over yet. I still had one last move to make. It was time to take what I had built and show Gerald exactly what he had lost. And that's exactly what I did. A few weeks passed, and things at my company were booming. I had officially surpassed the income I'd made working under Gerald, and I had more clients than I could handle. The freedom to build something on my own, without his interference, was more satisfying than I could have ever imagined. But I wasn't finished. There was one last part of my plan I hadn't fully executed yet, showing Gerald what he had lost. It wasn't about revenge in the way people typically think. No, it was something much more subtle, much sweeter. One afternoon, I got an invitation to a corporate networking event in the city. It was the kind of event where big companies sent their top leaders to mingle with smaller, rising businesses. A perfect opportunity for me to meet new clients. But it also presented an opportunity for one final conversation with Gerald. As soon as I entered the room, I spotted him, standing by the bar, looking exactly like the man I remembered, except now there was a certain tension in his posture. He hadn't seen me yet. I waited for a moment before walking over. "Gerald," I said, my voice calm, a hint of satisfaction threading through my tone. He turned, and his eyes immediately widened. For a moment, he didn't say anything. Then his face flushed red, and he forced a strained smile. "Ethan, I didn't know you were going to be here." I let the awkwardness settle for a second before responding. "Yeah, well, it's funny. I got invited, and I thought it would be a good way to see how things are going with the company. You know, the company you left me with." Gerald shifted uncomfortably, his gaze darting around the room as if looking for an escape. But there was nowhere to run. I had him cornered. "I see your company's doing well," he said, his voice thick with a mix of begrudging respect and annoyance. I smiled, a slow, deliberate grin. "It's going great, actually. We've grown by 40% since I left. Just signed a huge deal with a startup that's expanding globally. I'm in a much better position now than I was before. And it feels so good." The words stung him, and I could see it. Gerald, the guy who had thought I was nothing without his leadership, was realizing just how wrong he had been. I could feel his anger simmering beneath the surface. But I wasn't done. "I just wanted to stop by," I said casually, letting the weight of my words settle in. "You know, to see how you were doing, and to let you know that I'm doing fine without you. You really did me a favor when you kept piling on those impossible tasks. It was exactly what I needed to push me to start something better." There it was. The jab. Gerald's eyes flickered with a mixture of rage and regret. "You think you're better off without me? You needed me," he spat, his voice rising slightly. "Without me, you'd still be stuck in that miserable job. You'd still be under my thumb, just like everyone else." I took a deep breath, keeping my composure. "I don't think you get it, Gerald. The truth is, you were never the reason I stayed. You were the reason I left. I stayed for the work, for the people I could help. But you made it unbearable. You pushed me until I had no choice but to move forward on my own." His face twisted in frustration. "You wouldn't have succeeded without me," he muttered, more to himself than to me. "You're nothing without me." I could have gotten into a long argument with him, but I didn't want to waste my time. Instead, I leaned in a little, my voice steady but sharp. "You know what's funny? I was nothing without you. But now, I'm everything. And you? You're stuck. People are leaving, clients are backing out. You might want to start looking for something else." I turned to walk away, savoring the moment, knowing that I'd finally, truly broken free. Gerald's empire wasn't invincible. It had crumbled under the weight of his arrogance, and now it was just a shell of what it once was. Before I walked out of the event, I glanced back at him one last time. He was standing there, still fuming, but now surrounded by a group of people who were clearly starting to question his leadership. The final, bitter truth hit me then. All he had tried to control, all the fear he had instilled in me, was nothing but smoke and mirrors. He wasn't a king. He was just a man afraid of losing his power. I smiled, feeling lighter than I had in years, and stepped out into the night. My revenge was complete, not in taking something from him, but in building something that could never be taken away. My name's Caleb, I'm 29, and up until last year I thought I had a pretty solid relationship with my family. Not perfect, no family is, but we got along well enough. I'm the oldest of 3 kids, and the only one who moved out of our small hometown. After college, I worked hard, climbed the corporate ladder, and built a life I was proud of. I bought a modest house. I have a reliable car, and I've been careful with money because I know what it's like to struggle. My parents, on the other hand, have always lived right on the edge, paycheck to paycheck, constantly taking out small loans, always one emergency away from financial disaster. My younger brother, Dylan, is 25 and still lives at home, working part-time jobs but spending like he's a rock star. My younger sister, Emily, is 22 and just finishing school. I thought me being the successful one in the family would make them proud. Instead, it became this unspoken weight I was expected to carry. It started small. Can you help us with the electric bill this month? Or Emily's tuition is due. We'll pay you back next semester. I didn't mind at first. I wanted to help. But soon, the requests became constant. There was always a new crisis, and I became their go-to solution. I'm talking thousands of dollars over the years. No one ever really said thank you. It was just expected. At family dinners, they'd joke about how I was the rich one, how I should pick up the check since I was doing so well. It stung, but I laughed it off. What was I supposed to do? Start a fight over a restaurant bill? Then came last Thanksgiving. I drove 3 hours back home, brought dessert, even picked up wine I knew my parents liked. Halfway through the meal, Dad started talking about how the old family cabin, something we'd had for generations, was at risk because they were behind on the property taxes and mortgage. He said it like it was a tragedy that had fallen out of the sky, not something that had been brewing for years. He put down his fork, looked at me across the table, and said, "You could save the cabin, Caleb. It's only 20 grand. My mom nodded along, like this was some perfectly reasonable dinner conversation. My brother smirked and said, "You'll do it. You always do." That was the first time I felt something shift in me. Something about the way he said it, smug, like I was predictable, like I didn't have a choice, lit a fuse I didn't know I had. I tried to stay calm, asked why they hadn't told me sooner, and Mom just shrugged like it was no big deal. "We knew you'd take care of it," she said, like I was their personal ATM. I didn't answer right away, and the room got uncomfortably quiet. For the rest of dinner, I just kept hearing my brother's voice in my head. "You'll do it. You always do." Driving home that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong with the dynamic we'd all fallen into. I wasn't helping anymore. I was enabling. Every time I bailed them out, it just pushed the next crisis down the road. And worse, they didn't respect me for it. They resented me. They saw me as the rich, lucky one who owed them. I started replaying every conversation from the past few years, realizing how often they'd guilt-tripped me into helping. How many of my own plans I delayed because they needed me. It made my stomach twist. A few days later, Mom called and asked if I'd thought about their request. She said it like she was following up on a favor, not asking me for a life-changing amount of money. When I hesitated, she said, "If you really cared about family, you'd do this for us." That one sentence flipped a switch. Suddenly, I wasn't the helpful son anymore. I was the bad guy if I didn't save them from their bad decisions. I told her I needed time to think, and she sighed, clearly disappointed. "I just hope you do the right thing," she said before hanging up. That night, I opened up my budgeting spreadsheet and really looked at my finances. I realized how much I'd given them over the years, enough to have paid off my own car loan early or put a serious dent in my mortgage. I wasn't angry yet, just sad. Sad that they saw me as a safety net rather than a person with my own dreams. But that sadness started hardening into something sharper. The next time I talked to Dylan, he casually asked if I was writing the check yet, like it was already a done deal. When I didn't laugh, he said, "Don't be dramatic, man. It's just money. You'll make more." That was the moment I knew things were about to change. I wasn't going to be their safety net anymore. I was done being the reliable one they could guilt into fixing their mistakes. The question was, how far was I willing to go to prove it? And that's exactly where I found myself a few weeks later. Back at their dinner table, staring at 3 expectant faces, while my dad slammed his fork down and accused me of thinking I was better than them. Mom sneered, Dylan laughed, and I felt something inside me finally click into place. I leaned back, smiled, and said, "Not this time." I reached into my bag and pulled out the paperwork I'd been carrying for weeks. Paperwork that was about to change everything. I didn't even get the chance to unfold the paperwork before Dylan scoffed and said, "What's that? A check? You really are dramatic, man." He leaned back in his chair like he was watching a comedy show. Dad grunted in approval, like he and Dylan were tag-teaming this intervention. Mom just sat there with her wine glass, smirking like she already knew I'd give in. "It's not a check," I said evenly, sliding the papers closer to me, but not revealing them yet. "And I'm not being dramatic. I just think we need to have an honest conversation about how things have been going." Dylan rolled his eyes so hard I thought they might fall out of his head. "Oh great, here comes the lecture. Can we skip to the part where you say yes? I've got plans tonight." "Yeah," Dad added, pointing his fork at me like it was a weapon. "This isn't complicated, Caleb. We're family. Family helps family. That cabin has been in our family since your grandfather built it with his own hands. You really want to be the reason we lose it?" Yes, the guilt trip. Right on schedule." I bit back a laugh, not because it was funny, but because it was almost impressive how predictable it all was. "You know what's funny?" I said, smiling as if I'd just remembered a joke. "I've been helping for years. Rent money, tuition, car repairs, random emergencies. I think I've done more for this family financially than any of us realize." Mom frowned like I'd just insulted her casserole. "That's not fair. You make more than all of us combined. You're supposed to share." "I'm supposed to share?" I repeated, tilting my head. "So, is Dylan supposed to share his? What do you do these days again, Dylan?" "Part-time at the brewery." He shrugged like it was no big deal. "I do what I want. I don't have to work full-time to be happy." "Good for you," I said with mock sincerity. "And Emily, when she graduates, I assume she's going to share all her future paychecks with you guys too?" Emily looked caught off guard, glancing at Mom before shaking her head. "That's different. I'm still in school." "Exactly," Mom said, seizing the chance to back her up. "She's still figuring out her life. Dylan's finding his passion. You're the oldest. You're established. That's why you help. It's only right." "Interesting logic," I said, leaning back. "So, because I worked hard and built something, that means I owe everyone else forever?" "You say it like it's a punishment," Dad shot back. "It's called being a good son. We didn't raise you to be selfish." There it was, the selfish card. My favorite. I laughed out loud this time, because if I didn't, I might have actually lost it. Right, I forgot. Helping with Emily's tuition, paying for Dylan's truck repairs twice, covering the power bill when it almost got shut off. That was selfish of me. I really need to work on that. "You don't have to be sarcastic," Mom said sharply, putting her glass down. "We're just asking for a loan. We'll pay you back." I raised an eyebrow. "Like you paid me back for the tuition? Or the truck repairs? Or the—" I counted on my fingers for dramatic effect. "Actually, I lost track after the 5th time. My bad." Dylan snorted. "Man, you really keep receipts, huh? You should chill. It's just money." "Exactly," I said with a grin that probably made him nervous. "It's just money. Which means you could get a job that pays more than beer money and help with the cabin yourself." That wiped the smirk off his face. "Wow, you're really gonna throw that at me?" "I'm just saying, if saving the cabin is such a priority, maybe everyone could pitch in instead of making it my responsibility." "You don't get it," Mom said, her tone suddenly sharp. "This cabin is our family's legacy. Your father spent every summer there as a kid. We've had Christmases there, birthdays. It's part of who we are. Losing it would break this family. Maybe this family should have thought about that before missing payments," I said softly. The room went dead quiet. Dad's jaw clenched, and I could practically see the vein in his forehead throbbing. "That's enough," he said, voice low. "You think you're better than us because you got out and made something of yourself. But when we're in trouble, suddenly you're too good to help." I wanted to argue, but I just smiled and said, "I don't think I'm better. I just think I'm done being the only one sacrificing." That made Dylan laugh bitterly. "Sacrificing? You live in a house you bought by yourself. You drive a nice car. You travel. You don't know what sacrifice is." "Maybe not," I said with a shrug, "but I know what being taken for granted feels like." That got everyone quiet again. Mom's expression softened for a moment, but then she shook her head like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. "You're making this a bigger deal than it is. You just write a check. We keep the cabin, life goes on. Why are you making this so hard? Because it was a big deal. Because every time I caved, they learned they could push me a little further next time. Because I'd finally realized they didn't see me as a person anymore. They saw me as a solution to every problem. I glanced down at the paperwork in front of me, the corner of my mouth twitching into a smile. They had no idea what I'd been preparing these past few weeks. No idea how far I'd gone to make sure this was the last time I had this conversation. But before I could say anything else, Dad stood up and leaned across the table. You're either with this family or against it, Caleb. So what's it going to be? I took my time, sipping my drink, letting the silence stretch just long enough to make Dylan shift uncomfortably. Oh, I said lightly. I'm with the family. Just maybe not in the way you think. I pushed the paperwork toward the center of the table, my heart pounding as all three of them leaned in to look. The three of them leaned forward like I'd just dropped a treasure map on the table. Mom reached for the papers first, but I put my hand over them. Before you read this, I said calmly, I want to be very clear. This isn't me being dramatic. This is me being done. Dylan snorted. Being done with what? Helping your family. Being done being treated like an ATM. I shot back. Being done feeling like the only person in this room who's expected to solve every problem you all create. You think we create these problems? Mom asked, her tone sharp now. You think we wanted to be in this position? Did you not? I asked, arching an eyebrow. Because from where I'm sitting, it kind of looks like every time something comes up, you just wait for me to fix it. Like when Dylan's truck broke down last year, and instead of getting a cheaper car or working more hours, you just called me. Or when the power almost got shut off because Dad bought a new flat screen instead of paying the bill. That's not what happened. Dad roared, slamming his hand on the table. The silverware rattled. That's exactly what happened, I said evenly. I didn't say anything then because I thought, hey, they're my family, they're struggling. But you know what? I was struggling too. I just didn't dump my problems on anyone else. Mom's lips thinned. So what is this then? Some sort of power play? You bring us here to make us feel bad before you swoop in like the hero. I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Oh, I'm definitely not here to be the hero. I pushed the papers across the table. Go ahead. Read it. Mom hesitated, then picked them up. Her eyes scanned the first page, and I watched her face change from confused to horrified. Dad snatched the papers from her and skimmed them, his jaw tightening with every line. Dylan just looked bored. What is this? Dad demanded, slapping the pages down. It's a transfer of ownership, I said, leaning back in my chair. The cabin isn't in your name anymore. I bought the mortgage from the bank last month. The silence that followed was so thick you could have cut it with a knife. Emily's eyes went wide. Wait, what? Yep, I said casually, like we were talking about the weather. Turns out when you're 3 payments behind, the bank is happy to sell the debt to someone willing to cover it. I paid off the entire balance. The cabin is mine now. You stole our cabin? Mom's voice cracked. I didn't steal anything, I said, my voice calm but firm. I saved it. From foreclosure. You're welcome. You had no right. Dad thundered. That's our family's property. It was your family's property, I corrected. Then you stopped paying for it. The bank was going to auction it off. You would have lost it completely. This way, at least it stays in the family. Well, my part of the family. Dylan's smug expression was gone now, replaced by something darker. So what, you own it now? What are you going to do? Charge us rent if we want to use it? Maybe, I said with a shrug. Or maybe I'll renovate it and turn it into an Airbnb. Haven't decided yet. You can't do that, Mom said, her face pale. This cabin has been ours for generations. You can't just take it. Funny, I said, smiling faintly. Because that's how I've felt for the past 5 years. Like you've just been taking from me, over and over, and I wasn't allowed to say no. Dad stood up so fast his chair nearly tipped over. You betrayed this family. No, I said quietly, meeting his gaze. You betrayed me. Every time you called me only when you needed money. Every time you made me feel guilty for wanting to keep some of what I earned. Every time you laughed about how I'd always come through like it was some big joke. Mom looked like she might cry, but then her expression hardened. You didn't have to do it this way. You could have just said no. You didn't have to humiliate us. I let out a short laugh. Humiliate you? You invited me here tonight thinking I'd just write a check like always. You had Dylan sitting here mocking me before I even opened my mouth. If anyone's been humiliating anyone, it hasn't been me. Dylan crossed his arms, glaring. You think this makes you the bigger man? Newsflash, Caleb, it doesn't. It just proves you've been holding this over us for years. You've been keeping score, waiting for the day you could rub it in our faces. I leaned forward. You're right. I have been keeping score. And you know what? That's not something I'm proud of. I didn't want it to get here. I wanted to help. I wanted to be part of this family. But every time I said yes, it was like you all just expected more. And the one time I finally say no, suddenly I'm the villain. Emily spoke for the first time, her voice small. So what happens now? Now, I said, taking a slow sip of my drink, things change. No more guilt trips. No more expecting me to fix everything. If you want something from me, you ask, and you respect my answer, even if it's no. If that's too much to handle, then maybe we need to take a break from doing family dinners for a while. That's not your call to make. Dad barked. Actually, I said, standing up and collecting the papers, it is. Because I'm the one who's been footing the bill for this family's mistakes, and I'm done. You can be angry if you want, but you can't keep pretending this is normal. For a long moment, no one moved. Then Dad sat back down heavily, muttering something under his breath. Mom just stared at me like she didn't recognize me anymore. Dylan looked like he wanted to say something, but didn't. I put the paperwork back in my bag, feeling my heart hammer in my chest. I knew this was the point of no return. Whatever came next, we weren't going back to how things used to be. And honestly, for the first time in years, that thought didn't scare me. I'll give you all some time to think about it, I said, slinging my bag over my shoulder. We can talk again when you're ready. And with that, I turned and walked out, leaving 3 stunned faces behind me and a silence so heavy it felt like it might crush the whole house. But as I got into my car, my phone buzzed, and when I saw who was calling, my stomach dropped. Because the real fallout hadn't even started yet. It was my mom calling. I almost didn't answer, but something in me wanted to know what she'd say after I'd just detonated dinner. Caleb, she said before I could even say hello, her voice sharp with a mix of anger and heartbreak. I hope you're proud of yourself. Your father is furious. Dylan stormed out. Emily's crying. This family is falling apart, and it's because of you. I took a deep breath, staring at the dark road ahead. Mom, the family was falling apart long before tonight. Tonight just made it obvious. You don't mean that, she said quickly, almost desperately. You're just angry. We all said things we didn't mean. I meant every word, I said quietly. I love you all, but I can't keep living like this, being everyone's last-minute solution, then being treated like I owe it to you. I'm not coming home next weekend. There was silence on the other end for a long beat. Then, a cold reply. If you're going to abandon this family, don't bother coming for Christmas either. And just like that, the line went dead. I sat there for a long moment, phone still in my hand, feeling this strange mix of sadness and relief. I'd half expected this, but hearing it said out loud, hearing my own mom basically disinvite me from Christmas, hit harder than I thought it would. I drove home in silence. No music, no podcasts, just the hum of the tires and my own thoughts. By the time I pulled into my driveway, I felt hollow. I'd always been the guy who showed up for family. Birthdays, holidays, random crises, I was there. And now I was the villain. The next few days were rough. I kept expecting someone to text me an apology or at least start a conversation, but instead I got radio silence. Then Dylan posted a picture on social media from the cabin with the caption, "Last weekend before the bank takes it." Thanks, bro. I shouldn't have looked at the comments, but I did. Friends of his were piling on, some of them people I grew up with. Wow, can't believe your brother won't help save it. That's cold. Guess money changes people. I didn't reply, but it sat in my gut like a rock. It was one thing to have my family mad at me. It was another to have the entire town thinking I was some heartless rich guy who just let a piece of family history slip away. At work, I found myself snapping at coworkers over small things, staying late just so I wouldn't have to sit alone in my quiet house. I started avoiding calls from unknown numbers because I didn't want to hear from anyone else who might be taking sides. One night, Emily texted me. Just 3 words. Are you happy? I stared at the screen for a long time. I almost typed a sarcastic reply, but then I just put the phone down and sat there in the dark. Was I happy? No. I felt awful. But under all that guilt and loneliness, there was a small, stubborn part of me that felt free. I stopped sending money. When the gas company emailed me about an overdue bill at my parents' house, I'd been paying it automatically for months. I canceled my autopay. When Dylan texted me a week later asking for just a little help with his rent because he'd had a slow month at work, I sent back 2 words: not possible. That's when the real backlash started. Mom sent me a long message about how Dylan was going to get evicted and how it would be on my conscience. Dad left me a voicemail saying I was no longer welcome at the cabin, as if that was still in his control. Dylan called me selfish, greedy, a traitor. I'll admit, there were nights I almost gave in. Nights I sat staring at my bank account, telling myself I could just send them the money and make all this tension go away. But then I'd think about that night at the table, Dylan laughing, Mom smirking, Dad pointing his fork at me like I was a delinquent child, and I'd remember why I couldn't go back. Instead, I started focusing on my own life. I picked up a home project I'd been putting off for months, turning the spare bedroom into a small office. I signed up for a cooking class. I started running again. At first, it felt like I was just distracting myself, but slowly, it started feeling like progress. And I started planning. Not revenge, at least, not the petty kind, but something better. If they were going to paint me as the bad guy no matter what I did, then I was going to make sure that the boundaries I'd set actually meant something. I called the county office to check on the cabin's title transfer. Sure enough, it had gone through. I was the legal owner now. That meant I had decisions to make. Part of me wanted to just leave it empty, let it sit there as a silent reminder that things had changed. But another part of me, maybe the part that had been pushed around one too many times, wanted to do something more. Something that would send a message they couldn't ignore. That's when I started talking to a contractor friend of mine about renovations. Nothing major yet, just ideas. New roof, updated plumbing, maybe turning the basement into a game room. I wasn't sure if I'd ever rent it out or keep it as a private getaway, but I knew one thing. It was going to be mine now. Meanwhile, the tension with my family only grew. Thanksgiving came and went without a single call. On Christmas morning, I woke up to a picture on social media of my entire family smiling in front of the tree, without me. The caption read, "Best Christmas ever." That one hurt, more than I wanted to admit. But instead of calling them or driving home to demand answers, I poured myself a cup of coffee, turned on some music, and spent the morning working on my house project. For the first time in years, my Christmas didn't revolve around fixing someone else's crisis. It was quiet, lonely, yes, but peaceful too. And that was when it really clicked for me. This wasn't just about money or the cabin. This was about taking back control of my life. About refusing to keep playing a part in a system that drained me dry. And little by little, I started feeling stronger. By the time New Year's rolled around, I was ready. Ready to stop just reacting to their anger and start taking deliberate steps to protect my boundaries. Because if they thought I was done making changes, they were about to learn otherwise. The new year felt different, like I'd shed a skin I didn't even know I'd been wearing. The guilt that had been eating me alive through the holidays was still there, but it was quieter now, like background noise I could tune out. And in its place was something I hadn't felt in a long time: control. I threw myself into work, not out of desperation, but because I finally had the mental space to focus without my phone constantly buzzing with urgent family requests. Within a few months, I was spearheading a major project at my company, one I might have turned down before because it required late nights and travel. This time, I said yes. I flew to New York, pitched to clients, and for once, when someone asked what was going on in my personal life, I didn't immediately feel the need to talk about my family's latest drama. By March, I'd earned a raise and a healthy bonus. And instead of sending a chunk of that bonus home, I did something just for me. I booked a 2-week trip to Italy. It had been on my bucket list for years, but I'd always said maybe next year because there was always some family expense to cover first. This time, there were no excuses. The trip was life-changing. I walked through Rome at sunrise, stood in front of the Colosseum with my morning espresso, and thought, why did I wait this long to live like this? I hiked the Amalfi Coast, learned how to make fresh pasta from a grandmother in Florence, and even splurged on a tailor-made suit in Milan. For the first time in years, I felt like my own person, not the family wallet, not the reliable fixer, just Caleb. When I got home, I tackled the cabin project in earnest. The first step was to have it inspected top to bottom. The inspector came back with a report that confirmed what I suspected: the place was falling apart. The roof had leaks, the plumbing was ancient, and the foundation needed reinforcement. Most people would have seen that as a burden. I saw it as an opportunity. I hired a contractor I trusted and started planning a renovation. Nothing too flashy at first, just enough to stabilize the property and make it usable. As the months went by, I visited the cabin every weekend, overseeing the work, sometimes even helping out just to keep costs down. There was something therapeutic about it, tearing out rotted boards, clearing out old junk, making space for something new. Word must have gotten back to my family, because one afternoon while I was there, Dylan drove up unannounced. He got out of his truck, crossed his arms, and stared at the construction work. "What are you doing?" he demanded. "Fixing it," I said simply, wiping the sweat off my forehead. "Why?" He looked almost offended. "Because it's mine now," I said, meeting his eyes. "And I want it to be something worth keeping." He scoffed. "You think this makes you look like the good guy? You think spending money on it makes you better than us?" "No," I said calmly. "I think it makes me a responsible owner. Something none of you were willing to be." He muttered something under his breath and got back in his truck, peeling out of the driveway. I just smiled and went back to work. The renovations took months, but when they were done, the cabin looked better than it had in decades. Fresh paint, new roof, modernized kitchen. It wasn't just a cabin anymore, it was a proper retreat. I hosted my friends there one weekend in late summer. We grilled by the lake, played cards late into the night, and for the first time, I saw the cabin as something that brought me joy instead of stress. Around this time, my career hit another milestone. The project I'd led earlier in the year turned out to be a huge success, and I was promoted to a senior role. My salary jumped significantly, and with the extra income, I started seriously investing. Real estate, index funds, even a small stake in a friend's startup. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just surviving or patching holes, I was building wealth. That's when something shifted in how I thought about my family. I realized that I didn't actually want to cut them out completely. I just wanted to engage with them on my terms. To stop being reactive and start being intentional. So, I started planning something bigger. I consulted with an attorney about setting up a trust for the cabin. Not just to protect it from being taken or contested, but to make sure that if I ever wanted to pass it down, it would go to someone who valued it the way I did. We talked about liability protections, rental agreements, tax implications, the whole 9 yards. I also began quietly documenting everything I'd spent on the cabin, from the purchase price to the renovations. Not because I planned to send my family a bill, but because part of me knew there might come a day when they'd try to paint me as the villain again. And when that day came, I wanted receipts. Meanwhile, my personal life was improving too. I started dating again after years of putting it off because I was too busy. I met someone, Sophie, who didn't care about my family drama, who saw me as just me. The first time I brought her to the cabin, she looked around and said, "This place feels like yours, like it's full of your energy." That stuck with me. By fall, my house was fully updated, the cabin was thriving, my savings were growing, and my social life was the best it had been in years. And the best part? I was doing it all without a single panicked text from my parents asking for money. But I knew the silence wouldn't last forever. Sure enough, just as the leaves started turning, Mom called. Her voice was sweet at first, like nothing had happened. She asked how I was, how work was going, if I was dating anyone. Then, almost casually, she dropped it. "So, we were thinking about doing Thanksgiving at the cabin this year. The whole family together, like old times. You'll host, right?" I stared at the phone, a slow smile spreading across my face. Here it was, the moment I'd been waiting for. I didn't answer right away. I let the silence hang just long enough for Mom to start filling it. "It'll be good for everyone," she said, her voice overly bright. "Your father's been talking about how much he misses the cabin. Dylan and Emily will come, too. It'll be just like when you kids were little." I leaned back in my chair, staring at the papers on my desk. It wasn't lost on me how quickly she'd slipped back into that same tone, the one that assumed I'd just go along with whatever plan they'd cooked up. "Mom," I said slowly, "you do remember the cabin is legally mine now, right?" "Of course," she said, a little too quickly. "But it's still the family cabin. You wouldn't keep us from having Thanksgiving there, would you?" That was the moment I realized something crucial. In their minds, nothing had changed. All the renovations, the money I'd put into the place, the boundaries I'd tried to set, none of it mattered. They still thought of the cabin as theirs by right. And that's when I decided I wasn't just going to host Thanksgiving. I was going to turn it into a moment none of them would forget. Over the next few weeks, I started making calls. First to my attorney, who helped me finalize the trust for the cabin. The property was now protected under my name, shielded from any potential claims. I even added a clause specifying who could and couldn't use it without my permission, just in case anyone tried to get clever. Then I spoke to my contractor about finishing touches, a new deck overlooking the lake, fresh furniture, even a security system with remote cameras. If I was going to have the family over, I wanted the place looking perfect, not for their comfort, but because I wanted them to see just how much better the cabin was under my care than it had ever been under theirs. Sophie was the first person I told about my plan. We were sitting on my couch, sharing a bottle of wine, when I said, "So, my family wants to have Thanksgiving at the cabin." She raised an eyebrow. "And you're actually considering it?" "Oh, I'm more than considering it," I said with a grin. "I'm going to say yes, but on my terms." She gave me that look, the one halfway between amused and impressed. "You've got something brewing, don't you?" I nodded. "I want them to see how much I've done without them, how much better my life has gotten since I stopped bailing them out. I want them to realize I'm not their safety net anymore." Sophie tilted her head. "So, you're not just setting boundaries, you're making a statement." "Exactly. Part of my plan involved compiling every receipt, every bank transfer, every text message where they'd asked me for money over the last 5 years. I wasn't planning to throw it in their faces immediately, but I wanted to have it ready. If they tried to guilt me again, I'd be armed with the facts." The more I prepared, the more I realized this wasn't just about Thanksgiving. It was about finally shifting the power dynamic. For years, they'd had the emotional upper hand. They could make me feel guilty with a single sigh or pointed comment. This time, I'd have the leverage. I even reached out to Emily privately. She'd been quiet through most of the fallout, and I suspected she was just caught in the middle. We met for coffee a week before Thanksgiving, and she seemed hesitant at first, like she wasn't sure which version of me she'd get, the old Caleb who would cave or the new Caleb who had started saying no. "Look," I told her gently, "I know things have been tense since I bought the cabin, but I want you to know this isn't about punishing anyone. I just needed to take control of my life." She stirred her coffee, frowning. "Mom says you're trying to make them feel small." I sighed. "I'm not trying to make anyone feel small, but I do need them to see that I'm not just here to fix things anymore. If they want a relationship with me, it has to be a real one, not just based on what I can give." Emily was quiet for a moment, then nodded slowly. "I get it," she said. "I just wish it didn't have to get this bad first." "So do I admitted. "But maybe this is what it takes to get everyone to wake up." The day before Thanksgiving, I drove up to the cabin early to make sure everything was perfect. I stocked the fridge, set out fresh linens, even put together a playlist of music that reminded me of good times from when we were kids, before all the resentment started building. And then, as I sat on the newly built deck watching the sun set over the lake, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time: anticipation. For once, I wasn't dreading seeing my family. I wasn't anxious about what they might ask for next. I was ready to face them as an equal, not as the guy who would always say yes. That night, I barely slept. Not from nerves, but from excitement. Tomorrow, for the first time, we'd all be under the same roof again. And for the first time, the conversation wouldn't be on their terms. When morning came, I brewed a strong pot of coffee, straightened my new shirt, and waited for the sound of tires crunching up the gravel driveway. Whatever happened next, I knew one thing for sure. This Thanksgiving was going to be very different from any we'd ever had. Thanksgiving morning was crisp and cool, with the kind of stillness that makes sound travel farther than usual. I could hear the crunch of gravel before I saw the first car turn into the driveway. My heart thudded once, then settled. I had been waiting for this moment for months, and now that it was here, I felt oddly calm. Mom was the first to get out of the car, holding a casserole dish like it was a peace offering. She looked around, her face softening despite herself. "You've really fixed this place up," she said. I smiled politely. "Thanks. Wait until you see inside." Dad came next, grunting his usual hello, followed by Dylan, who looked like he'd been dragged there against his will, and Emily, who gave me a small, hesitant smile. Inside, the cabin gleamed. The wood floors were polished, the furniture was new but cozy, and the kitchen smelled like roasting turkey. I'd gone all out. If I was going to host, I was going to host properly. For the first hour, things were surprisingly civil. We made small talk, admired the renovations, even laughed about a few old family stories. But I could feel it under the surface. like a storm cloud waiting to break. It was Dylan who finally cracked first. He leaned back in his chair and said, "Nice place. Bet you feel pretty proud of yourself." I sipped my wine and smiled. "I do, actually. It took a lot of work to get it here." "Yeah," he said, his tone edging toward a sneer. "Must be nice having all that money to throw around." Mom shot him a look, but Dad nodded. "He's not wrong. You spent all this on renovations, but couldn't be bothered to just lend us the money when we needed it?" There it was. The storm had broken. I set my glass down slowly and folded my hands on the table. "I didn't lend you the money because lending it wouldn't have solved the problem. It would have just delayed it until the next crisis." "You think you know everything," Dad said, his voice rising. "We could have figured it out if you'd just given us more time." "You had time," I said evenly. "Years of it. And every time something went wrong, you came to me instead of dealing with it yourselves." Mom's voice trembled now, anger and hurt mixing together. "We raised you to be generous, Caleb, to take care of your family." "And I did," I said, my tone sharpening just a little. "For years. I have receipts to prove it." I reached under the table and pulled out the folder I'd been waiting to show them. Neatly organized inside were printouts of every bank transfer, every Venmo request, every bill I'd paid on their behalf. I slid it across the table and let them open it. For a long moment, no one spoke. The only sound was the rustle of paper as they flipped through page after page. "Good grief," Emily whispered under her breath. "Look at the dates," I said quietly. "Look at how many times I've stepped in. And tell me, honestly, when was the last time any of you said thank you?" Mom's face went pale. Dad looked away. Dylan snorted, but it didn't have the same bite as before. "See, this is what I mean," he muttered. "You've been keeping score this whole time." "You're right," I said, nodding. "And I don't like that I had to. But when I realized I'd spent enough to buy a second house, I figured maybe I needed to start paying attention." I stood up then, not raising my voice, but letting the quiet weight of my words carry. "This cabin isn't just a building anymore. It's a boundary. I own it. I've restored it, and from now on, it's going to be used by people who respect it and respect me. If you want to come here, you're welcome. But there are rules." "Rules?" Dad snapped. "Yes," I said, meeting his glare. "Rules like no more shouting matches about money at the dinner table. No more guilt trips. No more expecting me to fix every problem. If you want to be in my life, it has to be because you want a relationship with me, not just my bank account." Mom looked like she wanted to argue, but I didn't give her the chance. I walked over to the mantel and picked up a set of keys I'd placed there earlier. "These are for you," I said, handing them to Emily. "You're the only one I trust to treat this place right. You can come whenever you like. Bring your friends, study here, whatever. The rest of you," I looked at Mom and Dad, "will need to ask first. And if that bothers you, then maybe you need to think about why." The silence that followed was deafening. Dylan pushed his chair back suddenly, the legs scraping against the floor. "You really think you're some kind of hero, don't you?" "No," I said, smiling faintly. "I think I'm someone who's finally done letting himself be walked over." He muttered something under his breath and stomped outside. Mom put her head in her hands. Dad just sat there staring at the folder like it might bite him. And then, in the most unexpected twist of the night, Emily spoke up. "He's right," she said softly. "We have been taking advantage. All of us." Mom looked up sharply. "Emily." "No, Mom," she said, her voice steady now. "I've been thinking about this a lot. Caleb's been the only one keeping this family afloat for years, and we've treated him like he's obligated to do it. That's not fair." For the first time all evening, I felt something loosen in my chest. I looked at Dad, who still hadn't said a word. "You don't have to agree with me tonight," I said quietly. "But you do have to accept that this is how it's going to be from now on." I poured myself another glass of wine and sat back down, letting the weight of the moment settle over the room. The balance of power had shifted, and everyone at the table knew it. But the night wasn't over yet, because I still had one last surprise up my sleeve, something that would make it crystal clear that things were never going back to the way they were. Dylan didn't come back inside right away. Through the window, I could see him pacing near his truck, gesturing angrily like he was arguing with someone who wasn't there. Mom just sat silently, staring at the folder of receipts like it was a foreign object. Dad finally leaned back in his chair, exhaling sharply. "So what's this big finale?" he asked, his tone half defiant, half exhausted. "You've made your point, Caleb. You own the cabin. You've got the money. What more do you want?" I didn't raise my voice. I didn't need to. I want a real family, Dad. One that doesn't measure my worth by how much I give them. One that doesn't threaten me with guilt every time I say no. You think we were threatening you? Mom said, her voice soft now, almost pleading. We just needed help. That's all we've ever wanted. No, Mom, I said, shaking my head. You didn't just want help. You expected it. You assumed that because I did it once, I'd do it forever. And when I finally stopped, suddenly I was the bad guy. Emily reached across the table and put her hand over mine. They needed to hear this, she said gently. I nodded, grateful for the support, then stood and walked over to the cabinet by the door. I took out a stack of envelopes I'd prepared weeks ago, each one labeled with a name. What's this? Dad asked warily as I handed them out. Closure, I said simply. Inside each envelope was a detailed accounting of every dollar I'd ever given them, with dates and reasons noted. At the bottom of each was a single line, balance, $0. Paid in full. Mom's hand flew to her mouth as she read it. You're forgiving everything? I nodded. Every penny. I don't want it back. I don't want to hold it over your heads. But this, I tapped the paper, is the last time we'll ever have this conversation. There will be no next time. Dad stared at the page for a long moment, then let out a heavy sigh and leaned forward, elbows on the table. You really mean it, don't you? Yeah, I said quietly. I mean it. There was a long silence, and for the first time, I saw something in Dad's eyes I hadn't seen in years, something like respect. You know, he said finally, your grandfather would have been proud of what you've done with this place. That hit me harder than I expected. I swallowed the lump in my throat and nodded. I hope so. The rest of dinner was quieter, more subdued. Dylan eventually came back in, sulking, but he didn't say a word. Emily tried to make conversation and keep things light, and by dessert, the tension had started to soften. When it was time for everyone to leave, Mom lingered at the door. She looked at me like she was seeing me for the first time. You've changed, she said softly. Yeah, I said with a small smile. I had to. She nodded, then surprised me by hugging me tight. I don't like how this happened, she admitted, but I'm starting to understand why it had to. After they left, I stood on the porch with Sophie, watching the taillights disappear down the road. The cabin was quiet again, but it felt different now, lighter somehow. You did it, Sophie said, slipping her hand into mine. Did what? I asked, still staring out at the dark driveway. You took your life back, she said simply. I let out a slow breath and smiled. Yeah, I said. I guess I did. I stepped back inside, closing the door behind me, and glanced around the cabin one last time before heading to bed. It no longer felt like the weight of generations was pressing down on me. It felt like a clean slate, something I'd earned. Before turning off the lights, I picked up the keys from the mantel and placed them back in their spot, right where Emily could find them next time she came. For the first time in years, I didn't feel dread at the thought of my family visiting. I felt ready, because now, they weren't just coming to the cabin, they were coming on my terms. And as I looked out the window at the reflection of the moon on the lake, I whispered to myself, half smiling, not this time. Then I turned out the lights, letting the quiet of the cabin settle over me like a warm blanket, and finally, slept peacefully. There's something funny about hitting 50. You spend decades holding the world together, keeping the job, raising the kids, paying off the mortgage, fixing the sink no one else notices is broken. And when the candles finally add up to that big, round number, you start to expect something. Not a parade, not confetti and fireworks, but maybe a moment, a real one. A pause where the people who orbit your life stop and say, hey, thank you. You mattered. But what I got was a folding chair in the corner of my sister's garage, next to a half-eaten Costco sheet cake and a cooler full of warm beer. My name's James, 50 years old. I've always been the quiet one in the family, the reliable one, the guy who says, sure, no problem, when you need someone to pick up your kid from soccer practice last minute or drive an hour across town to help you move a couch. The one who brings the extra batteries to Christmas even though no one asked him to. I'm not flashy. I don't make scenes. I was the second oldest of 4 kids, the one who got decent grades and never asked for much. My younger brother, Martin, was the golden child. Football star in high school, charming, loud, magnetic. People loved him, even when he forgot birthdays or crashed mom's car. My older sister, Diane, was the loud voice of reason, the one who acted like a third parent even when we didn't ask her to. She always had an opinion, and somehow she was always right, at least according to her. I used to think maybe I liked being in the background. It felt safe there, until I realized that being invisible wasn't the same as being safe. My birthday was on a Saturday this year, which felt like some kind of gift from the universe. I hadn't had a proper celebration in over a decade. The last party I'd had was when I turned 40 and my kids made me burnt toast and orange juice in bed. Sweet, but not exactly a milestone bash. So when Diane called me 2 weeks before and said, "Hey, we're putting something together for your big 5-0. Just come over to my place," I'll admit, I smiled. I thought maybe, just maybe, they'd do it right this time. The morning of my birthday, I woke up early, as usual. Made coffee, checked the weather, cloudy, chance of rain. I sat on my porch with my mug and tried to picture how the evening would go. Maybe they'd set up something in Diane's backyard with string lights. Maybe they'd get a nice dinner catered. Maybe someone would say something nice. I let myself hope, just a little. When I pulled into Diane's driveway at 5 p.m., I noticed the garage door was open. Tables were shoved to the sides to make room for rows of mismatched plastic chairs. A single happy birthday banner drooped above an old folding table stacked with Domino's pizza boxes and a bowl of off-brand chips. No music, no decorations, no cake that I could see. Martin waved from across the driveway, holding a red Solo cup. "Jimmy, you made it," he shouted, like I was a guest at my own party. I forced a grin and walked over. Of course, wouldn't miss it. Diane came out of the house, wiping her hands on a paper towel. "Hey, birthday boy," she said, giving me a one-armed hug. "You don't mind grilling, do you? We got burgers and hot dogs. Figured you'd want to take the reins." I blinked. "Grill? Yeah, you're the grill master, right?" she said, nudging me toward the old rusted Weber in the corner of the garage. "It's kind of your thing, was it?" I hadn't grilled at a family event in years, unless someone else asked me to. But I nodded and said, "Sure, because that's what I always do." My grandkids were there, at least. They ran up and gave me hugs, their faces smudged with pizza sauce and chocolate. "Grandpa, look," they said, holding up the little party favors, cheap plastic whistles and glow bracelets from a dollar store. I smiled for them, crouched down to take a few selfies, and tried not to let the flicker of disappointment in my chest catch flame. The rest of the evening passed in a blur of lukewarm hot dogs and half-hearted conversations. Diane had put out a sheet cake eventually, vanilla, with "Happy Birthday, James" written in blue icing. I stared at it for a good 10 seconds before Diane burst out laughing. "Oh my God," she snorted. "Look at that. They spelled your name wrong. Classic. Should have checked the box before I left the store." I laughed too, out of habit more than humor. "Yeah, classic." Martin clapped me on the back so hard I almost dropped my plate. 50 years and nothing to show for it. "Huh," he said, grinning. Just kidding. You got those grandkids at least." I looked at him. I mean, really looked at him. His shirt was untucked, beer in hand, the same smug, careless smirk he'd worn since high school. He didn't mean it, not really. But he also did not mean it. I started noticing things after that, like how none of the group photos had me in them, because I was always behind the camera. Diane kept calling me over to take shots of the family, and I obliged, snapping pictures of cousins and aunts and friends laughing, clinking glasses, holding plates piled high. Nobody ever said, "Hey James, come be in this one." At one point, I sat down on a chair by the corner of the garage and just watched. Nobody noticed. I wasn't bitter yet, not really. Just numb. Like the night had quietly turned into a mirror, and I was seeing something I didn't want to look at too closely. I thought of the hours I'd spent over the years driving people to airports, lending out money, fixing broken sinks, and showing up every time someone called. And here I was, at the party I didn't plan, eating pizza I didn't like, being joked about like I was the family's favorite old shoe. Around 9, I slipped into the house, said goodbye to the grandkids, and left a letter on the mantel. I'd written it that morning. Just a few paragraphs. Honest. Not cruel, but clear. Nobody saw me leave. 2 weeks went by. I didn't hear a word. Then, they opened the letter. And that's when everything changed. I didn't expect a parade after they read the letter. I didn't even expect an apology. But I thought maybe I'd get a phone call. Or a text. Some acknowledgement that someone, anyone, had noticed I wasn't there when the last slice of cake was passed out. That they'd realized my car wasn't in the driveway when they gathered for one last group photo. That they'd wondered, even briefly, why I left early from the party they supposedly threw for me. But the silence? That was worse than any insult. That was confirmation. The first person to reach out wasn't Diane or Martin. It was my daughter, Lily. She called me one night, 2 weeks after the party, sounding hesitant. "Dad," she said, "I saw the letter." My heart sank. "How'd it get to you?" She sighed. Aunt Diane posted a picture of it in the group chat. Said it was peak dramatic energy and that we should all get a laugh. My throat went dry. "She posted the letter?" "Yeah," Lily said. And Martin replied with a popcorn gif. That broke something in me. It wasn't that they disagreed with what I wrote. I could have lived with that. It wasn't even that they thought I was wrong. What crushed me was that they turned my pain, years of it, into a punchline. A meme in the family group chat. The letter wasn't long. It said, in plain language, how I felt invisible. How I'd spent my life showing up for people who never showed up for me. How I didn't expect a parade, just a little effort. A real thank you. A sign I mattered. I ended it with one line. If this was the best you could do after 50 years, I'd rather spend the next 50 with people who see me. Apparently, that was comedy gold. Lily didn't laugh. She didn't join in. In fact, she was the only one who said, "Did anyone actually ask Dad how he's feeling?" Martin responded with, "He's feeling sorry for himself, clearly. 50-year-old midlife crisis." Classic, Diane wrote. "I always knew James was a little sensitive, but this is a bit much." That's the word they always used. Sensitive. Like caring too much was a flaw. Like noticing you've been forgotten was some kind of emotional allergy. After the call with Lily, I took a long walk around my neighborhood. The fall leaves were starting to turn, and the air had that sharp chill that made your breath visible. I remember standing at the edge of the park, watching a dad push his kid on the swings, and feeling something strange. Not sadness, not even anger, just detachment. Like I'd been watching my own life play out from the sidelines, and suddenly I was ready to walk off the field. But I wasn't done. Not yet. Something inside me, something old and buried, was waking up. The next few weeks were quiet. I didn't call anyone. I stopped replying in the family group chat. No one noticed. I watched the messages roll in. Martin sharing a video of his new boat. Diane complaining about the PDA again. Photos of brunches I wasn't invited to. Updates on my niece's dance recital that no one thought to tell me about directly. One Saturday, I saw they'd all gone to the lake house. Our late parents' place. The one we inherited together. The one I'd maintained for the last 5 years because James is good with tools. They'd gone up there without telling me. The photos showed them smiling on the dock, holding beers, standing in front of the house I'd personally reshingled. There was even a picture of my old fishing rod in Martin's hands. He was pretending to cast while Diane laughed in the background. I stared at it for a long time. No one mentioned I wasn't there. No one said, "Where's James?" That's when the idea started forming. But before that, before things really unraveled, came the breaking point. The betrayal, I still have to remind myself, wasn't a dream. It was November, a few days before Thanksgiving. Traditionally, we all did dinner at Diane's house. Everyone brought a dish. I always brought the green bean casserole, Lily's favorite, and I usually helped carve the turkey. I debated whether I should even go this year. Part of me wanted to stay home, curl up on the couch with takeout, and pretend the holiday didn't exist. But then Lily called again. "You should come, Dad," she said gently. For me, not for them. So I did. I showed up 10 minutes early with a casserole in hand and a polite smile on my face. I didn't want drama. I didn't want a scene. I just wanted to be present, for my daughter, for the grandkids, for the memory of what family used to mean. Diane answered the door in a cranberry-colored sweater, glass of wine in hand. "Oh," she said, blinking. "You actually came." I forced a laugh. "Well, it's tradition." She looked at the casserole. "Hope you didn't bring the same one as last year." That one was dry. I hadn't changed the recipe. I handed it over without comment. Inside, the house buzzed with the usual noise. TV on in the background, kids running around, the scent of turkey and cinnamon in the air. Martin was already on his second beer, bragging to a group of in-laws about some investment he'd made. When he saw me, he raised his drink. "Hey, look who decided to forgive us," he said, grinning. Must have run out of tissues. I ignored him and headed toward Lily. She gave me a warm hug and whispered, "Just breathe. I'm glad you're here." Dinner started off tense. I kept my head down. I helped with the carving. I made polite small talk. Diane had arranged the seating, and I noticed, very deliberately, that I was placed at the far end of the table, between two of Martin's loudest in-laws. Every time I tried to speak to Lily or the grandkids, the conversation shifted away. Then came dessert. Or, more accurately, the moment. Diane stood and tapped her glass with a spoon. "Before we cut the pie," she said, smiling too wide, "I just want to say a few words." My stomach clenched. "I know this year's been interesting," she continued, glancing at me. "But at the end of the day, family is family. Even when certain members get a little theatrical." Polite chuckles rippled through the room. "I mean, really," she added. "We've all had tough birthdays, right? You don't see me writing dramatic letters and storming off." Martin piped up. "Yeah, James, I didn't get a golden chariot on my 50th either." More laughter. "And honestly," Diane went on, "if you're going to take yourself that seriously, at least spell check the letter first." I stood. I didn't say a word. I just stood, chair scraping back. "Oh, come on," Martin said, raising his glass. "Don't be like that, Jimmy. We're just teasing. Lighten up." But I didn't move toward the door. I reached into my coat pocket and pulled out a manila envelope. I placed it on the table, right in front of Diane. She looked down at it, confused. "What's this?" "You'll see," I said quietly. Then I turned to Lily. "I'm sorry." And I left. Behind me, the room buzzed with confusion. Martin called after me. Diane started opening the envelope. But I was already down the front steps, already in my car, already driving away from that house like it was a collapsing building, and I was walking out just before the roof caved in. The envelope didn't contain a letter. It contained something much more shocking. And when they finally realized what I'd done, the family would never look the same again. It's strange how quiet the world gets when you stop trying to be heard. The weeks after Thanksgiving passed like fog, thick, slow, muffled. I didn't go to Christmas. Didn't respond to texts. Diane tried calling once, probably out of panic after opening the envelope, but I let it ring out. I figured they'd either come to terms with what happened or twist it into another punchline. Either way, I was done explaining myself to people who weren't really listening. I wish I could say I felt triumphant. That driving away from that dinner table with my head high and my envelope on the linen runner was the moment I claimed my power. But that's not how it felt. The truth? I felt hollow, numb, lonely, because the breaking point doesn't come with fireworks. It comes with silence. There were nights I'd sit on my porch with a blanket around my shoulders and wonder if I'd overreacted. If maybe they were right. Maybe I was sensitive. Maybe I was making something big out of something small. That little voice, familiar and cruel, kept whispering, "You're the common denominator, James. Maybe you're the problem." But then I'd remember Diane holding up my letter like a joke in the group chat. Martin calling me Jimmy, like I was still 15 and stuck under his shadow. The photos at the lake house without me. The plastic chair in the garage. The gift card with my name spelled wrong. No, I wasn't overreacting. I was just finally reacting. Hitting rock bottom doesn't always look like screaming or crying. Sometimes it looks like staring at your phone for hours, not because you're waiting for a message, but because no one's messaging you at all. Sometimes it's walking through a grocery store and realizing you haven't said a word out loud in 2 days. Sometimes it's watching the world move on without you and wondering if you ever really mattered to it in the first place. But in that quiet, something started to shift. It started with a visit from Lily. She knocked one Saturday afternoon, holding a bag of takeout and 2 bottles of iced tea. "Figured you haven't eaten anything green this week," she said with a soft smile. I didn't even try to pretend otherwise. I stepped aside and let her in. We ate in silence for a while, sitting on my couch with the TV playing quietly in the background. Then she said, "They're freaking out, you know." I glanced at her. "About the envelope?" She nodded. "Especially Diane. She keeps texting me, asking if I think you're serious. Martin said you're bluffing." I smiled a little, for the first time in days. "Let them guess." Lily studied me. Was that always the plan? Just drop that and walk away? I looked down at my hands. It wasn't a plan, not at first. It was just, finally putting something down after carrying it too long. "You don't have to tell me what it was," she said, gently. "But, you look lighter." That sat with me. Lighter. Not happier. Not better. But lighter. After Lily left, I found myself pulling out an old notebook from the desk drawer. One I hadn't touched in years. It had pages filled with sketches and home repair ideas, back when I was still dreaming about starting a small handyman business. I'd always been good with my hands. I liked solving problems, fixing what was broken, But life had gotten in the way. Kids, bills, family obligations. Time slipped past, and I told myself I was too old to start something new. But now I had time. And for once, I wasn't pouring it into people who didn't value it. So I made a call. Then another. I fixed a neighbor's leaky faucet. Then I retiled a bathroom for an old co-worker's cousin. Word spread faster than I expected. I wasn't flashy, just efficient, fair, and kind. People appreciated that. They left reviews. They referred me. They told their friends. Within 3 months, I had more work than I could handle. I registered an LLC, Second Fix Home Services. Cheesy, maybe, but it felt right. Like a nod to this second chapter one was stepping into. I worked hard. I worked quietly. I made enough to pay the bills, and then some. But more than that, I felt useful. Not in the he'll-do-it way my family treated me. In a real, honest way. People looked me in the eye and said thank you. And they meant it. And I started to say thank you back. Not just to them, but to myself. Thank you for walking away. Thank you for letting go. Thank you for starting over. It wasn't just work, either. I reconnected with a few old friends from college. People I'd lost touch with during the chaos of raising kids and being the family fixer. One of them, Carla, invited me to join a local community book club. I laughed at first. Me? Reading fiction every week? But I went. And I liked it. We'd sit in the back of a small bookstore on Thursday nights, sipping coffee and arguing about plot twists. For the first time in years, I wasn't just James the handyman or James the dependable brother. I was James who had opinions about character development. James who liked stories. Carla and I started meeting for lunch after the meetings. Then for walks. Then for dinner. She didn't ask about my family at first. When she eventually did, I told her the short version. She didn't pity me. She just listened. I think you finally stopped pouring into the wrong cups, she said one night over pasta, and started watering your own roots. I laughed. That sounds like something from one of our books. Maybe, she said, but it's still true. And she was right. In April, I took a week off work to renovate my own house, a project I put off for years because I was always too busy helping someone else with theirs. I painted the walls a deep navy blue. I installed new shelves in the garage. I even built a small fire pit in the backyard. It was the first time my home felt like it truly belonged to me. And still, nothing from Diane or Martin. Lily kept me updated. Diane had tried calling me again, leaving voicemails pretending nothing had happened. Martin had apparently made some sarcastic Facebook post about people who can't take a joke, which Diane liked and commented on with a laughing emoji. They still didn't get it. But it didn't sting the same way anymore. I'd stopped bleeding for people who didn't notice they'd cut me. And then came the moment everything changed again. It was mid-May. I was at a job site, patching drywall in a retired couple's sunroom, when my phone buzzed. Lily. The message was short. They lawyered up. Diane's panicking. I set down my tools and stared at the screen. So, they'd finally opened the second envelope. The real one. The one I'd left with my attorney, to be delivered if I didn't retract the first. I'd warned them. I really had. In the letter they laughed at. In the envelope at Thanksgiving. But they never thought I'd follow through. They thought I was bluffing. But I never bluff. Not when it comes to betrayal. Because they hadn't just mocked my feelings or forgotten my birthday. They'd done something far worse, something I had proof of. And now, the consequences were finally coming. I never wanted revenge. Not in the beginning. That's the part people always get wrong. They think revenge starts with rage, with yelling, with slashed tires and dramatic showdowns. But the truth is, revenge is quiet. It starts with silence. With disappointment, so deep it stops being loud. With a cold kind of clarity, the kind that shows up only after the last person you trusted stops pretending they care. It starts the day you stop asking, why did they do this to me? And start asking, why did I let them? By the time I got Lily's message, they lawyered up. Diane's panicking. I wasn't angry anymore. I was ready. Calm, clear, patient. Because the moment I decided to step out of that garage on my birthday, the moment I left that envelope on the Thanksgiving table, I wasn't walking away from them. I was walking towards something. And I wasn't going to stop halfway. Let me back up, though, to explain the second envelope. The one I'd warned them about. See, the lake house was never just a lake house. It was our parents' legacy. Paid off in the 90s, nestled up against the tree line of a quiet little private lake, with a dock that creaked and a fireplace we all sat around every winter growing up. After Dad died and Mom followed a few years later, The four of us inherited it equally. Diane, Martin, our youngest brother Evan, who lived out of state and rarely visited, and me. At first, we agreed to keep it for family gatherings. But slowly, like everything else in our family, it stopped being ours and started being theirs. Diane took over scheduling. Martin brought friends up there without asking. They claimed they were managing the property, but what they were really doing was using it, often without telling anyone. I can count on one hand how many times I got to visit over the past 5 years. They said I was too busy, that I never asked. The truth? I'd stopped asking because every time I did, I was told the dates were taken, or the plumbing needed repair, which I was then asked to fix, or there was a family thing already planned, one I clearly hadn't been invited to. And I stayed quiet. I kept doing the repairs. I paid for the new water heater. I winterized the pipes every year alone. Once, I drove up in a snowstorm to fix a burst pipe Diane forgot to mention until it was leaking through the guest bedroom ceiling. They called me the caretaker, half joking. Said I should be proud they trusted me with the dirty work. They said things like, "It's just your strength, James. You show love through service." No one ever asked how I wanted to be loved. What they didn't know, what I never told them, was that 3 years ago, Evan and I had a long talk. One of the rare times he flew in. We sat by the fireplace in that same creaky old lake house, watching snow fall, and he said, "James, I hate how they treat you. Always have." I didn't answer at first, just stared into the flames. Then he added, "If you ever decide to sell your share, let me know. I might want to do the same." That planted a seed, not out of spite, not out of greed, but out of the realization that maybe, just maybe, I could take back control of something they'd stolen from me piece by piece. That year, I started documenting everything. Every repair I did, every cost I covered, every holiday I was excluded from. I kept receipts, took photos, recorded phone calls. When I fixed the dock, I saved the invoice for the lumber. When I installed new locks after Martin claimed he lost his keys again, I saved the bill. I also started asking questions, quietly. I learned that Diane and Martin had been renting out the lake house on weekends, through a private rental site under Diane's husband's name, earning thousands. Never telling me. Never telling Evan. Not a dime split 4 ways. Not even a mention. And that was the betrayal. See, it's one thing to forget someone's birthday. It's another to mock their pain. But to steal from your own brother? That's not just rude. That's criminal. I contacted a real estate attorney. We reviewed the shared deed. Technically, all 4 of us were equal owners. But if I could prove financial abuse, exclusion, and negligence, I could force a petition sale. In plain English, I could force the lake house onto the market unless they bought me out fairly or faced a judge. But I didn't file right away. I waited. Waited until they humiliated me on my birthday. Waited until they mocked my letter. Waited until they made it clear they'd never see me as anything but the family doormat. Then I sent the first envelope, a warning, and when they ignored it, I gave my lawyer the green light to send the second. Now Diane was panicking. Martin was lawyering up. And Evan? Evan was on a plane. He texted me as soon as he landed. They called, begged me to side with them, told them I already signed the affidavit. Let's burn this down. I smiled at that. Evan had always been the quietest of the 4 of us. But when he picked a side, he didn't waver. And he was tired of being left out too. We met at my place that evening. Sat in the backyard near the fire pit I built. He looked around and said, "Looks like you finally got your own piece." I nodded. Took long enough. He pulled out a folder. I printed everything. Timeline. Expenses. Evidence. This thing's airtight. We spent 2 hours reviewing the case. I had the paper trail. He had the affidavit. We had messages, emails, even a voicemail where Diane joked to a friend about squeezing the boys out of the lake house before they catch on. By the time we were done, I wasn't nervous. I was ready. Because this wasn't revenge anymore. This was justice. The next few weeks moved fast. The petition filing went through. A formal notice was sent to Diane and Martin. They had 30 days to agree to a buyout or prepare for court. That's when the calls started. Diane tried sweet-talking me at first. "James, come on. Let's be civil. We're family." Martin tried guilt. "Really, Jimmy? After all we've been through?" Then came the anger, the threats, the tears. "You're tearing this family apart." No, I wasn't. They'd torn it apart the moment they chose profit over people, laughter over loyalty. I was just making sure they didn't get away with it. But I didn't stop there. Remember the group chat they used to mock me? I didn't say a word in it. Not until the day the mediation was scheduled. Then I posted one message. Just one. See you in court. And bring the rental statements. The chat exploded, but I muted it. Instead, I reached out to someone else. The tenants. A few families had rented the house through the private site Diane used. I found them, asked for copies of their contracts, payments, dates, photos. Turns out, one of them was a lawyer himself. He said, "I'm happy to give you a sworn statement. What they did wasn't just sneaky, it's fraud." Perfect. The puzzle pieces clicked into place. And as the court date drew near, I felt steady, like I was finally standing on something solid. Not made of spite, not made of fire, just truth. Evan and I made a pact. No yelling, no drama. We'd walk in, speak clearly, and let the evidence speak for us. But I'll be honest, part of me hoped, just hoped, to see the look on Diane's face when she realized the doormat grew teeth. When she realized the family punching bag finally hit back. And this time, it wouldn't be a joke. The courtroom wasn't what I expected. No grand chandeliers. No raised voices or slamming gavels. Just beige walls, squeaky chairs, and the low hum of a ceiling fan that might have been installed in the 80s. But I wasn't there for the decor. I was there for the reckoning. Evan and I sat on one side of the long conference table. Across from us, Diane had come overdressed, hair sprayed within an inch of its life, pearl earrings, and that same holier-than-thou look she'd worn since we were kids. Martin, on the other hand, looked like he'd just come from the golf course. Button-down shirt, half-tucked, sunglasses on his head, still trying to charm his way through life. Their lawyer, some stiff man in a gray suit with a Bluetooth headset clipped to his collar, looked annoyed from the second he walked in. I got the impression they'd already tried to spin the whole thing in their favor, and it hadn't worked. Not with the paperwork we'd submitted. Not with the recorded voicemail. Not with the receipts, emails, contracts, and tenant statements. The judge, a no-nonsense woman in her 60s, got right to the point. "Mr. James," she said, flipping through the thick stack of documents my attorney provided. "You're requesting a partition sale of the jointly owned lake property, citing financial exploitation and mismanagement by your co-owners. Is that correct?" "Yes, Your Honor." "And you've declined the buyout offer they submitted?" I nodded. "Because it wasn't close to fair market value, and they profited off the property for years without disclosure." The judge turned to Diane and Martin. "Would you like to respond?" Diane launched into a speech about family, tradition, emotional value. Martin added a few quips about miscommunication and harmless mistakes. But the judge wasn't having it. She held up one of the tenant contracts. "This says you received $1,200 for a weekend rental last April. Neither Mr. James nor Mr. Evan received a share of that income." Silence. Then Diane muttered, "We were managing it. We didn't think." "That's the problem," the judge cut in. "You didn't think." What followed was 30 minutes of their lawyer fumbling through justifications while our lawyer calmly laid out the timeline. Every unapproved rental. Every repair I paid for. Every ignored request to use the house. The judge's expression grew tighter with every document presented. Finally, she looked at the two of them and said, "I don't see a case here. What I see is financial misconduct and a clear pattern of exclusion. Unless the petitioners are compensated with a buyout equal to fair market value, plus damages for unpaid rental income, I'm granting a forced sale." Diane's mouth dropped. "You can't be serious." Martin leaned forward. "This is our family's legacy." The judge didn't flinch. "Then perhaps you should have treated your family like family." And just like that, it was done. They had 30 days to make a buyout offer, an honest one, or the lake house would go on the market. Publicly, at a price neither of them could afford alone. When we walked out of the courthouse, Evan turned to me and grinned. That was better than fireworks. I didn't smile. Not yet. I needed to see it through. And I did. They tried to stall, offered us a pittance, even claimed we were emotionally blackmailing them. But the evidence stood. Our attorney filed the final paperwork, and the house went up for sale 6 weeks later. It sold in 4 days. $742,000. After closing costs and legal fees, Evan and I each received a check for just over $170,000. Diane and Martin got the same, but not before the judge ordered them to pay back a combined $36,000 in unshared rental profits, which, of course, came out of their end. Evan and I didn't have to lift a finger. The day the wire hit my account, I sat in my backyard and stared at my phone. I thought I'd feel triumph. Vindication. What I felt was clean, like a slate finally wiped down after years of graffiti. Lily came by that night with a bottle of wine. We sat by the fire pit, and she raised a glass. To dignity, she said, and to not letting people walk over you just because they share your DNA. I laughed. I'll drink to that. The fallout came fast. Diane stopped speaking to me, which, frankly, felt like a gift. Martin tried one last dig online, some passive-aggressive post about greedy relatives, but nobody bit. Not after the truth came out. Turns out, a few of their friends had rented the house too. And suddenly, they were asking awkward questions. Reputation matters when you live in a small town. Diane and Martin learned that the hard way. I took a portion of the money and invested it back into second fix home services. Upgraded my tools. Branded my van. Built a small website. Business boomed. Carla, remember her from book club? Started helping me with scheduling and admin work. Then one day, she kissed me on the porch before leaving and said, "You know, James, it's nice to see you standing tall." We've been together ever since. Lily framed a photo of the lake house just before we sold it and wrote in the corner, "Goodbye to what they stole. Hello to what you built." I hung it in my office. As for Diane and Martin, I haven't heard from them since. But sometimes, when I drive past the courthouse or glance at that photo, I think about the man I used to be. The one who grilled burgers in a garage while people laughed at his name on a cake. The one who took the picture but was never in it. And I smile, because that man's gone. And in his place stands someone who finally knows what he's worth. The best revenge isn't anger. It's becoming someone they can't ignore because they no longer have access to you. My name's Tyler, I'm 29, and if I'm being honest, I've always felt like the odd one out in my family. Not because I'm some black sheep or wildly rebellious, just because I don't really fit into their idea of what family is supposed to be. I'm not loud, I don't drink like a frat bro, and I don't think group sarcasm counts as emotional bonding. Still, every year I try. I show up to birthdays, sit through the awkward small talk, and contribute to the family group chat, even though half the time I feel like I'm texting into a void. It's always been like this. I'm Tyler the overthinker, or Tyler the buzzkill, depending on who you ask. My older brother Kyle once said I could find something negative to say about Disneyland, and everyone laughed like it was the funniest thing ever. What they don't realize is, I don't complain, I explain. I ask questions. I like structure. But in my family, if you're not just nodding and going along, you're difficult. Anyway, this all started about a month ago. I noticed the family group chat had gone a little quiet. Not unusual, honestly. We usually only get bursts of activity when someone wants money for a birthday party or is trying to plan a group event. So when the chat suddenly lit up with beach emojis and messages like "can't wait" and "gonna be lit," I was confused. I scrolled up, thinking maybe I missed something. But there was no mention of planning, no voting on dates. No, "Hey Tyler, are you free this weekend?" Just pure celebration. My cousin Megan even posted a picture of a massive beachfront Airbnb with the caption, "Look what I booked." Now, here's the thing, I work remotely. I make good money. And for the last few years, I've been the one footing the bill for our family get-togethers. Not because I was asked, but because when I didn't offer, I'd get those backhanded comments like, "Some of us don't have tech jobs," or "Not everyone can afford avocado toast and therapy tie." I never complained. I just paid. So, seeing that they'd booked this trip without even mentioning it to me, that stung. I didn't say anything at first. I just watched the chat roll on with sunscreen recommendations, carpool plans, jokes about who was going to burn first. For a full day, I said nothing. Then, out of nowhere, I got a text from my sister. Not even in the group chat, just a side text. It read, "Hey, just a heads up, we figured you wouldn't be into the trip. Didn't want the planning to stress you out like last time. You can still come if you want, but we figured you'd just complain like always." I just stared at the screen for a while. Complain like always. That line stuck to me like gum on the bottom of my shoe. Last time, I asked about splitting the cost fairly and suggested a better location with less traffic. That was me complaining. I didn't respond. I didn't trust myself not to say something I'd regret. Instead, I took a deep breath and went back to the chat. I scrolled all the way back up to the original post with the Airbnb listing. And that's when I saw it. The reservation had been made using my Airbnb account. Now, a few years back, I let Megan use my account to book a birthday cabin. She said she didn't want to create her own and asked if she could just use mine. I didn't think much of it. I trusted her. But apparently, she never logged out. She just kept using it. And because the charges always went to the family card I set up for group events, one I created back when we tried splitting costs for a ski trip, no one questioned it. I opened my Airbnb dashboard. Sure enough, there it was. A 7-day beach reservation under my name, paid with the family card, which I fund, all without a word to me. And the worst part? No one thought to mention it. They didn't even try to lie and say I'd been included. They just decided I wouldn't want to go, and then used my account and money anyway. I don't remember feeling angry. Not right away. Just deeply, deeply tired. Tired of always being the one who just overreacts whenever I point out how messed up something is. Tired of being told I should lighten up while they quietly cross line after line, expecting me to play along. I didn't respond to Megan. I didn't text anyone. I didn't blow up the group chat. I waited. I waited for 3 weeks as they gushed over which floaties to bring and who would bring the best snacks. I even answered when someone asked if the family card was still active for groceries, just to keep appearances. I waited until the very last day before the cancellation window closed. Then, I canceled the entire reservation. No warning. No drama. Just one click. I didn't even have to explain it to Airbnb, because technically, it was my account and my money. And the second it processed, I removed the family card from the account entirely. Then I sent one single message to the group chat. No anger. No accusation. Just, trips canceled. I'll let you all complain this time. That was this morning. By noon, I had 14 missed calls, 2 voice messages from my mom in full meltdown mode, and a group chat that was now exploding with frantic messages like, "What the heck? Who canceled this?" And Tyler? Kyle texted me directly asking if I'd lost my mind. Megan, to her credit, hasn't said a word yet. Probably still trying to figure out how I found out. I haven't answered anyone. Not yet. But I'm sitting here with my phone buzzing every few seconds, watching the chaos unfold. And for the first time in a long time, I don't feel like the odd one out. I feel in control. And that's when the doorbell rings. I look up from my phone, confused, because no one ever just shows up unannounced. But when I open the door, it's my mom. Now, to be clear, my mom showing up at my apartment is about as rare as snow in July. She hates driving in the city, says my place is too modern, and always complains that my building smells like chemicals. So we're standing on my doorstep, sunglasses still on, arms crossed over a floral beach tote. Isn't just surprising. It's surreal. She doesn't wait for me to say anything. "We need to talk," she says sharply, like she's the one holding the moral high ground. Then, without waiting for an invitation, she brushes past me and walks inside like she owns the place. I shut the door slowly behind her. My apartment is spotless, because I'd just done laundry and vacuumed the night before, but she still manages to wrinkle her nose like I'd left raw chicken out on the floor. I stay silent as she circles my kitchen like she's inspecting it, then finally turns to me, placing her bag on the counter like she's moving in. "Tyler," she begins, tone tight. "What exactly is going on?" Megan said the Airbnb got canceled. "The trip is tomorrow." I fold my arms, leaning back against the counter. "You're asking me that?" She blinks like I've spoken in another language. "Yes, of course I'm asking you. The reservation was under your account, wasn't it?" "Yup," I say. "It was." She shifts. "Well, then, why would you do something so childish? Everyone's panicking. Your aunt already took the whole week off, and Kyle's kids were so excited." I stare at her for a beat before responding. "And you all decided I wouldn't be invited because..." She rolls her eyes. "Oh, come on, Tyler. You always get stressed with these things. You never want to go. You pick apart the logistics, and then you end up just sitting in a chair on your phone. We figured we'd spare you the hassle. That's all." "You mean you figured you'd make a decision about me, for me, without actually speaking to me?" "Don't twist my words," she snaps. "You always do this. You always act like you're being excluded, like you're some martyr, when all we've ever tried to do is make things easier for you." I can't help but laugh at that short, humorless. Easier for me? By using my account? My money? Booking a whole trip and not even telling me until after it was paid for? "Well, Megan didn't think you'd mind." "Oh, Megan didn't think I'd mind?" I repeat, voice rising slightly. "Megan used my Airbnb login from 2 years ago, booked a $4,000 house on a card that I fund, didn't tell me, And you're seriously here trying to make it sound like I'm the problem? She bristles. You didn't have to cancel the reservation. You could have come. We said you could still come. After I found out by accident, I cut in. After the group chat had already been making plans for 2 days. After Megan texted me that you all figured I'd complain like always. That's what this is really about, isn't it? You've all made up your minds about me, so I'm just the ATM with the bad attitude. She flinches at that, visibly, then softens. Tyler, honey, that's not how we see you. I raise an eyebrow. Really? There's a beat of silence. Then she quietly says, well, maybe we haven't always included you the way we should have. That's the closest thing I've gotten to an apology from her in a decade. But it still feels hollow. Like someone caught doing something wrong, not someone who's genuinely sorry. I walk over to the fridge, take out a bottle of water, and pop the cap. So now what? I ask, glancing at her over the rim. You expect me to rebook it? Cover it again? Act like nothing happened. Her lips purse tightly. Tyler, you know they won't be able to afford something that nice last minute. The cancellation ruined everything. Everyone's upset. Kyle's kids were crying. I'm not responsible for everyone else's choices, I say. You all made it clear I wasn't part of this trip. You made your plans. Now deal with the fallout. She glares at me like I've slapped her. This is your family, Tyler. I look her straight in the eye. And maybe my family should have remembered that before treating me like I wasn't. She stands still for a moment, just watching me, like she's trying to figure out what to say next. But I think she finally realizes there's nothing left to say. Without another word, she picks up her floral tote and walks slowly toward the door. As she opens it, she turns slightly over her shoulder. They're going to be really hurt. I nod once. Maybe next time, they'll think before they use someone and leave them out. The door closes with a soft click. I sit back down at my desk. My phone's still buzzing. Dozens of unread messages from Kyle, from Megan, from cousins who hadn't spoken to me in months suddenly pretending like they're just checking in. But I don't answer. Instead, I log into the Airbnb account, change the password, and permanently delete the family payment method. Just in case. And right as I'm about to close my laptop, a message pops up from my brother. One sentence. We need to talk. In person. I stare at it for a long time, fingers hovering over the keyboard. Then, just as I'm about to reply, there's another knock at the door. The knock this time is heavier. Not urgent exactly, but firm, like whoever's behind it isn't planning on leaving until I open. I glance at my phone again. Still no reply from me. Still a dozen texts. Kyle's last message sits at the top of the screen. We need to talk. In person. Of course it's him. I walk to the door slowly, not entirely sure what version of my brother is waiting on the other side. The charming one who schmoozes his way through work meetings and family dinners? Or the one who once called me emotionally constipated in front of a group of strangers because I didn't want to do karaoke at his birthday? I open the door, and sure enough, it's Kyle. Shirt wrinkled, holding an iced coffee, looking like he's trying really hard to pretend he's not upset. His sunglasses are perched on his head, and he gives me a tight, fake smile. Hey, he says. I don't move. Hey, can I come in? I sigh, step aside, and let him in. He walks in like he owns the place, just like Mom did. Straight to the kitchen, doesn't ask. He sets the coffee on the counter and leans against it, arms folded. For a moment, he says nothing. Then, you didn't have to do that, man. I closed the door behind him. Yeah, I did. No, seriously. You could have just talked to us. Instead, you blew everything up. I raise an eyebrow. Talk to you? You mean the same people who planned an entire beach trip without me and only remembered I existed when the Airbnb confirmation showed my name? He exhales through his nose. Okay, yeah, that wasn't great. But Megan was the one handling it. And you always make things complicated. I tilt my head. Complicated? He nods like he's making some grand point. Yeah, you overthink everything. You ask questions no one wants to answer. You make every plan feel like a board meeting. We just wanted this to be chill, you know? You wanted it to be chill, I repeat. So you left me out and spent my money. That wasn't the plan, he says quickly. Megan didn't realize the card was still connected. She just thought it was an old account. And by the time we figured it out, we assumed you'd say no anyway, like always. You assumed. You didn't ask. You didn't include. You didn't even pretend. Kyle groans and runs a hand through his hair. Why does it always have to be so dramatic with you? I laugh, short and bitter. You think I'm being dramatic? You're the ones panicking because your free vacation disappeared. I'm the one who's been sidelined and gaslit like that's somehow my fault. He glares at me. Don't throw around words you don't even understand. Oh, I understand perfectly, I snap. I understand that you all use me when it's convenient. I understand that you rely on my money but treat me like an outsider. I understand that the moment I draw a boundary, I become the problem. Kyle stares at me for a beat. Then his tone shifts. Cold. Calculated. So what? You're just gonna ice us out over this. Depends, I say. Are you here to apologize? Or to guilt trip me into fixing your mess? His jaw tightens. I'm here to find a solution. I shake my head. Then you're still not getting it. He steps closer, suddenly more intense. Do you even care what this is doing to the family? Aunt Jen's threatening to cancel Thanksgiving now. Everyone's pointing fingers. You're turning everything into chaos. No, I say quietly. You did that. When you decided I was just the wallet with legs. Kyle goes silent. I let it hang for a second. Let him sit in it. He's not used to me pushing back. Not like this. I can see it in his eyes. He expected me to cave. To say fine, I'll book something else. To apologize for making things difficult. But I don't. Instead, I walk to the counter, pick up his untouched coffee, and hand it to him. I think we're done here. He takes it reluctantly. His jaw works like he wants to say something else, something cutting, probably, but then he just turns toward the door. I'll tell them you said no, he mutters. I shrug. Tell them whatever helps you sleep. He walks out without another word. This time, I don't even wait for the door to fully close before locking it. I stand there for a while, heart pounding not from fear, but from adrenaline. It feels like something's cracked open inside me. Some pressure valve I didn't even realize had been tightened for years. And just when I think it's all over, that I can finally sit down and let the dust settle, my phone buzzes again. This time, it's not from the group chat. It's from Grandpa. Just 2 words, call me. And suddenly, everything shifts. Because Grandpa never texts, never calls. He's old school, landline and letter in the mail old school. And if he's getting involved, this might be far from over. I stared at the message for a long time. Call me. Coming from anyone else, it wouldn't have made my stomach sink. But Grandpa? He doesn't do drama. He doesn't involve himself unless it's serious. He's the kind of man who will sit through 3 screaming matches at Thanksgiving without blinking, then calmly say something like, pass the gravy. If he's reaching out, it means something's gone too far. Or, more likely, he thinks I've gone too far. I sat on the edge of my couch, phone in hand, thumb hovering over the dial button. There was a time when I looked up to him more than anyone. He'd been a quiet force in the family, a man of very few words, but those words always landed hard. I used to spend summers at his lake house when I was a kid. Those were some of the few moments where I actually felt seen, heard. Not the butt of some passive-aggressive joke, not the uptight one. Just me. I don't know when that changed. Maybe it didn't. Maybe I did. I took a breath and pressed call. He picked up on the first ring. Tyler. His voice was the same as always, low, slow, deliberate. Hey, Grandpa. Long pause. Then, what's going on? I assume you heard, I said, trying not to sound defensive. About the beach trip. The cancellation. I did, he said evenly. From your mother, your uncle, your brother, and your cousin. For different stories, none of them matching. So now I want to hear yours. That stopped me for a second. You actually want my version? Why wouldn't I? He said simply. I sighed, leaned back into the couch, and told him everything. From the moment I saw the beach trip messages, to the text from Megan, to the realization that they'd used my account and my money, all the way to the cancellation and Kyle showing up at my door. He didn't interrupt once. Not even when I vented. Not when I repeated how it felt to be left out, or how sick I was of being included only when there was a bill to pay. He just listened. And when I was done, the silence on the other end of the line stretched on for what felt like a full minute. Then, finally, you were right to cancel it. I blinked. Wait, what? You were right, he repeated. They used you. They didn't tell you. And when you called it out, they acted like you were the one who betrayed them. That's not family, that's opportunism. I felt something in my chest loosen. I hadn't even realized I was holding my breath. Thanks, I said quietly. But he added, they're not going to see it that way. Not for a long time, if ever. I know. Are you okay with that? I paused, then nodded, even though he couldn't see me. Yeah, I think I am. We talked a bit longer. He didn't pressure me to make peace, didn't ask me to call them back or offer to fix anything. Just told me he was proud I stood up for myself. That was more than I'd heard from anyone in my family in years. When we finally hung up, I just sat there, letting the quiet fill the room. It felt different now. Not lonely, peaceful. The next few days were a circus, as expected. The family group chat turned into a soap opera. Passive-aggressive messages, guilt-tripping, and of course, the dramatic victim playing. Megan finally piped up, claiming she didn't think I'd care, and that she only used my account because it was already set up and she was in a rush. My mom asked if I was happy now that everyone's summer is ruined. Cal sent a string of furious texts about how you always have to make everything about you, which was rich coming from the guy who once threw a tantrum because I didn't clap loud enough at his promotion dinner. I didn't respond to any of it. Eventually, I muted the group chat. A week later, I got a card in the mail. A real card, handwritten. From Grandpa. Proud of you. Don't let the noise make you doubt your voice. Come visit the lake house sometime. Just you and me. I've got a new fishing rod with your name on it. I smiled for what felt like the first time in weeks. It reminded me of those quiet summers again. How safe and still everything felt back then. How much I missed it. That weekend, I drove out to the lake. He met me at the dock with 2 chairs, 2 rods, and 2 root beers in glass bottles. We didn't say much. Didn't need to. Just cast our lines into the water and sat in the quiet. At one point, he looked over at me and said, "You know, I think you're the only one in this family who's figured it out." Figured what out? That you don't owe people anything just because you share a name. That stuck with me. And slowly, over the next few months, something changed. I stopped responding to their drama. Stopped funding family events. Canceled the old family credit card and let them figure it out. I even took a short vacation of my own, solo trip to the mountains. No itinerary. No forced laughter. Just me, fresh air, and the sound of wind through the trees. A few relatives reached out sporadically. Megan sent a text on my birthday that said, "Hope you're doing well. Miss you." I replied with a simple, "Thanks." Cal tried to call once, then never again. My mom still hasn't spoken to me since the day she walked out of my apartment. And I'm okay with that. For the first time in my life, I'm not trying to squeeze myself into a version of family that never really made room for me. I'm not funding my own mistreatment, not bending over backwards to be included in a group that only sees me as useful when I'm quiet and paying. I'm just me. And I've finally decided that's enough. No more beach trips. No more group chats filled with fake laughs and real jabs. Just real connections. Real respect. Real peace. And the occasional weekend at Grandpa's lake house, where, for once, I don't feel like I have to explain why I belong. I'm Jake. I'm 39, a single dad of 2, and until recently, I thought I was the kind of guy who didn't need recognition to do the right thing. I believed in family, in showing up, in being reliable, even when no one clapped for it. I quietly helped when people needed help, never expecting a thank you card or a parade. I thought that if I kept being the dependable one, eventually, it would be noticed, or maybe just respected. I was wrong. The story I'm about to tell started years ago, but the real unraveling, the part that made me realize just how entitled and selfish my own family could be, happened last month at my birthday dinner. Before that night, I had already spent years brushing off snide comments, biting my tongue during family events, and covering more emergencies than I could count. But that night flipped something in me. And once it flipped, I couldn't flip it back. My older brother, Greg, is 43 and has always had this self-appointed title of family man. He's the kind of guy who wants praise for basic decency. Helped dad change a tire once. He'll bring it up every holiday. Babysat someone's kid for an hour. He'll want an engraved trophy. Meanwhile, I was just there. Always there. I picked up the phone when my sister needed someone to drive her drunk ex home at midnight. I canceled dates to stay with my niece when Greg's wife had a hospital emergency. I paid for repairs on my parents' roof when no one else stepped up. And I didn't say a word. That was the problem. I didn't say a word. I think that silence made me invisible to them. And when people don't see you, they don't think twice before stepping all over you. Now, Greg has 3 kids. I have 2. We live in the same town, just about 10 minutes apart. My ex moved across the state years ago and barely sees our sons. So I've been raising them full-time, juggling work, school drop-offs, soccer practices, and keeping a roof over our heads. Greg and his wife, meanwhile, hit some rough patches. They fell behind on their mortgage multiple times. Their car got repoed once. His wife lost her job, and he picked up side gigs that never seemed to last more than a few months. Each time, there was a new excuse. The job market's rough, or it's just temporary. And each time, I helped. I didn't wave it in anyone's face. I didn't sit him down and say, "Here's the receipt for the time I bailed you out again." I just helped. Quietly. I covered the difference on their mortgage when the bank sent final notices. I paid to get their minivan back when they had no way to get their kids to school. I sent anonymous money orders when their lights got shut off. And when his car finally broke down for good, I offered to drive his kids along with mine every morning and afternoon. Same school anyway. I added their names to the pickup list, rearranged my schedule, and just made it work. For almost 2 years, I was the school chauffeur. 5 days a week. Rain or shine. I never made it a big deal. Greg always said thanks in passing, and that was enough for me. Or at least I thought it was. The first real hint that something was off came last Christmas. Greg pulled me aside after dinner, right when everyone was starting to open gifts. He patted me on the back like he was about to give a heart-to-heart and said, "Hey, I noticed you didn't bring anything for my kids this year." His tone was joking on the surface, but his eyes weren't. I blinked, a little stunned, and said, "I thought the Nintendo bundle I gave you guys last month was their present." Which it was. It had cost me almost $500. I had installed it myself. Greg just kind of smirked and said, "Oh, right. I guess I thought that was more of a family thing." A family thing. I didn't even know what that meant. But I laughed it off. I had to, with everyone around. I told myself he was tired, stressed, that he didn't mean it the way it sounded. But after that, things started to feel different. I started noticing how often my help got twisted into something transactional. Like it was expected, not appreciated. My mom, who usually played referee, started making passive comments about how lucky I was to be single and not have to support a whole family like Greg. My sister said once that Greg sacrificed so much and deserved more support. I wanted to scream. Hadn't I been supporting them all? Then came my birthday. My younger son had wanted to throw me a little dinner. Just a few family members, at this Italian place I loved downtown. He even asked the staff ahead of time if we could use their projector for a slideshow of pictures he'd made. Just something sweet. That kid is 10 and has more emotional intelligence than most adults I know. So we booked the back room. I invited my parents, Greg and his wife, my sister, a couple cousins. Nothing fancy, just a family meal. Or so I thought. The night started off fine. The slideshow made me tear up, and my son was beaming when everyone clapped. We ordered food, made small talk. Greg seemed unusually quiet, though, until dessert. That's when it happened. The waitress had just set down the cake, chocolate with caramel drizzle, and everyone was mid-laughter when Greg stood up. He held a manila folder in one hand like he was about to read out a toast. I thought he was going to embarrass me with some childhood story. I even smiled. He cleared his throat and said, "Jake, happy birthday. I know you like things neat and organized, so I put this together for you." He slid the folder across the table toward me. I opened it. Inside were printed invoices. Dozens of them. Dated and itemized. Rides to school, $10 per day x 146 days. Late pickup fees. Missed work hours. All neatly tallied. Total due, $14,600. I looked up, thinking it had to be a joke. Greg chuckled. "Figured I'd do the math since you love spreadsheets. That's just for last year. I didn't even count the early mornings." Someone snorted. Then my sister burst out laughing. "Oh my God, are you serious?" she said, nudging Greg's arm. He shrugged. "Hey, gas isn't free. Neither is time." The whole table was laughing. Except me. I didn't laugh. I looked down at the folder again, then back up at Greg, who was already raising his wine glass like he'd just delivered the punchline of the year. But I wasn't amused. Because what they didn't know, what none of them had known until that very moment, was that I had my own receipts. Years worth. And I'd finally had enough of pretending I didn't. I reached into my jacket pocket. My fingers brushed against the flash drive I'd been carrying around for weeks, tucked in the inside pocket of my jacket. It was supposed to be for something else entirely, a quiet conversation I'd planned to have with my mom. A last-ditch effort to help her see what had been happening all these years. But as I stared at Greg, still grinning smugly with his wine glass raised like he was the king of comedy, something shifted in me. I could feel it. Not anger, not yet. It was colder than that. It was the kind of clarity that comes right before the storm. I didn't say anything. Not yet. I tucked the flash drive back into my pocket slowly, closed the folder, and placed it neatly back on the table. "Thanks," I said softly, looking him dead in the eyes. "That's very thorough." He blinked. I figured you'd appreciate the details. Oh, I do, I replied, voice steady. I really do. The table laughed again, thinking I was playing along. My mom was wiping tears from her eyes, saying, Jake, don't be so serious. You know Greg's just teasing. You always take things so personally. I nodded. Sure, just a joke. Got it. But inside, something cracked. Not shattered, cracked. Like a hairline fracture that had been forming over years of being the backup plan, the emotional punching bag, the invisible support beam, holding up a collapsing structure no one ever thanked. After dinner, I drove home in silence. My sons were already with my neighbor. I'd arranged for them to stay the night, since it was supposed to be my relaxing birthday evening. That didn't happen. I poured a glass of whiskey, sat down at my computer, and opened the folder Greg had given me again. I scanned through every line item, every invented charge. Waiting in traffic, $400. Missed work from morning drop-offs, $2,300. It was absurd. But what really got to me wasn't the number. It was the entitlement behind it. The audacity to hand me that folder with a smile, to put a price tag on the one thing I had done out of kindness, because I didn't want his kids to suffer for their parents' irresponsibility. That folder wasn't a joke. It was a message. I owe you. That's how he saw it. That I owed him. That was the night I realized I didn't have a family. Not really. I had dependents with shared DNA who saw me as a utility, not a brother or a son. Just a guy with a wallet and a car and no one to hold him back from bailing them out. The next day, I didn't answer calls. I needed space. I needed to think. But the universe wasn't done piling it on. 3 days later, my mom called. She left a voicemail I listened to twice because I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Hi, honey. I just wanted to talk to you about your brother. He's feeling kind of hurt that you didn't laugh with the rest of us the other night. You know how he jokes around. He was just trying to lighten the mood. Anyway, he mentioned you haven't paid him yet for all the school runs, and I think you really should, Jake. He's been under a lot of pressure lately and could use a little help. She paused, then added, I mean, you make more than him, right? It's only fair. Only fair. That phrase echoed in my head like a gunshot. I didn't call her back. Instead, I opened the folder I'd started compiling on my flash drive months ago. I had started it the night I found out Greg's house was about to be auctioned off, and I quietly paid off the $9,700 in back mortgage just to keep his family from becoming homeless. At the time, I'd kept the receipts. Not for leverage, I'm not that kind of person, but just in case. In case someday I needed to explain to someone why I was always too tight on money despite working full-time and living modestly. In case I needed to remind myself that I wasn't crazy, that I was doing more than my fair share. The file had grown over time. $600 for new tires for Greg's car, $3,200 for their HVAC repair, $850 in emergency dental for one of his kids. I'd paid directly to the office. Add to that the $190 here, for $125 there, food, school supplies, utility bills covered anonymously. The grand total was sitting just over $190,000. It was surreal. I read through the list with fresh eyes, each entry no longer just a number, but a little act of self-erasure. A decision I made to prioritize their comfort over mine, over my sons, over my sanity. And they laughed. That's what they did when it was time to celebrate my birthday. They laughed in my face and handed me a bill for my own kindness. 2 days later, I got another voicemail. This time from my dad. He was never one for long talks, but this one was nearly 5 minutes. He started off light, asking if I was okay, said mom was worried, then casually dropped the bomb. Greg says you've been holding on to some documents that make him look bad. He mentioned you've been compiling some kind of file or list. Listen, Jake, whatever you're planning, let it go. It's just going to divide the family more. We're supposed to help each other, not keep score. Keep score. Like I hadn't been playing the game alone this whole time. That night, I sat my sons down and asked them how they felt about the school ride setup, if they liked driving with their cousins, if they felt like it worked for them. My youngest said it was okay, but he didn't like when Greg would sometimes make them late because he needed 5 more minutes. My oldest admitted he'd seen Greg yelling at his own kids more than once, and it made him uncomfortable. I made a decision right then and there. I emailed the school the next morning and removed Greg's kids from my authorized pickup list. I didn't call to explain. 3 hours later, Greg texted, "Hey, school says you dropped my kids. What the hell?" I didn't reply. He followed up. You seriously gonna do this over a joke? Grow up, Jake. Then, I'll send you the updated invoice. This time with emotional damage added. That one made me laugh, but not in the way he wanted. Later that week, my mom called again. This time she wasn't gentle. You're creating a wedge in the family, she said. You've always been so sensitive. Why can't you just let things go? Your brother's struggling, and you're making it worse. I tried to stay calm. I really did. Mom, I said, I've covered over $100,000 in his expenses. I never asked for a thank you. But handing me a fake bill in front of everyone? That wasn't a joke. That was a message. And I got it loud and clear. She huffed. You're exaggerating. Greg said it was barely a few thousand for the mortgage, and you were just helping with groceries and stuff. It's not like you saved their lives. I hung up. Because that was the moment. The moment I realized they didn't just take me for granted. They had rewritten history in their own minds. My sacrifices were now anecdotes. My help repackaged as minor gestures, easily forgotten or minimized. The next few days, I kept to myself. Focused on work. Spent time with my kids. But something was shifting. The silence was getting under their skin. Greg showed up at my house a week later. No warning. Just rang the doorbell in the evening, holding that same damn folder. I came to make peace, he said, voice dripping with false humility. Look, maybe I took the joke too far. Fine. I'll waive the fee. Happy. I didn't let him in. I think we're past pretending, I said. You didn't come to apologize. You came to shut me up. He stiffened. Excuse me. I stepped outside, closed the door behind me. You're afraid I'll tell people the truth. About the mortgage, the car, the utilities. His face went pale. I have every receipt, I said calmly. Every email, every bank transfer, every notarized payment record. He laughed nervously. You're bluffing. I didn't respond. Just looked him in the eye for a long, uncomfortable second. Then I said, I'm planning something, Greg. You'll know when it happens. And I walked back inside. That was the breaking point. That was the moment I stopped being the quiet, dependable little brother and became something else entirely. I wish I could say that moment with Greg, shutting the door in his face, telling him I was planning something. Felt triumphant. That I walked away with my head high, fireworks in the distance, and a new sense of power coursing through me. But that's not what happened. The truth is, I closed the door, leaned against it, and just stood there. My hands were shaking. My stomach churned. I felt sick. Not from guilt. I had nothing to feel guilty for, but from the sudden weight of everything that had been building for years pressing down on me all at once. I wasn't used to saying no. I wasn't used to being seen. Not like that. And now that I had drawn a line, the fallout started almost immediately. The next day, I got a call from my sister, Erin. Her voice was already sharp when I picked up. Jake, what the hell is going on? I stayed silent, waiting. Greg said you threatened him. That you're trying to destroy his family. That you're... What did he say? Digging up dirt to make him look bad in front of everyone. What is wrong with you? I took a breath. I didn't threaten him. I told him the truth. I've kept quiet for years while he treated my help like an allowance he was owed. I've given, and he decided to mock me in front of the whole family. She scoffed. Oh, come on. It was a joke. It wasn't a joke, I said. And even if it wasn't funny. Not to me. Not to my kids. She sighed like I was the difficult one. Jake, this is going to ruin the family. Don't make things worse. Click. I didn't have it in me to keep the conversation going. I was too tired. And it didn't stop there. I started getting cold shoulders in the family group chat. My mom posted a vague status on Facebook about loyalty and forgiveness, and half my aunts commented things like, family is everything, and some people forget who was there for them first. I hadn't said a word publicly, but Greg was already painting the narrative. He was good at that. The next week was quiet. Unsettlingly quiet. I kept my head down, worked late, picked my kids up from school, tried to keep things normal. But even my boys noticed. Are we still going to Uncle Greg's house this weekend? My youngest asked one morning. No, I said. Not for a while. Did you guys have a fight? I hesitated. We're just taking a break from each other. That's all. He nodded slowly, but I could see the wheels turning in his head. Even at 10, he understood more than most adults gave him credit for. The real unraveling happened 2 weeks later. My parents hosted their annual spring barbecue. It was something we did every year. Huge backyard setup, grill running all day, kids playing soccer in the grass, old music playing through my dad's busted stereo. I hadn't missed one since I was 21. I wasn't invited. No call. No text. No mention in the group chat. Nothing. I found out through my cousin Melissa, who texted me a photo of the setup. My dad flipping burgers, Greg and his wife laughing, Erin sipping wine with her fiancé. The caption just said, "Didn't think you were coming this year?" I stared at the photo for a long time. It was the first time I really felt it. Not just the betrayal, but the exile. Like they'd closed the gates and locked me out. Not just for that day. Maybe for good. I didn't cry. I didn't rage. But that night, after the boys went to bed, I sat on the couch in the dark, holding a warm beer and feeling hollow. Like the years I spent holding up this family had been some long, elaborate con, and I was the only one who hadn't been in on the joke. I don't know how long I sat there. An hour? 2. Long enough for the beer to go flat and warm in my hand. Long enough to realize that maybe, just maybe, I'd never been part of the family the way I thought I was. That was the fall. That was the bottom. And then, slowly, came the rise. It didn't start with some grand plan or overnight revelation. It started with the smallest thing, a choice. I turned off notifications for the family group chat. I archived it, muted it. That's simple. And then I did something else. I opened a new document on my laptop and titled it, "What I Want." I stared at the blinking cursor for a long time. And then I started typing. I want peace. I want my kids to grow up without being guilt-tripped by people who only show up when they need something. I want to stop pretending that loyalty means obedience. I want boundaries. I want freedom. I wrote for hours. And by the time I stopped, I felt lighter. Like I'd emptied a suitcase I didn't realize I was dragging behind me. That weekend, I started cleaning house. Not literally, though I did finally fix the leaky faucet in the kitchen. I mean emotionally, digitally, spiritually. I sorted through years of emails, bills, and transfers. I made copies of every payment I'd ever made for Greg and his family. I labeled everything. I filed it neatly into folders, both digital and physical. Not out of spite, out of clarity. I needed to see what I had done. And then I started putting that same energy into myself. I'd always had a side project I played around with in the evenings, an app for managing school pickups and carpools. It started as a joke with my sons, something to organize our weekly chaos. But the more I worked on it, the more useful it became. I started refining it, coding features, building a clean interface. And now, with the silence from my family ringing loud and clear, I had the time and motivation to take it seriously. I pulled late nights, built out the back end, taught myself new development tools. I created a beta version. I started reaching out to local parent groups, asking for feedback. I launched a small test group. The response was better than I expected. A few weeks in, a mom from the PDA asked if she could share it with her network. A month later, I got my first licensing offer from a district rep. I wasn't aiming to get rich. I just wanted to build something that worked, something that mattered. But the money started coming anyway. Steady, clean, earned. And for the first time in years, I felt a strange, almost foreign feeling, pride. Not the kind you fake at family dinners while someone else gets the credit. Real pride. Quiet. Rooted. My boys noticed the difference too. "You're smiling more," my oldest said one night, out of nowhere. "Yeah." I asked. "Yeah, I like it." He didn't know what that meant to me. How those words hit harder than any praise I'd gotten in the last decade. We started doing more together, weekend trips, game nights, just sitting around and talking. Without the constant weight of family guilt hanging over me, I had room to breathe, to be present, to actually enjoy my own life. I even joined a local dads group, something I never thought I'd do. We met once a month for coffee and talked about parenting, work, boundaries. It felt weird at first, opening up to strangers, but it helped, more than I expected. One night, during a meeting, I shared a little of what had happened with my family. Not the full saga, just the basics. One of the guys, a retired lawyer named Steve, leaned forward and said, "You kept records?" I nodded. He smiled. "Good. Keep them. You never know when you'll need to remind people what reality looks like." I did. And I waited. Because while I was rebuilding myself, something else was crumbling in the background. Greg's life. I started hearing whispers through mutual friends. His wife had quit her job again. Their mortgage was past due. The car that I'd once helped retrieve had been repossessed again. The school sent out a notice about tardiness, and his name was mentioned in the PDA newsletter, not kindly. The difference this time? I wasn't there to catch the fall. And they noticed. Because when the safety net disappears, people start to panic. especially people who think they're entitled to it. The final straw? It came in the form of a text message from Greg, after weeks of silence. No hello. No how are you. Just, you really gonna let your own niece and nephew get kicked out of their house? And that was when I knew. He didn't learn a thing. He still thought I was the backup plan. Still thought I'd come crawling back with a checkbook and a smile. But I wasn't the same Jake anymore. The Jake who said yes to everything? He was gone. Greg's text sat there on my phone screen like a loose match dropped into dry grass. You really gonna let your own niece and nephew get kicked out of their house? He had no idea how that sentence would ignite everything. For years, I'd let things slide. I let jokes pass. I let my family's twisted view of fairness go unchecked. I had carried everyone else's burdens while quietly breaking beneath them. But I was done being the mule. The moment I read that message, not a question, not a plea, but an accusation, something inside me clicked into place. Not out of spite, out of clarity. Greg wasn't reaching out to make peace. He was pressing the same button he always had, guilt. And the problem was, that button didn't work anymore. Instead, I opened my laptop and pulled up a document I'd started weeks ago, right after the birthday dinner. It had a simple title, The Ledger. It was a comprehensive breakdown of everything I'd ever paid for, helped with, or cleaned up over the years for my family, particularly for Greg. But it wasn't just money anymore. I started including time, labor, lost opportunities, missed vacations, and used PTO I burned driving his kids around or waiting in his driveway when he needed a minute. I wasn't inflating numbers. I backed everything with proof, receipts, timestamps, emails, all logged, categorized, and cross-verified. I wasn't building a petty invoice. I was preparing evidence. I backed it all up in 3 places, a hard drive in a fireproof box, cloud storage under a different account, and an encrypted flash drive that I carried on me almost every day. Not because I was paranoid, because I was thorough. But a document, no matter how solid, doesn't speak for itself. So I started speaking. I didn't go nuclear, not yet. I started with quiet conversations. Strategic ones. First was my cousin Melissa, the one who texted me from the barbecue. I invited her for coffee and laid it out. Not everything, just enough. She knew about some of Greg's struggles, of course. But she had no idea the extent of my involvement. The debt I'd erased. The time I'd lost. By the time I showed her just a portion of the ledger, her eyes were wide. He made it sound like you abandoned them, she said quietly. I did, I replied. But only after carrying them for years. Melissa wasn't just a cousin. She was the one who ran the extended family group chats, who organized holiday meals, who quietly pulled the strings for almost every get-together. I didn't ask her to pick sides. I just gave her the truth. Next was Steve, the retired lawyer from the dad's group. I brought the flash drive to our next meeting. He looked through the files, then leaned back and crossed his arms. You ever think about going public with this? I raised an eyebrow. Public like how? He smiled. Family meeting. Slide deck. Full breakdown. I laughed, but he didn't. I'm serious, he said. These people build a house of cards on your silence. It might be time to blow gently. Not to destroy. To reveal. I didn't commit to it that night. But the idea planted itself in my head like a seed. Later that week, I called the school district's transportation office and asked to speak with the carpool compliance coordinator. I told them I was just following up on a question from earlier in the year about who was authorized to drive Greg's kids and how liability worked if that person wasn't on file. The woman I spoke to was kind but firm. We have no record of Mr. Greg's vehicle being registered in our system, she said. Technically, if you weren't an authorized guardian, there were several policy violations. I thanked her, hung up, and added that to the folder. Then I pulled out Greg's message again and read it one more time. Let your niece and nephew get kicked out? Not only had I not caused that, I had prevented it more times than they would ever know. That's when I started planning the dinner. My real birthday celebration. But this time, it wasn't just dinner. It was a presentation. I reached out to a friend of mine, Nate, who worked as a corporate event planner and owed me a favor. I asked him to help me book a semi-private dining room at the nicest Italian spot in town, the same one where the original invoice folder had been handed to me. Same place, he said. Exactly the same, I replied. But this time, I'm choosing the guest list. The list was small, strategic. Just my parents, Greg and his wife, Erin and her fiancée, Melissa, and a few family members who tended to sit on the fence. People who had quietly gone along with the mockery because it was easier than standing up to it. I told them all I wanted a do-over, a quiet, no-gifts dinner to reconnect. Greg replied, "About time." My mother's response, "So glad to hear you're coming back around." They had no idea. In the weeks leading up to the dinner, I prepped everything. I compiled the slides. Simple, clean. Titles like Mortgage Payments, 2018 to 2021. Vehicle Repossessions Prevented. Utilities Restored. Education Expenses. Emotional Labor Unpaid. Each slide had documentation. Not to humiliate, to clarify, to show what they conveniently forgot. And then I added a final slide. Just a black screen with 3 words. Why I left. I didn't plan to yell. I wasn't looking to explode. I was looking to expose. And for the finale, I asked Steve, my lawyer friend, to show up halfway through. Not to represent me, just to be there. A calm presence. A signal. I also arranged one last thing. A custom flash drive. It looked like a gold key. I had 10 of them made. Each contained the ledger, the presentation, the documentation, and a simple letter from me explaining why I had chosen to step back. One for each family member in the room. I didn't want to argue anymore. I didn't want to scream over the noise. I wanted to hand them the facts and let the silence speak. The day before the dinner, Greg texted me again. "Hey man, glad you're coming around. We knew you'd cool off." I didn't reply. I was done replying. Because the setup was complete. The room was booked. The projector was tested. The flash drives were packed in small black boxes. The truth was locked, loaded, and ready to be shown, not to punish. To end the illusion. To set myself free. And the best part? They had no idea what was coming. The dinner was set for a Friday evening at 6:30 sharp. The same restaurant. The same backroom. I wanted every detail to mirror the scene from my birthday, like a stage reset for the final act of a play they didn't know they were starring in. I arrived 30 minutes early, dressed simply, clean button down, jeans, nothing flashy. I brought the black boxes with the flash drives and set them beside each plate, like party favors at a wedding. The restaurant manager, a quiet guy named Luis who remembered me from the birthday debacle, nodded respectfully when he saw me. "You sure about this?" he asked. I nodded once. "It's time." By 6:45, everyone had arrived. Greg strolled in with that same swagger he always carried when he felt in control. His wife followed, wearing a smug smile like she'd just been handed a winning lottery ticket. My sister Erin hugged me perfunctorily, barely hiding her condescension. My parents were warm, but cautious. Everyone assumed I was here to apologize, to make peace. They didn't notice the projector already plugged in and ready behind the curtain. We ordered food, made small talk. I let them talk. I didn't interrupt when Greg made a half-hearted joke about surprise invoices. I didn't say a word when Erin leaned across the table and said, "I'm just glad you're not being dramatic anymore." I just smiled. The waiter brought out the appetizers, and I let everyone get a few bites in before I stood up and lightly tapped my fork against the side of my water glass. The room quieted. "I want to thank you all for coming tonight," I began, calm and steady. "It means a lot. I invited you here because there's something I've been meaning to share for a long time." I reached into my pocket and pulled out the gold key-shaped flash drive. The room looked puzzled. Greg squinted. "Don't worry," I said. "I'm not handing out invoices." A few chuckles. "But I am handing out the truth." I nodded to Luis by the door. He dimmed the lights and drew the curtain closed. Then I pressed play on the remote and stepped aside as the projector flickered to life on the screen at the front of the room. Slide 1. $190 for 46.17. Subtitle: Amount quietly spent by Jake Andrews from 2017 to 2024 covering family expenses. The room went silent. Click. Slide 2. Mortgage payments. Greg's name. The dates. The exact amounts paid. Copies of the bank transfers. Screenshots of emails from his lender, including a line in one that read, "Thank you for resolving this outstanding amount. We are canceling the auction proceedings as of today." Greg's wife dropped her fork. Click. Slide 3. Car payments, towing and repairs. Receipts from garages. Proof of payment. Timestamps. License plate numbers. Even the towing receipt from the night their car was impounded. My mother gasped softly. Click. Slide 4. Utilities. Power company invoices. Screenshots of account logins. My name listed as payer on emergency restorations for heat, water, and electricity. Click. Slide 5. Child expenses. New school shoes, field trip money, dental copays, lunch accounts quietly refilled. All signed. All time-stamped. All documented. Greg turned red. Not from shame, from panic. He stood up, like he was about to stop the presentation. I raised my hand without even looking at him. Sit, I said. Something in my voice made him obey. Slide 6. Messages. A collage of texts, cropped for clarity. My mom saying, "You make more, it's only fair." Greg's, "I'll add emotional damage to the invoice." Aaron's, "You're going to ruin the family." Click. Slide 7. Why I left. Black screen. White text. My words, simple and clear. I gave. You took. And then you laughed. The final slide faded. I walked back to the head of the table, calm as ever. Each of you has a box in front of you, I said. Inside is a copy of this presentation, all the documentation, and a personal letter from me. No one moved. Greg finally sputtered. "What the hell is this, Jake? You trying to humiliate me? You're turning this into some kind of, what, revenge stunt?" I met his eyes. "No, Greg. I'm turning this into closure." He tried to laugh, but it came out brittle. "So what? You think this makes you look good? That you're some martyr?" "No," I said. "I don't care how I look. I care about what's real. And what's real is that I was used and mocked. And when I stopped playing along, you tried to paint me as the villain." My mom started crying quietly. My dad looked down at the table. Aaron just stared, wide-eyed and pale. Greg sneered. "This is pathetic." "Is it?" I asked. "Because I think what's pathetic is handing someone a fake bill on their birthday after they spent years keeping your house from being taken." I turned to the room. "I'm not asking for thanks. I'm not asking for repayment. I'm done asking for anything from any of you." Steve, who had been sitting quietly in the corner the whole time, stood up and walked over. He nodded politely to the group. "I'm just here as a witness," he said, "in case any legal issues arise, and to deliver a message from Jake. Any further harassment, misrepresentation, or defamation, spoken or written, will be met with appropriate legal response." Greg looked like he was about to explode. "You brought a lawyer to dinner?" "No," I said. "I brought a boundary." Luis turned the lights back on. Everyone sat frozen. I took one final breath, then reached into my pocket and pulled out a sealed envelope. "This," I said, "is a donation agreement I just signed this morning. My app, the one I've been building, it's getting a school contract. The first 10% of my earnings are being donated to a fund that covers emergency, housing, and education expenses for kids in this city." I looked at Greg. Kids who didn't choose their parents' mistakes. His wife broke into tears. Greg stood up, fists clenched, but said nothing. I picked up my jacket, nodded to Luis, and turned to leave. As I walked out, my mom called out, voice trembling. "Jake, wait." I paused at the door, turned my head slightly. "Thank you," she said softly. I gave her a single nod, then walked into the night. The fallout came quickly. Greg's circle started shrinking. Melissa shared the ledger with a few other relatives after reading through it. Aaron tried to defend him online, only to be confronted with screenshots and facts. My parents didn't call for a while. When they did, they were different. Quiet, humbled, careful. I never rubbed it in. I didn't need to. The truth did all the work. And me? I kept building, kept working. My boys saw their dad stand up for himself with dignity, not rage. They saw what it looked like to say no without apology. They learned what it meant to draw a line and hold it. One night, weeks later, my oldest son asked, "Do you think they'll ever say sorry?" I thought about it. Then I smiled. They don't need to, because I had already moved on. And the next time someone tries to hand me a bill for my kindness, they'll find the door already closed. Some debts are paid in dollars, others in distance. I'm Noah, 52, and I've always been the quiet guy in the family, the one who works hard, keeps his head down, and doesn't stir the pot. I run a small but successful construction company. And yes, I'm built like the work I do, broad shoulders, big hands, a back that still carries years of hauling lumber and swinging hammers. People like to joke I look like a linebacker who wandered onto the wrong job site. I take it as a compliment. My daughter, Emily, is 27. She's my only kid, my pride and joy, and I'll admit I've spoiled her more than I probably should have. I paid for her college, bought her first car, and even put a down payment on the house she now shares with her fiancé, Matt. We've always been close, Sunday dinners, random phone calls just to chat. her stopping by the office to borrow tools she never returned. I thought we had the kind of bond where she could tell me anything, which is why what happened 2 months ago felt like a punch to the gut. It was a Tuesday afternoon. I was at the shop, sorting invoices, when my phone lit up with Emily's name. I put it on speaker, my hands were full, and answered like I always do, "Hey kiddo." She didn't hear me at first. There was chatter on her end, muffled voices, and then clear as day, I heard another woman's voice, sharp, almost sneering, say, "Hope he's not coming to the wedding." No room for a man built like a truck sitting next to our family. Emily laughed. Not awkwardly, not in a "please don't say that" way. She actually laughed and said, "Your wish is my command." I froze. There was a pause on my end, and for a second I thought maybe I'd misheard. But then the other voice, her future mother-in-law, I recognized it, added something about how embarrassing it would be for the photos. Emily just chuckled again and said, "Don't worry, he won't be there." I don't remember much of what they said after that. I stood in my office, staring at the half-painted drywall I'd been meaning to finish for weeks, feeling like someone had taken a 2x4 to my chest. I didn't say a word. Not then. Not for the rest of the call. She eventually realized she'd pocket-dialed me, mumbled a quick hello, and when I answered with a neutral, "Yeah, I'm here," she acted like everything was normal. Told me about cake tastings and seating charts, like I hadn't just heard her laugh at the thought of me being excluded. I hung up, sat down at my desk, and just stared at my calloused hands for a long time. I've dealt with insults before, from clients, competitors, even strangers, but hearing it from my own daughter? And laughing along with the woman who hadn't even been in our lives for 2 years? That cut deep. That night, I didn't sleep. My dog, Max, curled up at my feet, probably sensing something was wrong, but my mind kept replaying that phone call over and over. Every laugh, every word. No room for a man built like a truck. It wasn't about the chairs or the space. It was about me, who I was, what I looked like, what I represented. The next morning, I went through the motions, shower, coffee, work, but I felt hollow. At lunch, I drove out to the lake near my shop and just sat in my truck, staring at the water, trying to make sense of everything. Should I confront her? Should I let it slide? Part of me wanted to believe it was a misunderstanding, that maybe she was just joking along to keep the peace with her future in-laws. But that laugh, it wasn't nervous. It was easy, familiar. I didn't call her that day, or the next. I needed space to cool off. But the space just made the hurt sink in deeper. And then, as the week went on, I started getting texts from relatives about wedding plans, about where I'd be sitting, about hotel reservations. Each one was like salt in the wound. I kept imagining myself sitting there like some outsider, forced smile on my face, pretending everything was fine while her future in-laws whispered behind my back. And then, something in me shifted. If my presence was such a problem, maybe I'd give them exactly what they wanted, and see how they handled it when the one person who had quietly paid for half of this wedding wasn't there to foot the bill anymore. I didn't say anything out loud. Not yet. But I picked up my phone, scrolled through my contacts, and stared at 3 names for a long, long time. When I finally pressed call, my hands didn't shake. I didn't tell anyone about the phone call. Not my brother, not my crew at work, not even my best friend who I usually vent to when life gets messy. I just kept quiet and kept watching. There's a certain kind of silence that feels like it hums inside your chest, like the world is holding its breath with you. That was me for the next few weeks. Emily texted me the next morning about a florist meeting. She sent pictures of pastel roses, twinkly lights, little seating cards with everyone's names printed in delicate gold script. She even asked me for my favorite dessert so they could have it at the rehearsal dinner. I stared at that message for a long time, wondering if I was supposed to feel special, included, like maybe this was her way of balancing out what I'd heard. But when I looked closer at one of the photos she sent of the seating chart, my name was scribbled in pencil on the far corner table with +1 next to it, while Matt's entire family had their names inked in calligraphy near the head table. I didn't respond right away. When I finally did, it was a short, "Looks nice." No emojis. No dad jokes. Just neutral. She didn't notice the difference, or she pretended not to. A few days later, she came by the shop unannounced. She hadn't done that in months, and for a split second, I felt relief. Maybe she wanted to talk things out. But the second she stepped in, I could tell she was on a mission. She had that overly bright tone she uses when she wants something. "Dad, I was thinking," she said, hopping up to sit on my workbench like she did when she was a teenager. "Would you mind covering the extra cost for the string quartet? Matt's mom thinks the DJ is a bit, I don't know, tacky." I kept my back to her, finishing up a piece of trim I'd been sanding. "How much extra?" I asked. "Only like $2,000. She said it so casually, like she was asking me to grab milk on my way home. "It would just make everything feel more elegant, you know?" I turned around and leaned against the bench. "Emily," I said slowly, "I already covered the venue, the catering deposit, and the photographer. You and Matt said you were taking care of the extras." She gave me this look, half pleading, half annoyed. "I know, Dad, but Matt's parents are paying for the bar upgrade, and I don't want them to think we're cheap." There it was again. Them. Her future in-laws. I didn't say no. I didn't say yes, either. I just told her I'd think about it, and she left looking slightly put out. That night, I didn't think about string quartets. I thought about the way she said them, and how I wasn't sure if I even belonged in the we she kept talking about anymore. The next weekend was the bridal shower. I wasn't invited, obviously, but my sister went and sent me pictures. Everyone was smiling, laughing, holding champagne flutes. There was one photo, Emily and her future mother-in-law arm in arm, grinning like lifelong best friends, and I swear I could hear that laugh from the phone call echoing in my head. The caption read, "My second mom," with a heart emoji. I put my phone face down and didn't look at it again for the rest of the day. But things really started to shift when my name came up in the family group chat. Matt's mom had apparently taken over organizing the rehearsal dinner and sent out a long message about formal attire required and limited seating. Someone, I think it was Matt's sister, replied, "What about Emily's dad?" Matt's mom wrote back, "Of course, but maybe he'd be more comfortable coming late, after dinner, for the toast." I stared at that message until the screen dimmed. Nobody in the group defended me. Not Emily. Not Matt. Not even my sister. Later that night, Emily called me. She sounded nervous this time, like she knew how bad that message looked. "Dad, don't take it personally," she said quickly. "Momby just thinks it'll be less stressful for everyone if the seating is simple. You know how she is. She's just really particular about photos and symmetry and me?" I asked. There was a long pause. "Dad," she said, but her voice was thin, cautious, like she was afraid I might actually push back for once. I didn't. Not yet. I just said, "Sure, Em. Whatever you think is best." But after that call, I sat in my dark kitchen for a long time, my coffee gone cold in my hands. Max laid his head on my knee, sensing the storm brewing inside me. This wasn't just about a wedding anymore. This was about respect, or the lack of it. I started noticing other things too. I wasn't invited to go suit shopping with Matt's dad and brothers. When they sent out a group text about the guys getting together for cigars the night before the wedding, my phone stayed silent. The rehearsal dinner menu got changed without anyone asking me if I had preferences or allergies. At first, I told myself I was overreacting, that I was just being sensitive because of what I'd overheard. But then one afternoon, I stopped by Emily's house to drop off a tool set she'd borrowed, and Matt's mom's car was in the driveway. I almost didn't go in, but I figured maybe this was my chance to make peace. When I walked in, the conversation in the kitchen stopped dead. Emily gave me a quick smile, the kind you give a stranger you weren't expecting, and Matt's mom didn't even bother to hide the way her eyes flicked over me, head to toe, like she was sizing me up. "Oh," she said flatly. "Didn't realize you'd be stopping by." "It's my daughter's house," I said evenly. Emily jumped in quickly, a little too quickly. "We were just talking about the ceremony setup, Dad. Momby thinks we should move the arch to the center so it photographs better." I nodded slowly. "Sounds like you two have it handled." Matt's mom pursed her lips, clearly done with the conversation. "Well," she said, grabbing her purse, "I should get going. We still have to finalize the family seating." She looked right at Emily when she said it, like I wasn't even standing there. When she left, the silence was thick. I turned to Emily. "Do you even want me there?" I asked quietly. Her mouth opened, but nothing came out at first. "Of course I do, Dad," she finally said. "You're my father. I need everyone to get along, okay? Please don't make this harder." Harder. That word stuck with me all the way home. I didn't yell. I didn't slam doors. But that night, I opened my desk drawer and pulled out the wedding folder. Invoices, contracts, receipts. My handwriting was on every check, my name on every payment. And for the first time in weeks, I didn't feel sad. I felt steady. Because if they wanted to pretend I didn't matter, I could show them exactly what that looked like. 2 weeks before the wedding, I was just starting to make peace with the idea that I'd be treated like some kind of background extra. Not happy about it, just resigned. I'd been quiet, calm, going through the motions, waiting to see how things would play out. Then came the Sunday dinner that snapped whatever thread was holding me back. Emily had invited me over for a final planning dinner with her and Matt. I figured this was my chance to at least feel included, maybe talk through some logistics, get the rundown of where I was supposed to be and when. I even stopped at the bakery and picked up her favorite cinnamon coffee cake, trying to remind myself that she was still my kid and I loved her, even if this whole wedding process had turned into a circus. When I walked in, the first thing I noticed was how polished everything looked. Candles on the table, fancy charcuterie board laid out, wine breathing in a decanter. And sitting at the table with Matt, and Emily was Matt's mom. "Oh, Noah," she said with mock surprise, like I was a +1 who'd shown up uninvited. "Didn't know you were coming tonight." Emily smiled nervously. "I told you, Mom B, Dad was coming for dinner." Her smile didn't reach her eyes, and for some reason, that made my stomach tighten. I put the cake down and took a seat. For a few minutes, things were polite. Small talk about the weather, work, the neighbor's dog that kept digging up their flower beds. Then Matt cleared his throat and pulled out a stack of papers. "So," he said, glancing at Emily like they'd rehearsed this, "we've been looking over the wedding expenses, and we wanted to go over a few things with you." I felt my jaw tighten but nodded. "Sure," I said evenly. He started flipping through the stack, reading line items aloud like an accountant. Venue, catering, photography, florals. Then he slid one page across the table toward me. "We were hoping you could cover these last few items," he said. "It just makes more sense since you're, more financially stable." I looked down at the paper. It wasn't a small list. It was thousands of dollars in extras, upgraded chairs, a champagne fountain, a horse-drawn carriage for Emily's entrance. I let the silence hang for a moment, then looked up. "You already asked me for money for the quartet," I said quietly. "Now this." Matt shifted in his seat, but it was Matt's mom who jumped in before Emily could answer. "It's really just about making sure Emily has the wedding she deserves," she said, her voice sickly sweet. "And honestly, it's not that much when you consider what people will think if things look, well, cheap." Cheap. That word burned hotter than I expected. I turned to Emily. "Is this what you wanted to talk about tonight?" She hesitated, then nodded. "Dad, I just want everything to be perfect. And Matt's parents have already done so much." I thought. "You thought I'd just keep writing checks," I finished for her. The room went quiet. And then Matt's mom, God bless her for having no sense of timing, leaned forward and said, "It's not just about money, no? We were also thinking about the processional. You walking Emily down the aisle might make things uneven. Visually, I mean. Matt's father is very tall, and..." I felt something in me snap. "You don't want me to walk my own daughter down the aisle?" My voice was calm, too calm. Emily looked horrified. "No, Dad, that's not what she meant." "Yes, it is," I said, still looking at Matt's mom. "That's exactly what she meant." Matt's mom didn't even flinch. "It's about the photos," she said simply. "The symmetry matters." I pushed my chair back and stood up so fast it scraped the hardwood. Max, who'd been lying by the door, jumped to his feet, sensing the shift in the air. Emily reached out like she wanted me to sit back down. "Dad, please." "No," I said, my voice low but steady. "You've made it pretty clear where I stand in all of this. Or rather, where I don't stand." Matt tried to smooth things over. "Noah, come on, we're just trying to make this day special." "For who?" I asked sharply. "Because from where I'm standing, it feels like I'm just the wallet you pull out when you need to upgrade the centerpieces." Emily's eyes filled with tears, but I couldn't stop. "Not now. You know what hurts the most?" I said, looking right at her. "It's not that they don't like me. People don't have to like me. It's that you laughed. You heard them tear me down, and you laughed. And now you're sitting here asking me to pay for a carriage while you talk about replacing me in the one moment a father is supposed to have." The silence after that was deafening. I grabbed my jacket, called for Max, and walked out. Nobody followed me. When I got home, I didn't pour myself a drink or turn on the TV. I sat at my kitchen table, pulled out my phone, and opened the folder of wedding contracts again. And that was when I made the 3 calls that would change everything. The drive home that night was quiet except for Max's heavy breathing in the back seat and the occasional hum of tires over uneven asphalt. I didn't turn on the radio. I didn't call anyone. I just let the silence fill the cab, thinking about every word I'd just heard at that dinner table. The farther I got from Emily's house, the heavier my chest felt, like someone had tied a weight to my ribs and let it drag me under. By the time I pulled into my driveway, it was dark. My porch light flicked on automatically, casting a pale glow over the front steps, but I didn't get out right away. I just sat there gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles went white. I could still see Emily's face in my mind, the way her lips trembled when I called her out, the quick flicker of guilt before she looked away. I'd seen that look before, when she was 5 and tried to hide the broken vase behind the couch. Back then, I'd knelt down, taken her tiny hands in mine, and told her she could always tell me the truth, that I'd always be there. And now? Now she was hiding something bigger, not a broken vase, but a broken bond, and she wasn't 5 anymore. She was a grown woman making choices, and those choices didn't include me. I eventually went inside, let Max out back, and sat at the kitchen table with the folder of wedding contracts spread out like a crime scene file. Every receipt, every payment, every agreement had my name on it, my pen strokes, my signature, my hard-earned money behind it. I thought about how many late nights I'd worked, how many weekends I'd skipped fishing trips to finish jobs. Also, she could have a day that now apparently didn't even have room for me. I barely slept that night. When I did, my dreams were strange, jumbled things. Flashes of Emily in a white dress walking down the aisle with Matt's father, my chair at the reception empty, people whispering and glancing at me like I didn't belong there. I woke up sweating, staring at the ceiling, Max's head resting on my arm like he knew I was unraveling. The next morning, I went through the motions at work, but my guys noticed something was off. I'm not usually the type to snap at people, but when one of the apprentices dropped a hammer and dented a cabinet, I barked at him so sharply the whole shop went silent. I apologized immediately, but the damage was done. They kept their distance the rest of the day, glancing at me like I was a ticking time bomb. When lunch rolled around, I didn't go out with the crew like I usually do. Instead, I drove to the lake again, parked in the same spot as before, and stared at the water until the world blurred around the edges. I wasn't angry anymore. Not exactly. Just hollow. For a few days, that's how it went. Work, home, sleep, or at least trying to. Emily texted me a few times, light little messages about caterer tastings and hair trials, as if nothing had happened. I didn't reply right away, and when I finally did, my responses were short, clipped. I could tell she noticed because her texts started coming less and less often. Then one night, about a week later, my sister called. She never calls unless something is wrong. "You okay?" she asked cautiously. "Yeah," I lied. "You don't sound okay." I hesitated. "Just tired." There was a pause. Then she said softly, "Emily told me about dinner. She said you left upset." "Upset?" I repeated flatly, staring at the ceiling. "She's worried you won't come to the wedding." I let out a humorless laugh. "Is she?" "Noah, I'm not having this conversation right now," I said, maybe sharper than I meant to. "Good night." I hung up before she could respond. After that, I started avoiding everyone. No Sunday dinners. No group chats. No answering the phone unless it was about work. I threw myself into my business, taking every extra job I could, staying late at the shop, coming home so tired I barely had the energy to make a sandwich before bed. But the thing about avoidance is that it doesn't actually fix anything. It just gives the problem room to grow. One night, I was in my office going over invoices when Max patted in and dropped a tennis ball at my feet. He hadn't done that in weeks. I stared at it for a long time before I picked it up and followed him outside. We played fetch until the stars came out, until my shoulders loosened for the first time in days. And standing there in the quiet night air, watching Max chase the ball with everything he had, something shifted. I realized I didn't want to feel like this anymore. Powerless. Invisible. That's when I started thinking about those 3 calls I'd made the night of the dinner. At first, it had been pure impulse, a way to feel like I had some control, even if it was just symbolic. But the more I thought about it, the more it started to feel less like impulse and more like strategy. I began reviewing the contracts line by line, highlighting clauses, making notes. I called the venue under the pretense of confirming guest counts and asked a few careful questions about refund policies. I checked the payment schedule for the caterer, noticed the final payment was due just 3 days before the wedding. I wasn't rushing. I wasn't even sure yet what I was going to do. But for the first time since that phone call in my shop, I felt steady, like the ground under me wasn't shifting anymore. A few days later, Emily sent out an updated seating chart in the group chat. My name was still penciled in at the far table, and this time there was no +1 next to it. Just my name. Alone. I stared at that chart for a long time, and then I smiled. Not the kind of smile you give when something's funny, but the kind you give when a puzzle piece finally clicks into place. Because I finally knew exactly what I was going to do. Once I knew what I was going to do, the heaviness I'd been carrying around for weeks started to lift. It wasn't gone completely. There was still hurt, still disappointment, but it was different now. Controlled. Focused. Like I'd finally put all the scattered pieces of this situation into some kind of order. And, strangely enough, once that mental shift happened, the rest of my life started falling into place too. At the shop, my guys noticed it first. I wasn't snapping anymore. I wasn't distracted, staring off into space like a man replaying the same argument in his head. Instead, I was back to cracking jokes, jumping in to help finish projects, even buying lunch for everyone one Friday, just because. We landed a big remodeling job with a client I'd been chasing for months, and I threw myself into it, spending hours at the site making sure everything was perfect. It felt good, better than good, to be building something I had full control over, something that wouldn't suddenly turn on me or push me out. In the evenings, I started taking Max for long walks again. We'd go past the lake, down old dirt roads where the air smelled like pine and wet earth. I'd use those walks to think, to plan, to rehearse conversations I might need to have. By the time we got home, I'd usually have a new idea or step to add to the growing plan in my head. I made a list, not just of the vendors and contracts, but of everything I'd done for Emily leading up to this wedding. The house down payment, the car, the tuition payments, the savings bonds I'd given her every birthday since she was 5. I wasn't planning to throw it in her face. This wasn't about guilt-tripping her. This was about reminding myself of the role I'd played, the support I'd given. I needed to see it all laid out so I wouldn't forget that I wasn't some peripheral figure. I had been there every step of the way, and I wasn't going to be erased that easily. Then I started making calls. Calm, friendly, professional calls. First was the venue. The woman who managed it knew me by name at this point. I told her I was confirming some details, asked about the refund schedule, just in case there were last-minute changes. She told me I was still the primary contact on the account. Not Emily, not Matt, which meant every major decision ran through me. I thanked her, asked her to email me copies of the signed agreements, and hung up feeling something I hadn't felt in weeks. Control. Next was the caterer. Same story. I was the primary payer, which meant final decisions, including menu changes, needed my approval. The photographer, the florist, the rental company, all the same. My name was on every contract. I didn't cancel anything. Not yet. But I made sure every single vendor knew that any changes needed to be run past me directly. That way, if Matt's mom decided to swap out half the decor again or add more upgrades, they wouldn't go behind my back. It wasn't just about money, though. I also started rebuilding my relationships, carefully. I called my sister and asked her to come by for dinner. We grilled steaks in the backyard, drank a couple of beers, and for the first time in weeks, I told her the whole story. The overheard phone call. The seating chart. The dinner where Matt's mom tried to edge me out of walking my own daughter down the aisle. My sister listened without interrupting, just nodding slowly, her face darkening. When I finished, she sat back and said, "Okay, yeah, I get it now. It's not about the money," I said quietly. "I know." She laughed, when her future mother-in-law said I shouldn't come. She laughed. That was when my sister put her hand over mine and said, "Then it's time you stop making this easy for them." I nodded. That's the plan. After that conversation, I felt lighter. Not happy exactly, but resolved. My sister promised to keep what I told her to herself, and I believed her. She'd always been good at keeping my confidence. Over the next few days, I started showing up a little less like the man who'd been beaten down and a little more like the father who'd built his own business from nothing. When Emily called, I answered, but I kept my tone calm, measured. If she asked me about something wedding-related, I told her I'd take care of it, no hesitation. She seemed relieved, maybe even thought I was finally coming around. But I wasn't coming around. I was getting ready. I scheduled a quiet meeting with the venue manager. No one knew about it but me. We went over the contracts line by line, and I asked questions that made her raise an eyebrow. Refund deadlines, transfer policies, what would happen if a major payer pulled out just before the event? She didn't pry, probably thought I was just being thorough, but by the time I left, I had everything I needed in writing. I did the same with the caterer and the rental company. Every one of them assured me that as long as I acted before a certain date, I could make whatever adjustments I wanted, including reducing the headcount or canceling outright. Meanwhile, Emily kept sending little updates, dress fittings, hair trial photos, the cake topper she'd picked out. I told her they looked great, kept my responses short but polite. I think she mistook my calm for forgiveness. And maybe part of me wanted her to. Because when the time came, I didn't want anyone to say I'd been rash or vindictive. I wanted it to be clear that I'd given them every chance to make this right, that they had every opportunity to treat me with even a shred of respect. 1 week before the wedding, Matt's mom posted a message in the family group chat about the rehearsal dinner. Formal attire, no jeans, no exceptions, she wrote. Then, as if she couldn't help herself, she added, "Let's keep this classy." For the first time in weeks, I laughed. A real, genuine laugh. Because by then, my plan was already in motion. Once I decided this wasn't just about hurt feelings, but about setting a boundary they couldn't ignore, everything clicked into place. This wasn't revenge out of spite. It was a correction, a course adjustment, a way to remind everyone, including Emily, of who I was and what I'd done for her. The first thing I did was double-check every contract one last time. I spread them all out on my dining table late one night. Venue, catering, rentals, photographer, and took a red pen to them like I was grading a test. Every line that put me in control got a star. Every deadline, a circle. When I finished, I realized something that made me sit back and grin. I held all the cards. Literally. Emily and Matt had been treating me like a guest in their big production, but legally, on paper, I was still the one pulling the strings. If I said the caterer wasn't serving lobster rolls, they weren't. If I said the rental company wasn't delivering gold Chiavari chairs, they weren't. If I said the wedding wasn't happening at that venue on that date, well, it wasn't. I didn't intend to ruin her wedding, not at first. But I wanted her to understand that you can't erase someone from your life and still expect them to bankroll it. The next step was timing. I knew I couldn't wait too long or it would be too late to make changes. But I also couldn't do it too early. It needed to be close enough to the wedding that the impact would actually be felt. Too much notice and Matt's mom might have time to swoop in and save the day. I settled on 3 days before the wedding. Enough time to act decisively, but not enough time for them to completely rearrange everything without massive stress and expense. With the date in mind, I got to work shoring up my position. I visited the venue manager again, this time in person. I asked to see the event calendar for that weekend. Not just Emily's wedding, but all the bookings. There were 2 other weddings scheduled on the same day, meaning if ours canceled, there was a good chance someone else would grab the spot instantly. The manager confirmed that if we canceled, the venue wouldn't hold the slot. It would go to whoever paid first. "Would you like me to put a soft hold on another date, just in case?" she asked casually. "Yes," I said, surprising even myself with how steady my voice was. "Go ahead and do that. Something small, maybe late summer." She typed a few things into the computer, then smiled. "All set. No deposit yet. Just let us know if you'd like to convert it." As I left the venue, I felt a strange calm settle over me. This wasn't chaos anymore. It was order. Next was the caterer. I called the owner directly, a guy named Frank I'd worked with on company events before, and asked what would happen if we cut the guest list by half. He told me it was possible, though we'd lose part of the deposit. "Does that include the upgraded menu Matt requested?" I asked. "Yes," Frank said. "But we can downgrade it to your original package, no problem." "Good to know," I said. Then, casually, I asked if they had any big events that same weekend they might be able to prioritize if ours fell through. "As a matter of fact," Frank said, "we've got a corporate retreat on standby looking for a full-service caterer that Saturday. If you guys don't go through with it, we'd take them instead." "Perfect," I said, making a mental note. By this point, I was starting to enjoy myself, not in a malicious way, but in the way you enjoy finally taking control of something that's been spinning out for too long. Then came the financial part. I went to my bank, sat down with my advisor, and asked about temporarily freezing transfers from my personal account to Emily's joint account. He raised an eyebrow but said yes, as long as there was no automatic withdrawal attached. I made sure there wasn't. Then I asked him to print out a detailed statement showing every payment I'd made toward the wedding so far, every deposit, every check. I wanted it all in one neat, organized packet. He handed me a folder by the end of the meeting, and I slid it into my truck's glove compartment like it was a secret weapon. 2 nights before the wedding, I got an unexpected call from Matt's dad. "Noah," he said, his voice overly cheerful. "Just wanted to check in and make sure you've got the suit sorted for Saturday. Don't want any last-minute hiccups." "Suit's fine," I said evenly. "Good, good," he said. "And listen, I know there was some tension, but I think we're all on the same page now. It's going to be a beautiful day." "Sure," I said, my tone giving nothing away. He hesitated, then chuckled awkwardly. "I know my wife can be a bit particular, but she means well. She just wants what's best for Matt." "For Matt," I repeated. Right, he said quickly. "Anyway, see you Saturday." When I hung up, I just sat there in my truck for a minute, staring at the dashboard. For Matt. That was the whole problem, wasn't it? Everything was for Matt's family, for the picture-perfect in-law dynamic they wanted. Nobody had asked what was best for Emily's father. And by then, it didn't matter. Because I was ready. I had the contracts. I had the financials. I had the timing. And when the morning of my chosen day rolled around, I woke up before sunrise, brewed a strong cup of coffee, and sat at my kitchen table with Max at my feet. I looked at the folder of documents, at the list I'd made, and felt something I hadn't felt in months: peace. It was time to make the first move. The morning of my chosen day dawned bright and cool, the kind of morning that almost feels like it's daring you to make something of it. I drank my coffee slowly, letting the quiet of the house settle around me. Max paced near the door like he could sense something was coming, some big shift, and maybe he was right. By 8 a.m., I had everything laid out on the kitchen table: contracts, bank statements, my handwritten notes. It almost looked like I was about to teach a class on Wedding Planning 101. I double-checked my watch, took a deep breath, and made the first call. The venue manager answered on the second ring. "This is Noah," I said evenly. "I need to make some changes to our event on Saturday." She paused. "Of course, what kind of changes?" I explained that I would be reducing the headcount by a significant margin, nearly half. When she asked if I was sure, I calmly confirmed. Then I asked her to move the final payment deadline forward to that very day and copy me on the updated invoice. "Are you expecting someone else to handle payment?" she asked delicately. "Yes," I said simply. "But if it's not handled today, cancel the event and release the date to the next party in line." There was another pause. Then she said, "Understood. We'll send the updated documents within the hour." When I hung up, I didn't feel guilt. I felt clarity. Next was the caterer. I called Frank directly and told him the same thing. Guest list cut in half. Menu reverted to the original package. He hesitated, probably calculating how much food he wouldn't have to buy, then cheerfully agreed. "That'll free up my Saturday evening a bit," he said. "You want me to hold the extra staff in case you change your mind?" "No need," I said. "I doubt we'll need more than what's already booked." I could practically hear him shrug before he promised to send me the adjusted bill. Then came the photographer. I told her we'd be reducing her hours of coverage to just the ceremony and a handful of portraits. She sounded surprised but not upset. Less work for her, after all. By the time I was done, I'd effectively stripped the wedding back down to the bones. It was still happening, technically, but it wasn't the overblown spectacle Matt's mom had been orchestrating for months. The lavish dinner? Gone. The extended reception with hours of dancing? Trimmed down. The fancy upgrades? Canceled. And most importantly, every vendor now had a paper trail showing that I was the decision maker, and that payment would need to come through me or be canceled altogether. I could have stopped there. I'd already sent a pretty clear message. But then my phone buzzed. It was a group chat message from Matt's mom. "Reminder to everyone. Formal attire required for rehearsal tonight. Please be on time. We're starting promptly at 6. Not a word to me directly. No acknowledgement. No olive branch. I stared at that message for a long moment, then opened a new one, just for Emily. "Need to talk. Come by the shop." She replied almost instantly. "Everything okay?" "Just come by," I wrote back. An hour later, she pulled into the lot, looking a little nervous. She stepped into the shop, her hair pulled back, wearing one of Matt's sweatshirts. For a moment, she looked like my kid again, The one who used to sit on that very workbench swinging her legs while I taught her how to sand a piece of pine. Dad, she said cautiously. I gestured toward the office. Sit. When she sat down, I slid the folder of documents across the desk. That's everything I've paid for so far, I said. She opened the folder, her eyes scanning the statements, then flicking up to me. Dad, what is this? That, I said evenly, is the wedding as it exists because of me. Every deposit, every signature, every contract with my name on it. And this morning, I made some changes. Her eyebrows knitted. What do you mean, changes? I cut the guest list, canceled the upgrades, reduced the catering order, and I told the venue that if the final payment isn't handled today, the date gets released to someone else. She went pale. You can't just. Yes, I said calmly. I can. And I did. For a moment, she just stared at me, her mouth opening and closing like she was trying to find words. Why would you do this? She finally asked, her voice breaking. I leaned back in my chair. Because somewhere along the way, Emily, you decided I was good enough to pay for this wedding, but not good enough to actually be part of it. You let them talk about me like I was some embarrassment, and you laughed. You sat there while they tried to take away the one thing I was supposed to do, walk you down the aisle, and you said nothing. You let them turn me into a bystander at my own daughter's wedding. Tears welled in her eyes. I didn't mean. Yes, you did, I said gently but firmly. And now, you get to decide what happens next. If you want this wedding to go on the way you planned, you and Matt will have to step up and handle it from here. Pay the balances. Re-add the extras if you want them. Or you can leave it as is and have something smaller. Simpler. Something you actually control. She sat there in stunned silence, staring at the folder. I'm not doing this to punish you, I said after a moment. I'm doing this because I will not let anyone treat me like a checkbook with legs. I love you, Emily. I always will. But I won't be invisible at your wedding. She nodded slowly, blinking back tears. I need to talk to Matt, she whispered. Do that, I said, standing up. She took the folder with her when she left, clutching it like a lifeline. That night, I didn't go to the rehearsal dinner. I didn't even check my phone. Instead, I sat on the back porch with Max, watching the sun go down, feeling something I hadn't felt in months, calm. Because no matter what happened next, I'd taken back my place in this story. The morning of the wedding came with a quiet I wasn't expecting. No frantic texts. No last-minute calls begging me to rush over. Just the sound of my coffee maker bubbling and Max thumping his tail against the kitchen floor like it was any other Saturday. I didn't put on my suit right away. I sat at the table in jeans and a flannel, staring at my phone, wondering if Emily would call. Part of me hoped she would. Part of me hoped she wouldn't, because if she didn't, that meant my message had landed. Around 9, there was a single text. From Emily. Ceremony at 2. Would like you to be there. Please. No emojis. No extra words. Just that. I looked at it for a long moment, then set the phone down and went to shower. When I arrived at the venue, I was the last one there. The parking lot was only half full, which immediately told me something had changed, dramatically. When I walked inside, it was like stepping into a completely different event. The over-the-top floral arches were gone, replaced with simple arrangements of greenery. The gold chairs had been swapped for plain white ones. The guest tables were fewer, closer together, and instead of towering centerpieces, there were small candles flickering in glass jars. It wasn't fancy, but it was beautiful, intimate, even. Emily was waiting for me near the back of the room. She was already in her dress, her hair pinned up, looking like the kid I used to walk to the school bus stop, only all grown up. Dad, she said, her voice small. I just stood there, taking her in. You did all this? I asked. She nodded. After we talked, I called everyone and told them we were scaling back. Matt was furious at first, but he came around. We paid the balances ourselves. Mombi tried to argue, but I told her this was my wedding, not hers. I raised an eyebrow, and she took that well. A faint smile touched Emily's lips. She said if she wasn't going to get the wedding she wanted, she wasn't coming. So, she gestured toward the mostly empty front row where Matt's dad sat looking uncomfortable and very much alone. Wow, I said softly. She made her choice, Emily said, her voice stronger now. But so did I. For a moment, neither of us said anything. Then she stepped closer, her eyes shining. Will you still walk me down the aisle? I felt my throat tighten, but I nodded. Yeah, kiddo, I will. When the ceremony started, it was nothing like the extravagant event Matt's mom had been planning. There were maybe 50 people instead of 150. The music was simple, just a single violinist instead of a quartet. But when Emily took my arm and we started down the aisle, I realized it didn't matter. Everyone was watching. Not in the judgmental, whisper behind their hands way I'd been dreading. Just watching. Respectfully. Like we belonged there. At the altar, Matt looked nervous but grateful. He reached out and shook my hand before I placed Emily's hand in his, something that might have been small to everyone else, but meant the world to me. The ceremony itself was short and heartfelt. No long speeches, no theatrics. When it was over, we all moved to the reception area, where the scaled-back dinner felt more like a family gathering than a spectacle. People actually talked to each other instead of just taking photos for Instagram. At one point during the meal, Matt's dad came over and cleared his throat. "Noah," he said stiffly, "I owe you an apology. We should have handled things differently." I looked him in the eye for a long moment, then nodded. "Yes, you should have." He seemed like he wanted to say more, but then just nodded and walked away. That was fine with me. Later that night, as the music played softly and people started dancing, Emily came over and sat beside me. "I know I hurt you," she said quietly. "I can't take that back. But I want you to know, I chose this. Not because you forced me to, but because I realized I'd been letting other people decide what mattered to me. And I don't want that anymore." I put my hand over hers. "Good," I said. "Because today, this was you. Not them. And it was perfect." She smiled then, a real smile, the kind that crinkled her nose like when she was a little girl. "Thanks, Dad." We sat there for a while, just listening to the music. At one point, Matt's dad got up to dance with his wife. Oh wait, no, she wasn't there. He just sat awkwardly nursing his drink while people whispered, and I'll admit, there was a part of me that enjoyed watching him squirm. Actions have consequences. But the best moment came right at the end of the night. As everyone was packing up, Emily came over with the bouquet in her hand and held it out to me. "I want you to have this," she said softly. I looked at it for a long moment before taking it. "I'll keep it," I said, my voice catching just a little. "To remember today by." When I left the venue, I didn't feel like the man who had been sidelined and humiliated weeks earlier. I felt like a father again, like someone who had reclaimed his place without raising his voice or slamming a single door. As I loaded Max into the truck and started the engine, I glanced back at the venue one last time. The lights were glowing warm against the dark sky, laughter spilling faintly into the night. And for the first time in months, I drove home with a smile that wasn't forced. Because I hadn't just gotten my seat at the table back. I'd made sure it was one they'd never try to take away again. I still remember the first time I realized my sister didn't see me as a person anymore. "My name's Caleb. I'm 29 now, and for most of my life, I played the role of the safe sibling. You know the type, quiet, dependable, didn't make waves, didn't get in trouble. While other kids were sneaking out or partying in high school, I was in the garage rebuilding a busted carburetor just for the fun of it, or coding little game engines on my beat-up laptop. It wasn't glamorous. No one ever asked me what I was up to at dinner. But I didn't mind. I liked being invisible back then, until invisibility started being used against me. My younger sister, Clara, she's 26, was always the loud one, the pretty one, the star of every family gathering. If I fixed a neighbor's broken engine, she'd show up wearing something flashy, and suddenly everyone would be talking about her new hairstyle or her audition. If I got a scholarship, Clara had just landed some modeling gig or was dating a guy with a flashy car and a YouTube channel. It didn't matter that I'd been grinding behind the scenes, building a real career, starting my own company out of my apartment while working night shifts. To everyone else, Clara was the winner of the family. And me? Just the guy in the hoodie who dabbled in tech stuff. My parents, well, they didn't help. Mom called me her little inventor when guests were around, like I was still 10 and building Lego towers. Dad just nodded silently whenever I mentioned something I was working on, like he couldn't quite keep up and had stopped trying. Meanwhile, Clara's every move was broadcast like a Super Bowl ad. She was dating a minor actor once, and you'd think she'd brought home Brad Pitt. She even called a family meeting to announce it. I wish I was kidding. I mostly stayed quiet, gritting my teeth and letting things slide. I figured, let them talk. I had my own goals. I was pouring everything into my startup. Long hours, investor calls, sleepless nights. I wasn't just building a company. I was building freedom, independence. something I could be proud of without needing anyone's applause. But of course, no one in my family knew what I was really working on. Not because I was hiding it. They just never asked. And then came the engagement party. Clara had been dating this new guy, Tyler, for maybe 2 months before the invite came. The name dropped into our group chat like a pebble in a pond. Hey everyone, Tyler and I are throwing an engagement party this Saturday. Clinking glasses ring, can't wait to see you all there. No one had even known they were engaged. Mom blew up the chat with heart emojis. Dad responded with great news. I typed out congrats and deleted it twice before finally sending congrats. Looking forward to it. It felt forced, but whatever. I knew the drill. When Saturday rolled around, I showed up in a dark blazer and slacks. Nothing too flashy, but clean and sharp. The party was at a rented event hall, decked out like a low-budget wedding already. Champagne glasses lined the entrance, there was a photo booth, and someone had even hired a saxophonist. Clara was working the room like a politician at a fundraiser, arm in arm with Tyler. And Tyler, well, let's just say he had that kind of face that looked like it had never known struggle. Bleached smile, tailored suit, perfect hair. The moment he saw me, his lips curled into this smug half-smile like he'd just spotted a kid who wandered into the wrong room. Hey, you must be Caleb, he said, strolling over and giving me a once-over like I was a vending machine. Then he actually patted me on the head. The head. I'm 6 feet tall, by the way, and he still reached up to do it like I was a toddler with a toy robot. How's your little project going, buddy? He asked, loud enough that a few people nearby turned to look. There was laughter. Not cruel, but dismissive. Like background noise when someone drops a glass at a party. My jaw clenched, but I didn't let it show. I just smirked, like I hadn't heard him at all, and glanced down at my watch. 5 minutes. I gave it 5 minutes. See, Tyler had no idea who I was. He had no idea who my best man was, or that he'd be walking through those doors any second now. And when he did, I saw it. Tyler's smirk cracked. His confident posture wilted like a cheap balloon in the sun. His hand, still holding Clara's waist, slipped just a little. And he stammered, "Boss? What are you doing here?" My best man, a quiet, broad-shouldered guy in a charcoal suit, glanced at me, then looked Tyler dead in the eyes. "Didn't expect to see you here," he said. "We'll need to have a long talk Monday." The room didn't go silent exactly, but I felt it. People watching from the corners of their eyes, the shift in mood like a cold gust slipping through the hall. And that was the moment things began to spiral. But to explain how we got here, I need to go back. A few months, actually. Back before Clara met Tyler. Before the party. Before the head pat and the passive aggression wrapped in a champagne smile. Because this story didn't start here. It started with a favor I never should have done for my sister. One she never acknowledged. One she turned into ammunition. And it ends with something none of them ever saw coming. Clara wasn't always like this. Or maybe she was, and I just didn't see it. Growing up, we were tight in that uneven, older brother-younger sister way. She was loud and chaotic. I was quiet and calculated. She once convinced a whole group of neighborhood kids that I could hack into school computers, just because she'd seen me write Python scripts for fun. For a while, I thought she was just proud of me in her own weird way. But looking back, it was always about attention. Making herself look clever by association. I was just the background prop that made her look more interesting. I didn't resent her at first. I figured it would balance out once we got older. That she'd outgrow the drama, and I'd get my moment once I built something real. But life doesn't wait around for balance. And the moment I made something of myself, she found a way to make it hers. About 8 months before the engagement party, I landed my first big contract. Not freelance work, not some client throwing me a couple grand. This was different. A well-funded logistics startup wanted my company to build the architecture for their internal systems. Full-stack dev, database management, even machine learning integration down the line. It was the kind of deal that could make or break a young company. I worked out of my apartment, running everything solo with a few remote contractors I'd found through a friend, and we delivered results fast. They were blown away. Within weeks, they offered to bring me on as a CTO with a very generous stock option. It was the kind of break you dream about. I remember telling my parents during dinner one night. Clara was there too. Of course, she was crashing at home between apartments because she needed a break from the stress of acting. She had her phone in one hand and a spoon in the other, barely listening. So, I said, trying not to sound too excited. That startup I've been working with? They just brought me on board. CTO. They want me to oversee the tech infrastructure moving forward. Mom blinked. Oh, that's good, sweetie. Like, chief technical something. Officer, I said. It's kind of a big deal. Equity, leadership, I'll be helping run the tech side of a company that could scale fast. Clara didn't even look up. Is it like a job, or still one of your side things? It's a company I helped build, I said, trying to stay calm. And yeah, it's a real job. Real office space. Real investors. Wow, she said, finally looking up. So you're, like, a tech bro now? Dad chuckled, like that was clever. Mom gave me a polite smile. We're proud of you, honey. That was it. 2 years of 16-hour days, of coding through migraines and skipping birthdays to meet deadlines. And that was the reaction. Clara went right back to scrolling on her phone, probably texting that week's boyfriend. I sat there chewing cold lasagna, wondering if maybe I was the one who was wrong for expecting more. I let it go. Again, I figured success would speak for itself. That once things took off, people would see. But success doesn't shout. It whispers. And Clara? She only listens when someone's shouting her name. About a month later, I got a call from Clara at 11 p.m. I almost didn't pick up, but I did. Hey, Caleb, she said, breathless. I need a huge favor. She'd gotten into some legal mess over a brand deal. Something about violating a contract with a rival agency. She needed help reviewing the documents. You're good with this stuff, right? You've got, like, lawyer friends or whatever. I wasn't a lawyer, obviously, but I knew how to read contracts. And yeah, one of my old high school buddies had passed the bar and owed me a favor. So I stayed up most of the night helping Clara. Got her connected to someone who could help. She got out of it with just a warning. She never said thank you. Not once. Instead, 2 weeks later, she posted a photo on Instagram with the caption, "So grateful to have friends in high places who have my back, nail polish, #blessed, #networking, no mention of me." I was just the guy behind the curtain again, pulling levers, solving problems, and staying invisible. It didn't stop there. She started using my name in conversations with people she wanted to impress, dropping my brother, the CTO, like it was a prop. I found out from one of her friends. Apparently, she'd been telling people she was helping me get connected in the industry. Yeah, my brother's startup is doing well, she'd say. I got him in touch with a few people. I confronted her, calmly, pulled her aside during another family dinner, and said, "Clara, stop using me to make yourself look important." She looked genuinely confused. "I'm not. I'm literally just proud of you." "No, you're not. You're claiming credit for things you didn't do. You never even asked what I actually do." She rolled her eyes. "God, you're so sensitive." That's when it clicked for me. Clara didn't just want attention. She wanted ownership of every room, every conversation, every bit of praise that floated near our family. If someone complimented my work, she redirected it. If I did something impressive, she reframed it as something she made possible. And the worst part? No one noticed or cared until the betrayal. 3 months before the engagement party, I got word that my company was being considered for an even bigger deal. A logistics firm overseas wanted to expand into the US and needed a tech partner with scalable systems and strong leadership. We were on the shortlist. I flew out for the pitch, nailed it, and came back with a letter of intent. 2 weeks after that, Clara called me out of the blue again. "Hey, so do you think your company is hiring?" I was surprised. "For what? Marketing, maybe? PR? Something creative. I just think it'd be cool to work with my big bro for a bit." I hesitated. This wasn't a favor about contracts or legal stuff. This was about access. She wanted in, and I should have said no. But I didn't. I said I'd think about it. Biggest mistake of my life. I talked it over with my co-founder, my best friend, Josh. The guy who would later walk into that engagement party and change everything. Josh wasn't a fan of Clara. He'd met her a few times and said she had main character syndrome. I laughed it off at first, but now I knew what he meant. Still, we agreed to bring her in on a short-term freelance basis. Low stakes. Just help with social media content, nothing sensitive. At first, it was fine. She posted some decent graphics, ran a few decent campaigns. But then she started pushing for more access. "I need admin privileges if you want me to schedule posts. Can I get added to the team Slack? It'd be easier if I had access to your press contacts." I gave her crumbs. Just enough to do the job. I didn't realize she was hoarding them. 3 weeks before the engagement party, the overseas firm sent over a press request. They wanted to do a joint announcement. Clara saw the email, somehow before I did. And she jumped the gun. She used our company email to send a statement to a media contact. A statement she wrote. One that named her as brand development lead and implied she was one of the original team members. She framed herself as part of the visionary group behind the platform. She sent it without my approval. I found out when the article went live. I sat at my desk, reading the headline over and over. U.S. tech startups bold expansion. How a young creative helped lead the way. My photo was there. Josh's too. But the whole first paragraph? It was about Clara, her background, her branding intuition, her influence on our communication strategy, things she'd barely touched. I felt like I was watching someone else steal my face and wear it like a costume. I called her. She didn't pick up. I messaged her. Nothing. Finally, I emailed her a formal warning. Josh wanted to cut her off completely. I said no. Let's not make this a war. Let's wait. Let's be strategic. So we waited. The next day, Clara posted the article on Instagram with the caption, "Proud to be part of something so much bigger than me. Just a girl with a dream, a laptop, and a vision. Hashtag startup life, hashtag boss moves." That's when I knew. She didn't just want a slice of what I built. She wanted the whole cake. And she thought no one would stop her. That was the breaking point. I stopped giving her access. I removed her from the Slack channel, changed her login credentials, cut off all privileges. When she noticed, she called me, voice dripping with fake sweetness. "Hey," she said, "I think my account's not working." I deactivated it, I said flatly. "You're done." "What?" "You're done, Clara. You crossed a line. This isn't personal. This is business." She went quiet for a second, then laughed. "You're such a control freak, Caleb. No wonder you'll always be working in the shadows." Click. 3 weeks later, she got engaged to Tyler. And when I walked into that party, when he patted my head and mocked my little project, I realized they were made for each other. But neither of them knew what I had planned. And they definitely didn't know who Josh was. Not yet. After the engagement party, I didn't say a word. Not to Clara. Not to Tyler. Not to my parents. Not even to Josh, who gave me a long, searching look as we left that rented event hall with its glittery backdrops and fake gold cutlery. "Want to grab a drink?" he asked once we got outside. I shook my head. Not tonight. I drove home in silence, hands clenched on the steering wheel the entire way. The streets were mostly empty by then, just flickering traffic lights and the hum of my tires on pavement. I parked, walked up to my apartment, and just stood in the doorway for a long time. Shoes still on, jacket still buttoned, that damn party still echoing in my ears. "Buddy," Tyler had said. Buddy. I knew people like him. The kind that smiled with their whole face while saying things that chipped away at your spine. Guys who smelled like cologne, power, and entitlement. Guys who stepped into rooms like they owned them, because they usually did, or thought they did. Clara hadn't just chosen someone like Tyler, she'd chosen him. The worst possible version of everything I hated about the world I was trying to rise in. And he had no idea who I was. Or that Josh, my best friend, my co-founder, the one he stammered boss to in horror, wasn't just attending the party out of loyalty. He was there because we both knew what was coming, what was brewing. But that night, I didn't feel powerful. I didn't feel clever or patient or strategic. I just felt small. I sank onto my couch, still in my blazer, and stared at the ceiling. The city lights flickered across the walls like broken code. My thoughts were racing, but they had nowhere to go. And for the first time in a long time, I wondered if maybe everyone had been right about me all along. That maybe I was the background guy, the little project guy, the one who builds and watches others take credit. It wasn't just Clara and Tyler that got under my skin. It was the whole pattern of it. Every time I tried to make something of myself, someone louder took the spotlight. Every time I succeeded, someone more charming, more relatable, someone with a better smile or a louder laugh, stepped in and absorbed the praise. And I let them. That was the worst part. I let them. I let Clara use me for clout. Let my parents dismiss my wins. Let Tyler pat me like I was a child holding a Lego set. I sat there until the sun came up. And then, quietly, I began to change. The next few weeks were quiet. I buried myself in work, but it wasn't like before. This time, I wasn't just building a company. I was building leverage. First, I called Josh. "We need to talk about Clara," I said. He didn't hesitate. "What did she do now?" "I want to run a full audit on everything she touched. Every document. Every client interaction. Every post. He whistled softly. You thinking legal? Not yet. Just documentation. I want a trail. Josh didn't argue. He never did when I got that tone in my voice. Second, I made myself scarce. I stopped showing up to family dinners. Ignored Clara's passive-aggressive messages. Dodged Mom's texts asking why I hadn't congratulated Clara on her big modeling opportunity. I didn't even know what that meant, and I didn't care. Let them wonder. Let them fill in the blanks. Third, I started going to the gym again. It wasn't about looking good, though that was a nice side effect. It was about control, about reclaiming something. I hadn't touched a weight in over a year, and my body felt it. The first week was brutal. I couldn't lift my arms without wincing. But every rep, every drop of sweat, reminded me I wasn't weak. Just neglected. By others, and by myself. Then I cleaned my apartment. Not just a quick sweep. I mean a full purge. Old electronics, half-broken gadgets, piles of unopened mail, cables I hadn't touched in 5 years. Gone. I reorganized my desk. Wiped my whiteboard clean. Drew a single line across it in red marker. No more crumbs. And under that, a list. Secure investment round, finalize overseas expansion, restructure, marketing team, leverage Clara's breach, protect IP plan, reveal. It wasn't a revenge plan. Not yet. It was a rebuild. A rise. But deep down, I knew where it could lead. One night, maybe a month after the party, I got a call from my mom. Hey, stranger, she said. Hi, Mom. You haven't been around lately. I've been busy. A pause. Then, Clara's been a little upset. She said you locked her out of your company's accounts. She broke protocol. You know how she is, Caleb. She doesn't mean any harm. She lied. She stole credit. She sent a press release that almost ruined our deal. Mom sighed. She just wanted to be part of something. You know how hard things have been for her since. I cut her off. Why is it always about how hard things are for Clara? Why does she get grace and forgiveness, but I get silence? You're stronger than her, she said, like that explained everything. No, I'm just quieter. And I hung up. That night, I slept better than I had in months. At the office, things were moving fast. Josh and I closed the expansion deal. The foreign firm loved our pitch, and more importantly, they loved our integrity. We didn't tell them what Clara did. We didn't have to. We simply delivered, over and over again. They saw what we built, and they wanted in. We brought on 2 new developers. Hired a full-time branding lead. Not someone flashy. Not someone with a curated Instagram feed. A real professional. And we rewrote our mission statement. Tight, powerful, unapologetic. We built the platform. We built the future. And we named who did it. Me. Josh. Our team. No embellishment. Just truth. Meanwhile, Clara spiraled. She started posting weird, cryptic stories. Some people are just threatened by powerful women. It's always the ones closest to you who fear your light. You can't cancel a queen. I didn't respond, but I watched. She posted a video one night, clearly tipsy, ranting about bro culture and gatekeeping. It got a few hundred views. Nothing viral, but it was enough to make a few of our mutual acquaintances raise eyebrows. Is everything okay between you two? One of them messaged me. I didn't answer. I didn't need to, because something was shifting. For the first time, people were starting to notice. Not the drama, not the noise. Me. They started asking what I was building. Investors called. Podcasters reached out. A few publications asked for interviews. Not fluff pieces, but actual interest in the tech. The architecture. The vision. My name was on the patent filings. My name was on the trademark. Clara couldn't claim credit anymore. And that terrified her. The final straw came 2 weeks before the wedding. She showed up at my office. Unannounced. I was on a Zoom call with a potential partner when I saw her through the glass wall. Arms folded, sunglasses perched on her head like she was shielding herself from reality. I excused myself, walked out, and met her in the hallway. Clara, I said. We need to talk, she snapped. Make an appointment. Oh, drop the act, she said. I know you're still mad about the article. But come on, Caleb. We're family. This whole silent treatment thing, it's beneath you. I stared at her. Really stared. And for the first time, I saw it. Not confidence. Not poise. Panic. You're losing control, I said. She blinked. You're used to being the favorite. The one everyone listens to. The one who gets forgiven. But not here. Not anymore. Her voice cracked. I just wanted to be part of what you built. You wanted to own it. She didn't deny it. Tyler thinks you're being petty, she said. Tyler's a fraud. I replied. And you know it. That shook her. She looked away. I didn't mean to hurt you, she said, softer now. I didn't think it mattered. It did. We stood in silence. Then she said, Are you coming to the wedding? I haven't decided. Mom will be upset if you don't. I'm not doing this for Mom. She didn't have a response to that. So she left, and I went back to my office, shut the door, and added a new line to the whiteboard. Reveal date, wedding. Because that was the moment. The moment they'd all be there. Clara, Tyler, our parents, everyone who ever looked at me like I was just the background noise to someone else's spotlight. And that's when the tables would turn. But they didn't know that yet. They still thought I was the quiet one. The little project guy, just a guest at the party. What they didn't know was that I brought the storm with me. There's a strange sort of clarity that hits when you stop chasing recognition. For most of my life, I thought if I worked hard enough, if I built something valuable enough, people would naturally see it. Respect me. But they didn't. Or maybe they saw it and just didn't care enough to look beneath the surface. Clara certainly didn't. Neither did our parents. They were too dazzled by flashbulbs and Instagram captions to recognize quiet brilliance. So I stopped hoping they would. That's when I stopped building for them and started building against them. Not out of spite, not out of anger, out of precision. They tried to erase me from my own narrative. Now I was going to make sure they could never rewrite it again. The wedding was 3 weeks away, and for the first time in years, I found myself looking forward to a family event. But first, I needed to do a few things. 1. Assess the battlefield. Clara was a creature of perception. Image was everything. She didn't need truth, she needed optics. As long as people thought she was thriving, she could keep dancing in the center of every room. Tyler was worse. He was the kind of guy who wore his net worth like cologne. His identity hinged on dominance. He had to be the most successful guy in the room, or he'd start tearing down anyone who threatened that illusion. And me? I'd finally become invisible enough to be dangerous. They didn't know I'd signed exclusive rights to our newest software system just 2 weeks prior. They didn't know we'd secured series of funding in a quiet round led by a firm Tyler had pitched to and been rejected by. They didn't know we'd moved our headquarters into a sleek, downtown loft just blocks from the event space they were using for their wedding. They didn't even know Josh had quietly looped in a compliance team to review every digital footprint Clara left during her brief employment with us, gathering timestamps, IP logs, unauthorized emails, even the original metadata from that infamous press release she sent without our approval. This wasn't petty. This was documentation. 2. Leverage Clara's weakness, her need to be seen. I started feeding her breadcrumbs. Josh thought it was risky, but I told him to trust me. I sent Clara a message for the first time in weeks. Simple. Neutral. Hey, I've been thinking about what you said when you came to the office. You were right. It's stupid to stay mad. We're family. Let's talk. She responded within 10 minutes. Oh, thank God. I've been saying the same thing to Mom. I miss you. Let's get coffee. I have updates. Of course she did. We met at a trendy cafe she loved. One of those places where the baristas wear suspenders and the menus are printed on recycled paper. She walked in like she owned the air around her, Tyler's designer jacket hanging off her shoulders. We hugged, briefly. She smelled like vanilla and ambition. So, she said, sipping her oat milk latte, what's going on in your world, Mr. CTO? I played it cool. Still working. Still building. She leaned in. I heard from a friend that your company's moving offices. That's huge. I raised an eyebrow. Yeah, small upgrade. Nothing major. She smiled like she'd found a secret crack. Well, I'm booked solid. The wedding is a monster, but I've also got a brand deal launching next month. And Tyler's been talking to some venture capital folks again. Really? I said. Is he starting something new? He's working on a crypto-adjacent platform, she said, like that was a normal sentence. I nodded. Sounds volatile. She laughed too loud. You're so grounded, Caleb. That's what I always loved about you. I almost winced at that. Anyway, she continued, brushing non-existent crumbs off her lap. I've been thinking about the wedding party lineup. Mom said it might be nice if you made a little toast. Nothing dramatic, just a few words about us growing up, funny memories. You're good at writing. A toast. A few words. About us. I smiled. Yeah, I can do that. She beamed, thinking she'd won me back. But she had no idea what I'd just agreed to. 3. Build the alliance. Back at the office, Josh was waiting. I walked in, tossed my keys on the table, and sat down with the weight of 2 decades behind my shoulders. She took the bait, I said. He raised an eyebrow. She invited you to speak? She basically handed me a microphone, I said. On her wedding day, in front of everyone she wants to impress. Josh leaned back in his chair, smiling slowly. You going nuclear? I shook my head. Surgical. He reached into a folder and slid a document across the desk. Compliance report's done. You want the executive summary. Just tell me if there's enough to make her sweat. He nodded. If we wanted to press charges? We could. Unauthorized access, reputational damage, false claims of partnership, violation of NDA. I don't want to ruin her life, I said. I just want her to understand she doesn't own mine. He nodded, understanding. We'll keep it sealed. But if she ever tries this again, I finished the thought for him. We won't need to talk. Just press send. He smiled. You know, I used to think you were too soft. I was. Not anymore. 4. Reclaim the narrative. I spent the next week tightening every bolt on our systems. Public-facing pages, updated with proper bios and credits. LinkedIn profiles, streamlined. Social media, branded and curated with subtle emphasis on the real team, the real timeline, the real story. I didn't mention Clara once, but her absence said everything. I gave an interview to a mid-sized tech blog that had been following our growth. Nothing scandalous, just facts. Data. The trajectory of a two-man startup breaking into international markets. When asked about marketing missteps, I smiled and said, we learned a lot about the importance of qualified teams and internal trust, especially when you're growing fast. It wasn't a dagger, just a scalpel. And the story started spreading. People in our network began whispering, connecting dots, questioning the version of events Clara had peddled. She tried to fight it, posting vague inspirational rants about resilience and forgiving yourself when others won't. But people weren't buying it like they used to, because now they knew there was more to the story, and I wasn't hiding anymore. 5. Prepare the moment. The wedding was 1 week away. I bought a suit, custom fit, midnight black, no tie. I confirmed my RSVP, checked in with Josh, and prepared my speech. But I wasn't just writing words. I was designing an experience. I printed 2 envelopes, one for Clara, one for Tyler. Inside each, a carefully worded document, professional, precise, legally vetted. Clara's detailed her documented violations. It wasn't accusatory, it was a reality check. I included her timestamps, her actions, and the ways they impacted our business. Tyler's was simpler. A single-page portfolio summary. A breakdown of who our lead investors were, who turned him down, and why. One of the firms backing us, his former employer, the one that laid him off. I didn't gloat. I just laid out the math. Both envelopes went into my jacket pocket, not to be handed out, just to be ready, in case they tried anything. The night before the wedding, I stood on my balcony, looking out over the city. The air was cool, and the world felt quiet, like the pause before a chess move. The kind of silence that means something's about to shift. I wasn't nervous. I wasn't angry anymore, either. What I felt was control, not over them, but over myself. For the first time in years, I wasn't reacting. I was choosing. And when I walked into that wedding the next day, it wouldn't be as Clara's awkward older brother. It would be as the man who built everything they tried to steal. And this time, everyone would see it. But they had no idea what was coming next. Because when the best man stands up with the mic, it's not always to toast. Weddings always have a smell. Not just the flowers or the food, something else. Nerves, perfume, warm linen, polished wood, maybe. A kind of artificial joy, like everyone's pretending the world paused just for this day. It never does. I showed up 10 minutes early, suit crisp, shoes silent on the marble floors of the event hall. The place was dressed to impress. Long white drapes lined the walls, candlelit centerpieces flickered at every table, and gold-trimmed everything glinted under chandeliers. Clara had spared no expense, or, more accurately, Tyler hadn't. The guest list was loaded. People in cocktail dresses with practiced laughs, men adjusting cufflinks and scanning the room like they were at a networking event. Half the local scene was here: investors, influencers, brand reps, socialites, and enough photographers to make it feel like a press launch. That was no accident. This wasn't just a wedding. This was a performance. I was just taking it all in when I saw my parents. Mom spotted me first. Her face lit up like Christmas. She hurried over, arms wide. There you are? We weren't sure you were coming. I smiled politely. Told Clara I'd be here. Dad gave me the usual stiff nod. Looking sharp, son. Thanks, I said. Figured it was a special occasion. Before they could ask more, someone tapped my shoulder. Josh. He'd arrived in his own understated suit. Navy, no tie, clean shave. To everyone else, he looked like any other guest. But to me, he was the hammer behind the glass. You good? He asked. I nodded. Everything's in place. You sure you want to go through with it? I've never been more sure of anything. He gave me a single nod and slipped away into the crowd. I stayed near the back as the ceremony began. Clara walked down the aisle to a carefully chosen acoustic track, eyes shimmering, lips painted into perfection. Tyler stood at the altar like he'd just closed a billion-dollar deal. The officiant spoke in poetic half-truths about love and unity. They said their vows. They kissed. And just like that, the show was complete. For now, the reception was where it all mattered. That was where the cameras were. The toasts. The branding moments. The real audience. Dinner was served. Speeches were made. Clara's maid of honor gave a sweet, slightly rehearsed speech about childhood memories and how Clara always believed she was destined for something bigger. Tyler's best man told some joke about business school and Tinder. Then the mic was handed to me. Clara caught my eye as I stood. Smiled. She thought she knew what was coming. I walked to the front slowly, each step deliberate. The mic was lighter than I expected. I cleared my throat. The room quieted. Cameras rose. Hi, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Caleb, Clara's older brother. Polite smiles. Some nods. One or two people clapped, unsure why. I was asked to share a few stories. I began. You know, embarrassing childhood stuff. But I'm not going to do that. A chuckle rippled through the crowd. Clara's smile twitched. I thought about telling you how Clara used to boss everyone around during playtime, or how she once told our neighbor I was building a robot to spy on the government, just so they'd ask her more questions. A few more laughs. But that's not the story I want to tell. Clara's smile froze. The truth is, this isn't the first time Clara's taken credit for something she didn't do. Dead quiet. My parents shifted in their seats. Tyler tilted his head slightly, like he wasn't sure if this was part of the act. I took a breath. 3 months ago, Clara sent out a press release under our company's name, one she wasn't authorized to write. She called herself a founding member, claimed she shaped our strategy, said she built part of our vision. Murmurs. She didn't. A pause. She wasn't part of our founding team. She wasn't on the core project. She was brought on for 3 weeks, freelance, to do a few social media tasks. And when we asked her to stay in her lane, she crossed every boundary. Now the whispers were turning heads. Tyler stood up. Hey, he said, his voice too loud, too firm. That's enough. I turned to him. Sit down, Tyler. You're next. That shut him up. I faced the crowd again. You see, Clara's mistake wasn't that she tried to help. It's that she tried to own. She tried to rewrite our company's origin to center herself. She wanted to be seen as a visionary, but forgot to be one. Clara stood now too. Caleb, stop. I looked at her. I gave you chances. Every step of the way, I let things go. I stayed quiet. I kept building. But you didn't just want credit, Clara. You wanted control. You wanted the spotlight, no matter who you stepped on to get there. Someone's camera was still recording. Good. I turned to the guests. If you're wondering why I'm doing this now, in front of all of you, it's because this isn't just a family issue. Clara used my company's name, our reputation, to elevate herself in your eyes. She made herself the hero of a story that wasn't hers to tell. And now, you should know the truth. Silence. No music. No clinking glasses. Just the low, reverberating sound of consequences landing. I turned to Tyler. As for you, we've never spoken professionally, so let me fix that. You pitched to Larkbridge Capital last year, right? He blinked. What? Turned down after the second round. They didn't believe in your platform. Thought it was all noise, no signal. Where are you getting? They're one of our investors now. They funded the last round. Just thought you'd want to know what a little project can do when you're not busy patting people on the head. Tyler's face flushed the color of raw steak. I took out the envelope from my pocket, the one with the breakdown. I didn't hand it to him. Just placed it on the table in front of him. Do with it what you want. Clara was frozen. No tears. Just panic. The kind that comes when someone's entire script has been burned mid-performance. I looked at her one last time. Clara, I hope you find peace. but you won't find it in other people's reflections. I placed the mic back on the stand and walked away. Josh was waiting near the exit. You did it, he said. I nodded. How do you feel? I thought about it. Lighter. We stepped outside. Inside, the music had resumed. The machine was trying to reboot. But the spell had broken. The photographers had turned their cameras elsewhere. Tyler never touched the envelope. Clara never followed me out. And I never looked back. A week later, a trimmed-down video clip of the speech surfaced online. Someone had uploaded it with the caption, "CTO shuts down sister's lies at her own wedding," in front of her rich fiancé. It blew up. Not millions of views, but just enough. Enough to start conversations. Enough for people to reach out, ask about the company, about our next phase, about the real story. We never had to defend ourselves again, because truth has a habit of standing tall once it's no longer hiding. Months passed. The company soared. I kept working. Quietly. Cleanly. My parents never brought up the wedding. They never apologized either. But that didn't matter anymore. Because I wasn't chasing approval. I had found something better. Control. Clarity. Purpose. And the deep, satisfying knowledge that when the world finally stopped mistaking silence for weakness, I was the one holding the mic. I was 27 when my parents first told me that my dreams were a joke. My name's Evan, and I grew up in a small town where people measured success by how many hours you worked and how early you could afford your first mortgage. My dad, Robert, was the kind of man who believed that a steady paycheck was the only mark of maturity. My mom, Sandra, spent her days comparing me to my cousins like it was an Olympic sport. My older brother, Brian, was their golden child, an engineer with a real job and a house in the suburbs by 25. Meanwhile, I was the disappointment who played with computers all day. I'd been freelancing as a software developer since I was 19. It started small, fixing websites for local shops, setting up online stores, that sort of thing. But over time, it grew into something real. I built apps, managed clients from overseas, and even started a small team. It wasn't glamorous, but I made enough to support myself comfortably. My parents never saw it that way. To them, it wasn't a job if it didn't come with a suit, a manager, and a parking space. I still remember the first time they mocked me openly. It was Thanksgiving, 2 years ago. Brian had just announced that he got promoted to project manager at his firm. My mom's eyes lit up like she'd just been handed a grandchild. "See, Evan," she said, passing me the mashed potatoes. "This is what happens when you choose a real career. Stability, benefits, and respect. You could learn a thing or two." I forced a smile, pretending the words didn't sting. "I'm doing fine, Mom. I have clients. I'm saving up." Dad cut me off, his tone dry. "Clients aren't bosses, son. They can disappear any second. When Brian's company needs him, they keep him. When your clients don't need you, what do? Beg for work." The table laughed, Brian included. I felt like I'd shrunk 2 sizes smaller right there, sitting between my parents' framed expectations and my brother's smirk. I didn't argue, though. Not because I agreed, but because I'd learned something about my parents over the years. You couldn't reason with them when their pride was on the line. After dinner, I helped clean up while Brian and Dad sat on the couch watching football. Mom kept talking about how it's time I got serious about my future. "You're almost 30, she said, drying a plate. "You can't keep doing this internet thing forever. It's not sustainable. Why don't you apply where your father works? They have great benefits." My dad worked at a manufacturing company called Westline Industrial. Mid-size, been around forever, kind of the town's pride and joy. The idea of clocking in there every morning made my stomach twist. "Mom," I said quietly, "I'm not meant for that. I'm building something. It might not look like much yet, but I believe in it." She gave me that look, the same one she used when I said I didn't believe in Santa. "You and your ideas. You'll learn one day that belief doesn't pay bills." For the next few months, I avoided talking about work around them. Whenever we met, I just nodded and let Brian carry the conversation. It wasn't worth it. But then came the real blow, when I told them I was thinking of buying my first home. It was early spring, and I'd saved up a decent chunk from a few long-term contracts. I'd found a small but nice townhouse on the edge of the city, nothing extravagant, but something I could finally call mine. I told them over Sunday dinner, trying to sound casual. "I've been looking at houses," I said, "and I think I've found one that's perfect. I might put down an offer soon." Mom nearly dropped her fork. "With what money?" "My savings," I said, smiling. I've been putting money aside for years. Dad chuckled, shaking his head like I'd just announced I was buying a spaceship. Come on, Evan. Be serious. You're not making that kind of money. Unless you're lying about how much this computer gig pays. I laughed nervously. It's freelance, Dad. It adds up. I've been smart about it. Brian chimed in from across the table, smirking. You sure it's not one of those get-rich-quick things? Maybe he's been selling NFTs or whatever those are. The whole table laughed again, except me. I tried to explain how my business worked, how I had contracts, recurring clients, and projects that brought steady income. But they didn't want to hear it. To them, success only came from doing what everyone else did. You should ask us for help if you're serious, Mom said finally. We can co-sign for you, maybe lend you something toward the down payment, but only if you get a proper job first. You know, something stable, something real. That word, real, it followed me home that night. It echoed in my head as I scrolled through the house listings again. It wasn't about the money to them. It was about control. They didn't want me to succeed on my own terms. They wanted to be able to say, see, he needed us. I didn't take their offer. I bought the house myself, without their help. It wasn't easy. I had to liquidate some investments and work insane hours for a few months. But when I got the keys, standing in that empty living room, I felt something I hadn't in years, pride. I invited them over after I moved in. I thought maybe, just maybe, they'd be proud too. They weren't. This neighborhood isn't great, Mom said the moment she stepped inside. You should have waited. If you'd let us help, you could have gotten something nicer. Dad just looked around with a smirk. Looks small, but I guess it's good for a start. Brian laughed. You know what this reminds me of? Those YouTube setups people have when they still live in their mom's basement. It was supposed to be a joke, but it wasn't funny. I brushed it off again, the same way I always did, pretending their words didn't matter. But inside, something started to shift. The thing about being mocked your whole life is that eventually, it either breaks you or builds something inside you that doesn't go away. That night, after they left, I stayed up working. Not just to prove them wrong, though that was part of it, but because I realized something. I didn't want their approval anymore. I wanted success so undeniable that even they couldn't twist it into something to ridicule. Months passed. Business grew faster than I expected. A startup I'd helped design software for got acquired, and they offered me a full-time position as their lead developer. I negotiated partial ownership instead. It was the best decision I ever made. By the next year, my income tripled. I upgraded my car, renovated my home, and hired 2 full-time employees. I didn't tell my parents. I let them think I was still barely getting by with my computer thing. Then, one morning, I got a call that changed everything. It was my dad. His voice was quieter than usual, strained. Evan, he said, Westline's downsizing. They're letting a lot of us go. I didn't say anything for a moment. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, he muttered. They've been struggling. New management, bad decisions, you know how it is. I didn't know. Because I'd been looking into Westline Industrial for months. Not out of spite, at least not at first, but because a client of mine had been analyzing potential acquisitions in the area, and Westline was on the list. At the time, I hadn't realized the irony. But now, hearing my dad on the other end of the phone, suddenly unsure and vulnerable, it hit differently. He went on about how unfair it was, how loyal he'd been for 20 years. No severance, no respect, just a meeting and a handshake. For the first time in my life, I heard defeat in his voice, and I didn't know whether to feel sorry for him or something else entirely, because part of me already knew what was coming next. And that's when everything began to change. When Dad lost his job, I thought, maybe foolishly, that it might humble him. For the first time, the man who'd spent decades lecturing me about real work was suddenly unemployed. But humility wasn't in his vocabulary. Within a week, the story in our family group chat had changed from Westline fired me to the economy is falling apart. My mom was in full-blown defense mode, talking about how loyal employees were being betrayed by greedy companies. I offered help, not money, just to take a look at his resume and maybe help him find something remote. I knew several tech companies looking for logistics coordinators or manufacturing consultants, but he shot it down instantly. I don't want some kid sitting at a laptop teaching me how to find a job. I've been working longer than you've been alive. That was the tone of every conversation that followed. Pride, denial, and a sharp undertone of bitterness. He'd always defined himself by his work, by the long hours, the steady paycheck, the feeling of being needed. Now that it was gone, it wasn't just his job that vanished. It was his sense of control. Mom didn't help. She made his failure my responsibility in subtle, infuriating ways. "Your father's just been under stress lately," she said one evening over the phone. "Maybe if you visited more, or took him out somewhere, it would cheer him up." "Mom," I said, pinching the bridge of my nose, "I've been buried in projects. I'll see you guys soon, but..." "Evan, this is when family shows up, not when it's convenient. It was always like that. When Brian got a promotion, celebration dinner. When Dad lost his job, I was supposed to drop everything and play therapist. A month later, they came over uninvited. I was in the middle of a Zoom meeting when the doorbell rang. My dad stood on the porch, wearing his old Westline jacket, holding a plastic grocery bag like it was his badge of honor. Mom followed right behind, already talking before I could even greet them. "We were in the neighborhood, and I told your father you could use some help organizing this place. It still feels temporary." The temporary jab again. My home never felt good enough for them. They sat down in the living room like they owned it. Dad turned on the TV without asking, flipping through channels until he found a sports recap. Mom started tidying non-existent messes, straightening cushions, wiping down counters that were already spotless. "You really need a woman's touch in here," she muttered. "I'm fine, Mom. Are you? You still eating those takeout meals?" "I cook," I said, even though I didn't really. They stayed for hours. Every attempt I made to ease them out just got brushed off. When they finally left, the house felt smaller, like their judgment had clung to the air. The next week, Mom called again. "Brian's thinking about moving closer to the city," she said. "He and Lauren found a 3-bedroom condo. Maybe you could help him figure out his financing. You're good with money, right?" I froze. "What do you mean, help him?" "Well, he's got great credit, but you know, houses are expensive these days. Maybe you could loan him a little? You don't have kids, and you've been doing well. It would be nice to help your brother out." I almost laughed out loud. "Mom, are you seriously asking me to give Brian money for a house?" "It's not giving," she corrected, like that changed anything. "It's family helping family." I wanted to ask her where that family helping family sentiment was when I was scraping together every cent for my down payment. But I didn't. I just said, "No, I can't do that." She sighed heavily. "You've changed, Evan. You used to be so generous." That comment stayed with me for days. Generous. I had paid my own way through college, built a business from scratch, bought a home with no help. And somehow, I was the selfish one. Brian called that same evening. "Hey, man," he said, sounding way too casual. "Mom said you might help me out with a little down payment boost. Don't worry, I'll pay you back." "She had no right to tell you that," I said sharply. "Oh, come on. It's not a big deal. You've been making good money, right? You probably spend more on your computer setup than what I'm asking." "Brian," I said, holding back a rising irritation, "I'm not loaning you money." He was silent for a beat, then laughed. "Wow, guess Mom was right. You really did get full of yourself." That was the first time I hung up on him. After that, I distanced myself. Fewer visits, fewer calls. I focused on my company. Things were accelerating, new contracts, investors interested in expanding. I started hiring locally, building something sustainable. But every time I spoke to my parents, they made it sound like I was still one bad day away from ruin. Dad, meanwhile, couldn't find a new job. Westline's collapse had hit hard. Several companies in the same sector were downsizing too. He spent months looking, which mostly meant sitting at home watching TV and complaining about kids ruining industries. By late summer, things got worse. Mom started hinting that I should help them out a bit. It began small, maybe cover a few bills while your father gets back on his feet, but the tone shifted quickly. One Sunday afternoon, I stopped by their place with groceries, thinking it might lighten the mood. Dad barely looked at me. Mom, on the other hand, went straight for it. "Your father and I have been talking," she said. "We think it's time you stepped up a little." "Stepped up?" I asked. "Yes. Family supports family, Evan. You've been doing so well, and your father's retirement is still years away. It's not fair that he's struggling while you're out there buying gadgets and cars." I set the grocery bag down on the counter and took a slow breath. "Mom, I've offered to help him look for work. I've offered to pay for courses." "We don't want handouts," Dad interrupted, finally looking up. "We just think you should contribute something for a while. Rent, groceries, whatever. It's the right thing to do." "Rent," I repeated, incredulous. "I don't live here." You grew up here, he said flatly. We helped you when you needed it. When did you ever help me financially? He looked away. Mom shot me a warning glare, the kind that meant, don't disrespect your father. That was the moment I realized they weren't just asking. They were expecting it. Like it was my obligation to carry them now that their carefully built world had cracked. I didn't argue. I just left the groceries, said I had work to do, and drove home. I didn't speak to them for almost 2 weeks after that. During that time, I threw myself into work. We were negotiating a big partnership deal, something that could double our revenue. And the company we were working with? A small manufacturing firm that had just bought out several struggling plants in the region. One of them used to be part of Westline Industrial. I remember the first time I saw the name pop up in the paperwork. It gave me a strange chill. The plant had been closed for months, its equipment sitting idle, its land undervalued. The acquisition was a steal, and I had a front row seat to it. Around that same time, my parents started calling again. Not to apologize, that would have been too easy, but to update me on Brian's success. He and Lauren had closed on their condo. We're so proud of him, Mom said, her voice warm in a way it never was when talking about me. He's really doing it right. Planning for the future, building stability. Did you help him financially? I asked, already knowing the answer. Well, we co-signed, she admitted. But it's different with Brian. He's got a family to think about. You'll understand one day. That line, you'll understand one day, made my stomach tighten. It was her way of saying, you don't matter yet. By winter, things reached a breaking point. I got a call from Mom, frantic this time. Evan, your father's upset. He tried calling the union about his severance, and they said the plant's under new ownership. They won't return his calls. He says he's been cheated. Mom, I said slowly. The plant was bought by a private firm. The union probably doesn't handle that anymore. Well, you're the business expert, she snapped. Can't you do something? Maybe talk to them. I almost told her the truth, that I knew exactly who owned it, and that I'd soon have a much bigger role in that ownership myself. But I didn't. Not yet. Something in me wanted to see where this was going first. And where it went was straight downhill. Dad started blaming everyone for his situation, his old boss, the new management, the government, even me. You're part of this new generation ruining everything, he told me during one particularly heated call. Companies don't care about loyalty anymore because kids like you made everything about profit and convenience. I bit my tongue, every muscle in my jaw tight. Dad, I didn't make the economy, I said. You're benefiting from it, he shouted. Sitting there behind a screen, making money off the backs of people who actually build things. I hung up, not out of anger, out of exhaustion. After that, the call stopped. For a while. Then came Christmas. I wasn't planning to go, but Mom called again, her voice trembling just enough to get me there. Your father's been quiet, she said. He's not himself. Just come for dinner, please. I showed up with a bottle of wine and a carefully neutral smile. Brian was already there, cracking jokes about his new car. Mom was setting the table, humming, pretending nothing was wrong. Dad sat in his armchair, staring at the TV. Hey, Dad, I said softly. He looked up, eyes tired. You doing all right, son? It sounded almost genuine. For a brief moment, I thought maybe, just maybe, things had softened. Then, halfway through dinner, Brian said it. Hey, Dad told me something crazy, he laughed. You know his old company? The new owners are apparently your client or something. Is that true? The table went silent. My fork froze midair. Where'd you hear that? Dad's union buddies were talking about it. They said your name came up in some business filing. Mom frowned, confused. What's that supposed to mean? I felt everyone's eyes on me. And that's when the tension finally snapped. The silence after Brian's comment was suffocating. The clinking of forks stopped, the TV hummed softly in the background, and I could feel my parents' eyes boring into me. My mom was the first to speak, her voice sharp but deceptively calm. What does he mean, Evan? What's this about your name coming up with your father's company? I set my fork down slowly, trying to think. It's nothing shady. I do consulting work for a client who's been acquiring old plants in the region. One of them happened to be a Westline property. That's all. Dad's expression darkened. So you knew? I knew they were buying Westline's assets, I said carefully, but I didn't know exactly which divisions or who was affected until recently. Mom's voice rose an octave. And you didn't think to tell us? Your father has been losing sleep over that place, and you're just, what? Helping the people who took his job. It's business, I said, already knowing how hollow that would sound to them. Business. Dad spat, pushing his chair back. You call this business? You sat there, listening to me talk about how they ruined my career while you were part of it. I opened my mouth to explain that I wasn't part of it, that the acquisition had saved hundreds of local jobs, but the words died on my tongue. He wasn't looking for an explanation. He was looking for someone to blame. Mom stood up too. Unbelievable. Your father gave 20 years to that company. 20 years. And you, his son, are profiting off its collapse. The word profiting hung in the air like poison. Brian leaned back in his chair, smirking like he was watching a movie. Man, this is wild. You couldn't make this stuff up. That was the moment something inside me snapped. You think I caused this? I said, my voice shaking. Do you even understand how this works? I didn't fire Dad. I didn't close the plant. You just did what was convenient. Dad interrupted, his voice low but dangerous. You always do. The rest of dinner disintegrated into chaos. Mom was crying, Dad was shouting, and Brian was pretending to mediate, but throwing in little digs every chance he got. When I finally left, the air outside felt heavy. Snow had started to fall, covering the driveway in a soft white layer. I stood by my car for a minute, just breathing, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I got a text from Mom that simply said, your father doesn't want to see you for a while. I think it's best you give him space. Space. That was her polite way of saying you're not welcome here. I tried to focus on work, but the situation gnawed at me. Every time my phone buzzed, I half expected it to be Dad, ready to talk, or at least yell again. But weeks passed, and the silence grew colder. Then one evening, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. It was from an old contact at the new company, the one that had acquired Westline's assets. Hey, Evan, he said cautiously, just wanted to give you a heads up. There's been some noise from a former employee. Claims about insider deals, favoritism, that kind of thing. Says he has proof. My stomach dropped. Who? Robert Hayes. Ring a bell. I froze. My father's name. For a moment, I couldn't even respond. He's my dad. There was a long pause. I thought so. Look, man, I don't know what's going on between you two, but he's been emailing people. HR, investors, even journalists. Says his son sold him out and made money off the deal. I felt the blood drain from my face. You're kidding. I wish I was. It's not causing damage yet, but if he keeps it up, it could turn ugly. Just thought you should know. When I hung up, I sat in my office chair for a long time, staring at nothing. My own father, accusing me of betraying him publicly. I called Mom immediately. She answered on the third ring, sounding tired. Evan, please don't start. Don't start? Mom, do you know what Dad's been doing? She sighed. He's upset. He feels wronged. You have to understand, that company was his life. Losing it was hard enough. Then finding out his own son had a hand in. I didn't have a hand in it. He knows that. Maybe he doesn't anymore, she said quietly. I pressed my palm against my forehead. He's contacting journalists, Mom. This isn't just venting. He's spreading lies. Do you have any idea what that could do to me? To my business? She hesitated. He's hurting, Evan. Don't make it about you. I almost laughed. He's trying to ruin me, and you think I'm making it about me? Watch your tone, she snapped. Your father has been through enough. That was the moment I realized they would never take my side. Not once, not ever. The next few days were chaos. I had to call my company's PR team, prepare statements, and warn investors that someone was making false claims. It never went public, thankfully, but the trust I'd built with some of my partners took a hit. When the dust settled, I drove to my parents' house. I didn't text, didn't call. I just showed up. Mom opened the door, eyes wide. Evan, what are you? Where's Dad? In the living room, but I didn't wait. I walked past her, straight into the room. Dad was sitting on the couch, half watching the news. He looked up, and his face hardened instantly. Why? I asked. My voice was calm, but my hands were shaking. Why would you do that? He turned off the TV and leaned back, arms crossed. Do what? Don't play dumb. You've been contacting people, spreading lies about me. About the company. He didn't deny it. I told them the truth. That my son made a fortune off the same people who threw me out like garbage. That's not true, I said, my voice rising. I didn't even know you'd been laid off when the deal went through. You're twisting things because you can't accept what happened. He stood up slowly. You think you're better than me now? You sit behind that fancy desk of yours, talking about innovation and progress, while real men like me get replaced by machines and spreadsheets. This isn't about that. I snapped. You lost your job because Westline was mismanaged for years. I had nothing to do with that. He stepped closer, eyes burning. You could have warned me. You could have done something. But you didn't, because deep down, you liked it. You liked seeing me knock down a peg. I felt something inside me twist painfully. You actually believe that? He didn't answer. Mom appeared in the doorway, her voice trembling. Both of you, please. Stop this. But it was too late. I stared at him. This man who'd once been larger than life, who'd taught me how to ride a bike, who'd drilled discipline and loyalty into my head, and I barely recognized him. Dad, I said quietly, you're destroying our family over something that isn't even true. He just shook his head. No, Evan. You destroyed it the moment you chose money over blood. I left without another word. For weeks after that, we didn't speak. Not on holidays, not on birthdays. My mom texted occasionally, small things like, hope you're doing okay, or Dad's blood pressure has been high lately. I'd reply politely, but keep it short. Then one day, I got a notification a local business journal article had gone live. The headline made my stomach lurch. Local entrepreneur linked to controversial takeover of Westline Industrial. The piece wasn't outright defamatory, but it quoted anonymous sources, clearly echoing my father's accusations. The damage was immediate. A few clients paused contracts. My inbox filled with questions from journalists. I felt sick. That night, I sat in my car outside my parents' house for nearly an hour, staring at the dark windows. I thought about knocking, screaming, demanding he fix what he'd broken. But then I remembered something. The look in his eyes that day. The cold certainty. He didn't think he'd done anything wrong. He thought he was getting justice. That was the night something changed in me. The hurt, the guilt, the constant need for their approval. It all began to rot into something else. Something colder. I realized I couldn't fix them. I couldn't make them see the truth. But I could make sure they'd never have the power to hurt me again. And as fate would have it, an opportunity to do exactly that was already in motion, one I hadn't even planned. It came quietly, disguised as a routine business meeting, when one of my partners mentioned a new acquisition proposal. A proposal that involved buying the parent company that now owned all of Westline's remaining assets. And with it, every shred of power my father had ever clung to. Rock bottom doesn't always feel like a crash. Sometimes, it's quiet, like the world just forgets you exist, and all the noise that used to fill your days fades into a long, cold silence. That's what it felt like after that article came out. The piece spread faster than I expected. Local business forums reposted it. A few industry newsletters picked it up, and within days, the story was everywhere in my small corner of the professional world. Local tech founder profits from layoffs. Westline insider turned entrepreneur. The headlines twisted the truth until I barely recognized myself in them. Clients didn't exactly drop me overnight, but they started to distance themselves. Emails became more formal, conversations shorter. A few politely postponed projects. I didn't blame them. Nobody wanted to get caught up in potential PR fallout. The damage was subtle but deep, the kind that bleeds your credibility drop by drop. I tried to fight it at first. I drafted statements, talked to a lawyer, even contacted the journalist who'd written the piece. She said the article was factual and that they had multiple corroborating sources. I didn't need to guess who one of them was. For the first time in years, I couldn't focus on work. I'd sit at my desk, staring at my monitor, cursor blinking over unfinished code. Every idea that once excited me now felt hollow. I'd built my business on trust, reputation, and resilience. And suddenly, all three were slipping through my fingers. The nights were the worst. I'd lie awake replaying every conversation with my father, wondering if there was a version of events that could have gone differently. If I'd said more, explained better, swallowed my pride one more time, would he still have done it? Or was this always how it was going to end? About 2 weeks after the article dropped, I drove to their house again. I didn't even plan it. I just found myself on that familiar street, headlights cutting through the early evening fog. The porch light was on, same old creaky steps leading to the door I'd walked through 1,000 times. Mom opened it, wearing her housecoat, her hair tied up. Her expression shifted instantly, from surprise, to worry, to something colder. Evan, you shouldn't be here. I just want to talk. I said quietly. Your father doesn't want to see you, she said, keeping her voice low, like we were discussing a family secret in church. Mom, he's ruining my life. Her lips pressed into a thin line. You did that yourself. The words hit harder than I expected. You actually believe that? I believe your father gave everything to that company. And I believe you took advantage of the situation instead of standing by him. I didn't take advantage of anyone. I tried to help. I offered him work, advice. He didn't want it. She shook her head. You always think you're helping when really you're just proving you're better. That was the moment I realized she wasn't just defending him. She resented me too. Does Brian think that too? I asked, even though I already knew. Her silence was answer enough. When I finally left, I didn't even make it to the car before the first tear hit. I hated crying. I hadn't done it in years. But something about hearing those words, from the person who was supposed to love you no matter what, broke something in me that I didn't know could still break. The next few months were a blur of damage control. My company survived, barely, but I was bleeding clients. I sold my car, downsized some of my expenses, and laid off one of my 2 full-time employees. I couldn't even tell them the full story. I just said, we're restructuring. The humiliation was quiet, private, and suffocating. I stopped going out, stopped answering friends' texts. The only messages I got from my family were short updates about Brian's life. Brian got promoted again. Brian and Lauren are expecting. Never once did they ask how I was holding up. I kept expecting some flicker of guilt from them, some acknowledgement, anything, but nothing came. There was one morning that still plays in my head like a broken record. I woke up late, checked my phone, and saw a message from an unknown number. It was a photo of my dad at a local diner with the caption, "Still can't believe what you did to your old man." No name, no context, just that. I sat there staring at it, feeling a strange mix of anger and shame. Even strangers thought they knew the story now. That's when I stopped trying to explain myself. Something shifted inside me. Not like a movie moment where the protagonist suddenly finds their purpose again. More like a slow, heavy realization that no one was coming to save me. I was on my own, just like I'd always been. So I got to work. Quietly, I started rebuilding under the radar. I reached out to old clients personally, not with PR statements or press kits, but real, human conversations. I told them I understood if they wanted to distance themselves, but that my work spoke for itself. Some didn't respond. Some did. A few even came back, slowly. I rebranded my business, renamed it, changed the website, and started fresh. I stopped attaching my face to the brand. Let the results speak, not the headlines. In the meantime, I kept tabs on Westline's new management. The acquisition chain had grown complicated. The parent company, Arden Holdings, had been scooping up smaller manufacturing facilities across the region. They were bleeding cash, trying to modernize too fast. I noticed the cracks before anyone else did. And that's when a small, dangerous thought crept into my head. Maybe there was a way to turn all this pain into something useful. Not revenge, not yet. Just something constructive. But before I could act on it, things somehow got worse. In April, I got a call from my mom out of the blue. I hadn't heard from her in months. Her voice was trembling. "Evan, your father's in the hospital." My heart dropped. What happened? Chest pains. They're running tests. I was already halfway out the door before she finished the sentence. When I got there, she was sitting in the waiting area, eyes red, hands gripping a paper cup of coffee. She looked older than I remembered. "He's stable," she said when she saw me. "They're keeping him overnight." I nodded, my throat tight. When I finally saw him, he looked smaller. The man who'd once seemed carved from stone now looked fragile, almost unfamiliar. Machines beeped softly beside him. He turned his head when I entered. "Didn't expect you to come," he said hoarsely. I stood by the bed, not sure what to say. "You're my dad," I managed. He looked away. Still. That hurt more than I wanted to admit. "Yeah, still." He didn't respond. We sat in silence for a long time. Eventually, he said, "You know, they offered me a consultant job last month. Some guys from the old plant. Said they'd pay under the table." "That's good," I said cautiously. I turned it down. Didn't feel right, taking scraps. He paused, his voice lowering. "You were right about one thing. That company was already rotting before they fired me." It wasn't an apology, not even close. But it was the first time he'd admitted I was right about anything. I wanted to say something, anything, to bridge the gap between us. But the words wouldn't come. A nurse came in, interrupting the moment. She smiled at me, then turned to him. "You've got a good son here, Mr. Hayes. He's been waiting all day to see you." He just nodded, eyes still on the ceiling. That night, as I drove home from the hospital, I realized something strange. I didn't feel angry anymore, just tired. The kind of tired that comes after fighting the same battle for too long. When I got home, I sat at my desk and opened a blank document. No emails, no business plan, just a blank page. I started typing ideas, half-formed thoughts, possible moves. It wasn't about proving anything anymore. It was about reclaiming control. If they thought I'd peaked, they were wrong. If they thought I'd fade quietly into nothing, they didn't know me at all. But I also knew I couldn't keep doing things the same way. My old life, chasing validation, seeking approval, was gone. What came next had to be different. The first step was distance. Real distance. I stopped answering calls from my mom. I unfollowed Brian and Lauren on social media. I blocked the people who'd spread the story. For the first time in my life, I stopped explaining myself. Instead, I worked 12-hour days, weekends, late nights. Slowly, my company found its footing again, leaner, quieter, more efficient. And behind the scenes, I kept my eye on Ardent Holdings. The cracks were turning into fissures. Financial reports showed losses, supply chain delays, internal conflicts. And then, one day, a rumor started circulating. Ardent was preparing to sell several of its assets, including Westline. That same week, I got a letter in the mail. It wasn't from my father, but from his attorney. A formal notice. He was suing me, not for defamation, not for slander, for emotional damages tied to my alleged role in his job loss. It wasn't about money. It was a statement, a final attempt to break me. When I finished reading the letter, I sat back in my chair and exhaled. No tears this time. No shouting. Just clarity. If this was the game he wanted to play, I was finally ready to stop defending myself and start fighting back. Winning didn't feel like revenge at first. It felt like survival. The lawsuit my father filed should have ruined me, or at least, that's what he hoped. But the court dismissed it within a month. The claims were vague, baseless, and riddled with emotional language. My lawyer called it a tantrum in legal format. Still, the damage was done. The humiliation of seeing my own last name listed next to his on a court docket burned worse than any public article. But that embarrassment did something I didn't expect. It hardened me. After years of being the quiet son, the misunderstood dreamer, the family's emotional punching bag, I finally stopped asking for fairness. I started thinking like someone who had nothing left to lose. And that was dangerous for them. My company, rebuilt, renamed, and restructured, was finally taking off again. Slowly, quietly, it started to thrive under my new direction. We'd pivoted into automation software. Ironically, the same kind of tech that companies like Westline had once dismissed. The irony didn't escape me. I was now helping manufacturers modernize their systems, training AI models to streamline operations, and saving companies millions. I worked 18-hour days, barely sleeping. It wasn't about money anymore. It was about control. Every client I gained, every investor I convinced, every deal I closed, it all added weight to the scale that had once been tipped against me. Then one morning, as I was reviewing contracts, my business partner Mia walked in, holding a printout. "You're not going to believe this," she said. "Ardent Holdings is in trouble." I took the paper from her and scanned the headlines. Ardent faces financial strain after series of failed acquisitions. My heart skipped. I'd been waiting for this without even realizing it. The company that now owned what was left of Westline was falling apart, bleeding money, drowning in debt, and looking for a lifeline. Their leadership had changed 3 times in a year. Employees were leaving. Investors were panicking. "Guess who's looking to sell?" Mia said with a grin. "Westline," I murmured. She nodded. And not just Westline, their parent branch, too. They're restructuring, trying to cut their losses. We could buy in cheap. I looked at her, trying to mask the storm of emotion brewing inside me. "You're serious?" "Completely. I already checked. They're offering shares at a fraction of last year's price." For a long time, I just stared at the report, my thoughts spiraling. Buying into the company that had fired my dad. The same company that had sparked years of pain, humiliation, and betrayal. It was poetic. Too poetic. But I didn't want to do it for symbolism. I wanted to do it because it was smart business. So I said, "Let's make a call." It took months. Negotiations, meetings, investor pitches. I stayed calm, professional, never letting anyone see how personal it was. Mia knew, of course. She'd been with me long enough to read between the lines. But she never said a word about it. She just worked alongside me, tireless and precise, as if she wanted to see this through as much as I did. By the time the deal went through, I owned 62% of the newly restructured division. Westline Industrial was mine. When the paperwork was finalized, I didn't celebrate. No champagne, no toast. I just sat alone in my office, staring at the digital signature on the screen. It wasn't triumph I felt. It was closure, a quiet exhale after years of tension. But that peace didn't last long. 2 weeks later, I got an unexpected call from my mother. "Your father heard a rumor," she said cautiously. "Something about you buying his old company." I didn't say anything. "Evan, tell me it's not true." "It's true." The silence that followed felt like a lifetime. Then she whispered, "Why would you do that?" "Because it was a good investment," I said flatly. "This isn't about business," she snapped. "This is about hurting your father." I closed my eyes, rubbing the bridge of my nose. "No, Mom. He already did that himself. I'm just building something from the pieces he left behind." She didn't call again for months after that. In the meantime, life started changing faster than I could process. My company's valuation doubled. Industry conferences started inviting me to speak. A few investors called me a visionary for seeing value where others saw failure. I wasn't sure if I deserved that label, but I didn't correct them. Money wasn't the intoxicating part. It was the freedom. For the first time, I wasn't answering to anyone. No boss, no parents, no expectations. Just me and the empire I'd quietly built while everyone was busy doubting me. Still, the shadow of my family lingered. I'd see my mom at the grocery store sometimes, pretending not to notice me. Once, she almost said hello, but then Brian appeared beside her, and she turned away. Speaking of Brian, he was thriving, or at least, that's what the family gossip said. New promotion, new baby, new house. He'd stepped comfortably into the role of the good son. But he didn't realize how fragile that illusion was. One day, out of nowhere, I got a text from him. "Brian, heard you're making big moves. Congrats." I stared at it for a while before replying. "Me, thanks." "Brian, Dad told me what you did. Bold move. You really bought the company that fired him?" "Me, business is business." "Brian, still, that's cold, man." I didn't respond. There wasn't a point. But I could sense something shifting. Whispers traveled fast in small towns, and now the whispers had turned into stories. Stories about the kid who made it big, the tech guy who bought Westline. Some painted me as ruthless, some as brilliant. Either way, people were talking, and that meant power. I leaned into it. I hired better staff, expanded operations, and launched a new division focused on sustainable manufacturing tech. The government grants rolled in. Partnerships followed. There were nights when I'd sit in my office overlooking the factory floor, the same floor where my father had once spent decades of his life, and feel a strange mix of pride and sadness. The machines hummed with precision, the air smelled of metal and oil, and I thought about the man who'd once told me I'd never understand real work. Now I was signing paychecks for over 200 employees. Still, I kept my ownership quiet. Publicly, the holding company was listed under a neutral name. I didn't want my father, or anyone else, knowing too soon. Not until I decided it was time. And time had a way of revealing itself at the perfect moment. One day, Mia walked into my office with a folder and that familiar spark in her eyes. "We've got an offer," she said. "A big one." I raised an eyebrow. "From who?" "Rothman Group. They want to buy the division outright. 8 figures, cash." I whistled softly. "That's tempting." "It is," she agreed. "But I get the feeling you're not done with this place yet." She was right. Selling it now would be smart. Profitable. Clean. But something in me wasn't ready to let go. "Not yet. Not yet," I said finally. "There's one thing I need to do first." She didn't ask what. She just nodded, like she already knew. Because in truth, I didn't want to sell it until I'd done what my father thought I never could. Until I'd proven, beyond question, that the son he mocked had built something far greater than the legacy he'd worshipped. And ironically, that moment came from him. A month later, my assistant walked into my office looking uneasy. "There's a man here to see you," she said. "He says his name is Robert Hayes." For a few seconds, I couldn't move. "Tell him to wait," I said finally, my voice calm despite the storm rising inside me. Through the glass window of my office, I could see him in the lobby, older, thinner, wearing a faded jacket and that same proud, weary expression. My father, the man who'd mocked me, disowned me, and tried to destroy me, standing in the lobby of the company I now owned. He didn't know. Not yet. And in that moment, as I straightened my tie and walked toward the door, I realized I wasn't the same person anymore. I wasn't the son begging for approval. I was the man he'd taught me to fear, and I was about to show him exactly what real power looked like. He looked smaller than I remembered. It had been almost 2 years since we'd last spoken face to face, and time had carved itself into him like a sculptor working with blunt tools. The once broad shoulders that used to fill a doorway now slouched forward. His hair, once jet black and combed with precision, had gone gray, wild at the edges. His hands, though still strong, trembled slightly as he held his worn baseball cap. He stood at the reception desk, talking softly with the front clerk, unaware that every square foot of this building now belonged to me. The same building that used to carry Westline's rusted signage, where he'd worked overtime shifts and bragged about real work, while I sat in my room typing code into a cheap laptop. Now, the plaques on the walls carried a new logo. My logo. I motioned to my assistant, Nora, to let him through. She glanced at me, hesitant, like she was trying to read if this was personal or professional. Are you sure? Yeah, I said quietly. Let him in. He turned when the glass doors opened. His eyes locked on mine, and for a brief second, I saw something flicker in them. Hesitation, pride, maybe even shame. It was gone just as fast. Evan, he said, stepping in. Didn't expect to see you here. I smiled faintly. I could say the same. He looked around, trying to take it all in. The modern lighting, the polished steel accents, the hum of quiet productivity that filled the hall. This place looks different, he muttered. Cleaner, bigger. It's been renovated, I said. A lot's changed since Westline. He nodded slowly, running a hand along the wall like he was tracing the past. I gave 20 years to this place, he said softly. Never thought I'd walk in here again. There was no anger in his voice this time, just exhaustion. I gestured toward my office. Let's talk inside. He followed me, limping slightly, the soles of his boots leaving faint marks on the spotless tile. I could smell the faint scent of machine oil still clinging to him, like the ghosts of his old life had followed him inside. When we sat down, he took a deep breath and folded his cap in his hands. I didn't come here to fight, he said. I came because I heard something, and I needed to hear it from you. What did you hear? That you bought it. He looked up, meeting my eyes. That you bought the company that took everything from me. I leaned back in my chair, silent for a moment. It's true. He swallowed hard, his jaw tightening. Why? There it was, the question that had been hanging between us for years. Not just why I bought it, but why I'd chosen this path at all. Because I could, I said simply. Because I saw something worth saving, and no one else did. He stared at me, his face unreadable. You always had an answer for everything, he muttered. You think this makes you better than me? Owning the place that used to feed our family. I shook my head. It's not about being better. It's about doing what you never believed I could. He scoffed, though it came out weaker than before. You think this is a victory? No, I said quietly. It's survival. We sat there in silence for a while, the tension between us thick but fragile. Then he surprised me. They let me go without severance, he said, voice cracking slightly. 20 years, Evan. I trained half the guys who replaced me. I thought if I stuck it out, I'd retire here. But they didn't care. None of them did. He looked around my office again, and I could see it hitting him. The bitter realization that someone else, his son, now sat in the chair that had belonged to his old boss. I wanted to feel triumphant. I wanted to see justice in his eyes. But instead, I just felt tired. What do you want, Dad? I asked softly. He hesitated. A chance, he said finally. Just one. To work again. I can't sit at home anymore. I'm losing my mind. The air in the room went still. You're asking me for a job? I said, trying not to sound shocked. He met my gaze, unflinching. You're in charge now, right? You can make it happen. For a long moment, I didn't say anything. I just watched him. The man who had mocked every dream I'd ever had, now sitting across from me asking for help. I could have ended it right there. I could have told him no, that I wasn't hiring, that it was poetic justice to watch him finally understand what it felt like to beg for something you'd earned 100 times over. But I didn't. Not yet. Let me think about it, I said quietly. I'll get back to you. He nodded slowly, stood up, and left without another word. When the door closed behind him, I leaned back in my chair and stared out the window, my reflection faint against the glass. My father had just walked into my office, into my world, and unknowingly handed me the key to his pride. For the first time in years, the balance of power had shifted completely. But if I was going to do this, I needed to be careful. Revenge executed in anger looks sloppy. I wanted precision, control. That night, I met with Mia over dinner. The restaurant was quiet, dimly lit, the kind of place where people talked about mergers and deals between sips of wine. I told her what had happened. She listened silently, her expression unreadable until I finished. Then she leaned back, folded her arms, and said, "You're not thinking of hiring him, are you?" "I haven't decided," I said. "But it could be useful." "Useful how?" "If he comes here, he'll finally see how much the world's changed. How much I've changed. He'll have to live with it every day." She studied me for a moment. "That's not revenge, Evan. That's exposure therapy for both of you." I smirked faintly. "Maybe, but sometimes exposure hurts more than punishment." She sighed. "Just be careful. You're playing with something personal. And personal gets messy." I know. But what I didn't tell her was that my plan was already forming. Over the next few weeks, I kept tabs on everything about my father, his health, his financial situation, his old connections. I learned he'd burned bridges with most of his former coworkers. He was living on savings, surviving mostly off my mother's part-time job at a local school. And the most ironic part? The town was starting to see me differently. Word had spread that I was hiring again. Good pay, benefits, stable work. People were calling me the man who brought jobs back. The same people who used to whisper about the arrogant tech guy now treated me like a savior. That's when it clicked. The revenge I wanted wasn't about humiliation. It was about perspective. My father had built his identity on the belief that I was a failure. That only his way, hard labor, blind loyalty, hierarchy, was worthy of respect. So what better revenge than to rebuild his world in my image, and then make him live inside it? I made my decision. 2 weeks later, I called him. "Dad," I said when he picked up, his voice guarded. "About that job, you can start Monday." There was a long pause. "You're serious?" "Yes. Maintenance division. I'll have HR send you the paperwork." He exhaled slowly. "Thank you, son. I mean that. You'll be reporting to Rick Taylor," I added. "He'll give you your assignments." He frowned. "Rick? I trained that kid. He used to fetch my coffee." "Well," I said, trying to hide the edge in my voice, "he's your supervisor now." He didn't respond, but I could almost hear the sting on the other end of the line. When Monday came, I watched from my office window as he arrived. Early, of course, wearing his old steel-toed boots and that same faded Westline jacket. He walked across the parking lot with that stubborn pride that had defined him all his life. He didn't know that I could see him. He didn't know that every report, every time card, every complaint he filed went straight to my desk. And over the next few weeks, I saw it happen. The small shifts, the pride cracking under pressure, the quiet frustration of taking orders from men half his age. He didn't quit, though. He kept showing up. But each day, he looked a little smaller, a little more uncertain. Then one afternoon, Nora came into my office. "Mr. Hayes," she said carefully, "your father's asked to see you." I nodded slowly. "Send him in." He entered, hat in hand again, face drawn tight. "We need to talk," he said. "About what?" He hesitated. "The work. The people. They don't respect me. They treat me like some rookie." "Maybe you need to earn their respect," I said evenly. His eyes narrowed. "You think this is funny?" "No. I think this is fair." He clenched his fists. "You brought me here to humiliate me." I stood up slowly, meeting his gaze. "No, Dad. I brought you here to see the world you never let yourself understand. The one you told me didn't matter." He stared at me, breathing hard, but there was nothing he could say. The truth was laid bare between us, cold and sharp. "I gave you a job," I said quietly. "The same chance you never gave me. What you do with it is up to you." For the first time in my life, he had no answer. When he left the room, I knew he wouldn't quit. His pride wouldn't let him. And that was exactly what I needed. Because the next phase of my plan, what would come after this, wasn't about showing him the world had changed. It was about showing him who was changing it. When my father started working under me, I thought watching him struggle would feel satisfying. But it didn't, not at first. For weeks, he came in every morning at 7 o'clock sharp, clocked in, did his work quietly, and left without saying a word to anyone. No outbursts, no lectures, just silence. But beneath that stillness, I could see the slow unraveling. The man who'd once barked orders across factory floors now stood at the bottom of a hierarchy he didn't control. Every instruction he followed from younger supervisors chipped away at the pride he'd spent a lifetime building. It was subtle, but I could see it. The way he avoided looking anyone in the eye. The way his hands fidgeted with his ID badge in the elevator. He'd aged years and months. And yet, he kept coming. Every single day. Until one morning, Rick, the manager I'd put above him, walked into my office looking uneasy. "Sir," he said, "your father's been causing some issues." I leaned back in my chair. "What kind of issues?" "He's been trying to tell the younger guys how to do their jobs. Keeps saying, that's not how we used to do it at Westline. They're starting to complain. Morale's dropping." I nodded slowly. "All right, write him up. Same as you would anyone else." Rick hesitated. "He's your father." "I know," I said. "And that's exactly why you have to treat him like everyone else." A few hours later, the report hit my inbox. Employee continues to disregard operational procedures. Refuses to adapt to automated systems. I approved the disciplinary notice without hesitation. That afternoon, he stormed into my office. "What is this?" he barked, waving the paper in his hand. "Your performance review," I said calmly. "You had them write me up?" "They did their job," I replied. "You've been undermining your supervisors." He slammed his fist on the desk. "You set me up for this. You put me under some kid half my age just so you could watch me fail." I stood, keeping my voice even. "You're here because you asked for a chance. You wanted to work. This is what work looks like now. You can either adapt or move on." His eyes narrowed. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" "No," I said, "but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't learning from it." He stormed out, slamming the door so hard the glass rattled. That night, I stayed late, reviewing the quarterly reports. We were outperforming every projection. My name was on more contracts than ever before. For the first time in years, the company wasn't just surviving, it was dominating. But part of me still couldn't shake the weight of what I was doing. I wasn't just proving him wrong anymore. I was rewriting the story he'd built his entire life around. Then, about a month later, the opportunity came. Ardent Holdings, the corporation that had originally bought out Westline, was going under completely. Their board was desperate to offload the last of their assets before going bankrupt. "They call me personally. Evan," their representative said, "we're liquidating the remainder of our shares. You're the majority stakeholder. Are you interested in acquiring the rest?" I didn't hesitate. "Send me the paperwork." By the end of that week, I owned 100% of the company that had once fired my father. Everything, the machines, the land, the brand name, the patents, all of it. Mine. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. Business news outlets picked up the story. Local entrepreneur completes full buyout of defunct manufacturing giant. Comment sections filled with speculation. Some called it poetic justice. Others called it vengeance. They weren't wrong. When I came into work that Monday, the building felt different. The employees, the energy, everything hummed with the quiet buzz of success. People were proud to be here again. They respected the new systems, the modernization. Except for one man. My father showed up as usual, carrying his lunch in a brown paper bag. But he wasn't on the schedule anymore. HR had already processed the restructuring forms I'd signed the night before. He walked into the break room to find his access badge no longer worked. Confused, he came to my office. "Something's wrong with my card," he said. "It's not wrong," I replied. "You've been let go." He stared at me, not understanding. "What?" "Your position's been eliminated," I said flatly. "We're streamlining operations." "I'm sorry. You can't be serious." "I am." He blinked, like his brain couldn't process the words. "You're firing your own father?" "I'm restructuring the company," I corrected. "And unfortunately, you don't fit into the new model." He stepped forward, his voice breaking. "After everything I did for this place, after everything I did for you, you're throwing me out?" "No," I said. "I'm just doing what you always taught me to do. Take responsibility for my choices." He was trembling now. "This is your revenge, isn't it?" I met his eyes. "No, this is accountability." For a long time, neither of us said anything. He looked at me like he didn't recognize me anymore. Maybe he didn't. Maybe that was the point. Finally, he whispered, "You've turned into something I don't even understand." I stood, walked to the window, and looked out over the factory floor, the machines, the workers, the bright, ordered future humming beneath us. That's because you never tried to. He left without another word. After he was gone, I sat in silence, waiting for the guilt to come. It didn't. A few weeks passed. My mother called me once, furious. "You humiliated your father," she said. "He hasn't been the same since." "I didn't humiliate him," I said. "He built his whole life around control. I just took it back." "You've lost your soul, Evan," she said coldly. "I don't even know who you are anymore." "Then maybe you never did." I hung up and never heard from her again. News spread quickly through the town. Some people called it ruthless. Others called it justified. But those who'd known my father's arrogance, the ones he'd stepped on during his career, understood. They started telling a different story, not about a son who sought revenge, but about a man who built something lasting out of what others destroyed. As for Brian, he called once. Said Mom and Dad weren't speaking to each other much. Said Dad was different now, quieter, humbler. He tried to sound concerned, but there was something else in his tone too. Envy. I didn't rub it in. I just told him the truth. If you ever want to build something of your own, don't wait for their approval. It'll never come. He didn't answer. Over the next year, Westline transformed completely. The old sign came down. New facilities went up. We shifted to clean energy manufacturing, partnered with major distributors, and doubled our workforce. People stopped associating the name with failure. It became a symbol of innovation, of rebirth. Sometimes I'd walk the floor at night, when everyone had gone home. The sound of machinery echoing through the halls was oddly comforting. It reminded me of the nights I'd stay up coding in my bedroom, dreaming of a life that didn't exist yet. Now it did, and I'd built it myself. I heard through the grapevine that my father had started doing small repairs around town, fixing machines, volunteering at a local shop. People said he'd mellowed, that he'd stopped talking about the good old days. Maybe he finally learned something, but I didn't need to see it. I'd already gotten my closure. Because revenge wasn't the moment I fired him. It wasn't the silence from my mother, or the envy in Brian's voice, or even the wealth I'd built. Revenge was walking through those factory halls, once his kingdom, now mine, and realizing that I no longer needed their approval, their validation, or their belief. I had taken everything they said was impossible and made it inevitable. The day I signed the final paperwork closing the Westline chapter for good, I walked out of the building, stood by my car, and looked up at the empty spot where the old company logo had once hung. For years, I'd chased their acceptance. Now, all that remained was peace. As I turned the key in the ignition, I caught my reflection in the window. Older, sharper, but calm. My father once told me, "A man without a real job doesn't build anything." He was wrong. I built everything. My name's Aaron. I'm 29 years old, and up until a few weeks ago, I thought my life was going to continue the way it always had, quiet, unnoticed, and tethered to people who only saw me as an obligation. That all changed at the reading of my grandfather's will. But to understand why that day hit like a wrecking ball, I need to take you back a bit, to the parts of the story people like my aunt conveniently forget. Growing up, I was the extra. Not quite unwanted, but not exactly welcomed either. My parents passed away in a car accident when I was 9. After that, I bounced around between relatives, never really landing anywhere long enough to feel like I belonged. Eventually, Grandpa Martin took me in, not because anyone asked him to, but because, in his words, no one throws away family. He was the only one who ever said that to me and actually meant it. While my Aunt Lisa and her 2 picture-perfect daughters went on ski trips and posted matching holiday photos, I spent weekends stacking firewood with Grandpa or helping him repair the squeaky kitchen cabinets he refused to replace. We didn't talk much at first, but he had this quiet way of teaching you things without needing a lecture. Lisa never liked me being there. She never said it outright, but the way she looked at me told the whole story. Like I was tracking mud through the family name. She'd drop passive comments every chance she got. "Don't forget, Aaron's just visiting," even though I lived there. And every Christmas, when gifts were passed around, mine always came with a stiff smile and a receipt. "Just in case you want to return it," she'd say sweetly, like that made it better. When I turned 18, I moved out. Didn't ask for help, didn't expect any. I got a job at a hardware store, took night classes at the local community college, and called Grandpa every Sunday without fail. Lisa's family never called. Not once. But every few months, she'd come around. asking Grandpa about family assets or reminding him that the girls could really use help with tuition. She'd speak in that syrupy voice, pretending to care, but her eyes were always scanning the room, like she was mentally labeling things to take after he passed. Grandpa never gave her much, at least not directly. He helped with what he called essentials, a busted water heater, a down payment on a used car, but he never let her guilt trip him into more. That's what made her so bitter. I remember once, when I came over to mow the lawn, I overheard Lisa in the kitchen. She thought I wasn't there yet. "He's just using you, Dad. Playing the poor orphan role so you'll feel bad. He's not your responsibility." Grandpa's reply was calm, almost too calm. "Aaron's more of a family to me than anyone else under this roof." I stood outside with the mower running long after he said it, just staring at the grass. When Grandpa got sick, it wasn't dramatic. No hospital beds or sudden collapse, just quiet changes. He got tired faster, started forgetting things. I offered to move back in, but he waved me off. "Let an old man enjoy his stubbornness a little longer," he said. So I visited every other day instead, made sure his meds were filled, food was stocked. Lisa showed up exactly twice in the 6 months before he passed. Once to complain about the plumbing in her second home, and once to ask if he'd finalized his will. The funeral was small. Grandpa didn't want a big production. Lisa made sure to wear black designer sunglasses and cry just loud enough for people to notice. She clung to her daughters like she was the grieving heart of the family, while I stood a few feet away, holding the handkerchief Grandpa left me years ago, folded neatly in my pocket like always. A week later, we all gathered in the lawyer's office. Lisa arrived 10 minutes late, dragging her daughters in like they were attending a fashion show. She gave me a once-over and smirked. "Didn't think you'd be needed here, Aaron," she said. "This is just paperwork." The lawyer, Mr. Hensley, was an older man with glasses that slid down his nose every few seconds. He greeted everyone politely, sat down, and opened the folder with Grandpa's name on it. "Thank you all for coming. As you know, Martin Keller left very specific instructions for the distribution of his estate." Lisa leaned back with a smug look. "Of course he did," she muttered. "He always planned to take care of his real family." Mr. Hensley didn't flinch. He cleared his throat. "To begin with, Mr. Keller requested I read a brief personal letter aloud before proceeding." He pulled out a handwritten note and read, "To those gathered, if you're hearing this, it means I've gone to meet your grandmother. Tell her I kept the old truck running. Lisa, you always wanted more from me than I could give. I hope this gives you peace. And Aaron, thank you for being my grandson in every way that counts." Lisa rolled her eyes. "Can we skip the sentiment?" The lawyer gave her a look so dry it could have turned her to dust. "As for the estate," he continued, "Mr. Keller has left the entirety of his assets, property, savings, and all personal belongings to Aaron Keller." The room fell so quiet I could hear the clock tick. Lisa blinked. "I'm sorry, what?" Mr. Hensley repeated it. "Everything has been left to Aaron." Lisa barked out a laugh that didn't reach her eyes. "That has to be a mistake. Dad would never leave everything to him. He barely belonged in this family." "He was not just included," Mr. Hensley said. "He was named sole heir." Her daughters looked just as shocked, though they masked it behind bored expressions. Lisa stood up, pointing at me with a trembling hand. "This is ridiculous. He manipulated him. He was always Grandpa's charity case, and now he scammed his way into everything. This won't stand. I'll contest it. You'll see." I didn't say anything. I just sat there, stunned. Not because I inherited everything, but because for the first time, I felt seen. Chosen. I remembered every time Grandpa looked at me like I mattered, like I wasn't just a stray he took in. And now the world knew it too. Lisa kept ranting, pacing the small office like a caged animal. Her voice got shriller, her sentences more unhinged. She accused me of brainwashing an old man, of turning Grandpa against his real family, of stealing her birthright. Mr. Hensley calmly reminded her that the will had been notarized and witnessed under full legal scrutiny, twice. She looked at him like he'd just betrayed her too. I sat there, still numb, while Lisa's perfect little world cracked in real time. But the moment that truly ended the silence wasn't anything the lawyer said. It was what I did next. And that is where everything changed. I didn't stand up. I didn't raise my voice. I just slowly reached into my pocket and pulled out a small envelope. The same one Grandpa had handed me months before he passed, back when he still had that twinkle in his eye. "Open this when you really need to shut someone up," he'd said with a wink. Lisa was mid-rant, something about calling her attorney and how I'd regret ever stepping foot in the house, when I slid the envelope across the table to Mr. Hensley. He opened it without question, read it silently, and then handed it back to me. His face didn't change, but he leaned forward and said, "There's one final instruction," Mr. Keller added privately. "Aaron, you're free to share it or not, but it might provide clarity." Lisa scoffed. "Oh, please. Another fake note from the orphan prince? How convenient." I unfolded the paper slowly, not for dramatic effect, but because my hands were actually shaking. Then I read it aloud. "Lisa, if Aaron is reading this, it means you've made a scene. Again. I expected it. You always did love the spotlight more than the substance. You spent decades calling him a burden, a charity case. But here's the truth, he never asked for anything. You did. Over and over. Aaron never begged. He just showed up. He earned my respect in every way that counts. You once told me blood is thicker than water. But that phrase has a second part you never learned. The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. I choose Aaron. If you don't like that, feel free to call a lawyer. But they'll find what you always refused to see. You were never the victim. You were just loud. Good luck with the second mortgage. You should have read the fine print on that loan," I co-signed. There was a long pause. Then, for the first time in my life, I saw my aunt's face turn pale. She stammered, "What mortgage?" Mr. Hensley, with all the delicacy of a man describing weather, added, "Mr. Keller had me prepare that paperwork 2 years ago. The house was refinanced. He's listed as a 49% owner. Upon his passing, Aaron becomes that beneficiary." "What does that mean?" one of her daughters asked, clearly unnerved. I finally spoke. My voice was calm. "It means I now own nearly half of your house. And given the outstanding balance on the loan, you might want to start packing before the bank does it for you." Lisa looked like someone had just hit her with a truck. Her mouth opened, closed, opened again. Her voice cracked as she asked, you wouldn't do that to family." I looked at her. Really looked. And something inside me, something that had once wanted so badly to be accepted, just let go. "You made it clear for 20 years that I wasn't family. I believed you. So now, I'm treating this exactly like a business transaction. Nothing personal." Her daughter spoke up, "But we're your cousins." "You've never even called me that," I said flatly. "Not once." Mr. Hensley, doing his best not to look satisfied, began gathering papers. "That concludes the reading. Aaron, if you'd like, we can finalize the transfer of all accounts and assets later this week." Lisa slumped back into the chair like someone had let the air out of her. Her perfectly done hair, her expensive bag, her rehearsed grief, they all looked cheap now. I left the office quietly, but I wasn't the same person who walked in. Something in me had settled. Not out of vengeance, though I'd be lying if I said it didn't feel satisfying, but out of finally feeling like the scales had balanced. Over the next few days, the calls started. First from Lisa, then her husband, then her lawyer, who tried to sound polite while suggesting alternative interpretations of Grandpa's intent. I didn't answer. Instead, I started visiting Grandpa's house again, my house now. I sat in his favorite chair, dusted off the old photo albums, listened to the creaks in the floorboards that once annoyed me. And as I walked the backyard he spent decades tending, I made a decision. I wasn't going to sell the house. Not yet. But I was going to do something with the inheritance, something Lisa would never have imagined in a million years. Because while she spent her life chasing appearances and resenting me for existing, I had quietly taken everything Grandpa ever taught me and turned it into something far more powerful than revenge. And when they found out what I really did with the money, that's when the second storm hit. I didn't tell anyone right away. Not Mr. Hensley, not my coworkers at the hardware store, and definitely not Lisa. I spent the first week in a daze, wandering around the house like I was afraid to sit in any one place for too long. Everything still smelled like Grandpa. His flannel jacket still hung by the door. His slippers were still tucked under the recliner. Every drawer I opened felt like flipping through memories. Old receipts folded into books, spare keys labeled in shaky handwriting, even a list of groceries that stopped halfway through. But grief wasn't the only thing I felt. There was something else rising under the surface. Something quiet but steady. Determination. Grandpa didn't just leave me his home or his savings. He left me a message. Do something with this. Not just survive. Not just be grateful. Do something. I remembered every late-night conversation we had when I was in college. Every what if brainstorm we tossed around over greasy pizza. He always encouraged my ideas, even the ridiculous ones. Especially the ridiculous ones. I once told him I wanted to open a nonprofit repair shop. One where people could bring in broken furniture or electronics, and, if they couldn't pay, they'd just help someone else in need. He'd laughed, then handed me a screwdriver and said, "Start practicing." Now I had the funds to make it real. But I didn't start with the nonprofit. Not yet. First, I drove 3 hours to visit someone I hadn't seen in nearly a decade, Grandpa's oldest friend, a retired carpenter named Walter. He lived alone in a rundown cottage that looked like it could blow over in a strong breeze. When I showed up at his door, he blinked at me like I'd stepped out of a dream. "Look at you," he said, his voice like sandpaper. "You're taller than Martin ever was." We talked for hours. I told him everything about the will, the inheritance, Lisa's meltdown, and the house. He just listened, nodding occasionally, sipping tea out of a chipped mug. Then I said it. I want to build something. Not for them. Not to prove anything. For him. For me. He leaned back in his chair and smiled. Then let's build. For the next 2 weeks, I practically lived in Grandpa's garage. I turned it into a makeshift planning space. Blueprints taped to the walls, sticky notes everywhere, sawdust in my hair. I called in favors, reached out to some old professors, even contacted the community center to see if they'd ever considered a donation-supported repair co-op. The response was better than I expected. People remembered Grandpa. They remembered the man who showed up to fix a widow's porch for free or spent a weekend building birdhouses for the elementary school. I used a portion of the inheritance to buy a vacant lot near the town square. Small, manageable, but perfect. I kept it quiet. Everything went through my name. No big announcements. No press. Just careful progress, one step at a time. And then, just as things were moving smoothly, Lisa found out. I don't know how she heard. I suspect Mr. Hensley mentioned something in passing to someone who couldn't keep their mouth shut. But within days, I got the first call. I didn't recognize the number, so I picked up. All I heard was her voice, clipped and cold. "So this is why you wanted the money. To buy some plot of dirt in the middle of town." I stayed silent. "You think that's noble? Wasting our father's savings on a shack no one will use? That money was supposed to go to the family. You could have helped with my daughter's tuition. Or the house. Or, God forbid me." I finally said, "I am helping the family. Just not yours." She hung up. That night, someone slashed my car tires. No note, no witnesses. Just 4 clean cuts and a neighbor who said he saw a dark SUV speeding off around midnight. Lisa's husband drove a black Escalade. I didn't report it. I just got them replaced and parked the car in Grandpa's garage from then on. But that was just the start. Next came the emails. Anonymous. Cruel. Phrases like, "You'll fail just like your parents did," and "You'll run out of money before you make a dent." They didn't scare me. They just proved I was getting under someone's skin. Then Lisa showed up in person. It was a Tuesday afternoon. I was at the build site, reviewing the foundation with a contractor, when I saw her step out of her car in high heels, looking completely out of place in the dust and noise. She walked straight up to me like she owned the place. "You need to stop this. It's embarrassing." "For you?" I asked. "For the family. Funny. You never called me that before." She took a deep breath, clearly trying to keep her voice from cracking. "Do you know what people are saying? That you manipulated Dad. That you waited until he was sick and confused. That you tricked him." I looked her in the eye and said, "You're confusing me with yourself." That hit something. Her face twisted. "You think this makes you better than us? Because you got the money and now you're playing Mr. Philanthropist?" "I'm not playing anything," I said. "But if it bothers you this much, maybe you should ask yourself why." She stared at me for a long time, then said something that stuck with me. "He was supposed to see me. He was supposed to love me like that." And for a second, just a second, I saw the child underneath all her bitterness. But then she blinked, straightened her spine, and added, "You'll regret this. When it all falls apart, don't come crawling back." She turned and walked off. Her heels sank into the dirt with every step. I didn't watch her go. I just turned back to the contractor and asked, "So how soon can we start framing?" But I knew this wasn't over. Because I'd touched something deeper than money. I'd inherited more than Grandpa's assets. I'd inherited his legacy and the storm that came with it. And just when I thought things had started to settle, I got the letter. The letter came in a cream envelope with my full name handwritten on the front. No return address. No postage stamp. just left in my mailbox like a ghost had walked it over. My first thought was Lisa. Another guilt trip? A last-ditch threat? But when I opened it, the handwriting stopped me cold. It was Grandpa's. The ink was faded, but the letters were unmistakable, his slow, careful script that curved too far to the right. I sat down right there on the porch steps and read it under the fading light. Aaron, if you're reading this, it means everything played out like I thought it might. Lisa probably threw a fit. Maybe even tried to contest the will. She never could stand not being the center of the story. But this isn't about her. It's about you. I know I never said this out loud as much as I should have, but I want you to know, I'm proud of you. I saw every sacrifice you made, every time you bit your tongue, every night you sat beside me while I pretended not to forget the names of people I once loved. You never made me feel weak. You just made me feel seen. And I know how hard it is to carry that weight, that legacy. People will look at you and say you got lucky, that you inherited comfort. But they won't see the part that matters, that you earned every ounce of it by showing up when no one else did. Do something good with it. But don't lose yourself in the process. And if Lisa ever shows up asking for help, well, I know you'll do what I couldn't. Love, Gramps. I sat there for a long time after reading that. Not crying, not angry, just still. Like something had finally landed in place after years of hovering above me. It's strange how grief lingers. Even when you think you're past it, it taps you on the shoulder at the most unexpected times. I folded the letter carefully and put it in my wallet. It's still there today. The very next morning, I called a meeting with the board I'd formed for the nonprofit. We had been calling it a co-op up until then, but I decided to give it a proper name, the Martin House. We filed the papers the same day. Construction moved quickly. The town caught wind of what we were doing after a reporter covered the youth center donation and traced it back to me. Suddenly, I was getting calls, some grateful, some nosy, a few aggressive. But the calls I remember most were from people like Walter, from teachers, single moms, and even a few guys who used to bully me back in high school. They came with hammers, tools, and paint buckets. They helped us build. Lisa, predictably, didn't take the public goodwill well. She made one final push a few weeks later, right after I hosted an open house preview of the nearly completed Martin House. She filed a formal contest of the will, claiming I'd manipulated Grandpa during his last months. Said I took advantage of his weakened mental state. She even hired a lawyer from 2 towns over, some sharp-talking type who smelled blood in the water. But what Lisa didn't know was that Grandpa had already planned for that, too. Mr. Hensley filed a countersuit within 24 hours, armed with psychiatric evaluations from 2 different doctors Grandpa had quietly visited 6 months before his death. One of the reports even included a statement Grandpa had specifically requested, "I am of sound mind and have chosen Aaron Keller as my sole heir not out of obligation, but respect and love. He is my family in every sense of the word." The judge dismissed Lisa's case within minutes. She was ordered to pay all court costs. By the time that verdict came down, she had already put her house on the market. I didn't have to evict her after all. Her pride did the job for me. She moved to a smaller place an hour away, and word got around that she was now taking time to reflect. Sure, I didn't gloat. I didn't send her a message. But when the real estate papers hit my desk, I did buy the house. Quietly. I gave it to the community as a halfway home for young adults aging out of foster care. Fitted it with donated furniture, stocked the pantry, and left a note in the hallway. This house was once full of silence. May it now be full of second chances. The Martin House officially opened 3 months later. We didn't cut a ribbon. We hosted a cookout. Burgers, music, kids running around, and laughter so loud it spilled into the street. Walter gave a small speech. He built the entrance bench himself, carving Grandpa's initials into the side. The youth center director hugged me so hard I couldn't breathe. And then, right as the sun dipped behind the hills, I stepped into the backyard where Grandpa used to garden. There was a small plaque we'd mounted under his favorite apple tree, in memory of Martin Keller, who believed in showing up. I didn't cry. Not then. But later that night, back home in the quiet, I stood in the kitchen Grandpa had cooked in for decades and ran my hand over the counter where we used to prep sandwiches. I thought about the first night I moved in after my parents passed, how scared I was, how unwanted I felt, how Lisa had looked at me like a stain she couldn't scrub out. And now? Now the town bore my last name. The same one Grandpa gave me not through blood, but through belief. I wish I could say Lisa apologized, that she sent a letter or made a tearful call, but she didn't. The last I heard, her youngest daughter dropped out of college and moved across the country. Her eldest had gone no contact after a fight over money. Funny how that works. As for me, I'm still living in Grandpa's house. Still mowing the lawn. Still sitting on that porch swing with a coffee and watching the town go by. But now, people wave. They stop. They smile. Because now, I belong. And not because I inherited something, but because I built something. And I finally understood what Grandpa meant when he said, "No one throws away family." Because sometimes, the best way to honor the truth is to throw away the ones who already did. Hey, my name is Maya. I'm 27, and I think I might be living in a twisted version of one of those Hallmark movies, except instead of finding love in a small-town bakery, I've got my mom trying to emotionally blackmail me into paying for her new stepkid's college tuition. And the best part? According to her, I apparently owe her my entire life. Even my job. She told me that word for word one night over dinner like it was a casual truth, right between bites of pasta. I wish I could say I was shocked, but if I'm being honest, things have been simmering for a while. Let me back up. I work in corporate communications for a pretty well-known tech company. It's not glamorous, but I busted my butt to get here. I did internships during college, worked part-time while studying full-time, and took on freelance gigs to pay rent while my friends partied. I come from a small town, and my mom, Dana, was a single parent for most of my childhood. My dad left when I was 5, and we never heard from him again. Growing up, it was just me and her, scraping by. Or at least that's the story she liked to tell people. The truth? My grandparents helped. A lot. My mom moved us into their house after the divorce and stayed there until I was in high school. They paid for groceries, bought me clothes, and even helped cover my school trips. But Dana would always rewrite history. According to her, she did it all alone, and I wouldn't understand how hard it was. That line became a sort of soundtrack to my childhood. It got old, fast. By the time I was a teenager, I had started to realize she was more invested in appearing like a struggling single mom than actually being one. When I got a scholarship to attend a university out of state, she freaked out. Not because she'd miss me, but because, as she said through gritted teeth, people will think I can't even keep my own daughter close. I left anyway. That was the start of the real divide. Fast forward to a year and a half ago. Dana met a guy online, Greg, a contractor from the next state over. I met him once before they got married and thought he was decent enough. A little too slick, but harmless. He had 2 kids from his previous marriage, Chloe, 18 at the time, and Dylan, 16. Dana went from 0 to stepmom overnight, and suddenly it was all about the new family. I lived 2 hours away, so I was mostly spared from the day-to-day, but she called constantly with updates about Chloe's senior year or how Dylan needed a male influence and how wonderful it was to have a full house. I tried to be happy for her. Truly. I even sent a gift when they bought a bigger home together, though I noticed Greg's name was the only one on the deed. But it was clear where her attention had shifted. Calls to me became less frequent unless she needed something. Then last October, everything changed. I had just landed a major promotion at work. It was a huge moment. I'd been gunning for that spot for over a year, and it came with a salary bump that meant I could finally move out of my shared apartment and into my own place. I called Dana, excited, expecting at least a congratulations. Instead, I got, "Wow, must be nice. You wouldn't even have that job if it weren't for me." I actually laughed at first, thinking she was joking. But she was dead serious. "I raised you," she said. "Don't act like you built your life from scratch." I was too stunned to respond, so I mumbled something about needing to run and hung up. The next day, she called again. This time, she got to the point. "So," she said, "Chloe's starting college soon, and we're a little tight on money with the house and everything. I was thinking you make more than enough now. Maybe you could help cover her tuition for the first year." I honestly thought I'd misheard her. She went on, as if we were discussing borrowing a sweater. "It's not like you've got a family to support. And think about it. This is your sister." "No," I said flatly. There was silence, and then that dangerous tone she always used when she felt slighted. "Maya, after everything I've done for you, you've done nothing for me," I snapped. "My grandparents raised me. You were just there." Click. She hung up. For the next week, I got texts ranging from guilt-tripping, "I'm so disappointed in who you've become," to passive-aggressive, "Just so you know, Chloe cried when I told her you said no." I ignored them all. But then she escalated. A few days later, she showed up at my apartment unannounced, with Chloe in tow. I opened the door in sweatpants and a face mask, completely unprepared, and there they were. Dana barged in like she owned the place, Chloe trailing behind with big, watery eyes. Dana launched into this dramatic monologue about family responsibility and giving back. She even tried to appeal to my ego, saying, "Wouldn't it feel good to say you helped your sister become a doctor?" "She's not my sister," I said. "She's your husband's kid. You've been married for what, 7 months?" That's when Chloe cried. Legit tears. And I'll admit, I felt bad. But not bad enough to cave. Dana stormed out, dragging Chloe with her, and I didn't hear from her for a while. I thought maybe that was it. I hoped. Then, 3 months later, just last week, I woke up to loud banging on my door. I live in a quiet apartment complex, so it startled me. I threw on a hoodie and opened the door cautiously. It was Chloe. Red-faced, screaming, mascara streaked down her cheeks. "You ruined everything," she shouted before I could even say hello. She was shaking, full-on trembling with rage. I tried to calm her down, but she kept yelling. "We lost the house. My dad had to take out a loan, and it wasn't enough, and now we're moving back into a tiny apartment, and it's your fault." I blinked at her. "What? You were supposed to help. If you had just paid for tuition, we wouldn't be in this mess." I couldn't even process it. They lost the house? Greg took out a loan? And somehow, I was the villain? That's when she said it. "I hope you're happy, Maya. You destroyed our lives." I stood there, barefoot on my doormat, with Chloe's voice ringing in my ears. "You destroyed our lives." I was still half asleep, not even fully sure this wasn't some weird anxiety dream. But no, this was real. She was standing right in front of me, eyes bloodshot, arms clenched at her sides like she wanted to swing at me. I didn't know what to say. My heart was pounding in my chest, not out of fear, but from the shock. From the sheer absurdity of it all. This girl, who I had met a handful of times, who was legally an adult, was screaming at me like I had pulled the rug out from under her entire world. "I'm sorry your family is struggling," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "But you need to leave." That didn't go over well. "Oh my God, you're so selfish," she shrieked, voice cracking. "My dad is depressed, my mom's a wreck, and all you care about is your stupid job and your little apartment." I closed the door. Not slammed. Not dramatically. Just closed it. I stood there, hand still on the knob, and listened as she screamed outside for another 30 seconds before storming off. I waited until I couldn't hear her footsteps anymore, then locked the door and slid to the floor. For a while, I just sat there in silence. It wasn't guilt I felt. It was grief. Not for Chloe. Not for the house. But for the final, undeniable proof that I was no longer part of their family. If I ever had been. Later that day, I got a call from Greg. First one I'd ever received from him directly. I debated answering it for a good 5 minutes. Curiosity won. "Maya," he started. His voice was calm, eerily calm. "I heard you slam the door in Chloe's face this morning." "Nope," I said, flatly. "I closed it. After she screamed at me for ruining her life." He sighed, like I was a burden. "Look, I'm not here to argue. I just think you need to understand what this decision has done to us." I stayed quiet. "She was counting on that tuition," he continued. "We all were. We stretched our budget assuming you'd help out. And now we're behind on the mortgage, and the banks come knocking. Why would you stretch your budget assuming money that was never promised?" I asked. There was a pause. "Dana said you'd come around." Of course she did. He launched into this whole spiel about familial duty and investing in the next generation, and how Chloe had dreamed of going to the same university I had. He kept using the word "we," like I was part of their financial plan. Like I was another parent. A third adult in their household. I finally cut him off. "Greg, I'm not your wife. I'm not Chloe's mom. I didn't agree to any of this. I'm not responsible for decisions you and Dana made. I've been out here building my life on my own. You don't get to put your debts on me." He didn't argue. He just said, "You'll regret this," and hung up. That's when I knew things were going to get worse. A week passed. Then another. I thought maybe they'd finally backed off. But then weird things started happening. The leasing office at my apartment complex emailed me, saying someone had called pretending to be me, asking about my rent and when it was due. The receptionist said the caller gave my full name and birth date but couldn't answer the security question, so they didn't give anything out, but still, it rattled me. A few days later, I got a notification that someone had tried to reset the password to my student loan account. Then a credit card I hadn't used in over a year had a charge for $19.99 for a streaming service I didn't subscribe to. It was all small stuff, but it added up. They were trying to get into my personal information. I filed a police report, froze my credit, changed all my passwords. I didn't have hard proof it was them, but I knew. It had Dana written all over it, clumsy, reckless, entitled. I even texted her. Me. If you or anyone associated with you tries to access my accounts again, I will press charges. No response. Instead, a day later, I got an email from Chloe. A long one. It started sweet. Said she understood that things had gotten out of hand. That she was emotional and shouldn't have come over. Then came the twist. She said she was writing a personal essay for a scholarship about family and perseverance and wanted to include our complicated but inspiring relationship. She attached a draft. It was full of lies. She wrote about how I supported her dreams and paid her first semester tuition out of sisterly love. That I'd guided her through the college application process and even helped her pick out her dorm essentials. It read like a fictional memoir, like a fantasy version of the last year. She even called me her biggest role model. At the end, she added, "Please say it's okay for me to submit this. The deadline's soon, and it could really help my future." I stared at the email for a long time. Then I realized this wasn't an essay. It was bait. If I said yes, I'd be validating their story. If I said no, they'd say I was heartless all over again. Either way, they were rewriting history to make me the villain or the hero, whatever worked better for them at the time. And in that moment, something inside me hardened. This wasn't just a misunderstanding. This wasn't family tension. This was manipulation. This was a campaign. They weren't done with me. But they also didn't realize something about me. I keep everything. Every message. Every receipt. Every voicemail. And for the last several months, I've been documenting all of it without even meaning to. And that's when the plan started to form. After reading Chloe's email, I didn't reply. I didn't yell. I didn't even warn her. I just sat there, feeling this eerie kind of calm settle over me. You know when something finally clicks? That moment when you stop second-guessing yourself? That was it for me. For months, I had questioned whether I was overreacting. I'd run the conversations back in my head. Was I too harsh? Should I have helped more? Did I owe Dana anything after all? But this email sealed it. I wasn't the problem. They were. So, I did what I do best. I documented. I took screenshots of everything from Dana's early text trying to guilt-trip me, to Greg's voicemail, to Chloe's scholarship essay. I backed up my voicemails, saved copies of my leasing office emails, and pulled my credit reports for the past 2 months. I even started a spreadsheet to keep track of the timeline. Every single weird charge, shady message, and invasion of privacy went in there. But I wasn't doing this just to keep myself organized. I was planning something bigger, and I knew exactly where to start. Back when I first got hired at my company, they assigned a mentor to help me transition. Her name's Valerie, and she's not only insanely good at her job, she also loves a good revenge story. We'd stayed close over the years, meeting for coffee every few months. Valerie's the kind of person who knows a guy for anything. Lawyers, PR people, you name it. So I sent her a text, quick question. You still know that attorney who helped you with your mom's estate mess? Valerie texted, you okay? I replied, not really. Can I call you? We met for coffee the next morning. I laid it all out for her, the blackmail, the manipulation, the stalking, and now the fake essay. Valerie didn't even blink. She just sipped her espresso and said, you want a cease and desist letter, or do you want to make this hurt? That was the moment the story really started to turn. We worked together over the next few days. She introduced me to her attorney friend, who helped me put together a formal letter to Dana and Greg outlining everything they'd done, the harassment, the identity theft attempts, the emotional distress, and the false statements. It was dry, legal, and terrifying in its tone. I didn't need it to do anything yet. I just needed them to know I had teeth. I emailed the letter to them. No subject line. No message. Just the attachment. A few hours later, Dana called. I didn't answer. Then she texted, you're taking this too far. This is family. We're going through a hard time, and this is how you treat us? You used to be so grateful. What happened to you? I didn't respond. I just waited. And then things got very interesting. About 3 days after I sent the letter, I got a call from an unknown number. I let it go to voicemail, then listened to it. It was Chloe. Her voice was quiet, like she was trying not to be overheard. She said she was sorry, that things had gotten out of hand, that she didn't mean to scare me or cause trouble, and she was just so stressed out about school and money and life. But the part that caught my attention? I didn't know my dad took out a loan in your name, she said, almost whispering. I didn't even know until Mom told me after your email. I'm so sorry, Maya. I never wanted any of this to happen. My stomach dropped. A loan? In my name? I immediately pulled up my credit report again. Nothing new showed up yet. But now I had confirmation that they were trying to commit fraud. And this wasn't just a theory anymore. Chloe had unknowingly admitted it on a voicemail. The next day, I called the lawyer Valerie had connected me with and explained everything. He advised me to go straight to the police with the voicemail and my documentation. And I did. I filed a full report, gave them every screenshot, email, bank notification, everything I had. The officer I spoke with was sympathetic but stern. "You're not the first person I've seen in this situation," he said. "Family can be the worst offenders because they think they're entitled to everything you have." Still, even as I took action, I couldn't stop thinking about Chloe's message. I wanted to believe she was just caught in the middle, manipulated by her parents, pushed into something she didn't fully understand. But there was a part of me, an ugly part one hated to acknowledge, that didn't trust her at all. Because even after everything, even after she found out about the loan, she didn't warn me. She didn't come clean. She just waited until I had already made a move. And that brings me to the real turning point. About a week after filing the report, I got an official notice in the mail. A subpoena. I wasn't being sued, but I was being called as a witness in a pending case involving suspected fraudulent financial activity. The investigation had moved quickly once I submitted the voicemail. They traced a few suspicious applications back to an IP address registered under Dana's home internet. I didn't have all the details yet, but I knew enough to understand what was coming. And then, one morning before work, I saw it. An email from Chloe. Subject line: "Please, don't let them take everything." I couldn't bring myself to open it. Not yet. Because the truth is, I don't know how this ends. I don't know if I want them to be punished, or if I just want them gone. I don't know if Chloe deserves a second chance, or if she was always just playing a part. And I don't know what kind of daughter, sister, or stranger I'm supposed to be now. But I do know this. I'm done playing the villain in their story. They made me the bad guy. Now they're about to meet the real one. I opened Chloe's email that night. I waited until I was home, until I had changed into sweatpants, lit a candle, and braced myself. There was no way I was going to read this half-distracted between meetings or let it catch me off guard. The email was long, desperate, filled with phrases like, "I didn't know what they were doing," and "I was scared," and "I thought maybe you wouldn't even notice." She tried to draw a line between herself and her parents, painting herself as just another victim of Dana's manipulation. She said she didn't want to lose her chance at school, that she had been working hard despite everything, and she begged me not to ruin what's left of her future. Then, the kicker. She asked me to withdraw the police report. Not because it was false, but because, and I quote, "You got your point across. They're scared now. That should be enough." That was the moment the switch flipped. Again, I had tried being quiet. I had tried being polite. I had given them chance after chance, even when they showed me they didn't deserve it. And now, after fraud, stalking, gaslighting, and attempting to rewrite my entire existence as some fairy god sister, she wanted me to just let it go. No, I didn't reply. Instead, I forwarded the email to the detective handling my case. I attached the voicemail again. I even called to confirm they had received everything and let them know I was fully willing to testify in court if it came to that. I wasn't bluffing anymore. I wasn't scared of burning bridges that were already in flames. I wanted closure. Within a few weeks, things moved quickly. Faster than I expected, honestly. Turns out, Dana had not only tried to open one loan in my name. She had tried 3. One got flagged immediately, one was denied, and one was approved. But fortunately, the funds hadn't been disbursed yet when I filed my report. Thanks to the evidence and timing, the bank froze the account before any real damage was done. But here's where it gets wild. Greg had also applied for a personal loan using his mother's name, with Dana listed as a cosigner. So while they were busy playing the "we're struggling and Maya abandoned us" card, they were also committing fraud all around them like it was a side hustle. Chloe may not have been directly involved in the paperwork, but she knew more than she let on. And the authorities saw it that way, too. Dana was arrested for identity theft, attempted fraud, and a few other charges I won't pretend to understand the legal jargon for. Greg got hit with conspiracy and credit fraud. And Chloe? She wasn't arrested, but the university she'd been accepted to rescinded her offer when they learned about the investigation. Turns out, she had submitted that fake essay to multiple scholarships. One of the boards flagged it as plagiarized because it used quotes from an actual Reddit post I had made months earlier, word for word. Poetic, really. the fallout was immediate. I didn't hear from Dana or Greg again. Not directly, at least. They were too busy dealing with court appearances and legal fees. My lawyer helped me file for a restraining order, just to be safe, and I got alerts set up on all my financial accounts in case anyone tried anything again. As for Chloe, she sent me one last email. Just one line. "You ruined everything." I didn't reply. Because here's the truth, and I want this part to be clear. I didn't ruin anything. I protected myself. I set boundaries. I stopped pretending that family meant sacrificing your peace, your money, your safety, just so someone else could avoid the consequences of their own behavior. I stopped being their scapegoat, their ATM, their silent audience. I didn't ruin their lives. They did that all by themselves. And when I walk into my new apartment now, the one I got with my money, from my job, after my hard work, I don't feel guilt. I feel peace. Because for the first time in my life, I chose me. And I didn't look back. I've always believed the smallest gifts carry the biggest meaning. Maybe that sounds corny, but it's how I was raised, by people who understood that kindness didn't have a price tag. My name's Daniel, I'm 26, and for the past few years, I've done most of my Christmas shopping at a local thrift store tucked between a laundromat and a pawn shop. It's not about being cheap. It's about finding something with a story, something that's been loved before, that deserves a second chance. Sometimes I repaint old picture frames, stitch up teddy bears, or polish antique candle holders until they look like they belong in some cozy vintage cabin. I like the process. I like the care it takes. And every December, I bring my little collection of hand-picked, restored treasures to my family's Christmas Eve gathering. I wrap them in newspaper comics and tie them with twine. It's become my thing. Or at least, it used to be. The first real crack in the foundation happened 3 Christmases ago, though at the time, I told myself it was nothing. We were all gathered in my parents' living room. Mom humming along to the old Bing Crosby records. Dad fiddling with the thermostat like he always does when people dare to feel comfortable. And my older brother Mason, 30, showing off the latest watch his girlfriend bought him. Mason's the kind of guy who gets his haircut every Thursday at exactly 2:30, drives a black Tesla, and says things like, "It's all about networking," when you ask how his startup's doing. He wore a blazer on Christmas Eve. I wore a hoodie with a ketchup stain from lunch. I handed out my gifts like I always did. To my niece, a hand-painted jewelry box with her name in curling letters across the top. To my parents, a vintage coffee grinder I'd spent weeks refurbishing, cleaned, oiled, and restored to a perfect crank. And to Mason, a copy of a rare book I'd found buried in the back corner of the thrift shop. The Art of War, leather-bound, gold-trimmed, with a handwritten dedication on the first page dated 1942. I thought he'd appreciate the aesthetic. He once called himself a business warrior. I thought it was corny, but maybe he'd see the gesture. He opened it, looked at the cover, then looked at me. Not a smile, not a thank you, just a short little snort of air from his nose. Then he turned to his girlfriend and said, "Is this a gag gift or something?" I thought he was joking. I even chuckled along, awkwardly. But he didn't laugh. Just slid it aside and reached for the next gift under the tree, a high-end VR headset from our parents. That night, in the car ride home, I tried to brush it off. Maybe I was reading too much into it. Maybe Mason had a weird day. Maybe he didn't like old books. It didn't mean anything, right? But that was just the beginning. Last year, things got worse. The family decided Christmas Eve would be hosted at Mason's place, his modern, sterile apartment in the city where everything smells faintly of lemon and money. I showed up with a box of gifts, carefully labeled, all thrifted and cleaned, just like always. I'd even made Mason a custom wall art piece with a quote from Sun Tzu laser-etched into reclaimed wood. Opportunities multiply as they are seized. I thought it might actually suit his weird alpha grind set personality. I even put it in a box lined with red silk I found at the fabric store. When he opened it, he didn't even hide his smirk this time. "Jesus," he said, holding it up for everyone to see. More trash art from Daniel the dumpster diver. A few people laughed. His girlfriend covered her mouth like she didn't want to, but she laughed too. I felt my cheeks go hot. I didn't say anything. I just took a sip of wine and forced a smile. Later that night, I overheard him in the kitchen telling one of his buddies, "Christmas is for people who actually matter. Dan still thinks it's a charity project." I stood there, in the hallway, holding my empty mug, trying to decide whether to laugh or cry. I didn't do either. I left early, blaming it on a headache. No one tried to stop me. Still, I told myself I was overreacting. Families tease. Siblings joke. Maybe Mason was just one of those guys who didn't understand sentimentality. Maybe I needed thicker skin. But this year, this Christmas, something shifted. And it all started with the gift I gave my grandpa. Grandpa John is 87. Ex-Marine, ex-mechanic, current master of crosswords and peppermint candy. He walks with a cane but still insists on mowing his own lawn. He's always been my favorite relative. Maybe the only one who really gets me. He tells me stories about his childhood growing up in the Dust Bowl, about fixing cars with baling wire and duct tape, about how he met Grandma at a dance by accidentally stepping on her foot. He keeps a shelf of precious things in his den, little objects with meaning. A shell from Normandy, a broken compass, a porcelain dog from his childhood, a small pine box with a worn photo of my late grandmother inside. So this year, I went all out for him. I found an antique pocket watch from 1907 at the thrift shop. Broken, but beautiful. I spent nearly 2 months learning how to clean and repair it. I studied tutorials, bought a loop, tweezers, even got a tiny screwdriver set. I cleaned the gears, replaced the spring, and got it ticking again. I polished the casing, re-inked the engraving. When I was done, it looked like something out of a museum. I placed it in a hand-carved box lined with soft felt and included a note explaining the work I'd done and why I'd chosen it for him. When Grandpa opened it on Christmas Eve, he stared at it for a long time. Then he clicked it open, listened to the tick-tick-tick, and whispered, "Haven't heard a sound like that since I was a boy." He didn't say much more, just nodded slowly and held it close. I thought maybe, just maybe, the night would be different this time. But then Mason had to ruin it. He was sitting on the couch in his buttoned-up shirt, watching everything with that half-smile he reserves for moments he thinks he's above. When Grandpa hugged me and whispered, "Thank you, son," Mason cleared his throat and said, "Man, you really went all out this year. How many dumpsters did you dig through for that one?" The room got quiet, just for a second. Then someone laughed. "Dad, I think." Maybe nervous, maybe not. And just like that, it was a joke again. I looked around the room, waiting for someone to say, "Hey, that's enough." But no one did. So I left, quietly. No scene, no drama. I just gathered my coat, nodded to Grandpa, and stepped out into the cold night air without saying goodbye. I didn't know what would happen next. I didn't know what that quiet little moment had sparked. But the next morning, Grandpa asked me to come by his house. Alone. He had something to show me. And what he said, what he showed me, would change everything. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept replaying Mason's words in my head, over and over again, like a scratched record. How many dumpsters did you dig through for that one? The worst part wasn't even the insult. It was how casual it was, how automatic. Like it wasn't even worth thinking twice about. Just a reflex. A twitch of cruelty. And nobody had said anything. That was the part that really stuck with me. My parents had looked away. His girlfriend had stifled a laugh. Even my cousins, who used to beg me to bring them thrifted comic books or weird vintage toys, just sat there pretending they didn't hear it. I used to think I was just the quirky one in the family, the one who didn't follow the traditional path, who didn't wear collared shirts to dinner or post gym selfies on Instagram. But now I was starting to realize something else. I wasn't quirky. I was tolerated, like a rained-on doormat. You don't throw it out, but you also don't thank it for being there. When I got home, I made a cup of tea and sat on the couch in silence. The Christmas lights I'd strung around my tiny apartment blinked like a dying heartbeat. I stared at them until they blurred. I hadn't even opened the gifts I was given. Not that I expected much. The next morning, just as the sun began to rise and paint my window in orange light, my phone buzzed. It was a message from Grandpa. "Come by this morning if you can. Just you." Before noon. I didn't even hesitate. I threw on a sweater and drove over, still wearing the jeans from last night. His house sat like a relic from another time, modest, brick, with faded holiday decorations on the porch that hadn't changed since I was 10. I knocked once. He opened the door himself. "Morning, Daniel," he said, voice gravelly but kind. "You come in now. Got something to show you." His living room smelled like cinnamon and old paper. I followed him to his den, where he sat in the big leather chair he'd had since I was a kid. He gestured to the smaller one across from him. "You know I don't say much when people act like fools," he began, cradling the pocket watch I gave him in one hand. "But I've been watching, and I've been listening." He set the watch on the table between us. Then he reached for a folder from the drawer beside his chair. Not an envelope. A folder. Thick. Heavy. He opened it, flipped through a few pages, then held one up to me. I want to change something in my will, he said. I blinked. What? I'm taking Mason off as executor, and I'm removing him as primary beneficiary. I sat back, stunned. Grandpa, you don't have to. I do. His voice was firmer now. That boy's grown arrogant. Cold. Cruel. Reminds me of his father when he was young. Too much pride, not enough heart. He tapped the watch. This meant more than anything anyone gave me last night. Not because of what it is, but because of what you put into it. And he mocked it like it was garbage. I didn't know what to say. He leaned forward. Daniel, this family, they forgot what matters. I watched your mother chuckle like it was some harmless prank. Your father? He's been enabling Mason for years. I kept thinking maybe someone would speak up, but none of them did. You've been carrying the weight of their silence too long. He handed me the paper. I've already called my lawyer. We're finalizing it next week. You'll be executor, and you'll inherit the house. I stared at him. Grandpa, He raised a hand. I'm not doing this out of pity. I'm doing it because you're the only one who still gives a damn. I left with the paper tucked in my coat and a knot in my stomach the size of a boulder. It felt like justice, but it also felt dangerous. Because if Mason ever found out, well, I didn't have to wonder for long. The next family gathering was New Year's Day brunch. Held at my parents' house, it was always a casual affair. Leftovers, board games, cheap champagne. I almost didn't go, but Grandpa told me to. He said, let the boy show his teeth first, then bite back. So I showed up, played the part, smiled, said, Happy New Year, like nothing had changed. Mason was there, of course, lounging like he owned the place, one arm around his girlfriend, the other flipping through his phone. He barely acknowledged me. Fine. That was normal. Then came the toast. My dad raised a glass of orange juice and gave his usual speech about family, growth, and moving forward. It was cookie cutter, harmless. But when Mason took the floor after him, everything shifted. I just want to say, he began, smiling like a politician, that this past year has taught me a lot, especially about success and who supports it. He glanced at me. Not everyone in this room understands what it takes to build something real. Some people still think flea markets count as ambition. A couple of snickers from the younger cousins. My mom chuckled nervously. But I'm grateful, he continued, because next year, when I take on my new role, he paused for effect. As executor of Grandpa's estate, I plan to preserve the family legacy with dignity. I blinked. What? I've already spoken to Grandpa, he went on. He told me his wishes. We're just finalizing the paperwork. I felt heat rise up my neck. He was lying. Boldly. Brazenly. I looked at Grandpa, who was staring at Mason like he'd grown a second head. And I planned to renovate the house, modernize it. It's falling apart, you know? That's when I snapped. Not publicly. Not with shouting. But something inside me cracked. After the toast, I pulled Grandpa aside. Did you tell him? He shook his head slowly. Not a word. He's assuming. Or lying. And then Grandpa said something that changed everything. Maybe it's time he learned he's not untouchable. That night, I started digging. Not into dumpsters. Into files. I looked up Mason's business, which I'd always avoided out of spite. Turns out, his startup was more smoke than fire. Flashy website, vague descriptions, investor promises with no follow-through. And that condo he flaunted? He didn't own it. It was leased, with his girlfriend's name on the paperwork. But what really caught my attention was a lawsuit. Small, quiet, buried in online records from 3 years ago. A former contractor had sued Mason for breach of contract and unpaid fees. The case was dismissed, but not because Mason was innocent, because the plaintiff disappeared. Literally dropped off the map. I filed it away, noted the names, made screenshots, because I knew what was coming next. A week later, my mom called me. Not to check in, not to apologize. Daniel, she said, Mason told us you've been making claims about Grandpa's will. That's not appropriate. You're causing tension in the family. I haven't told anyone anything, I said. But thanks for assuming. She sighed like I was a burden. Just don't start drama, okay? Mason's always been the responsible one. You know that. Click. No, how are you? No, I'm sorry he embarrassed you. Just another reminder of where I stood. 2 days later, Mason showed up at my apartment. No warning. No invite. Just knocked on the door like he had every right to be there. Hey, he said, flashing that fake grin. Mind if we talk? I opened the door halfway. About. He leaned against the frame like we were old friends. I heard you've been spending a lot of time with Grandpa. Just wanted to say, don't get any ideas. I stared at him. Ideas? You know what I mean. He stepped closer. Grandpa's old. Sentimental. He doesn't always think clearly. And you? Well, let's be honest, Dan. You're not exactly the golden child. He laughed. Like it was hilarious. Like this whole thing was just a chess match he already won. You're a good guy, he added. But you're not the kind of guy people trust with big decisions. Then he clapped me on the shoulder and walked off. That night, I looked at the paper Grandpa had given me again. Executor. Inheritor of the house. Mason thought he'd already won. That the world owed him victory by default. But he had no idea what was coming. And the funny thing? Neither did I. Because 3 days later, everything exploded. Louder, faster, and more brutally than I could have ever expected. 3 days later, my world tilted. I woke up to 37 missed calls and a voicemail from Grandpa's neighbor, Mrs. Franklin. She's known me since I was a kid. Always gave out those orange peanut-shaped candies at Halloween that nobody actually liked, but everyone took out of politeness. Her voice on the voicemail was tight, urgent. Daniel? Honey, it's Mrs. Franklin. I didn't want to overstep, but the paramedics just took your grandfather. He collapsed in the front yard. It looked like a stroke. They're taking him to St. Clair's. I'm so sorry. I didn't even put on socks. I just grabbed my coat and keys and ran out the door. My heart was hammering in my chest the whole drive, faster than my foot on the gas. I don't even remember the red lights. I don't remember parking. I just remember the white corridors and the fluorescent lights buzzing like flies in my ears. They let me in because I was listed as emergency contact. I sat by Grandpa's side, holding his hand, watching the rise and fall of his chest. The doctor said he'd had a minor stroke. He would likely recover, but slowly. Rest was key. Minimal stress. Limited visitors. He opened his eyes once. Just once. Looked at me, blinked, and whispered, "Don't let them take the house." Then he drifted back into sleep. I nodded even though he couldn't see it. "I won't," I whispered back. "I promise." But promises are funny things. Easy to say, hard to keep when the wolves are already circling. By the time I got back to his house later that afternoon, Mason had already been there. The front door was unlocked. The hallway smelled like aftershave. And the precious things shelf in Grandpa's den was bare. Gone. Every item. The shell. The compass. The box with Grandma's photo. The pocket watch. Gone. I just stood there. For I don't know how long. Then I walked from room to room. In the kitchen, the drawers were opened and rummaged through. The file cabinet in the hallway. Emptied. Documents missing. His will. The old one and the revised copy we'd made together. The house had been raided. Not by a stranger. By family. I called my parents. No answer. I called Mason. "Hey, little bro," he said, casual, like nothing had happened. "Something wrong. You were at Grandpa's house." "Yes, so? I'm the executor, remember? Gotta protect the property. You know, in case he doesn't pull through." "Where are his things, Mason?" There was a pause. Then, "What things?" I almost threw the phone across the room. But I didn't. I just swallowed hard. "I'm reporting this," I said. "You went through his private property. You stole from him." He laughed. Not a big laugh. Just a low, pitying chuckle. "Daniel, come on. This is your emotional side talking. Don't embarrass yourself." Then he hung up. And for the first time in my life, I realized I was alone. Truly, entirely alone. No allies. No backup. Just me, a half-empty house, and a promise to a man who might not even wake up again. That night, I sat on the floor of Grandpa's den, staring at the spot where his shelf used to be. I cried. I'm not ashamed to say that. Not anymore. I cried because it wasn't just about the things, it was about the erasure. Mason hadn't just stolen objects. He'd tried to erase Grandpa's history, his heart, his connection to me. And then, like someone flicked on a light inside me, I stopped crying. I started planning. First, I filed a police report. Not that I expected it to go far, but it created a paper trail. Then I contacted Grandpa's lawyer and informed him of the unauthorized access to the property. He was sympathetic, but without Grandpa conscious to confirm the new will, it was tricky. "Do you have a copy?" he asked. I did. Thank God I did. I scanned it. Sent it over. The lawyer promised to do what he could, but with Mason's claims and the missing original, everything was in a precarious legal limbo. If Grandpa passed before speaking again, Mason could contest it and win. So I started documenting everything. Every interaction, every text, every voicemail, every visit I made to the hospital. I wrote down dates, times, witnesses. Mrs. Franklin agreed to sign an affidavit that Mason entered the house without Grandpa's permission. The lawyer said it might help. Meanwhile, I stayed at Grandpa's house, slept on the couch, took care of the mail, fed the neighbor's cat when she went out of town, just to stay in people's good graces. I became a fixture in the neighborhood. Mr. Parker down the street lent me his snowblower. His daughter made me muffins. People noticed. People remembered. And quietly, people started to talk. He's the good one, I heard one of them say one day, as I was shoveling the driveway. Always was. I didn't respond. But inside, something started to shift. A small ember. A bit of warmth. The climb back up didn't happen all at once. It never does. But piece by piece, I started to rebuild. Not just the case, but myself. I pulled my old tools out of storage. The ones I'd used to fix Grandpa's watch. I started going back to the thrift store. Not to escape, but to reclaim something. Every item I picked up, I asked myself, would Grandpa have liked this? I bought a busted old clock, restored it, and donated it to the senior center in his name. I framed one of Grandma's old recipes, cherry apple pie, and gave it to Mrs. Franklin. I painted a wooden sign for the neighborhood entrance, something warm and welcoming. People started noticing. And they didn't just notice, they thanked me. For the first time in years, I felt useful. I began volunteering at the hospital, just small things. Running coffee to nurses, reading to patients whose families never visited. The nurses in Grandpa's wing grew familiar, kind. They let me stay late. Let me talk to him even when he didn't respond. I held his hand and read him the newspaper. Told him stories about his neighbors. About how the tree out front had finally dropped all its leaves. About how Mason's cologne still haunted the front hallway, but I'd scrubbed most of it out. I wasn't just waiting anymore. I was living. And then, a month after the stroke, something happened. I was reading to him, as always, and I paused to take a sip of water. That's when I heard it. Cherry apple pie. I froze. I looked at him. His eyes were open. He blinked slowly, smiled. She used to make it every winter, he said. I nodded, choking back tears. She did. He reached for my hand. They tried to take everything, didn't they? I squeezed his hand. I'm working on it. He didn't say much more that day, but it was enough. He was awake. He was present. And Mason had just lost his most powerful weapon, silence. But the battle wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Because 2 days later, I got a call. Not from the hospital. From a real estate agent. Hi, is this Daniel? She asked. I'm calling on behalf of Mr. Mason Fields. He's listed you as a current occupant of the property located at 418 Cedar Grove Lane. He's requesting that you vacate the premises within 10 days so it can be prepared for sale. My blood turned to ice. He doesn't own the house, I said. There was a pause. He provided documentation indicating otherwise. I thanked her, hung up, and stood in the kitchen staring at the old clock I'd just repaired that morning. Mason had filed a fraudulent deed transfer. He was trying to sell Grandpa's house right out from under him. And if I didn't stop him, he might succeed. But I wasn't the same Daniel I'd been in December. I wasn't the awkward little brother with thrift store wrapping paper and too much hope. I was the man Grandpa trusted. I was the man who rebuilt from rubble. And I was about to remind Mason that some things, some people, can't be bought, erased, or sold. By the time I hung up with the real estate agent, I wasn't even angry. That surprised me. No shaking hands. No dry mouth. Just clarity. A quiet, focused rage. Not the explosive kind, but the kind that sharpens you. For the first time in my life, I saw Mason for what he really was. A con man in a tailored shirt, feeding off a family too blind, or too comfortable, to stop him. But I wasn't blind anymore. And I wasn't going to let this slide. I pulled out the folder Grandpa had given me, the one with the original draft of the updated will, the one where I was executor. It wasn't notarized yet, but it was signed, dated. I'd scanned it weeks ago, and I had both the digital and physical copies stored safely in a fireproof box in my apartment. I texted Grandpa's lawyer again, David Klein, and told him what had just happened. He called me back 10 minutes later. Daniel, I've dealt with a lot of slime balls. But this is bold. If Mason forged any documents to transfer property before your grandfather was declared legally incapacitated, that's fraud. Felony level. Can we stop the sale? I can file a temporary injunction. If I get confirmation from your grandfather, preferably on video, that he never authorized a sale or deed transfer, we can block the transaction immediately. He's speaking again, I said. He's still weak, but he's lucid. Clear. Then we move fast. That afternoon, I brought my laptop to the hospital. The nurses cleared the room and gave us privacy. I propped up the webcam, hit record, and asked Grandpa 2 questions. Did you give Mason permission to access your home or remove personal property? Did you authorize a transfer of the deed or sale of your home? His answers were short, but firm. No, and no. He even raised his hand and pointed to the camera. That boy's been taking what's not his for years. Time someone put him back in his place. I sent the video to David. By the next morning, he had filed for an emergency injunction and submitted the new will into preliminary probate review. He warned me it would still be messy. Mason would fight it. But now we had leverage. Still, I needed more. I needed to do what Mason would never expect me to do. Play his game. And beat him at it. I started digging. Again. This time deeper. I used Grandpa's old desktop. Yes, he still had one of those. And searched through his paper files. He kept everything. Receipts from 20 years ago. Bank statements in neat little folders. Even his military paperwork. Tucked behind a stack of warranty slips, I found something interesting. A letter from Mason. Dated 5 years ago. A request for a bridge loan to cover business expansion. Grandpa had scribbled in the margin, $17,500. Paid. No repayment made. I stared at it for a long time. Grandpa had loaned Mason money. A lot of money. And he never paid it back. I took a picture. Filed it away. I kept searching. That's when I found the old security camera hard drive. Grandpa had installed 2 cheap cameras in his house years ago. One in the den, one facing the front door. They were old, but still functional. The footage looped every 30 days unless saved. Lucky for me, the system auto-saved any time there was a manual override, a fancy way of saying someone paused or reviewed footage. There was one saved clip. One. From 2 nights after Grandpa's stroke. I plugged it into my laptop, hit play, and felt my stomach drop. It was Mason. He had used a spare key, probably the one hidden in the birdhouse planter out front. He walked in like he owned the place, went straight to the den, and began pulling things off the shelf. He rifled through the drawers, pocketed papers, and even paused to look at himself in the mirror. He smirked, like it was funny, like it was a game. I watched him leave with a duffel bag full of heirlooms. I downloaded the file, made 5 backups, one on a flash drive, one in the cloud, one I emailed to David, 2 more in separate, encrypted folders on my laptop. Then I changed the locks on Grandpa's house. The next part of the setup came down to people, allies, and that was trickier. See, when you grow up in a family where you're invisible, you don't really think of anyone as being on your side. But over the last few months, something had changed. The neighbors, the nurses, even Grandpa's old army buddy, Carl, who dropped by the hospital every other week with root beer and war stories. So I made a list. Mrs. Franklin? She saw Mason go into the house. She was willing to say so under oath. Carl? He remembered the loan Grandpa gave Mason. Even said Mason had once called Grandpa a walking wallet behind his back. The nurses? They'd seen Mason try to bully his way into Grandpa's room while he was unconscious. One of them had even written it up in the log. I started visiting people, asking questions, listening, and slowly, I began to realize something. Mason hadn't just burned bridges with me. He'd burned bridges with everyone. He was charming on the surface, but rude to service workers. Dismissive to nurses. He snapped at receptionists. He demanded attention, but gave none in return. He treated people like props in the story of his life. And people remembered that. They were just waiting for someone to ask. I collected statements, sworn and signed. David said it was more than enough to begin probate contestation and file a restraining order to keep Mason away from the house. But that wasn't enough for me. Because Mason wasn't just greedy. He was calculated. And he was prideful. So I wanted to hit him where it hurt. Publicly. That's when I had the idea. I reached out to a local journalist, Anna Whitman. She ran a column in the city paper called Family Matters. Stories about inheritance disputes, elder abuse, community issues. She had once written a piece about a woman who fought off a wrongful eviction by her son and won. I sent her an anonymous tip. A wealthy tech entrepreneur. Forged deed transfer. Attempted sale of incapacitated grandfather's home. Video evidence. Witnesses. Financial records. A potential story of fraud, betrayal, and karma. She was interested. I didn't give her names. Not yet. But I gave her just enough to start digging. Then I called Mason. You need to come by Grandpa's house, I said. Oh, what for? There's something you should see. He showed up the next morning, wearing sunglasses, holding a coffee, like he was strolling into a brunch meeting. Thought you'd have the locks changed, he said, smirking. I did, I said, opening the door. But I figured you deserved a front row seat. He walked in, looked around, and frowned. Where's all the stuff? You mean the stuff you stole? Probably wherever you stashed it. He looked at me. You can't prove that. I handed him a flash drive. Watch it. Or don't. Either way, David has a copy. And so does Anna Whitman. His smirk faltered. You're bluffing. I'm really not. He stood there, frozen. I also know about the loan, the lawsuit, the fake deed transfer. Oh, and by the way, the house. It's off the market. For good. Court order. You think you can just... I know I can. Because I have facts. Proof. And you? You have a trail of lies and a reputation built on paper. He opened his mouth, closed it, then turned to leave. Before he stepped out, he paused. You always were the quiet one. Guess I underestimated you. No, I said. You just didn't see me. That's not the same thing. He left, and I knew he wasn't done. Not yet. But neither was I. Because the final blow was still coming. The part where I didn't just protect what mattered. I took back everything he stole, and made sure he could never do it again. The morning the story hit the paper, I was sitting next to Grandpa in his hospital room, peeling an orange. He was stronger now, not walking yet, but talking more, eating more. His voice was rough but steady, and when I read him the front page headline, he didn't say a word at first. He just chuckled, low and gravelly, and then held out his hand for a slice of orange. Tech entrepreneur under investigation for fraudulent deed transfer and elder exploitation, it read. Below that, sources allege attempt to sell incapacitated grandfather's home. Video footage and legal filings support contested inheritance claim. There was no name in the headline, but the article was unmistakably about Mason. It detailed the anonymous video, the injunction, the suspicious loan, and the missing heirlooms. The journalist, Anna Whitman, had done her homework. She didn't just report the story, she connected the dots. Mason's name was buried halfway through the piece, but by the time readers got to it, the picture was already clear. Greedy grandson tries to snatch inheritance, gets caught, and the community rallies behind the grandfather and his quiet, steady caretaker, his other grandson. Me. I hadn't planned on becoming a symbol for anything, but that's what happened. Calls started pouring in. Community members sent letters to Grandpa. The hospital got flowers. Someone taped a handwritten note to the front door of Grandpa's house. Some legacies aren't for sale. Mason, on the other hand, vanished. Not literally, but socially. His condo lease was terminated less than 2 weeks later, probably his girlfriend's doing. She didn't want to be attached to him after the article came out. Her social media went private, then disappeared entirely. A mutual cousin told me she moved back to Chicago. Mason, apparently, had been couch hopping ever since. Meanwhile, Grandpa's house was legally locked down. The new will, once Grandpa formally re-signed it in front of a notary, became the active file in probate court. Mason tried to contest it through his lawyer, claiming undue influence. But with the video footage, the community statements, the neighbor witnesses, and the very public bad press, his claim collapsed within weeks. His lawyer dropped him. David Klein called me and said, "I've never seen a case collapse this neatly." He set fire to his own credibility before we even stepped into court. But I wasn't done yet, because there was still the matter of the heirlooms. The compass, the photo box, the pocket watch. I had no legal proof Mason still had them. No direct way to force him to return them. But sometimes, pressure isn't applied in court. Sometimes, it's applied in the quiet spaces where a man like Mason still thinks he has control. I texted him. Just one line. "The watch you stole? I'm getting it back. One way or another." He didn't respond. But a week later, a package showed up at Grandpa's house. No return address. Inside, wrapped in a sweatshirt that still smelled like Mason's cologne, were every single item from Grandpa's shelf. Even the silk-lined box I'd made. No note. No apology. Just silence. I showed Grandpa, and he stared at each item like he was seeing old friends return from war. He held the compass for nearly 10 minutes. Didn't say a word. Then he looked at me and said, "You kept your promise." I nodded. We're not done yet. Because revenge, to me, wasn't about punishment. Not anymore. It was about justice. About correction. About pulling something broken into the light and saying, no more. So I gave the video footage to the state's Elder Abuse Task Force. They launched an investigation. I gave the unpaid loan documents to a civil attorney. Mason was sued for the $17,500 plus interest. He didn't show up in court. A default judgment was entered. The court authorized wage garnishment, though, to be honest, there weren't many wages left to garnish. His startup was already hemorrhaging. Clients had backed out. Investors ghosted him. A few people had recognized the name from the article and connected the dots. One even wrote a blog post about their experience being conned by Mason. It went semi-viral. In a matter of months, his empire of smoke collapsed. And I didn't even have to push. I just held up a mirror. As for me, life didn't change overnight. But it did change. Grandpa moved back into his house after 3 months of rehab. I helped modify it. Grab bars in the bathroom, ramps at the door. Carl came over on weekends to help. Mrs. Franklin brought soup. The neighborhood, once just background noise, became something closer to family. And I found something else too. Purpose. I started taking on more repair projects. For neighbors. For friends. I posted a listing online. Restoration with story. Heirlooms brought back to life. People responded. Not because they needed perfect items, but because they wanted meaningful ones. The business grew. Slowly, honestly, without flash. Just me, my tools, and a workbench by the window. And one day, 6 months after it all ended, I got a letter. From Mason. Typed. 2 paragraphs. No salutation. I underestimated you. I won't pretend I'm sorry for everything, because I'm not. But I am embarrassed. You won. Fair and square. Keep the house. Keep it all. I'm done with this family. No return address. No way to reply. I read it once. Then twice. Then I folded it, placed it in the back of the photo box, and slid it onto the shelf in Grandpa's den, restored, rebuilt, and glowing with quiet dignity. Because that letter wasn't for me. It wasn't closure. This, everything else, was rebuilding my life brick by brick, not with vengeance, but with intention, with care, with truth. And every now and then, someone asks me, how did you stay so calm? How did you not explode? And I tell them what Grandpa told me the day he handed me the pocket watch. You don't scream when someone tries to steal your legacy. You protect it, piece by piece. Because revenge doesn't always come with fireworks. Sometimes it's quiet, measured, precise, and it ends when the thief has nothing left to take, and you have everything worth keeping. And now, every night before I lock up Grandpa's house, I pass by the shelf in the den. I look at the compass, the shell, the box, the watch, and I smile. Because everything that matters is right where it belongs. My name is Corey, I'm 27, and up until a few months ago, I thought I had a decent relationship with my family. Not perfect, obviously. We're not one of those smiling, Sunday brunch kind of clans, but I thought we respected each other. Or at least pretended well enough. I'm the oldest of 3, and for as long as I can remember, I've been the responsible one. The one who helped pay bills in college. The one who watched my little brother when our parents went out. The one who understood when Christmas gifts were a little lopsided. My little brother, Dean, is 23 now, and he's always been the golden child. He got away with everything. Failed classes? He's just figuring it out. Caught sneaking out. Boys will be boys. He crashed Mom's car last year and somehow walked away with a new one. Guess who co-signed that loan without knowing? Yeah, me. But I didn't find that out until much later. I work full-time in IT and freelance on the side, so I've been slowly building up my credit over the last 5 years. No missed payments. Low utilization. Credit score in the 800s. I was proud of it, still am, because it's one of those things no one ever helped me with. I learned the hard way. When I was 19, I signed a lease with a friend who bailed halfway through, and I spent the next year clawing my way out of debt. Since then, I've been careful. Like, double-check every notification careful. Which is why, when I saw an unfamiliar charge on my credit card, a big one, I nearly dropped my phone. It was a charge to a party supply rental place, something called Elite Events. Almost $2,300. I called the company, thinking it was fraud, and the woman on the line sounded confused when I asked about it. "Didn't you rent the tent and chairs for the baby shower?" she asked. I blinked. "Baby shower?" "Yeah," she said, still sounding puzzled. "The Hillard party. The one with the blue and gold theme? Saturday afternoon." Now, my last name is Hillard, and Saturday had just passed. I hadn't been invited to anything. No texts, no emails, no calls. I was working overtime that weekend and barely looked up from my screen, so even if something had slipped by, I would have noticed at least a missed call. But nothing. I hung up and stared at my phone. Baby shower. Blue and gold. Dean's girlfriend, Maddie, was pregnant. Due in a couple months. So, was this their baby shower? I called my mom. She answered like nothing was wrong. "Hey, sweetie. What's up?" "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice even. Random question. "Did Dean and Maddie have a baby shower this weekend?" Silence. For half a second. Then, yes. "We didn't want to bother you. You're always so busy with work." I was stunned. "You didn't invite me?" "Well, we figured it would be too much for you. You're always stressed. And you used my credit card to pay for it." Another pause. "Don't be dramatic, Corey. It's not like that." I felt my pulse in my teeth. "What is it like then? We just needed something quick, and your info was already saved in the file from when you helped with Dean's car. It's not like we bought a yacht." I didn't say anything. My mouth was dry. She kept talking, her voice dipping into that patronizing tone she used when I was a kid and asked questions I wasn't ready to understand. "You should be happy for them," she said. "Dean's going to be a father. He's stepping up. We did it in your honor, actually. We even told people the decorations were a gift from you." "In my honor," I repeated. "Yes," she said brightly. "And we surprised Dean afterward with a car." I felt my stomach drop. "What do you mean, a car?" "Well," she said, suddenly sounding defensive. "His broke down last week, and Maddie's due soon. He needs to drive her to appointments. We used the joint line you co-signed last year. The dealer said it wouldn't be an issue. You used my credit again." Without asking. She huffed. "You make more than enough. Stop acting like a victim. You're not a victim, Corey. Be happy for your brother." I didn't answer. My mind was spinning. There was a long silence before she hung up. That night, I sat in my apartment, lights off, staring at the ceiling. My hands were shaking, and I didn't even notice until I reached for my laptop. I logged into every bank and loan account I had, and sure enough, there it was. A new car loan. $38,000. Tied to my name. A card balance I hadn't authorized. Several family plan subscriptions I never used. I sat back, exhaled slowly, and for the first time in a long while, I felt nothing. No anger. No sadness. Just a strange, almost clinical calm. Like the moment you realize your hand is bleeding, but the pain hasn't registered yet. The next day, I started making calls. First, I filed a police report. Not because I expected anything dramatic to happen immediately, but because I needed the paper trail. Then I called the bank, the credit card company, the dealership. I explained that these transactions were unauthorized, that I had reason to believe a relative used my information without consent. It wasn't easy. I had to jump through a lot of hoops, send documents, stay on hold for what felt like hours, but eventually, they froze the accounts. And then came the call to the dealership. The guy on the line, Mark, seemed more interested in protecting his own liability than helping, but once I emailed the affidavit of fraud and the police report, the process was set in motion. They'd review it, notify the co-buyer, Dean, and if the fraud claim held, the loan would be canceled and the vehicle repossessed. 3 days passed. Radio silence from my parents. Nothing from Dean either. But I knew they'd find out eventually. I knew there'd be a moment. A sharp, sudden moment, when it all hit. That moment came on a Wednesday night, just before midnight. I got a text from a number I didn't recognize. All caps. "I'm done with you." Then came another. "Why would you do this to your own family?" Then a call. I didn't answer. Another text. "They're outside." Curious, I opened my front door, stepped onto the balcony, and looked across the street toward my parents' house, just barely visible from where I lived. That's when I saw it. Flashing hazard lights, a flatbed truck parked in front of their driveway, and Dean, shirtless, in boxers, barefoot, screaming at a man in uniform who was calmly loading a sleek, silver SUV onto the back of the truck. He was red-faced, pacing in frantic circles, waving his arms as if sheer rage could unhook the cables or reverse the paperwork. My mom came running out in a robe, yelling something I couldn't hear. My dad stood in the doorway, looking like he'd aged 10 years in 10 minutes. I just watched. My phone buzzed again, another call. I silenced it. And then Dean did something I didn't expect. He turned and shouted into the night, "Corey, you did this." His voice echoed, cutting through the quiet neighborhood. And I just stood there, watching, silent, still, because in that moment, that cold, quiet, ridiculous moment, I finally understood something I should have realized years ago. They only respected what they could take. And now, they had nothing left to take. The next morning, I woke up to a storm of missed calls, voicemails, and texts. Not just from my family, but from a few extended relatives too. Cousins I hadn't heard from in years, aunts who only ever called when they needed tech support. Apparently, word had spread fast. And naturally, my parents hadn't told them the truth. The messages were filled with lines like, "Whatever's going on, it's not worth destroying your family. You humiliated them, Corey, over a misunderstanding. Your brother's about to be a father, and you're out here acting vindictive." One voicemail from my Aunt Lorraine was especially rich. She said, "I know your mother can be impulsive, but this is just cruel." She said you tricked her into thinking she could use the card. Tricked her. Right. I didn't respond to anyone. Instead, I printed everything. The credit reports, the fraud affidavits, the call logs. I kept it all neatly in a folder I labeled in case they try something. Part of me was tempted to post it online. The receipts, the screenshots, the actual contract they forged my name on, but I wasn't looking to go nuclear. Not yet. I just wanted distance. I wanted my name untangled from theirs, financially and emotionally. 3 days later, I got a knock on my apartment door. It was my dad. I didn't even have to open it to know. I saw him through the peephole, standing there with his hands in his pockets, rocking on his heels like he used to when he was trying to calm down. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me. I opened the door. He didn't say anything at first, just looked at me like he didn't quite recognize who I'd become. I'm not a tall guy, and I've always been the quiet one in the family, but in that moment, I swear I stood a foot taller than him. He finally spoke. "We didn't mean for it to go that far." I didn't answer. "We just thought you'd understand. Dean's having a baby. You're always so put together. We thought you could handle it." I crossed my arms. "So you thought stealing was okay, as long as I had the money to cover it?" His jaw clenched. "Don't say it like that." That's what it was. He took a step closer, lowering his voice like we were negotiating a business deal. "We can fix this. Your mother's not doing well. She's been crying for days. That's her guilt. Not my problem." He flinched, just barely, and then gave me that look I'd seen 100 times before. The look that said, "You're making this harder than it needs to be." He tried again. "Just tell the bank it was a misunderstanding, that you're not pressing charges." I narrowed my eyes. "You think I pressed charges?" He blinked. "Didn't you?" "No," I said. "But thanks for letting me know you would've, if the roles were reversed." He looked stunned for a second. Then, like clockwork, he shook his head, muttered something about me being dramatic, and turned to leave. Before he reached the stairs, I called out, "Why didn't you just ask?" He stopped, but didn't turn around. "I've helped before," I said. "I helped when Dean flunked out. I helped when Mom's card got declined at the pharmacy. I even helped when the roof started leaking last year. I wasn't the problem." Silence. "You were just too used to taking to bother asking." He didn't respond. Just walked down the steps like he hadn't heard a word I said. Over the next week, I started getting emails confirming the finalization of the fraud claim. The credit card company reversed the charges. The dealership officially removed my name from the car loan. My score dipped temporarily from the inquiry, but it was already recovering. I changed all my passwords, froze my credit, took steps I should have taken years ago, but never thought I'd need with my own family. As for Dean, he sent one message. Just one. "You embarrassed me. You embarrassed all of us. Don't come around again." I didn't reply, but part of me wanted to send back a photo, the last one I had of the car he'd lost. Maybe attach a note. Guess it wasn't really in my honor, huh? Instead, I blocked his number. Weeks passed. My phone stayed quiet. No more birthday messages. No check-ins. It was weird at first. I was used to being the fallback guy, the emotional punching bag, the fixer. But then it started to feel like relief. Like space I could breathe in. And then, Just when I thought the drama was finally done, I got a letter in the mail. Not an email, not a text, a physical letter, handwritten. It was from Maddie, Dean's girlfriend, the mother of their unborn child. Her handwriting was neat, almost too careful, like she'd rewritten the letter several times before sending it. She started with a few vague pleasantries. Hope you're well, congratulations on the new job, etc., and then got to the point. She said she'd had no idea my name was used, that she didn't even want the party, and certainly not the car, that she'd begged Dean to keep things simple, but he insisted on the SUV and told her it was already covered. She apologized, genuinely. And then, in the last paragraph, she wrote something that made me sit down. I know this probably doesn't mean anything, and you don't owe us anything, but I'm scared. Dean's been so angry lately. Not just about the car. About everything. I don't feel safe all the time. I'm not asking for help. I just needed someone to know. I stared at the letter for a long time. Longer than I want to admit. Because for the first time, I wasn't sure what to do. I'd already walked away. But maybe, I wasn't done yet. I sat with that letter for a full hour before I moved. I read it 3 times. The first was shock. The second was anger. The third was guilt. The very emotion I'd been working so hard to shake off the past month. The one I thought I'd finally buried after years of being manipulated by the very people who should have protected me. But Maddie's words, they cut through all that. She wasn't asking me to fix anything. She wasn't begging or guilting. She was scared and honest and clearly at the end of her rope. I didn't know what to do. Not exactly, but I knew I couldn't ignore it. The next day, I went to the library to use the public computer. I didn't want anything traced to my home IP. I wasn't being paranoid. I was being smart. Cautious. I searched for legal aid groups near their town, ones that specialized in family situations or domestic concerns. I didn't know if anything physical had happened between them, and I wasn't going to assume the worst, but I also wasn't going to pretend her words didn't carry weight. I found a local nonprofit that offered free consultations to expecting mothers in unstable households. Printed out the info. Highlighted the hotline. I even wrote a little note. You have options. Whatever you decide, you're not alone. I slid the paper and the flyer into a nondescript envelope. No return address. Just her name on the front. I dropped it in a mailbox 2 towns over, then drove home and sat on my couch with my heart pounding like I'd just pulled off a heist. I wasn't trying to be anyone's hero. I just couldn't look away. Things stayed quiet after that. For a while. Long enough for me to think maybe I'd done what I could and the rest was out of my hands. I focused on work, started running again in the mornings, even started seeing someone. A quiet, kind woman named Dana who worked in accounting and had no idea what kind of chaos I'd been crawling out of. We had dinner a few times. Easy conversation. No drama. She liked documentaries and hated social media. It was peaceful. The kind of peaceful I didn't know I needed. Until the knock came. It was a Thursday night. Late. I'd just finished folding laundry and was debating whether or not to respond to Dana's goodnight text when someone pounded on my front door. Not knocked, pounded. Fast, angry thuds that made my whole chest tighten. I looked through the peephole and instantly stepped back. Dean. His eyes were bloodshot. His hair was a mess. He was wearing the same hoodie he used to wear back in college, the one with the frayed cuffs and faded logo, and his hands were jammed into the front pocket like he was trying to stop them from shaking. I didn't open the door. He knocked again, quieter this time, but still forceful. Corey, come on. I didn't move. I just want to talk. Still didn't move. He stepped back and ran both hands over his face like he was trying to physically wipe off the rage. Maddie left, he said. Took her stuff, the crib, everything. Just gone. No note. No text. I stayed silent. He stepped closer again, voice rising. I know she talked to you. I said nothing. Don't act like you're not involved, he shouted. You always do this. You sit there on your little throne acting like you're above all of us. Like we're just parasites. I felt something boil up inside me, but I pressed my palm against the door and made myself breathe. I know what you did, he said again, this time quieter. And I want you to know, you ruined everything. She's gone. The car's gone. My job barely covers rent now. And Mom won't even look at me. I almost laughed at that last part. Welcome to the club, I thought. But I stayed quiet. Dean kicked the bottom step hard, then turned and stormed off down the hall, muttering something under his breath I couldn't quite hear. I watched him through the peephole until he disappeared into the elevator, his shoulders hunched like someone walking into a storm of their own making. I didn't sleep much that night. Not out of fear. I had a security camera on the door, and I knew Dean well enough to know he was all bark. But my mind kept circling back to what he said. You ruined everything. As if I was the one who torched the bridge, poured the gas, lit the match. The next day, I checked the camera footage and saved the clip of him standing there shouting, just in case. Then I sent Dana a text and asked if she wanted to go for a walk later. I needed someone, to pull me back into normalcy. And then, just as I was about to put my phone down, another notification came through. An email. Subject line, legal inquiry, probate concern. I blinked. Opened it. It was from a lawyer. A woman representing my grandfather's estate. Apparently, my grandfather had passed away quietly 3 months earlier, something no one in my immediate family had told me. He'd been living in assisted care on the other side of the state. I hadn't seen him in years, not since I was 18, and he pulled me aside at Thanksgiving and said, "You've got a good head, kid. Don't let the rest of them take it from you." I thought it was a weird comment at the time. Now, it echoed in my brain like prophecy. The email went on to explain that my grandfather had left behind a modest inheritance. A few assets. A small property. Nothing enormous. But here's the part that made my heart stop. You are listed as the sole beneficiary. Not Dean. Not my parents. Me. And just like that, everything shifted. Because whatever fallout had just finished settling was about to get a whole lot worse. I didn't respond to the lawyer's email right away. I read it 3 times, then shut my laptop and just sat there, trying to make sense of everything. My grandfather and I weren't exactly close, not by choice, but because my parents didn't take us to see him often. He was my mom's father, and there was always this quiet tension between them that I never fully understood. Growing up, I remember asking why we didn't visit him more, and my mom would just say, "Grandpa has his favorites." I didn't realize until much later that what she really meant was, he didn't play by her rules. He was a quiet man. Stern, but kind. He gave me a chess set once when I was 10 and said, "You think better than you speak." That's not a flaw. At the time, I didn't get it. But now it made sense. He saw me. And maybe, just maybe, he understood what kind of family I was growing up in. Maybe he saw the way they leaned on me, drained me, used my silence as permission. 2 days later, I replied to the lawyer. I asked for the full details, the inventory of assets, and a copy of the will. She sent everything back quickly. There was a bank account, modest, around $40,000. A small house in upstate New York, well kept, but old-fashioned. And a handwritten letter my grandfather had left for me, scanned and attached in a PDF. I clicked it open with shaking hands. Corey, if you're reading this, then I'm gone, and the vultures are circling. I know your mother. I know your brother. I know how easily people will take when they think someone quiet won't fight back. That's why everything I have is yours. I watched from a distance as you became a man who stands on his own feet. You didn't whine. You didn't take shortcuts. And most importantly, you didn't become them. This house was my father's. I always hoped it would go to someone who earned it. You did. Do with it what you will, live in it, sell it, burn it down. It's yours. But remember this, the strongest steel is forged in fire. You've already walked through it. Now build something better. Grandpa, I just sat there for a while, staring at the screen. My chest ached. Not because of grief. I hadn't seen him in so long. He already felt like a memory, but because of what he'd done. The clarity, the love hidden beneath his quiet, old-school demeanor. He hadn't forgotten me. He'd been watching. He'd known. And he'd made sure I had something no one could take away. Of course, the moment the will was made official, all hell broke loose. It started with a call from my mother. I didn't answer. Then came the texts. You knew and didn't tell us? That house belongs to the family, Corey. Not just you. Your grandfather was sick. He wasn't thinking straight. Then, a final one, short and venomous. You've become so cold. I didn't reply to any of them. 2 days later, my brother called from a different number. I picked up without thinking. Corey, he said. Listen, I know Mom's being dramatic. I almost laughed. Dramatic? He sighed. Okay, and out of line. But this is bigger than just you. That house is part of our family. You can't seriously think you're just going to keep it. It was willed to me. Legally. You want a copy of the document. You think I care about paper? This is our legacy. I was quiet for a moment. Then I said, you don't get to scream at me on my doorstep 1 week and ask for a share of my inheritance the next. I was upset. You were always upset when you didn't get what you wanted. He didn't reply. I continued. I'm not sharing the house. Not the money. Not a square inch of it. Not after what you all did. You used my name, my credit, my trust. You lied. You stole. And when I finally stood up for myself, you treated me like I was the villain. I'm going to fight this, he snapped. You think a judge won't see through this? You think Mom won't testify? I smiled, even though he couldn't see it. Go ahead. Take me to court. And when they ask about the credit card fraud, the forged signature, the fake loan application, I'll have all the documentation ready. Want to explain that under oath? Silence. Thought so, I said and hung up. That was the last time I heard his voice. The house needed work. I drove up to see it a week later, tucked away behind tall trees, with a wraparound porch and a chimney that looked like it belonged in a postcard. It smelled like old wood and lemon polish. There was dust on the floor and a cracked window upstairs, but otherwise, it was solid. Sturdy. Mine. In the back room, on the desk, was a thick envelope with my name on it. Inside were property documents, old family photos, and a second note. Don't let them guilt you. Not again. You earned peace. Keep it. I stood in that quiet room for a long time, sunlight streaming in through the blinds, and realized I wasn't angry anymore. Just tired. Tired in a good way. Like finishing a marathon you never signed up for, but ran anyway, because stopping would have meant letting them win. Over the next few weeks, I cleared out the place. Hired a contractor to fix the roof. Replaced the carpet. Dana came up one weekend and helped repaint the kitchen. We made pasta that night and ate on the porch with paper plates, laughing at how sore our arms were from sanding cabinet doors. It felt real. It felt right. Meanwhile, back home, my parents sent one final letter. A long one. No apology. Just more of the same. How could you? What would Grandpa say? Think of your brother's baby. You're tearing this family apart. I scanned it. Saved it. Then I tossed it in the fireplace and watched it burn. Maddie never contacted me again, but a few months later, I saw a post on a mutual friend's feed. A baby photo, a quiet caption, just her and the kid. No Dean in sight. I didn't reach out. I figured she was doing what I was doing. Healing, quietly, on her own terms. The holidays came and went. No invites. No drama. For the first time in my adult life, I didn't have to pretend. I didn't have to fake a smile at a dinner table full of people who saw me as a wallet. I spent Christmas with Dana's family. They were loud, messy, wonderful people who welcomed me like I'd been there for years. And on New Year's Day, I sat on the porch of my grandfather's house, wrapped in a blanket, sipping coffee as the wind rustled the bare trees, and I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Freedom. Not the dramatic kind. Not fireworks or big declarations. Just the quiet, grounded kind. The kind that comes after you finally stop carrying other people's weight. After you realize that protecting your peace doesn't make you selfish. It makes you whole. I didn't get revenge the way people think of it. No shouting match. No courtroom mic drop. But what I did get was better. I got my life back. And this time, I wasn't giving it to anyone who hadn't earned it. I'm 36 years old, and for most of my adult life, I've been known as that guy who married up. My name's Nate, and for the past 10 years, my wife's family never let me forget it. To be clear, I didn't come from money. I grew up in a small town, raised by a single mom who worked 2 jobs and still found time to bring me sandwiches on her lunch break. College wasn't an option right out of high school, so I joined the military, served 4 years, and then worked construction, side hustled in IT, and eventually started a small software business out of a garage apartment I rented behind a bowling alley. So no, I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. But I've always worked. When I met Emily, my wife, we were both 26. She was finishing her MBA, and I was just starting to land mid-sized contracts with small businesses for a little inventory app one coded in my spare time. She never seemed to care about money. She liked that I read before bed, that I cooked my own meals, that I walked dogs on weekends to make extra cash. I thought that was enough. I thought her family would see what she saw. But from the first handshake with her father, I knew exactly where I stood. I remember the first dinner I had with them, some high-end steakhouse downtown. Her dad ordered for me without asking, told the waiter, he'll take the sirloin, medium. It's the safest bet. Her mom smiled politely, barely made eye contact. And her uncle Mark, the one who always wore cufflinks that probably cost more than my car, just smirked and said, "So what charity helped you crawl your way up to Emily?" That was the first time I heard it, charity case. It wouldn't be the last. Over the years, it became their family joke. At holidays, her cousins would hand me empty envelopes and say, "Oops, we forgot you're the one who gets gifts, not gives them." Her aunt once asked if I'd like to borrow her husband's tux for our anniversary dinner, so you won't look like the valet. They always laughed like it was harmless, but each little jab chipped away at something inside me. Emily would roll her eyes and say, "Ignore them. They're snobs." But she never said it to them. She never told them to stop. Still, I loved her. So I bit my tongue. I smiled through dinners, toasted champagne at their lake house, and played nice at every charity gala they invited me to as their plus one. I stayed out of the way and kept building my business quietly and steadily through long nights and silent weekends. Then came the pandemic, and everything changed. I won't bore you with the details, but my app pivoted fast. Inventory management became essential when supply chains collapsed. Small businesses needed exactly what I'd been refining for 5 years. Contracts exploded. A logistics firm bought a 40% stake. Suddenly, I wasn't just doing well. I was in the features in Forbes bracket. And for the first time in my life, the calls I got weren't people asking for favors. They were offering deals. You'd think that would change something. That maybe Emily's family would finally treat me like more than some lucky stray she'd adopted. Nope. Instead, the tone shifted from mockery to something worse, entitlement. I noticed it first with Uncle Mark. He cornered me at Thanksgiving, asked if I'd be interested in a friendly investment into his boutique real estate firm. I declined politely. 2 weeks later, he sent me a formal proposal with a 6-figure minimum and a preferred family return rate. I ignored it. Her father invited me to lunch, just us. That had never happened before. He handed me a manila folder mid-meal and said, "This is a joint venture opportunity. Family exclusive. No banks. Just blood." I stared at the numbers and said I'd think about it. I never got back to him. And then came Christmas. They rented out a luxury cabin in Aspen. I wasn't invited. Emily was. She went. "It's just easier," she told me. "They'll behave better if it's just me." That stung more than anything they'd ever said. While she was gone, I reviewed our finances. The prenup we signed 10 years ago was solid, airtight, really. Emily had insisted on it at the time. Her dad's lawyer had drafted it, not mine. I didn't even blink back then. Of course I'd signed it. I had nothing to lose. No? That document was the only thing standing between my life and their claws. I started noticing strange things after that. Emily became distant, not cold, but different, asking more about my assets, wondering if we should consider combining accounts for tax purposes. Her lawyer friend Lisa invited us to brunch one weekend and casually asked if we'd ever considered updating our marital agreement now that things had shifted. Shifted. That word echoed in my head. Then came the dinner. Emily asked if I'd be open to having her family over, just a small gathering. She said they wanted to make peace, to reconnect. I didn't buy it, but I agreed. I hosted, hired a private chef, set the long dining table, put my best wine on the counter. I even put out fresh flowers. They all arrived, dressed to the nines. Her dad handed me a bottle of champagne I recognized from Costco. Her uncle brought a briefcase. Emily looked anxious. We sat. We toasted. Small talk flowed like syrup, slow and forced. Then Uncle Mark cleared his throat and pulled the briefcase onto the table. "Well," he said, adjusting his cuffs, "there's something we'd like to discuss tonight. Something overdue." Her dad nodded. "We know things have evolved, and we all think it's time we revisit some of the old paperwork. What's past is past, but let's talk future." Then Mark opened the briefcase and slid out a manila folder. I looked at Emily. She stared down at her lap. Inside the folder, a proposed amendment to our prenup, a dissolution clause, a redistribution agreement. In short, they wanted me to void it. Her mom chimed in. "Your family, Nate. Truly. And family protects each other. But it's not right that everything stays so separate." Then Uncle Mark smiled like a snake and said, "You've done well. Let's be honest, we all underestimated you. But this is a chance to show your gratitude, to prove you belong." I sat there, my heart thudding behind my ribs, watching their smug faces, watching Emily say nothing. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't push the folder back. Instead, I reached under the table, unzipped my leather bag, and laid a single envelope on the polished wood. Everyone stopped talking. Even the chef froze in the doorway. That envelope had one item inside. I looked at Uncle Mark and said, "You brought a lawyer. That's smart. Because what I'm about to say is going to need one." And that's when I opened the envelope. Inside the envelope was a certified copy of the original prenup, complete with notarized signatures, timestamps, and, most importantly, a clause most of them had either forgotten or never read. I slid it across the table toward Mark and tapped a paragraph I had highlighted. Clause 7.5, I said, calmly. In the event of an attempted renegotiation of this agreement by any third party, including but not limited to immediate or extended family, the signer reserves the right to impose a legal freeze on all shared marital assets pending a full investigation into coercion. Mark blinked. Emily's father reached for the paper with shaking hands. And since we're speaking openly tonight, I continued, locking eyes with Emily, I've already hired my own legal team. You remember Tony Hargrove, right? The guy you all said would never return a nobody's call? He's representing me now. He reviewed this clause last week. His advice? Document everything. The silence was thick. I stood slowly, walked to the bar cart, and poured myself a drink with a steady hand. I also have emails. From your dad. From Lisa. From you, I said, looking directly at Emily now. Her eyes widened. Asking for asset consolidation. Suggesting account mergers. Casual suggestions, just innocent enough. But when you put them in order, they paint a picture. Emily finally spoke. Nate, it wasn't like that. I nodded slowly. Then why didn't you tell me they were planning this? Why didn't you say anything when he opened the briefcase? Her mom cleared her throat, trying to salvage the moment. This doesn't have to be hostile. We're just talking. No, I said, you're not. You're cornering. I turned to Uncle Mark. I also know about your debt, $180,000 in back taxes, another $90,000 owed to vendors. Your boutique firm is circling the drain, and this little family reunion? This wasn't a dinner. This was a financial intervention. You're bleeding, and I was your Band-Aid. He bristled. You have no right. I raised my hand. You came into my home. You brought a lawyer. You handed me legal documents across my dinner table. You made it my right. Then I looked around the table, letting the silence stretch. For 10 years, I smiled through every insult. I laughed when you called me a charity case. I drove your drunk nephew home at midnight. I paid for the generator when the lake house lost power. I answered every favor with a yes. And I did it because I thought that's what family does. But I get it now. You never saw me as family. You saw me as an ATM with a heartbeat. Emily finally looked up. Nate, please, can we talk in private? I smiled, but there was no warmth behind it. We'll talk, but not here. Then I turned to the chef, who was still frozen in the doorway. Dinner's over. Please box everything to go. The guests, if you could still call them that, sat in stunned silence. Her mom opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Her dad was pale. Mark's face had turned a shade of crimson I didn't know was humanly possible. As I gathered my things, I added one last thing quietly, without anger, just certainty. I didn't get rich by being stupid. And I didn't stay quiet because I was weak. I stayed quiet because I believed you were worth the benefit of the doubt. But tonight? Tonight, I finally ran out of benefit. And with that, I walked upstairs, leaving them with their paperwork, their boxed dinners, and a silence that had the weight of a closing vault. Emily didn't follow me. Not immediately. She sat there with them for a while. I could hear hushed voices through the vents. I didn't bother listening. I already knew how the night would end. But I wasn't done yet. Not even close. Because I still had one card left to play. About 20 minutes passed before I heard the soft knock on the bedroom door. Nate. Emily's voice was low. Not the usual calm, confident tone I knew. This was hesitant. Careful. I didn't answer right away. I let the silence do the work. When I finally opened the door, I didn't invite her in. I just stepped aside. She walked in slowly, glancing around like she wasn't sure if she belonged in her own house. Or maybe she was just seeing it differently now. This wasn't the place we'd built together anymore. It was the fortress she'd tried to breach, thinking I wouldn't notice. I sat down in the armchair near the window. She stayed standing. I didn't know they were going to do that, she said finally. The briefcase, the documents, that wasn't part of what we talked about. I asked, not angrily, just to see how she'd respond. She shifted. I mean me and my dad. He's been worried about. About what? I cut in. About losing access? About me keeping what I earned instead of handing it over like some grateful servant? She blinked hard, like I'd slapped her. It wasn't like that. No. I leaned forward. Because it sure felt like an ambush, Emily. You sat there while they tried to rewrite the agreement your own lawyer drafted. You didn't speak up. You didn't even flinch. I was trying to keep the peace. I laughed, but it was hollow. There's no peace in a hostage negotiation. Her face twisted, defensive now. You think I planned all this? That I want your money? I think, I said slowly. You didn't think I'd ever stand up to you. That landed. I saw it in the way she went quiet, the way her shoulders sank. For a long time, neither of us spoke. When she finally did, it wasn't what I expected. Do you remember our second anniversary? She asked, softly. I nodded. The weekend in Charleston. You gave me that little wooden box with a note inside. Whatever we build, it's ours. Always ours. I still have it. I said nothing. That's who I married, she whispered. Not this version of you who treats everything like it's war. That stung more than it should have. Because the truth was, she wasn't entirely wrong. I had changed. I was different now. But it wasn't about the money. It was about the lies. You want the truth? I asked. She nodded, eyes glassy. I still love you, I said. But I don't trust you. Not after tonight. She looked down, like the floor might offer an escape. Then what happens now? I didn't answer. Because I didn't know. Not yet. What I did know was that her family was still downstairs, probably figuring out whether to spin this into a misunderstanding or retreat into silence, and hope the tension passed like a storm. But I had no intention of letting them reset the narrative. I'd spent a decade as their punchline. Tonight was just the beginning. And that's where the final piece came in. Before the dinner, I had scheduled something for the next morning. A quiet move, but a powerful one. Across town, in a sleek glass building downtown, a legal team was preparing a revised trust. One that would shift the entirety of my company's holdings and all personal assets into an irrevocable trust with two trustees, myself and an old friend they didn't even know existed. It was scheduled to go live at 10 a.m. And once it did, no one could touch what I'd built. Not Emily. Not her father. Not Mark and his sinking real estate circus. They could scream, threaten, guilt trip, all they wanted. It wouldn't matter. I had played the fool long enough. And now? Now I was ready to show them what a real plan looked like. Emily stayed in the room that night, but I didn't sleep beside her. I lay awake in the armchair, staring out the window as snow began to fall over the city. It was quiet, almost peaceful, but inside, I was somewhere between tired and alert, like the aftermath of a long storm where you're still expecting another wave to hit, even when you know the sky has already broken open. At 7:15 the next morning, I dressed, brewed a pot of coffee, and headed out before she could say much. I left her a note on the counter. It said, "We'll talk tonight. After I'm done." That was all. I didn't owe anyone long explanations anymore, not her family. Downtown was silent at that hour. My attorney, Tom, a friend from my early tech days who'd gone into estate law, was already waiting with a binder on the table and 2 copies of the final documents. Still want to go through with it? He asked. Yes. Even with her name left out completely? No contingencies? None. He paused. You sure about the no revisions clause? This is final. You'd need both trustees to dissolve it. Not even you could override it alone. That's the point. Tom nodded and slid the papers across. I signed them. 1, 2, 3 signatures, then a firm press on the notary stamp. And just like that, everything changed. Every account I held, every equity share, every future dividend and acquisition. All of it now belonged to the structure we'd created, the Holt Trust. It couldn't be contested. It couldn't be amended without unanimous approval from both trustees, me and James McAdams, my former coding partner who'd walked away from the startup scene to become a Buddhist monk in Oregon. I'd called him 3 weeks ago, told him everything. He didn't ask for details. He just said, "You finally ready to stop bleeding for people who never brought you a Band-Aid? And then, I'll do it. But if they come crying, I'm not answering the door." Perfect. By noon, the trust had triggered its automatic redirection protocols. Shared accounts were split. Old credit cards were frozen and replaced. My will was rewritten and notarized. Emily had no idea yet, but she would by sunset. I drove home slowly. No music, just the hum of the engine. My phone vibrated once, Emily. I didn't answer. When I walked into the house, I could feel the tension like static in the air. She was pacing the kitchen, phone in hand, her face tight and pale. "They're freaking out," she said before I could speak. "My dad says you filed something. That there's a trust? That he's not authorized anymore on the tax planning docs." I nodded. "Correct. You did all that without telling me? Just like you sat at that table and watched them slide legal documents across the table toward me. That wasn't me. Stop, I said, holding up a hand. Let's not insult each other. She stared at me, and for the first time in years, I saw the person I'd once fallen in love with begin to flicker behind her eyes. Not the polished woman who charmed rooms full of strangers. The one who used to laugh with her feet in a river, eating gas station snacks, and talking about books she'd loved as a kid. But it flickered, and then it was gone. Did you ever love me? She asked, her voice smaller than I'd ever heard it. I took a long breath. I still do. But I don't love the version of us that's become your family's project. They don't speak for me. No, I said, gently. But you let them. She sat down at the kitchen table, staring at the marble, tracing the veins in the stone with her finger like she was trying to follow a road that might lead somewhere else. You didn't even give me a chance to fight for us. I gave you 10 years, I said quietly. 10 years of holding my tongue, being their punching bag, funding their weekends, laughing off their cruelty while you told me it was just how they were. She looked up. So what now? Are we done? I didn't answer right away. Instead, I reached into my coat pocket and pulled out a second envelope, this one smaller. Inside was a printed email chain between me and a therapist. One I'd contacted months ago, before the trust, before the lawyer, when things still felt salvageable. The subject line was Marital Counseling Referral Inquiry. I tried, I said, sliding it across the table. I asked you to go. You said we didn't need it. I didn't know how bad it had gotten, because you didn't want to know. She opened the envelope. Read a few lines. Then her hands trembled, just a bit. I'm not trying to destroy you, Emily, I said. This isn't revenge. This is protection. For me. She nodded, swallowing hard. So what happens next? I paused, then said it as simply as I could. You'll stay here until the end of the month. I'll cover everything. After that, I'll move forward with a separation agreement. No claims, no counters. You'll have what you came into the marriage with, and nothing less. And if I don't agree, you signed the prenup. You helped write it. And now, even if you wanted to fight it, you'd be going up against a trust you legally can't touch. There was a long pause. She finally whispered, they told me it wouldn't hold up. I nodded. They were wrong. And if you'd asked me directly, I would have told you that. Her face crumpled. But I didn't go to her. I didn't reach out or soften my voice. I had nothing left to give her, not the kind she'd taken for granted. That night, I packed a bag and left. Not because I was angry. Because I was done. I booked a room in a quiet hotel by the bay, overlooking the water. I turned my phone off. Ordered a glass of wine. Slept deeper than I had in years. A week passed. Then 2. Emily's lawyer reached out. Confirmed she would sign the separation papers. No contest. No claims. She declined any alimony. Said in her note that she wanted to keep what was left of her dignity. I respected that. When the final documents came through, I signed them without a second thought. I kept the house, the assets, the company. But more than that, I kept my peace. A month later, I moved out of the city. Not far, just enough. I bought a small place with tall windows and a garden that got the right kind of sunlight. Hired a golden retriever from a rescue shelter who thinks socks are chew toys and that every knock at the door means someone came just for him. I wake up early now. I cook again. I read at night. And sometimes, when I think back on the past 10 years, I don't feel bitterness. I feel clarity. Because sometimes the worst kind of poverty isn't financial, it's emotional. It's spending years being told you're only valuable for what you give, not who you are. And walking away from that? That's the richest thing I've ever done. I never thought I'd be the kind of person to take revenge. I mean, I was raised to be polite, to keep the peace, to be the bigger person. But sometimes, enough is enough. I'm Jake, 32, and I've been married to my wife, Emily, for 5 years. We've had our ups and downs like any couple, but one consistent problem has always been her mother, Diane. She's the kind of person who expects the world to revolve around her, and when it doesn't, she makes sure everyone suffers for it. Now, I've put up with a lot over the years. Diane never thought I was good enough for Emily, always finding ways to criticize me. My job wasn't prestigious enough. My gifts were never thoughtful enough. I didn't call her often enough. You get the picture. But through it all, I tried to stay civil for Emily's sake. Then came the birthday fiasco. Diane was turning 60, and she decided she wanted a massive, extravagant party. I'm talking about a fancy venue, catered dinner, a live band, the whole 9 yards. And, of course, she assumed I'd pay for it. Not asked. Assumed. Emily and I were at her parents' house for dinner when she casually dropped it into the conversation. "I've been looking at venues," she said, swirling her glass as if she were some aristocrat in a period drama. "And I think the Grand Oak Ballroom would be just perfect for my party." The Grand Oak Ballroom. I knew the place. It was high-end, the kind of venue people booked for weddings. "That sounds fancy," I said carefully. "Oh, it is," Diane said with a smug smile. "But it's a milestone birthday, and I deserve something special." Then she turned to me and added, "Of course, you'll be taking care of the costs, Jake." "It's only fair." I nearly choked on my drink. "I'm sorry." "What?" Emily stiffened beside me. She knew how her mother could be, but even she looked taken aback. "Well," Diane continued, as if explaining something to a small child, "you're the man of the family. It's your responsibility to ensure I have a proper celebration. Besides, you have a good job. It's not like you can't afford it." Now, here's the thing. I do have a good job. I work in finance, and we live comfortably. But Diane? She had no idea what our finances actually looked like. Emily and I had been saving for a house. A big, lavish party for a woman who barely tolerated me was not part of the plan. I glanced at Emily, waiting for her to say something. To my relief, she did. "Mom," she said, her voice calm but firm. "That's not Jake's responsibility. If you want a big party, you need to pay for it yourself." Diane gasped as if Emily had just slapped her. "Excuse me." "You heard her," I said, now emboldened. "We're not in a position to drop that kind of money on a party. If you want something extravagant, maybe everyone in the family can pitch in. I shouldn't have to split the cost of my own birthday party." She snapped. "This is about showing appreciation for everything I've done. And as my son-in-law, it's your duty to step up." Her entitlement was astounding. I glanced around the room, half expecting someone to tell her she was being unreasonable. Emily's dad, Greg, was sitting in his usual spot, staring into his drink, clearly wanting no part of this. Emily's younger sister, Megan, was on her phone, pretending not to hear. This was normal for them. And that was when I realized Diane wasn't just expecting me to pay. She had already decided I would. I should have put my foot down right then and there, but I didn't want to cause a scene. Instead, I said, "I'll think about it," and changed the subject. That night, Emily and I had a long talk. She was just as frustrated as I was, but admitted she wasn't surprised. "She's always been like this," she sighed. "She assumes she's the queen and we're all here to serve her." Still, we agreed we'd offer a compromise, maybe help with a portion of the cost or suggest a more reasonable party. The next morning, before I even had a chance to call Diane, I got a message from her. Diane texted, "I've booked the Grand Oak Ballroom for my birthday. They need a deposit by Friday. You can send the money to my account." I stared at my phone in disbelief. She hadn't waited for my answer. She had just decided. I showed the text to Emily, who let out a groan. "You have to tell her no." So I did. I called Diane and, as politely as I could, told her that we weren't paying for the party. Her reaction? Fury. "You're ungrateful," she spat. "After everything I've done for you, this is how you repay me?" My own daughter married a selfish, stingy man. Then she hung up. For the next few days, Diane ignored both of us. Then, out of nowhere, she sent another message. Diane texted, "You don't have to pay for the whole thing. Just cover the catering and entertainment." That's fair. Fair? I ignored the text. Then, a week later, Emily and I were at her parents' house again for another family dinner. I had braced myself for the inevitable tension, but nothing could have prepared me for what came next. Diane was in an unusually good mood, laughing and chatting as if nothing had happened. Then, midway through dinner, she said, "Oh, by the way, Jake, you're not invited to my party." Silence. I blinked. "What?" "You heard me," she said breezily, sipping her drink. "Since you clearly don't respect me enough to contribute, I don't want you there." "Emily, of course, you're still invited." Emily gaped at her. "Mom, you can't be serious." "Oh, I'm very serious," Diane said, smiling sweetly. "It's my party. I decide the guest list." I sat there, staring at her, feeling a mix of shock, anger, and oddly relief. If she didn't want me there, fine. But the sheer audacity of banning me while still expecting me to pay? I glanced at Emily, who was fuming. Diane took another sip of her drink, looking entirely pleased with herself. That's when I made my decision. I wasn't just going to refuse to pay. I was going to make sure this party never happened. I leaned back in my chair, a slow smile creeping onto my face as the first pieces of my plan started coming together. Diane had no idea what was coming. I didn't say a word for the rest of dinner. I just sat there, listening to Diane prattle on about how wonderful her party was going to be, how excited everyone was, how she had chosen the most exquisite decorations. She had no idea that in less than a week, everything was going to unravel. Emily was seething on the way home. "I can't believe her," she muttered, gripping the steering wheel like she was trying not to snap it in half. "She seriously thinks she can ban you and still expect you to pay?" "She does," I said, staring out the window. "And that's the problem." Emily sighed. "What are you thinking?" I turned to her, my mind already working out the details. "I'm thinking that if she wants to play games, I can play too." Now, here's the thing. Diane had never planned this party properly. She had made big demands and expected other people to handle the logistics. That's where I saw my opportunity. Step 1. I needed to know exactly what had been booked. Diane, being Diane, had bragged about every detail. She had secured the Grand Oak Ballroom for the venue. She had hired an expensive caterer that specialized in plated gourmet meals. She had booked a live jazz band and even a professional photographer to capture her grand evening. And every single one of those things required a deposit. A deposit I knew for a fact hadn't been paid yet, because she had expected me to pay it. I waited until the next morning to make my move. First, I called the Grand Oak Ballroom. "Hi," I said, adopting my most professional tone. "I'm calling on behalf of Diane. She recently booked an event with you, but we need to make a few changes." The receptionist, a polite woman named Linda, pulled up the reservation. "Yes, we have her down for Saturday evening." "That's correct," I said. "Unfortunately, we're going to need to cancel the reservation." There was a pause. "I see. Well, we haven't received the deposit yet, so that won't be an issue." "Perfect." Linda then informed me that since no contract had been signed and no payment had been made, the ballroom would simply release the date for other bookings. Just like that, Diane's venue was gone. Next, I called the caterer. Same story. No deposit, no reservation. Canceled. Then the band. The photographer. Every single piece of Diane's perfect party? Gone. I could only imagine the chaos that was going to unfold when she found out. But I wasn't done yet. Diane had sent out invitations weeks ago, telling people to RSVP directly to her. But there was one key detail she had forgotten: the actual address of the venue. She had been so confident that everything would go according to her plan that she hadn't included it in the original invitations. Instead, she had promised to send the details closer to the date, which meant that, at this point, no one actually knew where the party was supposed to be. With the venue gone and no backup plan in place, Diane was about to face a nightmare of her own making. And I was just going to sit back and watch it unfold. 3 days before the party, Diane still had no idea what was coming. Emily and I had kept our distance, knowing that the moment she realized what had happened, the fallout would be nuclear. I was sitting on the couch, casually scrolling through my phone when Emily's phone rang. She glanced at the screen, sighed, and mouthed "Mom." "Here we go," she muttered before answering. The moment she said hello, Diane's voice blasted through the speaker so loudly I could hear every word. "Emily, we have a disaster. I just got off the phone with the Grand Oak Ballroom, and they said our reservation is gone. They gave the date to someone else." Emily gave me a quick look, and I just smirked. She put the phone on speaker. "Wait, what do you mean?" she asked, feigning surprise. "I mean someone canceled my reservation. And when I called the caterer, they said the same thing. And the band. And the photographer. Everything is gone. My party is ruined." I could practically hear the sound of Diane pacing frantically, probably waving her arms in the air as she ranted. "This has to be a mistake," Emily said, still playing along. "Did you sign a contract with them?" Diane hesitated. "Well, no, but I told them I was going to pay. I just hadn't sent the money yet because I was waiting for Jake to do it." Emily turned to me, raising an eyebrow. I took that as my cue to jump in. "Oh," I said, trying to sound innocent. "You were waiting for me to send the money? But I thought I wasn't invited to the party." Silence. A long, awkward silence. Then, Diane screeched, "This is your fault." "My fault?" I asked, barely holding back a laugh. "You told me I wasn't welcome. Why would I pay for something I'm not even allowed to attend?" "You should have told me you weren't paying," she snapped. "I did," I said flatly. 2 weeks ago. You just chose to ignore it." There was another pause, and then Diane switched tactics, her voice suddenly turning syrupy sweet. "Jake, honey," she cooed, as if we hadn't just been yelling at each other. "You know I didn't mean that. Your family. And family helps each other. I know we had a little misunderstanding, but there's still time to fix this. I leaned back, pretending to consider it. Oh, how exactly do you plan to fix it? Diane jumped on the opportunity. If you send the money today, I can try to book everything again. It might cost more at the last minute, but I'm sure we can make it work. I couldn't help but grin. She still thought she could manipulate me. Sorry, Diane, I said, stretching out the words. I would help, but you made it very clear that I'm not welcome at your party. So really, this isn't my problem. Her voice dropped into a furious whisper. You're being selfish. I shrugged. No, I'm setting boundaries. But hey, best of luck finding a new venue 3 days before the event. Then, before she could start screaming again, I hung up. Emily let out a long breath and tossed her phone onto the couch. Wow, she's panicking, I said, amused. She thought she had everything under control. She's not going to let this go, Emily warned. I knew she was right. Diane wasn't the type to accept defeat gracefully. She would fight tooth and nail to salvage this party, and if she couldn't, she'd find someone to blame. I had a feeling this wasn't over. I didn't hear anything from Diane for the rest of the day, which was unusual. Normally, when she didn't get her way, she'd keep hammering at the problem, calling everyone she could to force things back into her control. The silence meant one of two things. Either she was scrambling for a solution, or she was plotting something worse. Emily and I went about our evening as usual, but I had a nagging feeling in the back of my mind. Diane wasn't the type to just accept what had happened. She was stubborn, manipulative, and worst of all, she believed she was never wrong. And sure enough, the next morning, the chaos truly began. Emily's phone buzzed at 7 a.m., way too early for a casual chat. She groaned, reaching for it, but as soon as she saw the screen, her face twisted in annoyance. She's calling again. I sighed. Might as well see what disaster she's come up with now. Emily reluctantly answered and put it on speaker. Diane didn't even say hello. She was already mid-rant. I fixed it. We exchanged a glance. That was unexpected. Fixed what? Emily asked. The party. I found a new venue. It's not as nice as Grand Oak, but it'll do. And the best part? They still have availability for Saturday, but I had to put down a rush deposit to secure it. I frowned, already seeing where this was going. So, Diane continued, I need you to send me the money today. It's non-refundable, so we have to act fast. Emily exhaled sharply. Mom, you do realize that you're still asking Jake to pay for a party he's not invited to, right? Oh, stop being dramatic, Diane snapped. He's family. He's supposed to support us. I finally spoke up. Diane, let me get this straight. You lost your venue, your caterer, your band, and your photographer. You had to scramble for a last-minute replacement, and now you want me to pay for it? After banning me from attending? She scoffed. That was just a misunderstanding. Of course, you can come now. I almost laughed out loud. So now that you need my money, suddenly I'm welcome again? Diane hesitated, then her voice softened into what she probably thought was charm. Jake, sweetheart, you know I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I was just trying to keep things intimate. But since you're so worried about it, of course, you're invited. In fact, I insist. I had to give her credit for the effort, but I wasn't buying it. You know what's funny? I said, keeping my voice light. The only reason you even need a new venue is because you never secured the first one properly. If you had just paid your own deposit, none of this would be happening. Diane's tone turned icy. So, are you going to send the money or not? I smiled. Not. She let out an exaggerated gasp, as if I had just slapped her. You're really going to be this selfish? Do you know how embarrassing this is for me? People are expecting an elegant event, not some last-minute thrown-together disaster. Then you probably should have planned it better, I said, unable to hide my amusement. Diane lost it. She started shrieking about how I was ruining everything, how I was a terrible son-in-law, how I was disrespecting her after everything she had done for me, which, to be clear, was absolutely nothing. Emily finally had enough. Mom, Jake is not paying. And if you keep acting like this, I don't even know if I want to come. That shut Diane up for a moment. Then, in a voice dripping with pure venom, she spat, Fine. I don't need your money. But don't expect to be welcome in this family anymore. Emily scoffed. That's rich, considering you were the one who uninvited us. And with that, Emily hung up. For a few seconds, we just sat there in stunned silence. Then I let out a breath I didn't realize I had been holding. Well, I said, stretching my arms. That went well. Emily let out a short laugh. I give it 2 hours before she calls back with some new demand. She was wrong. Diane didn't call back in 2 hours. She called back in 10 minutes. But this time, she wasn't just screaming at us. She had an entire new plan. And somehow, it was even worse. When Diane called back just 10 minutes later, I almost didn't answer. I figured it was just going to be another round of yelling, guilt-tripping, and emotional manipulation. But something told me to pick up. Maybe curiosity. Maybe the sheer insanity of it all. Either way, I swiped to answer and put her on speaker. Her voice was eerily calm, like she had spent the past 10 minutes convincing herself she had found the perfect way to force my hand. Jake, I've thought about it, and I realize now that you might not have understood how important this is to me. This party isn't just about me. It's about family. It's about all of us coming together to celebrate. And I don't want there to be any hatred between us. So, I have a compromise. I leaned back, amused. Oh yeah? What kind of compromise? You pay for the party, she said smoothly, and in return, you get to attend. I nearly choked on my own laughter. Oh, so generous. You'll allow me to come to the event that I'm funding? How kind. Diane sighed dramatically, like I was being difficult on purpose. Jake, this is an amazing deal. I know you were upset about being left out before, but I'm giving you the opportunity to be part of something special. I could almost hear Emily gritting her teeth beside me. Mom, do you even hear yourself? She snapped. You're acting like you're doing him a favor when you're still demanding thousands of dollars for a party that you planned for your birthday. This isn't a negotiation. He's not paying. Diane's fake patience snapped instantly. Then I guess you two don't care about this family at all. I guess you just want to be selfish and petty and ruin my big day because you can't handle the fact that sometimes we make sacrifices for the people we love. I shook my head. Diane, love doesn't mean throwing money at your ridiculous demands. You didn't even ask me if I was willing to contribute. You demanded it. And then when I didn't immediately comply, you tried to ban me from the event I was supposed to pay for. That's not love. That's entitlement. For a moment, there was silence. Well, she said coldly, since you refused to do the right thing, I had to find another solution. So I asked around, and I found someone else willing to cover the cost. Emily stiffened beside me. Who? Diane's next words made my stomach drop. Your father. Emily's face went pale. Wait, what? Oh, yes, Diane said, her smugness back in full force. I explained the situation to him, and he was horrified that you two would treat me this way. He said it was disgraceful, that a son-in-law should respect his elders, and that if you two weren't going to support this family, he would. Emily clenched her jaw. Mom, Dad doesn't even like you. Diane scoffed. Well, he must care enough to pay for my party. I ran a hand down my face. This was insane. Emily's parents had been divorced for years, and they barely tolerated each other. For Diane to have convinced her ex-husband to pay for this party meant she had spun a sob story. Emily was furious. You manipulated him, didn't you? What did you tell him? That we left you destitute? That we were out here blowing money while you suffered? Diane sniffed. I simply told him the truth. That my ungrateful daughter and her husband refused to be part of this family's traditions and that I had no choice but to ask for his help. And unlike you two, he actually came through for me. I exhaled slowly. Diane, you do realize what this means, right? What? She asked, clearly expecting me to be jealous or regretful. It means you have your money, I said. It means your party is happening. Yes, she said triumphantly. Exactly. I smirked. And it means you officially have no reason to contact me ever again. Silence. Then, excuse me. You made your choice, I said. You found someone else to fund your nonsense. So now you don't need me, and that means I don't need to put up with you anymore. Have a great party, Diane. I won't be there. Emily nodded, her voice hard. Neither will I. Diane lost it. She started screaming about how we were ungrateful, how we were punishing her for simply wanting a nice party, how we were abandoning her when all she wanted was to be surrounded by family. But we weren't listening anymore. Emily reached over and hung up. And just like that, it was over. The aftermath was, honestly, hilarious. Apparently, after her dramatic victory call to us, Diane had gone back to the new venue to confirm everything, only to find out that the generous contribution from Emily's dad wasn't as big as she had implied. He had covered some of the costs, but not all of them. And when Diane realized she still owed money to finalize things, she had a full meltdown at the venue, demanding they lower the price. They refused. She threatened to sue. They laughed at her. In the end, Diane had to downgrade everything. She lost the fancy decorations, the expensive catering, and the live band. The party still happened, But instead of the extravagant event she had envisioned, it was a low-budget mess in a half-empty banquet hall. And the best part? Most of the guests didn't even show up. Word had spread that Diane had tried to ban her own son-in-law from the party after demanding he pay for it, and people weren't exactly eager to celebrate someone who acted like that. The turnout was embarrassingly small, and according to my sources, because, of course, there were sources, Diane spent most of the night sulking at a table, furious that her big moment had been ruined. Meanwhile, Emily and I spent that evening relaxing at home, ordering takeout, and watching a movie without a care in the world. Honestly, best decision ever. Diane hasn't spoken to us since, which is honestly a blessing. Emily's dad eventually realized he had been manipulated, and though he was annoyed about losing money, even he admitted that it was worth it just to see Diane suffer the consequences of her own entitlement. So yeah, that's the story of how my mother-in-law tried to ban me from a party she expected me to pay for, only to end up humiliated in the end. I have zero regrets. But what do you guys think? Did I handle this the right way? Or should I have done something differently? I'd love to hear your thoughts. My name's Aiden, and I'm 29. I never finished college. Not because I wasn't capable, but because life hit hard, harder than I expected. My mom got sick halfway through my second year, and with my dad long out of the picture and no siblings to lean on, I dropped everything to take care of her. Bills piled up. I took whatever work I could get, warehouse shifts, barista jobs, late-night deliveries, anything that brought in enough to keep the lights on and her medication coming. People around me didn't get it. They saw a dropout, a failure. They didn't see the nights I spent spoon-feeding my mom's soup while studying online marketing in my free time, or the mornings I'd collapse into bed after a double shift, only to wake up 2 hours later to take her to her doctor appointments. Back then, I dated someone named Rachel. She was the kind of girl who liked shiny things, shiny clothes, shiny cars, shiny lives. She came from a money-adjacent family, as she liked to put it. Not rich exactly, but her parents knew the right people and expected the right things. Rachel always had a plan. Finish school, land a PR job, climb the ladder, and find someone on her level to build a power couple image with. I didn't fit into that plan, not after I left college. She tried to hide it for a while, told her friends I was on a break or exploring entrepreneurship, but eventually, her patience cracked. I remember the night she dumped me like it was yesterday. We were sitting in her parents' backyard during some garden party her mom threw. There were fairy lights hanging from the trees, white wine flowing, everyone dressed like they were attending a magazine shoot. I was the odd one out, worn jeans, calloused hands from warehouse work, bags under my eyes. She pulled me aside, looked around to make sure no one could hear, and said, "This isn't going to work, Aiden. You've changed. You've plateaued." Plateaued? I asked, stunned. She crossed her arms, eyes scanning the crowd as if trying to find a graceful escape route. "You're not growing. You're stuck. And I need someone who's ambitious, someone I can build a future with." I nodded. Not because I agreed, but because I'd seen it coming. I didn't argue, didn't beg. I just walked away, while she turned back to mingle with her friends and sip Prosecco like nothing happened. For the next few years, I kept my head down and worked. My mom passed away quietly in her sleep a year later. That night, I sat at her bedside, holding her hand, knowing I had no regrets. I'd done what I had to do, and now I had nothing left to lose. So I threw myself into what little I had left, an old laptop, an internet connection, and every ounce of energy I used to spend wondering whether I was good enough. I learned digital marketing from the ground up. I experimented with affiliate blogs, drop shipping stores, SEO consulting. I failed, then failed again. But I kept tweaking, kept adjusting. I learned what worked and what didn't. Eventually, I found a rhythm. One small success led to another. A few decent clients turned into steady contracts. A year later, I started my own digital consulting firm. Just me at first, then 2 employees, then 10. I reinvested everything. Didn't buy flashy things. Just built. Quietly, consistently, patiently. It was a slow climb, but it was mine. Fast forward to last Saturday. I was invited to speak at a private networking brunch for digital business owners and tech startups. I almost didn't go. It was across town. I had a backlog of reports to review, and I hate small talk. But something told me to show up. So I did. I parked a few blocks down in my usual beat-up Corolla, still hadn't gotten around to buying a nicer car, and walked toward the venue. Just as I turned the corner, I heard a sharp laugh behind me. I froze. That voice, shrill, smug, familiar. Oh my God, isn't that the loser who never finished college? I turned my head slightly, and there she was, Rachel, in heels that looked like they cost a month's rent and sunglasses way too oversized for the overcast morning. She was leaning against the side of a sleek silver BMW, tossing her hair like she was still queen of the school dance. Next to her stood another woman, her coworker maybe, who stifled a chuckle. Rachel's grin widened when she saw my face. Aiden, right? Wow. Still surviving. She didn't give me a chance to respond. She turned to her friend and added, we used to date. Back when I was young and made terrible decisions. Her friend laughed politely, clearly sensing the bite in her tone, but unsure if she should join in fully. I didn't say anything, just slipped my hands into my pockets and gave a slow nod. Rachel rolled her eyes. Anyway, I have a meeting with Mr. Burke. Big client. Real opportunity. You probably don't know who that is, but… Rachel, a voice called out from behind her, firm and deep. She turned around instantly, straightening up like a schoolgirl being called by the principal. A tall man in a tailored navy suit stepped out of the black Mercedes that had just pulled up behind me. His salt and pepper hair was slicked back, his presence commanding. Mr. Burke. Rachel beamed. I was just telling my friend about the exciting. But Mr. Burke didn't even look at her. Instead, he walked right up to me, extended his hand, and said, Mr. Callahan, it's an honor to see you again. I didn't realize you'd be joining us today. I shook his hand, smiling calmly. Had a little time this morning. Figured I'd drop in. Rachel blinked. Wait, what? Mr. Burke turned slightly and said, is this your assistant? I laughed under my breath. No, we used to date. Back when I made terrible decisions. The moment the words left my mouth, I saw her expression crumble. Her lips parted as if to defend herself, but no sound came out. Mr. Burke chuckled politely and said, well then, I'll let you handle your reunion. We'll catch up inside. Of course, I nodded. As he walked off, Rachel reached out, gently touching my arm. Aiden, wait, what do you do now? I met her eyes, calm and steady. I run the consulting firm Mr. Burke just signed a multi-year contract with. She stared, silent. And you? I asked casually. Still showing off cars that aren't yours to impress people who don't matter? She opened her mouth again, but just then her phone buzzed. She looked down, and I saw her face pale. Is everything okay? I asked, already knowing the answer. She looked up slowly, voice trembling just a little. Mr. Burke just canceled my interview. He said they're going in a different direction. I nodded slowly, then leaned in, lowering my voice just enough that only she could hear. Aren't you going to tell her who I am? And then I turned to walk toward the building. That's when I heard her heels scrambling after me. Aiden, wait. Please, I didn't mean what I said, okay? I was just nervous. I had no idea you'd be here. I stopped at the door, didn't turn, just stood still and let her words trail off. Then I heard her whisper something that almost made me laugh out loud. Do you have any openings? I didn't turn around right away. I let the silence hang, the weight of her question floating awkwardly in the humid morning air. Her heels clicked once, then again, then stopped, like she didn't know whether to follow or wait. Finally, I turned my head just slightly, enough for her to see the profile of my face, but not my expression. I don't usually hire people who underestimate me, I said quietly. Aiden, come on, she pleaded, stepping closer. You know me. You know I didn't mean it like that. I faced her fully now. Her eyes darted nervously, searching mine for any softness, any leftover sympathy from the boy she used to date. But that boy was gone. He'd been burned out of me through years of sacrifice, rejection, and relentless work. I wasn't bitter, just focused. You meant exactly what you said, Rachel, I replied. You always have. The problem is, you never thought I'd remember. She looked stunned. That's not fair. No, you know what's not fair? I interrupted, keeping my voice steady but firm. You didn't believe in me when it counted. Not when things were messy. You walked away the second it didn't look good on your social feed. You thought I was some side character in your success story. And now that the roles are reversed, now you want a part in my story. Her mouth opened again, but I could tell she was out of excuses. I stepped back toward the building and pushed open the heavy glass door, holding it for a moment. You should go, I added. There's nothing here for you. As the door swung shut behind me, I caught a final glimpse of her reflection, frozen on the sidewalk, arms crossed, clutching her purse like it was the last shred of status she had left. I felt nothing. Not anger. Not satisfaction. Just peace. The brunch was already in full swing. Soft jazz played from speakers overhead. The scent of fresh pastries and brewed coffee hung in the air. The crowd was polished, ambitious, but not stuffy. These weren't the people who cared about degrees or cars. These were builders. Survivors. The kind of people who respected effort over appearance. Mr. Burke waved me over to a table near the center of the room. Care to sit next to the keynote speaker? He joked. Only if you have the good coffee over here. I smiled. He laughed and gestured to the carafe. Imported blend. Only the best. As I sat down, I noticed a few others recognizing me. People I'd met during past panels, clients I'd helped scale, even a startup founder I mentored last year. The whispers started, then the handshakes, then the inevitable. A woman with a clipboard approached and asked if I'd mind giving a short impromptu Q&A at the end of the event. I agreed. And while all this was happening, I couldn't help but notice the shadows moving outside the window. Rachel was still there, still pacing, still checking her phone. Eventually, I saw her take a seat on the curb. Her confidence was gone. She looked like a child who had wandered too far and was finally realizing no one was coming to find her. That sense of control she used to wield like a weapon? It had slipped through her fingers the second she realized I no longer needed her approval. And then she pulled out her phone and started typing. A moment later, my phone buzzed in my jacket pocket. I knew it was her, but I didn't check. I let the screen go dark. The panel went well. I gave my usual speech about resilience, risk, and redefining what success looks like when your path doesn't follow the brochure. I told them how failure was my best teacher, how dropping out wasn't the end of my education, but the start of the one that actually mattered. The applause that followed wasn't thunderous, but it was genuine. Afterward, Mr. Burke caught me on the way out. By the way, he said, I'm looking for someone to head a new division. Remote team. High trust, long leash. Thought you might know someone. I raised an eyebrow. You want me to refer someone? No, he said with a sly smile. I want you to lead it. That night, back home, I finally opened the message Rachel had sent me. Rachel, I'm sorry. For everything. I didn't realize what I had until I lost it. I messed up, but I'm serious about working. If you have anything, any opportunity, I'll take it. I need this. I sat with that message for a long time. I could have ignored it, could have blocked her, deleted the text, and gone on with my life. But something in me needed closure, not revenge, just a final chapter. So the next day, I sent her a reply. Me. There's an internship opening next month. Starting pay is minimum wage. No perks. No title. Just hard work and long hours. If you're still interested, let me know. We'll see what you're really made of. She read it instantly, but she didn't respond. And I was perfectly okay with that. Because for the first time in years, I wasn't chasing anyone's approval. Not Rachel's. Not society's. Not even my own past. I had built my life from the ashes of everything I'd once been ashamed of. And now, I wasn't afraid of who I'd become. 3 days passed without a word. I'll admit, part of me expected a response. Not because I was hoping for it, but because Rachel was the kind of person who hated silence. She thrived on reactions, good or bad. And when she didn't get one, she'd find a way to stir things up. I thought the offer, humble and blunt as it was, would at least trigger another wave of apology or some kind of explanation. But my phone stayed silent. By the 4th day, I'd stopped checking. That morning, I was deep in a strategy call with a new overseas client when my assistant, Lena, knocked gently and leaned her head in. Sorry to interrupt, she said quietly, but there's someone downstairs asking to see you. No appointment. I muted the call. Who? She says her name is Rachel. My stomach sank, not from nerves, but from the weight of whatever drama she might have brought with her. I waved Lena off and said I'd be down shortly. When I stepped into the lobby, she was there, sitting on the bench by the glass doors. She wasn't dressed like before, no flashy heels or designer bag. She wore a simple blouse and black slacks, her hair tied back, minimal makeup. She looked small, not physically, but emotionally, like someone trying to shrink herself into the background and failing. She stood when she saw me and gave a soft, uncertain smile. Hi, Rachel, I said evenly. I got your message. The internship. I nodded. Still available. Starts next Monday. You'd report to our onboarding manager, not me. You'd work your way up, like everyone else. She hesitated. I was hoping maybe we could talk first. Just us. I glanced at the time. I've got 15 minutes. We sat across from each other in the small cafe across the street. She held her coffee cup like it was keeping her grounded, fingers wrapped tightly around it, even though she hadn't taken a sip. I've been thinking a lot, she said after a long pause. About how I treated you. About how I looked down on you. You didn't deserve that. I stayed quiet. I thought I knew what success looked like. And I thought dating you, loving you, was only worth it if you fit into that picture. But I was wrong. She looked up at me, eyes glassy. You were the most loyal person in my life, and I threw that away because I was chasing approval from people who barely know me. Another silence. You don't have to forgive me, she added. I just needed you to know I see it now. I see everything you are. I studied her for a moment. It didn't feel like manipulation this time. Her voice wasn't sweetened, and her eyes weren't darting for an exit. She wasn't playing a part. Still, I leaned forward and said, I'm not looking for apologies. I'm looking for people who can work hard, show up every day, and not fold when things aren't easy. If you can be that person, if this is really what you want, then the offer stands. I'll be there Monday, she said quietly. I won't be holding your hand, I added. This isn't a second chance at us. It's a test of whether you can be something more than what you were. I understand. As she stood to leave, she turned back one last time. Thank you for at least giving me the chance to prove it. I didn't answer, just nodded and watched her walk out of the cafe, back into the sunlight. Part of me was still guarded. Another part curious. The following Monday, she showed up. Early. Lena texted me an hour later. She's here. Dressed plain. Quiet. Polite. Asking all the right questions. For the next few weeks, I kept my distance. I didn't want to cloud her work with history. She reported to Kyle, one of my longest trusted managers. I only caught glimpses of her, taking notes in meetings, carrying boxes of product samples, staying late to finish reports. Kyle messaged me once. Your ex? Surprisingly focused. No complaints. Actually, kinda outworking the rest. Still, I didn't let my guard down. Until one Friday evening, a month into the internship, I found her in the break room. She didn't see me at first. She was alone, wiping down the counter even though it wasn't her job. Her hair was messy. Her hands were stained with ink from the printer. She looked exhausted, but there was no bitterness on her face. No self-pity. When she finally noticed me, she froze. I was just cleaning up, she said, brushing her hands on her jeans. I nodded. I heard you stayed late 3 times this week. She shrugged. I had a lot to learn. You're doing well, I said carefully. People are noticing. She looked surprised, almost relieved. Thanks. That means a lot. I took a deep breath and said, you were right that I didn't fit into your version of success. But now, I'm not trying to fit into anyone's version. Not even my own. I'm just building something I believe in. If you want to be part of that, strictly professionally, you'll have to keep earning it. I will, she said firmly. I promise. I gave a brief nod and turned to leave. But just as I reached the door, she called out softly, Aiden. I paused. I don't expect you to ever trust me again. But I hope one day, you'll respect me, not for who I was, but for who I'm trying to become. I didn't say anything back. Not yet. Because I didn't know how the story would end. But I knew now. The tables had turned. And this time, I was the one in control. Rachel stayed. Not just for the month. Not just to prove a point. She stayed through the first 90 days, tackling grunt work, late nights, messy data entry, shipping returns by hand, customer support emails when someone else dropped the ball. She didn't flinch. She didn't complain. She didn't flirt or fake it. She worked. At first, I told myself I didn't care. That it was just amusing to see her beneath the polish. No designer heels, no social mask. But somewhere between week 5 and week 10, the narrative shifted. She wasn't just surviving anymore. She was improving. She started suggesting improvements to client workflows. She caught a shipping error before it became a PR nightmare. She even took initiative to redesign a client dashboard and present it to Kyle, who, to his credit, gave her full credit in the report. By month 4, the team didn't call her the intern anymore. They called her Rachel. She still wasn't promoted, and she never asked to be. That part surprised me most. The old Rachel would have demanded recognition. This version just kept showing up, early, prepared, present. One night, I stayed late finishing a quarterly report and found her in the office lounge, reading a marketing book I'd recommended 2 years ago in an old blog post. She looked up and gave a faint smile. Didn't think anyone still read that stuff, I said, setting my coffee down. I wanted to understand how you think, she admitted. Turns out it's more structured than I remembered. We talked for a while. Not about us. About the work, the vision, the long-term roadmap. She asked good questions. Smart ones. Not shallow. Not performative. Before I left that night, she asked quietly, "Do you still think of me as who I was?" I paused at the door. Sometimes, but not always. And that was the truth. By the end of 6 months, Kyle scheduled a formal evaluation for her. It was rare for interns to be invited to full-time roles in under a year, but she'd earned the conversation. I sat in on it, more out of curiosity than anything else. She didn't mention me once. She spoke only about the clients, the process, what she had learned, and what she hoped to contribute. She passed. We gave her a full-time junior strategist role. Entry level, still modest pay. But real work. Real trust. The day she signed the contract, she stopped by my office. She didn't knock. She just waited by the doorway. "I know this doesn't erase everything," she said. "But thank you for giving me the chance to earn a version of myself I can actually respect." I looked up from my screen. Respect isn't owed. It's earned. You're on the right track. She nodded. "I won't let you down." And for a while, she didn't. For nearly a year, things ran smoothly. She worked harder than most. Clients liked her. She became someone people went to for quick problem solving. She wasn't trying to be the face of anything, just part of the engine. And that was fine by me. But the real test came when our biggest client, Nexus Frame, announced they were launching a high-stakes campaign, one that required someone on-site in Seattle for 3 weeks. Kyle was meant to go, but his wife went into early labor the night before the flight. It was sudden. We were scrambling. Rachel came to my office first thing that morning. "I can go," she said. "I know the account inside and out. I helped design the last campaign report. I've sat in on every strategy call." I hesitated. The client was intense, demanding, high budget, and easily spooked. "I can handle them," she said again. "Please trust me." I did. She went. And not only did she handle it, she delivered results I hadn't seen even from more seasoned staff. She sent reports daily, looped me in on every decision, kept the client happy through 3 last-minute pivots, and even expanded their contract mid-project. When she returned, the Nexus Frame VP sent me a personal email. Rachel was sharp, professional, and laser-focused. Promote her, or someone else will. That was the turning point. I met with HR and Kyle. We bumped her up to senior strategist. We gave her a raise. More clients. More autonomy. And when the next startup approached us for a brand overhaul, she led the pitch. A week later, she stood in my office again. Not with nerves this time, but clarity. "I need to tell you something," she said. "And I'd rather say it before it festers." I closed my laptop. "Go ahead." She sat across from me, her posture strong but vulnerable. When I first came back, it wasn't just about the job. It was about guilt, regret, trying to fix how I left things between us. I thought if I worked hard enough, you'd see that I wasn't shallow anymore, that I had changed. But now, I'm not doing this for you. She paused. I'm doing it for me. Because I love the work. Because I believe in what we're building here. And because, for the first time in my life, I feel proud of something I did. Not something I faked my way into. Not something handed to me. Just earned. I nodded. "That's good. That's all I ever wanted from you." She stood, turned to leave, then stopped at the door. "One more thing. Yes. If you ever decide to sell this company, or open another, or expand overseas, I want in. I want to build it with you. Not as your ex. Not as someone you pity. But as your equal." I looked at her for a long moment. "You keep this up, Rachel," I said. "And I might just offer that partnership myself." 2 years later, we launched a second branch in London. She was the first one I sent. She didn't beg. She didn't ask. She didn't even assume. She earned it. And when the press release went out, announcing her as managing director for our European expansion, I received a single text from a mutual acquaintance I hadn't heard from in years. "Isn't that the same Rachel who used to call you a failure?" I smiled and replied, "Yeah, she used to. Now she runs half the company." Some stories don't end with revenge. Some end with growth. Mine just happened to include both. I'm Michael, 28 years old, and for most of my adult life, I've kept my head down when it comes to family drama. I'm the kind of guy who shows up, smiles politely, brings a gift, and fades into the background. Not because I lack opinions, but because when it comes to my family, especially my mom's side, it's always been easier not to stir the pot. My cousin Lauren was getting married, my Aunt Denise's daughter. Denise has always had this thing about status. You know the type: designer purses she can't afford, humble brags masked as complaints, and this constant need to make sure everyone knows how successful her children are. Lauren was her crown jewel. She was marrying this guy named Adam who worked in real estate or something flashy. Honestly, I barely knew the guy. The wedding invite came late. Like, suspiciously late. It showed up in my mailbox less than a week before the RSVP deadline. Handwritten, not even printed like the others I'd seen on Instagram stories. No +1. No meal choice. Just my name scribbled in cursive and a note at the bottom. So glad you can make it. I didn't think much of it at the time. I figured they were behind on planning. But it did sting a little. Everyone else had posted their custom wax-sealed invitations 3 weeks earlier. Still, I decided to go. My mom insisted. She said, "It'll be nice to see everyone," even though she knew full well that everyone had slowly been excluding me from things ever since my dad passed away 3 years ago. He'd been the glue that kept me tethered to that side of the family. Without him, I was just an extra plate. I arrived early on the day of the wedding, not because I was excited, but because the venue was out of town and I didn't want to risk traffic. It was one of those rustic barn venues, with white string lights and lavender centerpieces on every table. The air smelled like champagne and fresh-cut flowers. Guests were filtering in, greeting each other with loud hugs and laughter. I scanned the reception area for my name card. The first few tables were labeled bride's family, groom's friends, high school friends, and so on. I finally found my name. It was tucked behind a stack of extra chairs near the back exit. My seat was a folding chair. No table, no placemat, no centerpiece. Just a metal folding chair positioned awkwardly next to 2 industrial-sized trash bins. One of the bins had a garbage bag that was already half full with flower clippings and soda cans. The other was open and reeking faintly of seafood. For a second, I thought it was a mistake. Maybe they hadn't finished setting up? Then I heard Aunt Denise's voice, sugar-coated and sharp. "Oh, there you are, Michael. We ran out of space at the real tables," she said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. But I told them, "Michael's chill. He won't mind." She winked like she'd done me a favor. I opened my mouth to speak, but she was already walking away, her heels clacking on the hardwood floors as she pulled a waiter aside to complain about the temperature of the rows. My mom approached a few minutes later, holding her purse in both hands like she was bracing for a storm. She leaned in and whispered, "Just be grateful you were even invited." She didn't meet my eyes. Instead, she patted my shoulder like I was a child who needed calming. Then she disappeared into the crowd, where my cousins were already lining up for pre-ceremony photos. Speaking of which, there were photographers everywhere. 2 men with DSLR cameras, 1 woman with a drone hovering over the outdoor arch. Every time I tried to walk near the flower arrangements for a picture, I was gently redirected by one of the coordinators. "Sorry, these are for immediate family and bridal party," she said once, with a tight smile. I looked around. Cousins I barely saw once a year were being pulled into group shots. Kids, pets, even Lauren's old college roommate, who'd flown in from Seattle. But not me. I sat in silence through the ceremony. My chair squeaked every time I adjusted my weight, and I felt eyes drift toward me whenever I reached for the bottle of water I'd brought myself. During the vows, someone from the kitchen rolled out a garbage cart and swapped out the trash bags next to me. I could hear the squelch of food waste and the rattle of glass bottles as the worker apologized quietly. By the time they kissed and were declared husband and wife, I was numb. Not angry yet, just invisible. After the applause, people filtered into the reception tent, and I lingered near the DJ booth, unsure if I was even supposed to follow. My name wasn't on the seating chart. There was no meal card. I wasn't handed a drink ticket or given directions for where to go. I watched as waiters handed out flutes of champagne and little paper cones filled with artisanal popcorn. The bride and groom entered to roaring applause. I clapped, too, because it felt like the only thing I was allowed to do. Then something shifted. I overheard Lauren laughing with a group of bridesmaids. "Did you see where we stuck Michael?" she giggled. "Literally next to the trash cans." I told my mom I didn't even want him here, but she said we had to invite him or it would look bad. Someone made a joke about me probably still living in a studio apartment. Another girl chimed in about how I always looked like he just came from a shift at Geek Squad. That's when I felt it. The heat rising in my chest. That slow, steady burn that starts in your gut and climbs up your spine like a warning. I wasn't just excluded, I was mocked. Set up. Made into a joke at a celebration I was supposedly family at. I remembered the time I let Lauren crash at my place during a fight with her mom. The $600 I loaned her for a car repair, she never paid back. The job referral I got her at my old internship, which she ghosted after 2 weeks. And now I was trash. Literally. Seated with the garbage. I didn't cry. I didn't storm off. I just stood there quietly, watching them sip their champagne and toss their heads back with laughter. The DJ was setting up now. He'd done the ceremony music and was preparing for the reception playlist. He had a wide smile and a voice that could command a crowd. He didn't notice me until I walked up and tapped him on the shoulder. "Hey," I said casually. "Can I borrow the mic for just a second? I just want to say something before the first dance." He hesitated. You're part of the wedding party?" "I'm family," I said, steady and calm. "It'll be quick. Promise." He glanced around, unsure, then shrugged. "Go for it, man. Just keep it PG." I nodded, took the mic, and walked to the center of the floor. The chatter died quickly. People turned. First row by row, then in clusters. I heard a few whispers. My mom's face went pale. Aunt Denise stiffened. Lauren looked up from her seat next to Adam, the color draining from her cheeks as she realized I wasn't going to toast her. I took a breath. My hands weren't shaking. My voice didn't crack. I raised the mic to my mouth and said, "Before you all dance, there's something you should know about the bride. She's been lying to you." I let the words drop one by one, slowly, clearly. A few guests let out confused murmurs. Others turned to each other, whispering questions. I watched Lauren freeze. Her smile vanished like a switch had been flipped. Adam furrowed his brow and reached for her hand, but she pulled it away slightly. Aunt Denise stood now, half out of her seat, mouth parted like she wanted to stop me, but didn't know how to without drawing even more attention. I continued, "She's been lying to you, to Adam, and to all of you. But I guess if you put enough fairy lights over something rotten, some people will still think it's beautiful." That got them. The tent was silent except for the gentle whir of the overhead fans. I could feel everyone's eyes on me, but I didn't flinch. I was done being the quiet one in the corner, done swallowing every slight and pretending it didn't hurt. I had carried years of this, being treated like the extra, the backup plan, the afterthought. And today, sitting next to literal garbage, they made it clear. They thought I belonged there. I shifted my weight and started walking slowly around the dance floor as I spoke. "Lauren, do you remember last July? You called me sobbing about how you crashed your car on the freeway and had no one to help. I left work early, drove across the city, paid the tow fee, and lent you money to cover your deductible. You said you'd pay me back in 2 weeks. I turned to the crowd. She never did. Never said thank you either. Lauren opened her mouth, but I cut her off. And that wasn't the first time. She's used people, family, like stepping stones. And when she doesn't need you anymore, she forgets you exist." There was a loud gasp from someone, maybe one of the older relatives. Lauren shot up from her seat now, face red. "Michael, stop it. You don't know what you're talking about." "Oh, I do," I said calmly. "I know a lot more than you think." I looked directly at Adam. He looked uneasy, like someone watching a storm roll in but unsure if it would pass over or hit them directly. "Adam, you seem like a nice guy. And maybe you love her. That's your business. But you should probably know she was still texting her ex 2 months ago." That broke the room. People started whispering loudly. A bridesmaid gasped. Aunt Denise took a step forward like she might rush me, but her heels snagged slightly on the edge of the dance floor, and she froze in place. My mom just sat there, stunned, lips pressed into a thin line. Lauren's voice cracked. "That's not true. You're just bitter because you're jealous. You've always been jealous of me." I laughed, not cruelly, just tired. "Jealous? Of what? The lies? The drama? The fake Instagram life you prop up like a trophy?" I looked at the guests. "You want to know the last time she even called me? Not to invite me, not to catch up. She called because her Venmo limit had maxed out and she needed someone else's account to funnel money through." Adam turned sharply toward her now. "What? Lauren, is that true?" She tried to respond, but her mouth just opened and closed, no sound coming out. And in that moment, I realized she hadn't expected this. She'd expected me to sit there quietly, to swallow my pride like I always did. But today wasn't about keeping the peace. It was about showing them who she really was. I tried. I said softly, this time more to myself than to the crowd. I tried to be patient. I gave her more grace than she ever gave me. But today I realized something. I walked back toward the DJ booth, holding the mic loosely in one hand. I realized I'm not the trash here. I was just seated next to it. There were no cheers, no applause, just the deafening silence of a family watching the golden child's mask slip. I set the mic down gently on the booth and started walking toward the exit. Some guests stood in shock. A few glanced down awkwardly at their drinks. One of the groomsmen stepped aside to let me pass. And just as I reached the edge of the tent, Aunt Denise shouted after me, "You just ruined her wedding." I turned slowly. "No," I said. "She did that herself." Then I walked out into the summer night air, the sounds of murmurs and unraveling reputations fading behind me. But the story doesn't end there. Because 3 days later, I got a message from Adam. 3 days after the wedding, I was sitting at my kitchen table nursing a coffee that had gone cold an hour ago. I hadn't been able to sleep much since that night. Not because I regretted what I said. No, not even close. But because I kept replaying every detail in my head. The look on Lauren's face. The silence in the tent. The way my mom never said a word afterward. And, most of all, the part of me that wondered if I'd finally become what they always painted me as, the problem. That's when I heard the ping. I glanced at my phone. A message from a number I didn't recognize. "Hey, it's Adam. Can we talk?" I stared at the screen. My first instinct was to ignore it. Whatever fallout he and Lauren were dealing with, I didn't want to be dragged into it. I'd said my piece. I wasn't interested in defending it. But then he sent another message. "I think you were right. About everything." That made me pause. I replied cautiously. "What do you mean?" He didn't take long to answer. "She admitted it. The texts, the money stuff, even what she said about you before the wedding. She said she was under stress and that it didn't mean anything." I sat back in my chair, heart thudding a little harder. Not because I was surprised, more because the truth was actually being acknowledged. For once, I wasn't being gaslit or dismissed. "I'm sorry you had to do that," he wrote next. "I wish I'd seen it sooner." There was a long pause before he added, "Can I ask you something?" "Sure," I typed. "Do you think she ever really loved me? Or was I just part of the image?" That question lingered. I didn't know how to answer it without hurting him more, but I also couldn't lie. He deserved honesty. He'd just watched the curtain fall on the person he thought he was building a life with. "I think she loved the idea of what you brought to her life. I think she loved what you could do for her. But if she ever loved you, the real you, I didn't see it." He didn't reply right away. I figured that might be the end of it. Until he asked, "Would you meet me for coffee? I want to tell you something. About Denise. And your mom." Now that made me freeze. I didn't know Adam all that well. Just enough from a few family events. And we'd maybe shared a beer at Thanksgiving once. But this was different. "What about them?" "Not over text," he replied. "Please." So the next morning, we met at a quiet little cafe in Midtown. I showed up early and took the corner booth, half wondering if this was a mistake. But when Adam walked in, he looked different. Tired, sure, but not broken. More like a man who had just come through a storm and was still wiping the water out of his eyes. He slid into the seat across from me, ordered black coffee, and sat silently for a moment before he finally spoke. "She was planning to cut you out completely," he said. I raised an eyebrow. "Lauren." He shook his head. "Your aunt, Denise, and your mom." I said nothing, just stared at him. I heard them. A few weeks before the wedding. They were in the backyard. Thought I'd gone inside. "Your mom said, Michael doesn't need to be involved in all this. He doesn't belong in this family anymore." And Denise said, "Good. He'll just bring the vibe down. Just invite him so we don't have to deal with the questions." The words hit like a slap. But they didn't shock me, not really. Deep down, I think I'd always suspected it. Still, hearing it laid out like that felt different. Final. Like the last thread pretending I had a place there had been snipped. Adam looked at me carefully. "I'm sorry. I didn't say anything then because I didn't know how. But after what you did, after what you said, I realized you've probably been carrying a lot longer than I have." I didn't respond right away. I just nodded slowly, staring into my coffee as I tried to push down the mix of hurt and vindication boiling up in me. Then Adam leaned in a little and said, "But that's not all. You know the wedding venue." I looked up. "What about it?" "She told me your name wasn't originally on the list." At all. Denise said she added it at the last minute after one of Lauren's college friends canceled. Said, "We can just stick Michael by the trash if he shows up." I felt my hands curl into fists under the table. The insult wasn't new. It was just confirmation of something I already knew. But hearing the intent behind it, that they'd planned it, laughed about it, made the burn settle deeper. Adam exhaled. I think she's been lying to me about more than just the texts. I'm checking into the finances now. She wanted to open a joint account last month, but I had a weird feeling. I think I know why now. I watched him carefully. What are you going to do? He didn't answer right away. Then he said, I'm not sure yet. But if you're open to it, I might need your help. I narrowed my eyes slightly. Help with what? Adam smiled, but it wasn't a happy smile. It was sharp, calculated. Payback. And just like that, the tables turned. Because I thought I'd left the drama behind at that wedding, but Adam wanted something more. And I wasn't sure if I was ready to walk away from that just yet. We met 2 more times over the next week, each time more deliberate. Adam came with files, screenshots of texts, old bank records, a copy of the wedding budget that Lauren had tried to hide from him. He wasn't playing games anymore. This wasn't just a hurt fiancé trying to make sense of a broken engagement. He wanted justice, closure. And honestly, so did I. He told me everything. Lauren had been siphoning money from an investment property Adam inherited from his grandfather. Small amounts at first, nothing noticeable. But over time, it grew. She told him the funds were being reinvested through one of her cousin's crypto ventures. The cousin didn't exist. It was just a second account she'd opened in Adam's name using forged paperwork. Worse, Denise knew. She had signed as a witness on some of the fake documents. Whether she thought it was harmless or had full knowledge of the scam, we didn't know. But she was complicit. And my mom. According to a text Adam found, Denise had promised to give her a small cut for keeping me in the dark. My mother, my own mother, had taken money to shut me out of a family wedding. I don't think I ever felt something break inside me quite like that. So yeah, I agreed to help. We went quiet for a few weeks. Publicly, Adam stayed engaged. They were working through things and taking space, which gave him time to gather what he needed without raising alarms. Privately, he met with a lawyer and began the process of freezing the joint account. Lauren didn't notice right away. Her automatic withdrawals were still going through, but nothing was being added. Her texts became more frantic. Adam played dumb. Must be a banking error. In the meantime, I took care of my own business. I reached out to a local journalist I knew from college, Monica. We hadn't spoken in years, but she owed me a favor from a story I'd helped her chase back when we were both broke students. She worked at a local outlet now that covered community news and human interest stories. I told her I had a tip about fraud involving a local event venue and forged financial documents. She bit. Can you give me names? She asked over the phone. I can give you screenshots, audio recordings, and a very cooperative source, I replied. We met. She verified everything. And once she saw the receipts, literally, she told me she'd pitch it to her editor. It was juicy, not big-time news, but exactly the kind of story that made the rounds on local Twitter and wedding planning forums. 2 weeks later, everything detonated. It started when Adam canceled the wedding venue payment. The final bill was due post-ceremony, and Denise had been boasting about how they got a discount for paying late. Turns out, the discount was a lie, and Adam had been the only guarantor. The venue contacted Lauren first, then Denise. Finally, my mom. All of them were caught off guard. That same afternoon, the article dropped. Bride accused of financial fraud in local wedding scam. Names were partially redacted, but the details were unmistakable. Quotes from an anonymous source close to the couple. Screenshots of messages. Redacted bank statements showing the forged account. The comments exploded. People recognized the photos, the venue, the details. Someone from Lauren's work shared it on LinkedIn. By the evening, her Instagram was locked. Her Pinterest wedding board, which she'd been obsessively updating for months, was deleted. Denise shut down her Facebook. And then the real fallout began. Adam served Lauren with a cease and desist and officially broke the engagement. But he didn't stop there. With help from his lawyer, he filed charges for wire fraud and identity theft. The fake account in his name, that alone carried enough weight to open a criminal case. And because Denise had signed off as a witness, she was named in the report too. My mother tried to call me. I didn't answer. She left a voicemail. Michael, this has gone too far. You made your point. I deleted it. I didn't know her an explanation. But just to be sure, I sent her a single message. You sold me out for a slice of someone else's wedding cake. You made your point too. Adam's legal team handled the rest. There was talk of restitution, fines, even jail time. Nothing massive. This wasn't $1 million embezzlement, but enough to matter. Enough to stain their records, cost them jobs, damage reputations. Enough that Lauren's friends started ghosting her. Bridesmaids backed out of future plans. One of Denise's charity boards quietly removed her name from the website. And the best part? Monica's follow-up article. How one groom and a cousin brought down a wedding built on lies. This time, she used names, with consent. Adam went on record. So did I. My photo was included, standing in front of the reception tent, alone, next to the trash bins. The image had been snapped unknowingly by the event photographer who'd refused to take posed shots of me. Monica captioned it, "Every seat tells a story." It went viral. Not millions of views viral, but enough. Enough to make the rounds in family group chats. Enough that acquaintances I hadn't heard from in years messaged me saying, "Hey, I read that thing. Was that you?" Enough that my mom's friends started asking her uncomfortable questions. That Thanksgiving, I didn't go home. I went to Adam's. Yeah, funny, right? We kept in touch. After everything came out, he stepped away from the drama and focused on rebuilding. We weren't best friends or anything, but we shared something real, an understanding. Sometimes that's all you need. His parents were kind. The food was amazing, and nobody sat me by the trash. I got a text from Aunt Denise that night. Just one word, "Why?" I didn't answer, because by then, she already knew. Lauren moved out of state shortly after the charges were filed. She's trying to rebrand as some sort of life coach now. Good luck with that. Denise still throws little parties for the neighbors and pretends nothing ever happened. My mom. We haven't spoken since. I heard from a cousin that she told people I spiraled and made everything up. Let her believe it. I don't need their validation anymore. Because I stood up, publicly, loudly, and on my own terms. I didn't just walk out of a wedding that tried to humiliate me. I made sure they remembered it forever. And I'm not sitting by the trash anymore. Christmas Eve has always been loud and crowded in my family. But that year something felt different the second I walked through the door. My name is John. I'm 27. And while I'm used to family gatherings being a mix of awkward small talk and passive-aggressive jokes, this night had a weird undercurrent I couldn't quite place. The house smelled of pine and cinnamon. The same decorations we'd had since I was a kid were hung up everywhere, and the dining room table was already overflowing with food. My cousins were buzzing with energy, whispering and giggling, and every time I caught one of them looking at me, they'd quickly look away. I brushed it off and tried to enjoy myself, but that uneasy feeling stuck in my chest. I sat at my usual spot near the end of the table, trying to tune out the overlapping conversations. My mom was in rare form, laughing too loudly at everything my aunt said, my dad holding court with my uncles at the head of the table like he was the king of Christmas. My younger cousin Mark, who was always the center of attention, was sitting across from me, fidgeting like he had something to say, but was waiting for the perfect moment. Dinner was loud and chaotic, just how my family liked it. Plates were passed, people reached over each other without asking, and the conversation jumped from topic to topic so fast it was hard to follow. I was halfway through my wine when my cousin suddenly stood up, clinking his glass with a spoon. "Everyone," he said, grinning like he'd just pulled off the biggest prank of his life, "I want to make a toast." The room quieted down immediately. "We all chipped in this year," he said, glancing around dramatically. "And we bought my parents a boat." The room erupted into cheers. My aunt's hands flew to her face. My uncle stood up and hugged everyone within reach, and half the table started clapping like someone had just announced an engagement. I smiled politely, but inside my stomach sank. I knew my aunt and uncle had been talking about getting a boat for years, but they never seemed serious about actually buying one. It was a nice gesture, sure, but something about the way everyone looked so smug about it made me uneasy. Then my mom turned to me, her face glowing with pride, or maybe just the wine, and said casually, "Oh, and we used your savings for the final payment. Hope you don't mind." It took me a second to process what she had just said. The table was still cheering, my cousin was bowing like he'd just performed on stage, and there I was, gripping my wine glass so tightly I thought it might shatter. "What?" I said, my voice low enough that only the people nearest to me heard. "Oh, "Don't be so dramatic," my mom said, waving me off. It was just sitting there, and this way it went towards something that benefits the whole family. You'll get to use the boat too. I felt every pair of eyes on me, waiting for me to say something, to make a scene, to ruin the Christmas spirit. My dad was already smirking like he expected me to throw a tantrum. My brother chuckled under his breath. Even my cousin, the one who made the toast, avoided looking at me, suddenly busy with his plate. I didn't yell. I didn't slam my hands on the table. Instead, I took a slow sip of my wine and set the glass down carefully. My heart was pounding, but my face stayed calm. If they thought I was going to embarrass myself in front of the whole family, they were wrong. I pulled my phone out of my pocket, unlocked it, and placed it face up on the table. "You know," I said quietly, "I think it's time everyone saw this." The video started playing, and the laughter at the table slowly died down as people realized what they were watching. The room went silent except for the faint sound coming from my phone. My mom froze, my dad's smirk disappeared, and my cousin's face went pale. I didn't say a word. I just leaned back in my chair, let the video play, and waited. By the time it was over, the only sound in the room was the faint clinking of a fork someone had dropped. My phone started buzzing a few minutes later. Missed calls, messages, but I didn't pick it up. The silence after the video ended felt like it stretched for hours, even though it was only a few seconds. My cousin sat back down slowly, his earlier confidence completely gone, and my aunt stared at her plate like she could disappear into it. My mom was the first one to speak, her voice a little too high-pitched to sound casual. "John," she said, trying to laugh it off. "That was completely unnecessary. You're ruining the mood." I didn't answer. I just kept looking at her, calm, quiet, letting her squirm. My dad cleared his throat, clearly annoyed, and said, "You didn't have to make such a big deal out of it. We told you, it's for the family. You'll benefit from it too." "Yeah," my brother added from down the table, his mouth full of mashed potatoes. "You're being selfish. It's just money. You still live rent-free, so it's not like you needed it right away." That last line stung. Yes, I lived in the small apartment above my parents' garage, but it wasn't free. I'd been paying them a reduced rent since I got out of college, and that money was supposed to be going into a savings account for me. At least that's what my parents always told me. I'd trusted them with nearly 5 years of careful saving, and they had just taken it. My aunt finally spoke, her voice soft, but with that same patronizing tone she'd used my whole life. "Sweetheart, think of it this way. This boat will create so many memories for all of us. You can take your friends out on it, go fishing with your dad. It's really a gift to you too." I wanted to laugh. A gift? They had taken my money without asking, thrown a party to celebrate it, and now they were acting like I should be grateful. I glanced around the table and saw the divide clearly. Half of them looked uncomfortable, avoiding my gaze, while the other half were clearly waiting for me to apologize and move on. I didn't say I was upset. I said finally, my voice level. I just thought everyone should see what really happened. My cousin shifted in his seat, guilt written all over his face. The video I had played had been a recording I took last week, a conversation between my parents and my cousin where they discussed using my savings. My mom had laughed and said, "John won't mind. He never stands up for himself anyway." My cousin had hesitated, asked if they were sure, and my dad had said, "He's too soft to say anything. He'll sulk for a bit, then get over it." No one spoke after that. Dinner continued, but the energy had completely changed. The laughter was gone, replaced with a tense quiet broken only by the clinking of cutlery. After dessert, people started clearing the table, and I slipped away to the kitchen. I could hear my parents whispering in the living room, their voices sharp and low. "You shouldn't have played that," my mom hissed when she finally cornered me. "You embarrassed us in front of everyone." "You embarrassed yourselves," I said flatly. "I just showed them the truth. That money was sitting there doing nothing," my dad snapped. "We gave you a place to live, food, support. You owe this family something." There it was, the real reason. It wasn't about the boat. It was about control. They had always seen my savings as something they had a right to, something they could use when it suited them. I thought back to all the times growing up when my birthday money would mysteriously go missing or when my parents would borrow from me with no intention of paying it back. This wasn't new. I had just never called them out before. The rest of the night was a blur of awkward goodbyes and pointed looks. My aunt hugged me extra tightly and whispered, "Don't let this ruin Christmas for you." as if I was the one who had caused the problem. My brother smirked at me as he left, muttering, "Enjoy living above the garage for the rest of your life." After everyone was gone, my parents sat me down. My mom tried to soften her voice, tried to make it sound like a reasonable conversation, but every word was laced with manipulation. "We didn't mean to hurt you," she said. "We just thought you weren't using the money yet, and this way it brings joy to everyone. Don't you want to make your family happy?" I stared at her for a long time before answering. "Not at the cost of my future," I said. "You're being dramatic," my dad cut in. "This is why we didn't ask you. You always blow things out of proportion. You should be thanking us for including you in something this big." I didn't answer. There was nothing I could say that would make them see how wrong they were, and I was done begging them to respect me. I went upstairs to my apartment and shut the door, locking it for the first time in months. That night, I lay awake replaying everything in my head. Every comment, every look, every time they had dismissed me in the past. Birthdays where they forgot to get me anything, family events where my brother's accomplishments were celebrated while mine were brushed aside. The time my dad told me he was disappointed I hadn't gone into the family business. All of it was piling up in my mind, turning into something sharp and cold. Over the next few days, the phone calls started. First from my mom, then my aunt, then my cousin. They all had the same message: "Stop making this a big deal. It's Christmas. Be mature and let it go." My dad finally texted me, saying if I didn't come down for New Year's dinner, I could start looking for somewhere else to live. That should have scared me, but instead it just made me angry. I had been saving for a down payment on a house for years. That money was supposed to be my ticket to independence. They hadn't just taken my money, they had taken away my plan for my future. When New Year's Eve came, I didn't go downstairs. I stayed in my apartment, lights off, listening to the faint sounds of music and laughter drifting up through the floor. At midnight, my phone buzzed with a message from my brother: "Grow up. It's just money. We're all having fun down here while you sulk." I put my phone down and stared at the ceiling, my mind racing. I wasn't just angry anymore. I was focused. If they thought I was going to roll over and take it, they were wrong. That night was the turning point for me. I didn't know exactly how yet, but I knew I was going to get my money back, and I was going to make sure they never dismissed me again. The days after New Year's felt strangely quiet, like the house itself was holding its breath. I'd stopped going downstairs except when absolutely necessary, choosing instead to keep to my apartment and focus on work. If my parents wanted to punish me with silence, I was fine with that. I'd spent most of my life trying to win their approval, and it had gotten me nowhere. But by the second week of January, I noticed something off. My parents stopped leaving my mail on the little table by the stairs like they usually did. Packages I'd ordered didn't show up. At first I thought it was a mistake, but then one afternoon, when I was coming back from the grocery store, I saw my dad walking in with a stack of envelopes, including one with my name on it, and he didn't even bother to leave it where I could get it. He slid it into a drawer in the kitchen like it was his. That night, I went downstairs after they went to bed and quietly opened the drawer. My stomach dropped when I saw what was inside. My mail, stacked neatly. Bank statements. Tax documents. A letter from the bank confirming a recent withdrawal, a withdrawal I hadn't made. I grabbed the envelope and brought it back upstairs, my hands shaking. When I opened it, my fears were confirmed. Another chunk of my savings had been taken, not as big as the boat payment, but enough to hurt. The withdrawal had been made 2 days after Christmas. The next morning, I confronted them. My mom didn't even try to deny it. "You weren't doing anything with it," she said, completely calm, like it was the most reasonable thing in the world. "Your aunt needed help with the marina fees for the boat, and it's technically family money." Family money? I could hear my voice rising, but I couldn't stop it. "That's my money. I worked for it. I saved it. You don't just get to take it because you think you know better." My dad leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. "We've supported you for years. You wouldn't have been able to save that much if we hadn't given you a place to live. Consider this repayment for everything we've done for you." That was it. The moment something inside me snapped. I realized then that it didn't matter what I said. They would always see my savings, my future, even my independence as something they owned. They believed they had the right to take from me because they had given me a place to exist. I didn't say anything else. I just turned around and went back upstairs, my mind spinning. For hours I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the letter, thinking about all the ways they had taken advantage of me over the years. I remembered being 15 and getting my first job at the grocery store down the street. How excited I was to have my own paycheck. My mom had helped me open a savings account, and within months she had borrowed from it just until payday. I never saw that money again. When I turned 18, my dad convinced me to co-sign a small loan for my brother's car, promising I wouldn't have to worry about it. But when my brother stopped making payments, the calls came to me. I had forgiven them every time, told myself it was just how family worked. But this was different. They had taken years of savings, money I had been putting away for a house, and they didn't even feel guilty. The betrayal kept getting worse. A week later, I went to check my car, an old but reliable sedan I had fully paid off, and found a note on the windshield. It was from my brother, scribbled in his usual careless handwriting. "Borrowed your car. Don't be mad." I called him immediately, but he didn't answer. Hours passed before he texted back a blurry photo of him and his friends on the boat, laughing, my car parked in the background. "Relax, we're just using it for a few days. You don't go anywhere anyway." By the time he returned the car, it reeked of cigarette smoke and had a new dent in the passenger door. When I confronted him, he shrugged and said, "It's not a big deal. Dad said he'd cover it." My dad, of course, had no intention of covering anything. "You shouldn't leave your car where other people can take it if you don't want it used," my mom said when I told her how upset I was. "You don't need to overreact about everything." Overreact. That word echoed in my head for days. It all came to a head the following weekend. I came downstairs to find my parents, my aunt and uncle, and my cousin sitting around the table, going over a stack of papers. They went quiet the second they saw me, which was already suspicious enough, but when I glanced at the papers, my blood ran cold. They were looking at listings for my apartment. "What is this?" I asked, my voice icy. "We've been thinking," my dad said, like he was explaining something reasonable to a child. "It doesn't make sense for you to stay up there when you're not being cooperative with the family. We could rent it out to someone who actually contributes. It would be extra income for us, and maybe teach you some responsibility." "So you're evicting me?" I asked slowly, just to be sure I had heard him right. "We're giving you time to figure things out," my mom said gently, like she was doing me a favor. "You can stay until spring, but by then you should have found somewhere else to live. Maybe this will motivate you to grow up a little." Something inside me went very still. I didn't shout. I didn't cry. I just nodded once, turned, and walked back upstairs. That night, I opened my laptop and started making plans. Real plans. I spent hours going through my accounts, taking screenshots, saving copies of every withdrawal slip, every statement, every text message. I contacted the bank to flag the unauthorized withdrawals. I changed my passwords, moved what was left of my savings to a different account they didn't know about, and started looking at apartments for rent, not because I wanted to move, but because I wanted to be ready. The next morning, I overheard my parents talking downstairs. "He'll come around," my dad was saying. "He always does. This is just another phase." But they were wrong. This wasn't a phase. This was the last straw. From that day forward, I stopped talking to them unless absolutely necessary. I stopped leaving my door unlocked. I stopped sharing anything about my life. Every word, every action was deliberate now. I wasn't just going to move out. I was going to make sure they understood exactly what they had done and why they would never have this kind of control over me again. That was the moment everything shifted. The betrayal had burned away whatever was left of my patience, and in its place was something much colder, sharper, and more focused. The next few weeks were some of the hardest of my life. The air in the house felt heavy, like every conversation was layered with judgment. Every glance was a test I was expected to fail. My parents didn't yell at me or slam doors. They just started treating me like a tenant they didn't like. Someone who was tolerated, not welcome. I'd hear them downstairs at night, laughing with my brother, planning boat trips, talking about how freeing it would be when they finally rented my apartment out to someone responsible. My mom's voice would carry up through the floorboards, bright and cheerful. "I already have a co-worker who's interested. She said she'd pay more than what John gives us. It's really the perfect solution." It hurt more than I expected. Not because I was surprised. I wasn't. But because it confirmed something I'd been trying not to admit. They didn't see me as family anymore. Not really. I was an inconvenience they were ready to cash in on. I spent a lot of nights just sitting in the dark, thinking about how I'd gotten here. I'd been the good kid growing up. The one who stayed out of trouble, got good grades, didn't talk back. I worked through college to avoid debt, saved everything I could, even moved back home to get ahead. And still, somehow, I was the one they treated like a failure. The lowest point came one rainy Friday evening. I had been in my room all day working remotely, barely eating, when my brother barged into my apartment without knocking. "We need the space this weekend," he said casually, tossing his jacket on my couch. "Me and the guys are crashing up here. We're doing a boat trip, and we need somewhere to stay after. Don't be weird about it." I stood up so fast my chair nearly tipped over. "You don't get to just take over my apartment," I said, my voice sharper than I intended. He rolled his eyes. "Relax, it's one weekend. You act like you own the place." "I pay rent," I shot back. "Barely," he said with a smirk. "Dad already said it's fine." That broke something in me. I grabbed my coat and left without another word, walking out into the cold rain just to get away from them. I didn't even have a plan. I just walked for hours, letting the rain soak through my clothes, my shoes squishing with every step. By the time I made it back, my apartment lights were on and music was blasting. My brother and his friends had taken over the space, eating my food, using my stuff like it was theirs. I went straight to my room, locked the door, and lay down on my bed, staring at the ceiling. For the first time, I let myself really cry, not just out of anger, but out of exhaustion, frustration, and this deep, hollow sense of being alone. That night, something shifted. Lying there in the dark, I realized that staying here was slowly killing me. Every day I stayed under their roof was another day they felt entitled to my money, my time, my life. If I wanted things to change, I couldn't just wait for them to magically respect me. I had to leave. The next morning, I got up early and drove to a cafe across town with my laptop. It felt almost rebellious just to be somewhere they couldn't barge in on me. I spent hours looking at apartments, small studios, basements, even places that needed work. Anything that was mine and mine alone. I also started documenting everything. Every unauthorized withdrawal, every text from my brother bragging about using my car, every note or email from my parents about family money. I took photos of the dent in my car, the scratches on my furniture from the weekend they stayed in my place. I backed up all the bank statements to the cloud. It became a routine. I'd work during the day, and at night I'd plan. I stopped telling them where I went. I started quietly selling things I didn't need anymore. Old electronics, furniture, even a few collectibles I'd kept since high school. Every euro went straight into the new account they didn't know about. But even as I prepared, the emotional weight didn't lift right away. There were days when I'd just sit at my kitchen table staring at the wall, feeling completely drained. Days when I'd hear them laughing downstairs and wonder if I was overreacting, if maybe I should just apologize, let it go, pretend like nothing had happened. Then I'd remember the look on my mom's face when she said family money, like it was hers to control, or the smirk on my brother's face when he dented my car and didn't care. Those memories kept me moving forward. By February, I had found a small but decent one-bedroom apartment across town. The landlord was willing to hold it for me for a few weeks while I got my paperwork together. Knowing I had a place waiting for me gave me a strange mix of peace and determination. Meanwhile, my parents' behavior toward me grew colder. My mom started knocking on my door less and less. My dad barely acknowledged me when I came downstairs. When they did talk to me, it was about the apartment. "We need a definite move-out date," my dad said one morning over coffee, like he was reminding me of an appointment. "You'll have one soon," I replied, keeping my tone neutral. My brother, on the other hand, seemed to enjoy poking at me. He'd make loud jokes about my future room, or ask if I was going to take the garage door with me when I left. It was childish, but it worked. It made my blood boil every time. But I didn't bite. I didn't argue. I just kept preparing. It was lonely, yes, and it hurt to know I couldn't rely on my own family. But there was a strange power in the quiet. Every plan I made, every step I took toward leaving, felt like I was reclaiming something they'd tried to take from me. By early March, I had everything lined up: first month's rent, security deposit, movers booked. I hadn't told them anything. They still thought they had control over me, still thought they could decide when and how I left. And that's when an idea began to form, something bigger than just leaving quietly. If they were going to turn my life into a spectacle, if they were going to use my money and laugh about it, then maybe it was time they had to face the consequences. I wasn't sure how yet, but I knew one thing. I wasn't just walking away. I was going to make sure they understood that this was the last time they would ever treat me like this. March felt like a turning point, not just because I had found a way out, but because for the first time in years, I was doing things entirely on my own terms. Every decision I made, every email I sent, every item I sold felt like I was taking pieces of my life back from them. The first taste of freedom came the day I quietly moved the last of my savings to my new, separate bank account. I'd been careful, small transfers over several weeks, so nothing would raise suspicion. When I finally logged in and saw the total sitting safely out of their reach, I felt a strange mix of relief and adrenaline. It wasn't as much as it should have been, thanks to what they had taken, but it was mine, untouchable. That same day, I got a call from a company I had applied to months earlier. It was a remote job, better pay, better benefits, and completely separate from the network of people my parents knew. The timing was almost poetic. I accepted immediately. Suddenly, the picture of my future started to sharpen. With the new job salary and the money I had stashed away, I could not only afford the apartment I'd found, but I could furnish it exactly how I wanted. Clean, simple, modern, no hand-me-down furniture from my childhood home. I started packing in secret, not in cardboard boxes that would draw suspicion, but in storage bins I could stack neatly in my closet. Clothes, books, even kitchen items, all tucked away one piece at a time. By the middle of the month, my apartment was half empty, though you wouldn't notice unless you looked closely. Meanwhile, I kept my head down around the house. When my parents asked about my move-out date, I would just smile faintly and say, "I'm working on it." My calmness seemed to throw them off. They were used to me getting defensive, frustrated, emotional, not this quiet, steady resolve. And then something happened that almost made me laugh. My mom started trying to be nice to me, not in a sincere way. More like she was trying to smooth things over before I left so she wouldn't look like the bad guy to the rest of the family. She'd leave cookies outside my door or send me texts like, "Made lasagna if you want some," smiley face. I didn't trust it, but I played along. I'd thank her politely, take the food, and go back upstairs. If anything, it made me feel even more certain about leaving. I didn't want crumbs of kindness. I wanted respect, and I knew they weren't capable of giving me that. By early April, I had signed the lease on my new place and set the move-in date. It felt surreal walking through the empty apartment for the first time, picturing where everything would go. The space wasn't big, but it had tall windows, sunlight streaming in, and most importantly, it was mine. No one could walk in without my permission. No one could tell me how to live. I threw myself into setting it up. I spent weekends buying secondhand furniture, refinishing it myself to save money. I found a cheap but sturdy desk online and spent an entire Saturday assembling it, smiling to myself the whole time. It felt like building a new version of my life from the ground up. With the new job starting, my schedule became more structured. I'd wake up early, make coffee in peace, and work from my new apartment a few days a week while waiting for the official move. My performance impressed my manager so much that within the first month, they hinted at a leadership opportunity opening later in the year. That little flicker of pride I hadn't felt in years came back. I was good at this. I wasn't the failure my parents liked to pretend I was. And here's the thing, I didn't tell them any of it. Not about the new job, not about the apartment, not about the move date. I let them keep believing I was scrambling. My brother even made a snide comment at dinner one night about how I'd probably end up in some sketchy basement apartment. I smiled, nodded, and let him believe it. Every day, the power dynamic shifted just a little bit more. They didn't know it yet, but they were losing control. The more control I took back, the more careful I became about how I planned my exit. I scheduled the movers for a day when I knew my parents would be at work and my brother would be out of town. I arranged for a locksmith to meet me at the new place that same afternoon, just to change the locks and make sure no one could show up uninvited. Even small victories felt intoxicating. The day I got my first paycheck from the new job, I went out and bought myself a proper coffee maker. Nothing fancy, but good quality, something that felt like an upgrade from the cheap machine I'd been using upstairs at my parents' house. It sat in its box in the corner of my new apartment, waiting for move-in day like a little symbol of the life I was about to step into. Meanwhile, my parents seemed increasingly impatient. My dad started leaving helpful hints, like brochures for shared housing or comments about how the rental market is tight right now. You might want to hurry. I could feel them circling, trying to push me before I was ready. But instead of feeling pressured, I found myself smiling. Because for the first time, I was ahead of them. By mid-April, everything was ready. All that was left was to tell them, on my terms. And that's when the second half of my plan began to take shape. Leaving quietly would have been satisfying, yes. But a part of me wanted them to know, really know, what they had done. I wanted them to see how far I had come without them. And I wanted that realization to sting. I started thinking about the video I had played at Christmas. How powerful it had been to make them sit in silence, confronted with their own words. Maybe there was a way to do that again, but bigger. I started combing through the files I had saved, organizing them into a neat, undeniable timeline. The withdrawals, the texts, the photos of the damage they caused, the casual remarks they'd made about family money. It was all there, and seeing it laid out in one place made me realize just how much I had tolerated over the years. I didn't just want to leave, I wanted them to understand they had lost me. And as move-in day crept closer, I found myself almost looking forward to the confrontation. Not because I wanted a fight, but because I wanted that moment. The one where I finally said everything I had been holding back for years. By the last week of April, I was packed, my new apartment was ready, and my move was scheduled. All that was left was the reveal. The final week before my move felt strangely calm, almost too calm. I had everything lined up, every detail squared away, and yet the house felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. My parents seemed to sense that something had shifted, though they still didn't know just how far along I was in my plans. 2 days before the move, I overheard them talking in the kitchen. "We should give John's room to Mark," my mom said casually, as if I wasn't living just a flight of stairs away. "He's been looking for a cheaper place to stay, and this would solve our problem." "That's not a bad idea," my dad replied. "Once John's gone, we can repaint, raise the rent, maybe even start using that storage closet for ourselves. Might as well make the space work for us." Hearing them discuss my apartment like it was already theirs, like my leaving was just a business opportunity, didn't hurt the way it might have months ago. Instead, it solidified my resolve. They thought they were in control. They thought I'd leave quietly, embarrassed, maybe even grateful. They were wrong. That night, I sat down at my desk and pulled up everything I'd been gathering for months. The bank statements, the text messages, the photos. I organized them into a single, clean document with dates, amounts, and short explanations. No anger, no insults, just facts. It was damning. By the time I finished, I had a complete, undeniable record of what they'd done. But I wasn't done. The next day, I reached out to my cousin, the same one who had made the boat announcement on Christmas Eve. We hadn't talked much since then, but I knew he felt guilty about being part of the scheme. To my surprise, he agreed to meet me at a cafe. "I figured you'd still be mad," he said, sliding into the booth across from me. "I am," I admitted. "But this isn't about being mad. I just need you to be honest with me. Did you know where the money came from when you made that toast?" He hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah." I told them it felt wrong, but your mom said you'd be fine with it. I didn't want to be the one to ruin Christmas. I appreciated his honesty, even if it stung. "Would you be willing to put that in writing?" I asked. He blinked. "Like a statement?" "Exactly," I said. "Just the truth. That you were told they used my savings, that you asked about it, that they said I wouldn't care." After a long pause, he agreed. "If it helps clear your name with the rest of the family, yeah, I owe you that much." By that evening, I had his written statement in my inbox, signed and dated. It was the final piece I hadn't realized I was missing, not just proof of what happened, but corroboration from someone outside the immediate household. Armed with that, I started planning the reveal. I decided it would happen the night before my move. My parents were hosting one of their usual Friday dinners, the kind where half the family came over, played cards, and stayed until late. I would go downstairs, stay calm, and drop everything in one go: the documentation, the cousin's statement, even a few short audio clips I had saved of my parents talking about teaching me a lesson. But I didn't just want to show them privately. I wanted it to be undeniable, unspinnable. So I drafted a short message, polite but pointed, that I planned to send to the family group chat right after the confrontation. "Hi everyone, just wanted to share some context for what's been going on since Christmas. Here's a detailed breakdown of how my savings were used without my consent, as well as written confirmation from cousin's name that he knew about it. I thought you should all see it before hearing any version of events secondhand. No anger, no ranting, just facts that spoke for themselves. That week, I also got my finances completely in order. I transferred the security deposit and first month's rent to the landlord, confirmed the mover's schedule, and even set up utilities for the new apartment so everything would be ready the moment I stepped inside. The last piece of leverage came unexpectedly. My new job sent out an announcement to the entire team naming me as the lead for a major upcoming project. It was a big deal, a career milestone, and it meant my income would be even higher starting next quarter. I didn't tell my parents. Not yet, but I knew that would be part of the reveal too. They'd spent months treating me like a burden, someone who was barely scraping by, and soon they'd find out I was doing better than ever, without their help. The night before the planned confrontation, I walked through my apartment one last time. The boxes were stacked neatly by the door, labeled and ready. The shelves were empty, the furniture pared down to what the movers would take. It didn't feel like my home anymore, and strangely, that didn't make me sad. I sat at my kitchen table and went over my plan one more time. Show them the evidence. Tell them calmly that I was moving out the next morning. Let them react however they wanted, but make sure everyone knew the truth before I walked away for good. I was nervous, of course. There was a part of me that wondered if I should just leave quietly, avoid the drama, start fresh. But then I remembered the Christmas toast, the smirk on my dad's face when he said I'd get over it, the note on my car windshield, the drawer full of my stolen mail. No, they needed to see this. They needed to sit in it, just like they had on Christmas Eve when I played that first video. When Friday came, I was ready. I put on a plain button-up shirt, nothing fancy, just neat and put together. I went downstairs when dinner started, sat quietly through most of the meal, waiting for the right moment. My heart was pounding, but I kept my expression calm, almost bored. When dessert was served, I set my phone down on the table, just like I had at Christmas, and said, "Before we go any further tonight, there's something everyone here should see." Every head turned toward me. My parents froze. I tapped the screen, and the first page of the document appeared. This time, there was no nervousness, no hesitation. I was in control. And tomorrow morning, I wouldn't just be leaving this house. I'd be leaving this entire chapter of my life behind. The room went so quiet that I could hear the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. My parents exchanged a quick glance, and I could see the flash of panic in my mom's eyes before she covered it with a forced smile. "John," she said softly, "maybe this isn't the right time." "No," I said calmly, my voice steady. "This is exactly the right time." I turned the screen so everyone could see and scrolled to the first section, the bank withdrawals. Each line showed the date, the amount, and the balance before and after. It was neat, professional, impossible to argue with. "This," I said, "is my savings account, or what's left of it. These are the withdrawals made without my permission." My uncle frowned. "Wait, you didn't agree to this." "No," I said, "I didn't. And here's the best part." I tapped the screen again and played the short audio clip. My mom's voice, unmistakable, saying, "He won't mind. He never stands up for himself anyway." The sound of her own words seemed to drain the color from her face. My dad sat up straighter, his jaw tightening. "John," he said slowly, "you're making this a bigger deal than it is. This was about family, right?" I said, my tone even. "And here's proof that you made that decision knowing it wasn't yours to make." I opened the cousin's statement next, the signed and dated email he had sent me. Mark confirmed he asked if I knew about the money. He confirmed you told him I wouldn't care. He confirmed you laughed about it. My cousin, sitting near the end of the table, looked uncomfortable but didn't deny it. He just nodded once and said, "It's true. I didn't feel right about it then, and I still don't now." That seemed to land harder than anything I had said so far. My aunt opened her mouth like she wanted to defend my parents, but when she saw her son nodding, she closed it again. I wasn't done. I swiped to the photos of the dented car, the text from my brother bragging about borrowing it without permission. "And just in case anyone thinks this is just about money," I said, "here's the other part. Every time my property was used, damaged, or taken without my consent. Every message, every note. It's all here." By now, no one was touching their dessert. My mom looked like she might cry, my dad's hands were clenched into fists on the table, and my brother was shifting uncomfortably in his seat, clearly wishing he was anywhere else. "This isn't about money," I said finally, letting the words hang in the air. "This is about respect, and you've made it very clear that you don't have any for me." My dad opened his mouth to speak, but I held up a hand. I'm not here to argue. I'm here to tell you that I'm done. I'm moving out tomorrow morning. The movers will be here at 9. I've already changed my bank accounts, set up my new place, and transferred my remaining savings somewhere safe. There's nothing left here for you to take. The silence was deafening. My mom tried to recover, her voice trembling. John, you can't just leave like this. We're family. We can work this out. No, I said quietly. We can't. Because working it out would mean you admitting what you did was wrong. And I don't think you're capable of doing that. I stood up, slid my phone back into my pocket, and looked around the table. Just so there's no confusion, I'll be sharing this with the rest of the family tonight. Everyone deserves to know what really happened. And then, before anyone could respond, I walked out. I could hear the low murmur of voices behind me as I climbed the stairs, my aunt whispering to my cousin, my dad swearing under his breath, my mom saying something about, "How could he do this to us?" But I didn't stop. I went straight to my apartment, shut the door, and finally let myself breathe. For a moment, I just stood there, letting the quiet settle around me. Then I sat down at my desk, opened the family group chat, and sent the message I had drafted the night before along with the document and audio clip. The effect was immediate. Within 5 minutes, my phone lit up with replies, shocked messages from relatives, some siding with me, some asking my parents what on earth they had been thinking. A few were silent, which said more than words ever could. And then came the calls. First from my mom, then my dad, then my brother. I didn't answer any of them. Instead, I poured myself a drink, sat back on my nearly empty couch, and waited. Downstairs, the voices got louder, angrier. I heard a chair scrape across the floor, my dad's voice booming, my aunt shouting back. Whatever illusion of control they thought they had was gone now. Later that night, I packed the last of my things into the car, just the essentials I didn't want the movers to handle. When I came back upstairs, I saw that my phone had over 30 missed calls. Half the family had tried to reach me. I put it on silent, lay back on the bed, and stared at the ceiling. For the first time in months, I felt light. Not happy exactly, but free. Tomorrow morning, I would be gone. The next morning was crisp and quiet, the kind of early spring day that feels like a clean slate. I woke up before my alarm, got dressed, and made myself coffee in the near-empty kitchen. There was something deeply satisfying about standing there, knowing that in just a few hours, this space wouldn't belong to me anymore. And that was exactly how I wanted it. At 8:30, I heard movement downstairs. My parents were already up, voices low but sharp. Every so often I caught fragments. Humiliated us last night. Everyone's talking about it. Can't believe he would do that to his own family. It might have bothered me once, but now it just rolled off me like rain on a windshield. At 9 o'clock sharp, the movers arrived. 3 guys with a truck and a quiet efficiency I appreciated. We loaded the boxes quickly, then the furniture, then the last of my clothes. By 10:30, my apartment was completely empty except for the faint outline where my bed had been. My mom came upstairs just as the movers were carrying out the last box. "John," she said, her voice softer than I'd heard in months. "We need to talk before you go." I stood in the doorway, hands in my pockets, and waited. "You didn't have to do it this way," she said. "You could have come to us privately. Now the whole family thinks we're—" "They don't just think," I interrupted, my voice calm but firm. "They know. Because it's true." Her mouth opened and closed like she was searching for the right thing to say, but nothing came. Finally, she tried again. "Can't we start over? You're still our son." I almost laughed at that. Almost. "You had years to treat me like your son," I said evenly. "You chose to treat me like a bank account. Like a backup plan you could tap into whenever you wanted. I'm not angry anymore, Mom. But I'm done." Her face crumpled a little at that, but she didn't try to stop me as I locked the apartment door one last time and handed her the key. Downstairs, my dad was waiting by the front door, arms crossed, jaw set like he was ready for a fight. "So that's it," he said. "You think you can just walk out and leave this mess behind for us to deal with?" "Yes," I said simply. He scoffed. "You think you're better than us now? Because you got a new job and a cheap apartment?" I looked him in the eye, calm as ever. "No, I just know my worth now. And I'm not staying where I'm not respected." For a moment, he looked like he wanted to argue, to shout, to drag me back upstairs by sheer force of will. But then he must have seen something in my face, that I wasn't bluffing, that this wasn't a phase, that I was really gone, because he stepped aside without another word. I walked out into the sunshine, got into my car, and drove away. Moving into my new apartment was a whirlwind, but by early afternoon I had the essentials unpacked, my bed set up, my desk in place, my new coffee maker on the counter. I stood by the window for a long time just taking it in, the quiet, the space, the fact that every single thing here was mine. My phone buzzed constantly that day with more calls and messages, but I ignored them until evening. Then, finally, I opened the group chat and sent one last message. Thanks to everyone who reached out. I'm safe, I'm happy, and I'm moving forward. I won't be attending future family events for a while, and I ask that you respect my space. If anyone still believes this was an overreaction, feel free to look over the documents again and ask yourself if you'd tolerate it happening to you. Take care. The replies came slowly this time. My aunt sent a single word, understood. My cousin sent a thumbs up emoji. My brother left the group entirely, which honestly made me smile. That night, I cooked my first meal in the new place. Nothing fancy, just pasta and a glass of wine, and ate it sitting on the floor by the window. The city lights stretched out around me, and for the first time in months, I felt completely at peace. A week later, I heard from my cousin again. Apparently, the fallout from my reveal hadn't stopped. The family had split into two camps. Those who were furious at my parents for what they'd done, and those who were furious at them for letting it get public. My dad's reputation had taken a hit. Several friends at his club confronted him about the family money comments, and he had been noticeably more withdrawn since. My mom tried to call me once more, leaving a long voicemail about how she hoped we could mend things someday. I listened to it once, deleted it, and didn't call back. I wasn't doing this to punish them forever, but I also wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of thinking they could win me back with a few sweet words and no accountability. Instead, I poured my energy into building the life I had always wanted. I decorated the apartment, hosted a few friends over for dinner, even started dating again. The new job was challenging but exciting, and when the promotion finally came through, I treated myself to something I'd been dreaming about for years, a small but beautiful used car that was fully mine, no shared keys, no notes on the windshield. The first time I drove it past the marina where the family boat was docked, I didn't stop, but I did allow myself a small smile. They had their boat. I had my freedom. And freedom, I realized, was worth every cent they had taken from me, because I had rebuilt it stronger, smarter, and completely out of their reach. I didn't look back as I merged onto the highway, the city skyline ahead of me glowing in the fading light. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just surviving my family. I was living, and they couldn't take that away from me again. And that was my final thought as I turned up the music, rolled down the window, and let the wind carry me forward into a life that was fully mine. My name is Adrian, I'm 34, and I guess you could say I've always been the dependable one, the fixer, the quiet glue holding everything together while everyone else made the mess. My family used to joke that I was born middle-aged, like I skipped the reckless years and went straight to responsible adulthood. I paid bills on time, bought my first car with cash, and never once bounced a check. But lately, I've started wondering if maybe I should have been a little more reckless, because the people I spent my life supporting treated me like I was nothing more than a convenience store they could rob blind. It started slowly, like most betrayals do, not with one big knife to the back, but a series of tiny cuts you don't notice until you're bleeding out. I bought my parents' house a few years ago when the market dipped. They were behind on the mortgage again, and my sister Layla had just moved back in after quitting her job. She said she needed time to focus on her art, which I later found out meant drinking rose at noon and posting yoga selfies on Instagram. My parents were in over their heads, so I stepped in. Quietly, I bought the house in my name, refinanced it with my good credit, and set up auto payments. They got to keep living there. Layla too. I never made a big deal of it. That's who I was. The behind-the-scenes guy. I even took care of the property taxes, paid off their lingering utility debts. And since Layla didn't have a car, I co-signed on a lease for her, thinking she'd land a job soon. Spoiler alert, she didn't. Still, I kept showing up. Holidays, birthdays, family dinners. But over time, something started to shift. Little things. My name stopped coming up when they talked about the house. My mom would say, "We've lived here for 30 years, like I hadn't spent the last 5 keeping it from being auctioned off. Layla started referring to it as her future studio. Dad joked once about finally passing the house to the next generation, giving Layla a knowing look. It stung, but I swallowed it. I always did. Then came the text. A Tuesday morning. I was in the middle of a meeting at work when my phone buzzed. Group message. From my mom. After some discussion, we've decided it's best if you stay away from the house. The property now belongs to Layla. We hope you understand. That was it. No call. No explanation. Not even a full sentence acknowledging what I'd done for them. I stared at the message for a long time. At first, I thought it was a joke. A cruel one, maybe, but still a joke. But then Layla chimed in. It's nothing personal, Adrian. I just think you've been too controlling about everything. I need space to grow. Space. Controlling? I hadn't even been to the house in over a month. I felt a strange calm settle over me. Not sadness. Not anger. Just clarity. That's what I replied with. Thanks for the clarity. Then I turned off my phone, got up from my desk, and went home early. That evening, I sat at my desk and made a list. A long one. Everything I was paying for. Everything I'd done out of love and duty that had slowly turned into expectation and entitlement. Then I started crossing them off, starting with the auto payments for the mortgage. Gone. The bank would contact them soon enough. Then the property tax account. I'd been covering it through my escrow since the house was under my name. Closed it. I left a voicemail with the tax assessor's office to confirm. They were polite. I was polite back. Last came the car. Layla's precious white crossover SUV that she used as a prop in her influencer videos. I logged into the account and reviewed the lease. She hadn't made a single payment in over a year. I'd covered it all. And now? Now I let them know the co-signer was no longer interested. The repo notice would go out in 48 hours if she didn't catch up. Which, knowing her, she wouldn't. I didn't say a word to anyone. No warnings. No justifications. No dramatic speeches. Just silence. 3 days later, I got the call. It was Layla, voice shaking, nearly hysterical. Why are there foreclosure notices on the front door? What is going on? I didn't answer right away. I could hear her pacing, breathing heavy like she'd just run a mile. Maybe she had. Maybe from the driveway when she saw the papers. I asked you a question, Adrian. I finally spoke, calm as ever. Guess the house misses me too. There was a long pause on the line. I imagined her eyes darting, realizing what those notices meant, realizing that her little power play had consequences. You're being petty, she finally spat. This is our family's house. You can't just pull the rug out. Didn't you say it belonged to you now? I asked. Seems like it's your responsibility, right? She went quiet again. I waited. And then the line clicked. She hung up. That night, I got a flurry of messages from my mom. Paragraphs, actually. Guilt, then anger. Accusations, then apologies. She asked how I could be so cold, how I could put Layla through this. Said I was acting vindictive, that I'd always been too sensitive. I didn't reply. I didn't need to, because by then, the repo truck had already been scheduled for the morning. It was almost poetic how quickly things unraveled. I was sipping coffee at my kitchen table the next morning when I got the alert. Vehicle repossession scheduled at 9:40 a.m. The app even let me track the driver. It was surreal, like watching a food delivery. Only this time the entree was Layla's leased SUV. The same one she'd boasted about online, tagging luxury brands and pretending she bought it herself. I leaned back in my chair and took another sip, wondering if she'd try to film a get ready with me video before noticing the empty driveway. The repo guy called at 10:15. Just letting you know, car's secured. Bit of a scene, but it's done. A scene. He chuckled. Lady came running out in slippers, yelling something about calling the cops. Then she tried to block the tow truck with a lawn chair. You've got an entertaining sister, man. I thanked him and hung up. No sooner did I set my phone down than it lit up again, this time with a FaceTime request from Mom. I let it ring out. A few minutes later, a text came through. How could you let them take her car? She has errands. Adrian. I stared at the message for a while, then put my phone on silent and went back to work. It was wild how quickly they'd gone from excommunicating me to expecting me to still handle logistics like some ghostly family assistant. That evening, I stopped by the gym. My trainer, Malik, noticed I was more focused than usual. You're lifting angry, he said with a grin. I'm lifting free, I replied. But that calm didn't last long. 2 days later, I got a notice in the mail. Not from a bank or a collections agency, but from a lawyer. Apparently, my parents were trying to claim the house as an informal transfer of ownership. They were attempting to argue that I had gifted the property to Layla as part of familial generosity, and that removing the auto payments now constituted a malicious financial attack. I almost laughed. Almost. Instead, I called my attorney, a quiet, sharp woman named Evelyn who I'd met through a client years ago. She didn't say much, just asked for the documents and promised to draft a little something in response. Her version of a little something turned out to be a 23-page rebuttal complete with bank statements, lease agreements, and every tax receipt I'd ever paid on their behalf. Meanwhile, the texts from my family ramped up in frequency and desperation. Layla tried a new angle, flattery. "You always knew how to fix things," she messaged. "This is just a misunderstanding. Can we talk?" I didn't answer. Then Mom called again. This time she left a voicemail. "Adrian, honey, this isn't you. You don't hold grudges. We were just confused. We thought you didn't want the house. Layla needs a place to live, and your father and I are getting older. We just thought." I stopped the message right there. No apologies. Just excuses wrapped in guilt. The final straw came a week later when I got a group email from my parents titled "Moving Forward." It was a poorly worded letter trying to rationalize everything. They claimed they panicked when Layla threatened to leave, said they were caught between two children, that decisions had to be made quickly. And then came the kicker. "We think the best thing now is for you to formally sign the house over to Layla to avoid any more confusion or conflict. You'll still be welcome in our lives, once we've all had time to heal." Heal. I stared at the screen, my jaw tightening. It wasn't just tone deaf. It was manipulative. They wanted me to legitimize their betrayal by rubber stamping it. Make it clean, neat, papered over with my own signature so they could all sleep better at night. Instead of replying, I forwarded the email to Evelyn. She called me 5 minutes later. "Want to go nuclear?" she asked, voice calm as ever. I didn't even hesitate. Light the match. And that's when the real unraveling began. Because what they didn't know, what they never bothered to ask, was that I hadn't just bought the house under my name. I owned the land beneath it. I owned the insurance policy. I had the title, the deed, the paperwork with every signature but theirs. They were squatters in a home I kept standing. And I was done playing the quiet savior. But I didn't tell them that. Not yet. Instead, I waited. I let the notices keep arriving. Watched as panic set in. Heard from a neighbor that Layla had started asking around about short-term loans. My uncle, one of the few family members I still spoke to, called to ask if everything was all right. Honestly, I said, I'm just giving them what they asked for, which was distance. The next weekend, I drove by the house. Not to go in, just to see. There was a red foreclosure warning taped to the front door, and a U-Haul truck parked haphazardly in the driveway. I rolled down my window and waited. After a moment, I saw them, my parents and Layla, lugging boxes, arguing in the yard. Layla was crying. My mom was yelling at someone on speakerphone. My dad was just standing there, deflated, staring at the house like it was slipping through his fingers. They didn't see me, but I saw them. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel like the outsider. I felt free. I started to drive away until a sleek black Mercedes pulled up beside me at the stop sign. The window rolled down. A man in a navy suit leaned over and said, "Adrian?" I blinked. "Yeah." He smiled. "You're the owner of 162 Briarwood, right?" "I am. We just got your green light. I'll be out there Monday with the development team. Congrats again. You're going to make a lot on this project." My jaw tightened. I looked back in the mirror, at the house, the family, the boxes, and I just said, perfect timing. Then I hit the gas. The next morning, I woke up earlier than usual. There was a strange kind of stillness in my apartment, the kind that only follows after months, maybe years, of invisible weight finally lifting off your shoulders. I brewed a cup of black coffee, stood by the window, and let myself feel everything. Not glee, not revenge, not even peace yet. Just clarity, again. That same word from the text. They'd handed me a clean break, and I'd taken it. All I had to do now was follow through. At 8 a.m. sharp, I met with the development team. The Mercedes from yesterday was already there. The man in the suit, his name was Marcus Benton, was leaning against the car, checking something on a tablet. His assistant, a younger guy with a clipboard and expensive shoes, gave me a quick nod. "You're early," Marcus said, smiling. "I don't sleep in when I smell opportunity," I replied, shaking his hand. He laughed. "You're going to do well with us, Adrian. Once this rezoning goes through, the entire street's going to change. You'll be at the center of it. Prime real estate, new development grants, and the city council's behind it. I hope you're ready for your first $1 million project. I didn't react. I just looked at the house. Their house. The one I saved. The one they told me wasn't mine. Boxes still sat on the front lawn. I could see Layla's pink suitcase near the steps. My dad's old work boots tossed in the grass. The front window had a crack I never got around to fixing. Funny how much you stop caring about maintenance once the people inside try to erase you. As we walked the perimeter of the property, Marcus jotted down notes, snapping pictures. That building over there, he said, pointing to the detached garage. We're thinking of converting it into a guest suite or a compact office space. You'd be amazed how much value a few square feet can add. I trust your vision, I said. It wasn't just flattery. I'd done my research. Marcus wasn't some sketchy flipper looking for a quick buck. He built things that lasted. His projects were featured in magazines. And he had a reputation for making sure the original property owners were well compensated. Which meant me. Halfway through the walkthrough, a shrill voice cut through the air. Adrian. I turned slowly. Layla was standing on the porch in mismatched pajamas and a cardigan that looked like it hadn't been washed in a month. Her face was puffy, tired, angry. She clutched her phone in one hand, the other shielding her eyes from the morning sun. I knew it. You're selling the house. I didn't answer. She stomped toward the driveway, barefoot, muttering something under her breath. This is sick. You're sick. You were waiting for this, weren't you? Just biding your time so you could stab us in the back. Marcus looked at me, uncertain. Do we need to? No, I said, holding up a hand. It's fine. Layla turned to him. This is a family home. You can't just bulldoze it. My mother lives here. Ma'am, Marcus said politely, the deed has been verified. The home is legally owned by Mr. Callahan. All development plans are within zoning parameters. Don't give me your corporate script, she snapped. This is where I grew up. That house is part of our family. I corrected, my voice low. She turned to me, suddenly desperate. Adrian, please. You've made your point. Okay, we get it. You're angry. You're hurt. But don't do this. I looked at her for a long time. Do you remember the day you told Mom and Dad I was just the wallet with legs? I asked quietly. Her expression faltered. I wasn't supposed to hear it. But I did. You laughed. Said I'd never say no. Said I'd keep paying because I was too spineless to stop. That was a joke. It was a truth disguised as a joke. And you all believed it. Until I didn't show up with my wallet. She stepped closer. But we're family. No, I said, my voice steady. We were family. Until you made it transactional. Behind me, I could hear Marcus gently calling his team back toward the sidewalk to give us space. Layla's eyes began to fill with tears, not the performative kind she used for social media. These were real. Raw. But even then, I felt nothing. I gave everything I had. I said, softer now. Years of my life. My credit. My patience. I gave you shelter, transportation, money. And you gave me a lockout text. She opened her mouth, but didn't speak. Her lower lip trembled. I nodded toward the boxes. You might want to finish moving those. The demolition permits go active next week. Her face broke. But where are we supposed to go? She asked, voice cracking. What about Mom and Dad? I shrugged slightly. Ask the people who own the house. I turned, walked back to Marcus, and didn't look back again. But I could still hear her sobbing in the background. And even though part of me wanted to feel guilty, I didn't. Because in the end, I hadn't taken anything from them. I just stopped giving. And now, something better was about to rise from the ruins they left behind. I didn't go back to the house for the demolition. Marcus offered to call me once the final inspection cleared, but I told him I didn't need the play-by-play. I'd seen enough of that place, of what it had become, to last me a lifetime. Instead, I booked a trip. A quiet cabin on the Oregon coast with floor-to-ceiling windows and no cell service. I brought a stack of books I'd never had time to read, the sketch pad I used to draw in before work devoured my life, and a single bag of clothes. It took 2 days for the silence to settle in. At first, I kept checking my phone out of habit, even though I knew it wouldn't work. But soon, the tension started to bleed out of my shoulders. I slept through the night. I ate slowly. I wrote in my journal again. By day 5, I didn't care what was happening back home. Not with the house, or Layla, or my parents. If there was fallout, they'd deal with it. I wasn't their cleanup crew anymore. When I finally got back, there was a thick envelope waiting in my mailbox. Inside was a formal notice from the county, rezoning approval, demolition complete, and new permits processed. There was also a letter from Marcus with an offer, just north of $1.3 million for the sale of the lot and development rights. The plan was to build 2 luxury townhomes. One of them would bear my name in the contract as a silent investor. I'd keep a 20% equity stake without lifting a finger. I stared at that number for a long time. It wasn't just money. It was validation. The next day, I met Marcus for lunch at a quiet rooftop restaurant. He handed me a pen and the final paperwork. We talked numbers, timelines, contingencies. When it was all done, he raised his glass and said, "To new beginnings." I clinked mine against his and added, "And clean endings." But I knew the real ending hadn't happened yet. That came 3 weeks later at my cousin Leah's wedding. I almost didn't go. My mom texted me the invitation weeks earlier, said it was a family event and we hope to see you there. I wasn't sure if it was an olive branch or just another attempt to save face. Either way, I showed up. Not for them. For Leah. She'd always been kind to me. Always sent thank you cards. Always made sure I got a real seat at the table. I wore a navy suit. Tidy. Understated. Not flashy, but tailored enough to get a few double takes. I arrived right before the ceremony started and took a seat near the back. The first thing I noticed? My parents were seated front and center. Layla was next to them in a faded dress, hair pulled back in a messy braid, phone clutched in her lap like a life preserver. I saw them glance my way when I walked in. My father looked away first. My mother didn't. She stared, a mix of guilt and pride wrestling on her face. She gave a small, hesitant nod. I didn't return it. During the reception, I stayed near the bar, avoided the dance floor, made small talk with some cousins I hadn't seen in years. Most of them had heard the story in fragments. Family gossip travels fast, but none of them dared bring it up. Not directly, just vague, "How have things been?" And "Heard you've been keeping busy." Then, near the end of the night, it happened. Layla approached. No fanfare, no theatrics. Just her, walking slowly, arms crossed, eyes tired. "Hey," she said, standing a few feet away. "Can we talk?" I nodded and followed her to a quiet spot behind the banquet hall. She hesitated for a moment, then said, "I moved in with a friend. It's temporary." I waited. "Mom and Dad, they're staying with Aunt Dee for now. She's not thrilled about it. Neither are her cats." Still, I said nothing. "I got a part-time job. At a bookstore." "Good," I said. She looked at me. "You know, I hated you for a while." I figured. Then I hated myself. I didn't expect that. She swallowed hard. "I was just so used to you fixing things. Every time something broke, money, the car, the power bill, you'd show up. Quiet. No drama. I didn't even think about it. I just expected it." I nodded. "That's the problem." "I know," she said, eyes watering. "And I'm sorry." The words hung in the air like fog. "I really am," she whispered. I looked at her. Really looked. She was thinner than before. Paler, but also more grounded. She wasn't faking vulnerability for once. She was just human. "I hope the bookstore job works out," I said. She nodded. "It will. I'm trying." We stood there a little longer. Then she added, "You were right, by the way. The house didn't miss me." I gave a faint smile. "It didn't miss any of us." She turned to walk away, then paused. "Are we okay?" I thought about it. "We're better than we were," I said. That was the truth. Forgiveness didn't have to mean reunion. Sometimes it just meant release. As she disappeared back into the crowd, I felt a weight lift from my chest. Not all of it, but enough. Later that night, I walked out to my car. Just before getting in, someone called my name. It was Leah's father, my Uncle Bruce. He was holding a drink, grinning. "Hey, I meant to ask," he said. "Is it true? You're the one behind that big Briarwood development." I raised an eyebrow. "Depends. Who told you that?" "Your mom," he said with a laugh. "She mentioned it during dinner." Sounded a bit like bragging, honestly. I chuckled. "Then yeah, it's true." He whistled. "Well, I'll be damned. You always were the quiet one. Guess you were building something after all." I shook his hand and got in my car. On the way home, I didn't feel triumphant. I felt whole. That chapter, years of quiet sacrifices, unacknowledged support, and being the family's emotional ATM, it was over. They'd pushed me out of their lives. And in doing so, they'd freed me to build my own. And this time, I was the only name on the deed. When I stepped through the front door, boots still dusty from the base, I expected hugs and cheers, but what I got instead stopped me cold. I dropped my duffel bag right there in the hallway and just stood for a second, letting the words sink in. 2 years away, 2 long years of deployment overseas, where every sunrise felt like a coin flip. And this was the welcome home. My name's Luke, 28, and I'd been counting down the days to come back. I pictured my mom running into my arms like in those viral videos, my dad clapping me on the back, my siblings yelling my name. Instead, I got my mom hugging my younger brother first, tears streaming down her face, whispering, "You're the only son who was here when we needed him." My dad barely looked up from his coffee before casually adding, "Oh, by the way, your room is your sister's nursery now. Hope you don't mind." I didn't even say anything at first, just smiled that tight-lipped, not actually a smile kind of smile. I could feel the adrenaline from the airport still in my veins, but it was quickly being replaced with something heavier, darker. I walked into the living room. Well, what used to be the living room. There were baby toys everywhere, and a playpen right where my dad's recliner used to sit. My duffel was still sitting by the door, a big ugly reminder that I'd been gone long enough for them to erase me from the house. My brother, Jake, leaned against the doorway, grinning smugly, as if he'd just won some kind of competition I didn't know I was in. "Don't look so shocked," he said, like he was doing me a favor. "You were gone for 2 years. We had to make changes. Besides, you've got the garage. We cleared some space for you to crash there until you figure out your next step." The garage. My next step. Like I hadn't been risking my life while he was here playing house and taking over my space. I could feel that little ember of anger spark in my chest, but I stayed quiet. The truth is, I'd been preparing for this exact moment ever since my last phone call with them 8 months ago. I knew from the way they sounded, distracted, distant, that they were moving on without me. They never visited, never sent care packages, barely even texted. The only time I heard from them was when my mom asked if I could send money to help with some things. I sent it, of course, thousands of dollars over those 2 years. And now here I was, standing in the house I'd grown up in, the house my grandfather built with his own hands, and I suddenly felt like a guest. No, worse than a guest. Guests are welcome. I sat down at the kitchen table and just listened to them talk, letting the words wash over me. My dad was going on about how hard it was when the roof needed fixing last winter, how Jake stepped up like a man and handled it. My mom chimed in about how expensive daycare was and how everyone had to pitch in. "We really pulled together as a family while you were gone," she said with a pointed look in my direction, like I'd somehow abandoned them on purpose. I wanted to scream. I wanted to tell them about the nights I lay awake staring at the ceiling of my bunk, praying I'd make it home alive. I wanted to tell them how many times I thought of this house, of this kitchen table, of my family, just to keep myself going. Instead, I stayed quiet, letting them dig the hole deeper. Finally, I reached into my bag and pulled out the folder I'd been carrying since the day I left base. I didn't open it, not yet. Instead, I set it down on the table with a soft thud and just looked at them. "What's that?" my dad asked, frowning. "You'll see," I said calmly, almost casually, even though my heart was pounding. But I didn't hand it to them yet. No, not yet. Because I wanted them to keep talking, to keep showing me exactly how little they thought of me before they realized just how wrong they were. And they did. Jake laughed and said, "Don't tell me you're going to ask for your old room back. We just painted it last month. Pastel yellow, real nice. The baby loves it." Mom nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, it was such a blessing to have the space. I mean, you're hardly ever here, Luke. You've got your own life now. We had to think about what was best for the family." That word again, family. Like I was somehow separate from it. I leaned back in my chair, letting the silence stretch just long enough to make them shift uncomfortably. I could feel the tide turning, but I wasn't ready to flip it just yet. I wanted them to feel the weight of this moment, to really believe that everything was under their control, before I showed them it wasn't. And right then, as the baby started crying upstairs and Mom got up to soothe her, my dad looked at me and said something that nearly made me laugh out loud. "You should think about getting a job around here, settling down. Jake's been helping me run the property, but it'd be nice to have both of my sons contributing for once." I almost smiled. Almost. Because in about 2 minutes, they were going to find out just how much I'd been contributing and just how much power that gave me now. I slid the folder closer to me, rested my hand on top of it, and waited for my mom to come back downstairs. I wanted everyone in the room when I opened it. When the truth came out. And when she finally sat back down, wiping her hands on her apron, I looked at each of them, one by one, and said, "I think you should read this." Then I pushed the folder across the table. Their faces went pale as soon as they saw the first page, but I didn't say a word. Not yet. I wanted to watch it all sink in. My dad's face was the first to change. His casual, almost bored expression melted away into something between confusion and shock. He leaned forward, adjusting his glasses, scanning the page like maybe he'd misread the words. My mom picked it up next, her hand trembling slightly as she flipped through the pages. Legal language, signatures, dates. She didn't say anything at first, but I could see her lips press into a thin line. Jake was the last to look. He didn't even bother hiding his smirk until his eyes landed on the second page, the one with my name printed in bold under owner of record. That wiped the grin off his face. "What is this?" my dad asked finally, his voice sharper now, less casual. "It's the deed," I said simply, leaning back in my chair. "And the land title. And a copy of the transfer paperwork. Everything's in my name now." For a moment, there was silence. Not the comfortable kind. The kind that buzzes in the air, thick and heavy, like before a thunderstorm. My mom started, then stopped, shaking her head like she couldn't process it. "This is some kind of mistake. Your grandfather left the house to us." I nodded slowly. "He did. And last year, when Dad called asking me to send money for the roof repairs, I told him I'd cover the costs on one condition, that the property be signed over to me. He agreed. I have the notarized paperwork right there." Jake's chair screeched against the tile as he stood up. "You mean to tell me you bought this house out from under us? Without telling anyone?" I shrugged. "I told Dad. He signed it. Guess he didn't bother mentioning that part to you." My dad looked furious now, but underneath the anger, I saw something else. Guilt. He knew he'd signed those papers. Knew exactly what he'd agreed to. But I also knew he'd never expected me to follow through. Never thought I'd actually file them and make it official. "You had no right," my mom said sharply, her voice rising. "This is our family home. You think you can just come back from the military and take control of everything?" I met her eyes. "I didn't take control. You gave it away. You asked me for help, and I gave it. More than you ever knew. I paid for the roof, the taxes, the back payments on the loan you were behind on. Without me, you would have lost this house last year." The room went very quiet again. My mom looked like I'd slapped her. My dad stared at the table. Jake, of course, was the first to break the silence. "So what? You're just going to kick us out? Throw us all on the street after everything we did while you were gone?" I raised an eyebrow. "Everything you did? You mean turning my room into a nursery without even asking me? Acting like I was dead and gone? Making decisions like I didn't exist?" His face flushed. "We had to do what was best for the family." That word again, I said softly, almost to myself. "Family. You keep saying that, but what you mean is what's best for you. Not once did you ask what I wanted. Not once did you think about what I was going through over there." I didn't yell. I didn't have to. The quiet in my voice carried more weight than shouting ever could. My mom finally put the folder down and folded her hands on top of it like she was trying to regain control. "Luke, listen. We were just trying to hold things together. You don't understand what it was like." I cut her off. "You're right. I don't understand what it was like for you. But I know what it was like for me, getting shot at, wondering if I'd ever make it home, and still wiring money every month so you wouldn't lose this place. And when I finally walk through that door, you hug him first and tell me I don't belong here anymore." My dad stood up then, looking like he wanted to say something, but I held up a hand. "No, don't. I'm not done." The baby started crying again upstairs, and nobody moved to go get her. The tension was so thick it felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. "What are you going to do?" my mom asked finally, her voice quieter now, almost pleading. I didn't answer right away. Instead, I stood, walked over to the window, and looked out at the land stretching beyond the house. The fields my grandfather had planted, the woods we used to play in as kids. All of it was mine now. When I turned back, their eyes followed me. "I haven't decided yet," I said, my tone even. "But things are going to change. Starting now." Jake scoffed. "You can't just come back and start barking orders like you own the place." I gave him a slow smile. Not angry, not smug, just calm. "Jake, I literally own the place." His jaw clenched. My mom put a hand on his arm like she was afraid he'd say something worse. My dad sat back down heavily, rubbing his forehead. The power shift in the room was almost physical. For the first time since I'd come home, I wasn't the one on the defensive. But this was just the beginning. I had no intention of dropping the hammer all at once. No, I wanted them to stew on this, to really feel the weight of what had just happened before I made my next move. So I picked up the folder, tucked it under my arm, and grabbed my bag. "Where are you going?" my mom asked quickly. "Into town," I said over my shoulder. "I'll be back later. Don't wait up." And with that, I walked out, leaving them sitting at the table, pale and silent, wondering what came next. Because that was the point. I wanted them to wonder. When I came back later that night, the house was quiet except for the faint hum of the fridge and the soft creak of the floorboards under my boots. The lights in the kitchen were still on, but the table was empty. No folder, no parents, no Jake. For a split second, I thought maybe they'd left, but then I heard low voices coming from the living room. I stopped just out of sight. "Not right." My mom was whispering, her voice sharp. "He blindsided us with that paperwork. We have to do something." "You think I don't know that?" my dad hissed back. "But it's legal. My signature's on it." I told him we'd do it if he paid for the roof, and he did. I can't just undo it. "So what? We just let him take over." Jake's voice was louder, angrier. "He's gonna throw us out, I know it." You saw the look on his face. I almost stepped in right there, but I didn't. I leaned against the wall and listened, letting them talk. "He's not going to throw us out," my mom said after a pause. "He's just angry. He'll calm down. We just need to make him feel guilty before he decides to do anything drastic." "Yeah," Jake muttered. "Maybe we should remind him who was here when Grandpa died. Who stayed and helped run things. He wasn't here. He doesn't deserve to just waltz back and be the boss." That last sentence burned, but I kept my face neutral as I stepped into the room. Jake flinched like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar. My mom's expression softened instantly, that fake sweetness sliding over her features like a mask. "Luke," she said carefully, "we were just talking about you." "I know," I said flatly, dropping my bag onto the chair. "Heard the whole thing." Silence. My dad cleared his throat, trying to sound reasonable. "Son, we just need to have an honest conversation about all of this. Nobody's trying to take anything from you." I laughed once, sharp and humorless. "Nobody's trying to take anything from me. You already did. You took my room, my place in this family, and you made it very clear where I stand. And now that the situation's different, now you want a conversation." "That's not fair," my mom said quickly. "You don't know what it was like for us while you were gone." I turned to her. "You're right. I don't know what it was like for you. But I know what it was like for me, lying in a ditch halfway across the world, wondering if I'd see another sunrise. And do you know what kept me going? This house. The thought of coming home. You think I'm just going to shrug and let you tell me where I can sleep in my own home?" My words landed hard. Even Jake didn't have a comeback. Finally, my dad gestured for me to sit. "Nobody is saying you don't belong here. We just made choices we thought were best for everyone. The baby needed a room. You weren't using yours." "That's exactly the problem," I said, my voice low. "You didn't think about me at all. You just assumed I'd be fine with whatever you decided." Jake rolled his eyes. "Oh, come on, man. You're acting like we committed some crime. You were gone. We didn't know if you were even coming back." I shot him a cold look. "So what? You figured you'd erase me from the picture just in case? That way it'd hurt less if I didn't make it home." That shut him up. I let the silence sit there, heavy and uncomfortable. Then I said, "I'm not kicking anyone out yet, but things are going to change. Tomorrow, we're going to sit down and go over the finances, the property, everything. If I'm going to be the owner, I'm going to know exactly what's going on here." My dad stiffened. "That's unnecessary. I've been handling things just fine." "Really?" I raised an eyebrow. "Because last I checked, you were 3 months behind on taxes before I bailed you out. So yeah, we're going to sit down, and you're going to show me the books." He didn't answer, just looked away. I didn't wait for them to argue. I went out to the garage, the space they cleared for me, and shut the door behind me. It was cold, the concrete floor unwelcoming, but I didn't care. I pulled out my phone and started scrolling through my email. Everything I needed was there: the mortgage statements, the receipts from the wire transfers, the notarized documents. I'd been keeping meticulous records for months, and now I was going to use them. As I sat on the edge of the old cot they'd set up for me, I could hear muffled voices through the door. Jake was upset, my mom trying to soothe him, my dad saying something about keeping things civil. I smiled to myself, because for the first time in a long time, I felt like I had control. The next morning, the mood at breakfast was tense, to put it mildly. Nobody looked at me. Nobody said good morning. My mom slid a plate of eggs across the table like we were strangers. "So," I said, breaking the silence. "About those books." My dad didn't answer. "Fine," Jake snapped. "You want to see everything? Be ready to actually do some work then. Because we've been handling everything without you." I ignored him. "After lunch, bring whatever paperwork you've got." My mom finally spoke up, her voice careful. "Luke, can we just slow down a little? You just got home. Maybe we should celebrate, be together as a family before we start talking about business." I stared at her for a long moment. "You mean celebrate how well you all managed without me?" Her cheeks flushed, and she looked away. "I'm not here to fight," I said finally, standing. "But I'm also not here to be treated like a guest. I own this place now, and that means I get a say in how things are run, whether you like it or not." I left the table and headed outside, letting the screen door slam behind me. The morning air was cool and crisp, and I breathed it in like it was the first fresh breath I'd had since stepping off that plane. Out by the barn, the fields stretched out under the rising sun. My grandfather used to say the land was the most important thing a man could have, not because of the money, but because it meant a future. And now it was mine. Inside the house, voices rose again, muffled but sharp. My family was arguing, and I knew I was the topic. Good. Let them argue. Let them stew. Because by the end of the day, everything was going to be different. The sit-down meeting that afternoon was almost theatrical in how tense it felt. My dad had cleared the dining table and laid out a stack of folders, bills, and receipts. My mom sat stiffly on one side, arms crossed, like she was there to keep the peace. Jake leaned against the doorway with that restless energy of his, clearly itching for a fight. I sat down slowly, set my folder on the table, and opened it. The room went quiet. "Let's start with the taxes," I said, my tone calm but firm. My dad slid a folder toward me. "Everything's current now. We caught up, thanks to you." I glanced over the numbers, then slid it back. "Right? And the utilities?" My mom shifted. "We've been paying those just fine, except for the winter of last year." I cut in, pulling out a printed receipt from my own folder. "When the electric company sent a shut-off notice and I paid the $1,200 balance. And the bank statement right after where you thanked me for the transfer." Her face went red. She didn't argue. Jake, of course, couldn't resist. "So what? You're just going to wave your checkbook around and lord it over us. None of this means you get to boss us around." I looked at him and smiled slowly. "You're right. It doesn't mean I get to boss you around. But being the legal owner does." That shut him up for a moment. "This isn't just about money," I continued. "This is about respect. I spent 2 years away, sending everything I could to keep this place from falling apart, and the first thing I got when I came home was a hug for Jake and a lecture about how my room isn't mine anymore. You didn't just take my space, you took my place in this family." My dad looked like he'd aged 10 years in the last 24 hours. He rubbed his temples and sighed. "What do you want, Luke?" I'd been waiting for that question. "First," I said, "I'm taking my room back. The nursery can be moved into the guest room. I'll even cover the cost of repainting and fixing it up for the baby. Second, from now on, all major decisions about the property go through me. That includes repairs, sales, improvements, everything. If I'm paying for it and my name's on the deed, I get the final say. Third," I let my eyes slide over to Jake. "Everyone pays rent." Jake's jaw dropped. "Rent? Are you serious?" "Dead serious," I said, meeting his glare. "You think running this place is free? You want to keep living here, you contribute like everyone else. A fair amount. I'm not trying to gouge anyone, but enough to show you have some skin in the game." "This is insane," he snapped. "You can't just waltz back here and turn this into some dictatorship. Mom, Dad, tell him this is crazy." But neither of them said anything. I leaned forward slightly. "Jake, I'm not asking you to like me. I'm asking you to respect what this house stands for. If you can't do that, you're free to leave. You're an adult, you can get your own place. But if you stay, you follow the rules." For a long moment, he just glared at me, breathing hard. Then he stormed out, slamming the door so hard a picture frame rattled on the wall. My mom looked like she might cry, but my dad just nodded slowly, almost reluctantly. "Fair is fair," he said. "You've earned that much." The fight wasn't over that day, not completely. There were tears, slammed doors, some icy dinners over the next week. But little by little, things started to shift. The nursery was moved to the guest room, just like I'd said. I spent a weekend painting it myself, bright new colors that made my niece laugh when she saw them. My room was cleared out and restored to how I'd left it, minus a few things they'd boxed up, but it felt like mine again. Jake grumbled about the rent at first, but eventually he started paying. Maybe because my dad told him he had no choice, or maybe because he realized I wasn't bluffing. He even started helping out more with the upkeep once he realized I wasn't just trying to throw my weight around. And something unexpected happened, too. The more I took charge, the more my parents seemed relieved. My dad started coming to me with questions about repairs and plans for the land, like he was passing me the torch. My mom softened too, no longer looking at me like I was a stranger in my own home. One night, a few weeks later, we were sitting on the porch watching the sun set over the fields. My dad cleared his throat and said quietly, "Your grandfather would have been proud of you, you know. You did what had to be done." I didn't say anything for a minute. Just let the quiet settle in. "Maybe," I said finally. "But next time, don't make me fight this hard to be part of the family." He nodded. Fair enough. The house felt different after that. Not perfect, but steadier. I'd drawn my line in the sand and stood my ground, and they'd seen I wasn't just the kid they could push aside anymore. The best part? A month later, Jake came to me on his own and asked if we could plant a new row of trees along the north fence, like Grandpa used to. I said yes. We worked side by side that weekend, not talking much, but it didn't feel hostile anymore. It felt like the start of something better. When we were done, I stood back and looked at the house, the land, everything that had caused so much tension just weeks before. It felt like mine again. And for the first time since I'd stepped off that plane, I felt like I was really home. My name's Jordan, I'm 32 now, and the last time I asked my parents for help, I was 25 and terrified. It was a rainy Tuesday, the kind where the sky feels low and heavy, like it wants to smother you. And I'd just been let go from my job at a mid-sized marketing firm that was restructuring, which apparently meant getting rid of people like me so they could outsource half the team and give the CEO a bigger bonus. I wasn't some lazy burnout either. I was good at what I did. I showed up early, stayed late, and hit every deadline they threw at me. But none of that mattered. One meeting, one cold, impersonal HR lady, and I was out. Just like that. I remember driving to my parents' house that evening, hands shaking on the wheel, thinking, they'll understand. They'll let me crash for a few weeks until I get back on my feet. I hadn't lived at home since I was 20, but they always said, family's family. We help each other. I guess those words came with a footnote I'd never read. When I walked through the door, drenched and carrying my resume folder like some pathetic shield, my mom didn't even look up from her Pilates video. "You know we just turned your room into a gym, right?" she said, voice clipped like I'd just interrupted her dinner. I forced a smile. "I don't mind sleeping on the couch. It's just temporary. I got laid off this morning." Dad came around the corner, holding a protein shake. "You're a grown man, Jordan. Don't come crying to us every time life gets hard." "Every time?" I asked, stunned. "I've never asked you for anything. Not once." He scoffed. "Exactly. And it's worked fine that way. Don't start now." I stood there, dripping onto their hardwood floor, still in my work slacks, with that lump in my throat that's part heartbreak, part humiliation. I should have begged. I should have gotten angry. But instead, I just nodded and said, "Got it." That was the last real conversation I had with them for 7 years. I slept in my car for 3 weeks. A 2006 Honda Civic with one working window and a heater that only worked when I drove. I parked behind a 24-hour diner near the outskirts of town. I'd sneak in during slow hours, order a cup of coffee, use their bathroom to clean up. The night manager, a woman named Cynthia with the kindest eyes I've ever seen, figured it out after the second week. She never said anything, but she started slipping me leftover muffins at closing and asking if I wanted to use the staff shower. I swallowed every bit of pride I had. I worked day jobs, handing out flyers, moving furniture, delivering groceries, whatever I could get. Slowly, painfully, I scraped together enough to rent a dingy studio apartment the size of a closet. Mold in the corners, creaky pipes, and a view of a brick wall. But it was mine. My mattress sat on the floor and my kitchen was a hot plate and a sink, but I'd never felt prouder. By month 5, I had a plan, rebuild. Brick by brick, quietly, and with the kind of focus that comes from being pushed so low there's nowhere to look but up. I spent nights taking online courses in finance and business analytics. I'd always been good with numbers, the kind of kid who organized his Halloween candy by candy type and expiration date. I started doing freelance spreadsheet work for small companies. One job turned into two, then five. I reinvested everything, bought better software, learned about investing, budgeting, how the banking system actually worked. By year two, I had enough clients to register my own financial consulting business. I worked out of a corner of my new apartment, slightly less moldy, and ran everything myself. Taxes, emails, consultations. I wore cheap suits and pretended I had an assistant named Melissa who'd respond to clients. It was just me using a different email address. I don't know if it was desperation or sheer stubbornness, but I treated that business like my oxygen. I couldn't afford to fail. Fast forward to year four. I got a call from a local bank manager I'd met at a networking event. He said, "You've built something impressive, Jordan. We're opening a new branch and need someone sharp to oversee our personal loan division." Interested? It took everything in me not to scream. I kept my voice steady. I'd love to learn more. By the time I turned 30, I was managing a mid-sized branch with a sleek office, an assistant of my own, an actual person this time, and enough money in savings to never sleep in a car again. I even bought a condo. Not huge, but modern, clean, and quiet. My parents never called. Not once. No birthday cards. No "how are you doing?" Nothing. But I saw them. I watched their Facebook posts, new furniture, vacations, dinners with my brother. They had the money to buy a treadmill and a fancy mirror for their home gym, but not a cent for their son when he was sleeping under streetlights. And yet, I wasn't angry. Not in the fiery, scream into a pillow kind of way. I was something worse. I was cold. I didn't hate them. I just didn't care anymore. That bond, that unbreakable thread between child and parent, had frayed and snapped quietly, like a string pulled too tight. Then, about 6 months ago, something strange happened. I was sitting at my desk, going over approval reports for mid-sized loan applicants, when my assistant poked her head in. "You have a walk-in?" "No appointment, but they say it's urgent." "Names?" I asked, distracted. She hesitated. Richard and Linda Barrett." I froze. I hadn't heard those names in years, not out loud. I stood up slowly, walked over to the one-way glass window behind my desk, and looked into the waiting area. There they were. My father, slightly grayer, flipping through a brochure with that same impatient tapping of his knee. My mother, arms folded, lips pursed in that disapproving look she wore like perfume. They were dressed nice, not flashy, but clearly still living in their little suburban kingdom. I turned back toward my desk, heart pounding. They didn't recognize my name, of course. Not Jordan Whitmore, loan officer. I dropped my last name from everything when I incorporated my business. They thought they were walking into a regular bank, talking to some faceless cog in a machine. But today, I was the machine. I smoothed my jacket, adjusted my collar, and said to my assistant, "Send them in. But don't tell them my name." She raised an eyebrow, but nodded. I walked to the other side of my office and waited by the window, back turned, pretending to review some file. I heard the door open. Footsteps. Then, "Mr. Whitmore," my mother's voice. Polite, measured, almost deferential. I turned slowly, letting them see my face 1 second before I spoke. "Hello, Mom." "Dad." They both froze. My father's mouth opened, then shut again. My mother blinked like she'd just seen a ghost. "Jordan," she finally whispered. I didn't answer. I just gestured toward the 2 chairs across from my desk. "Please, have a seat." They sat down like they were sinking into quicksand. My dad cleared his throat, trying to regain his usual bravado. "We didn't realize you worked here." "No," I said calmly, folding my hands on the desk. "I imagine you didn't." There was a long silence. My mom kept looking around the office, like maybe this was a prank, or maybe someone else named Jordan would walk in and clear things up. But I just waited. Let them squirm. I wasn't interested in a reunion. I wanted to see if they'd say it, if they'd ask, or apologize. Finally, my dad leaned forward. "Look, son, this is awkward, I know, but we're in a bit of a situation." I raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" He gave a tight nod. "We had some investments fall through. The market's been rough. Your mother's medical bills. Your niece's surgery was elective." My mother cut in quickly, like she was worried he'd say too much. "But the insurance didn't cover everything, and..." I held up a hand. "Why don't you tell me exactly why you're here?" They looked at each other, then back at me. We need a loan, my dad said. A sizable one. How sizable? I asked, tapping the keyboard in front of me as if I were taking notes. 220,000, he said, to refinance the house and cover some outstanding debts. I didn't flinch, but inside, I laughed, quietly, bitterly. The same house they refused to let me sleep in. The house they chose to fill with exercise equipment instead of their son. I see, I said. And what collateral do you have? The house, my mother said quickly. It's still in our name. We've owned it for 30 years. I nodded, clicked through a few imaginary tabs on my screen. And income? My dad shifted in his seat. Social Security. Some retirement, but it's not much. That's why we need the loan. Things got tight faster than we expected. I glanced up. Any children listed as co-signers? Another pause. My mom looked down. My dad stared past me. We asked your brother, she said eventually. But he's going through his own problems. That was Rich. My brother, Kyle, the golden child. The one they always said made them proud. He'd bounced from failed startup to failed startup for years, each time emerging with a fresh excuse and an Instagram post about entrepreneurial resilience. But they always bailed him out. Always. He was trying. I was too sensitive. He was just figuring life out. I was dramatic. They didn't ask me for help until they were forced to. Not because they wanted to. Not because they thought I could help. Just because I was the only one left. I leaned back in my chair. Let the silence hang there. Let the weight of their choices settle into the stale air between us. I have to say, I finally said, keeping my voice even. It's remarkable how life works. What do you mean? My mother asked. I mean, I continued, that 7 years ago, I stood in your doorway after losing my job, the same job that paid my rent, my food, my everything, and asked for a couch. Not money, not even a bed, a couch. My dad tensed. We were trying to teach you responsibility. You told me not to cry to you like a child. I interrupted. Then you turned my room into a gym. I slept in a Civic behind a diner for 3 weeks. I had nothing. My mom's eyes started to glisten. Jordan, we didn't know it was that bad. No, I said, voice sharper now. You didn't ask. You didn't care to find out. They sat in silence. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel like the powerless one. I wasn't the scared kid asking for scraps. I was the man they turned away, the one they forgot, and now, the one they needed. My dad cleared his throat again. Look, we're sorry. If we could go back, we would what? I asked. Give me a pillow and a blanket on the floor? Let me stay for a week? Neither of them answered. I glanced at the file I'd opened. Their names, their address, their credit score, which, I'll admit, I had already looked up the moment I saw them in the waiting area. This isn't a guaranteed approval, I said flatly. Not with your debt ratio. But, my mother started, desperate now. But there must be something you can do. You're in charge, right? That was the moment. That split second where the world felt like it had flipped upside down. The woman who once rolled her eyes at my struggles, now sitting across from me, hands trembling, voice cracking, begging. I steepled my fingers, took a deep breath. And then, just as my dad opened his mouth to speak, my office phone rang. I answered with a clipped, professional tone. Jordan Whitmore, Personal Loan Division. Yes, they're here now. I glanced at my parents, still wide-eyed, frozen. Yes, I said slowly into the receiver. Tell the regional manager I'll need an extra 15 minutes. Then I hung up and leaned forward. Because this conversation, it was only just beginning. My mom's voice was barely above a whisper. Regional manager? I didn't answer. I let the weight of the title sit there, filling the room like fog. It was the first time I saw real fear in her eyes. Not anger, not annoyance. Fear. The kind that comes from realizing the person you thought would always be beneath you is now towering over you in silence. My dad, stubborn as ever, sat back in his chair and crossed his arms like a petulant teenager. We're not here to dig up the past, Jordan. You have a good job now, clearly. We just need help. Families help each other. Funny, I said. That line sounds familiar. But when I said it, I was a grown man who needed to figure things out on his own. That was different, he grumbled. No, I replied. It really wasn't. My mother tried to smile, though it faltered fast. Sweetheart, we made mistakes, I admitted. But things were complicated back then. We thought we were pushing you to be stronger, to stand on your own. You thought throwing me out was tough love? I said. You thought letting me sleep in my car while you redecorated my childhood room was going to build character. Well, it did. It built something. But it wasn't love. It was distance. It was silence. It was the reason I never called again. She looked down, her fingers twisting in her lap like she was wringing out guilt. For a second, I almost softened. Almost. But then I remembered that first night in the car. The cold leather sticking to my skin. The way I held my resume against the passenger window to block the street lamp so I could try and sleep. The feeling of waking up to condensation and regret. And the realization that my own parents, the people who'd always preached about loyalty and family unity, didn't care if I disappeared. My dad shifted again, trying to find some moral high ground. You're not perfect either. You could have called us. We didn't hear from you for years. You didn't call me either, I replied. And the door swings both ways. He opened his mouth to argue, but nothing came out. Just a sigh. Maybe he knew by now the old tactics wouldn't work. I wasn't a kid sitting at the dinner table, waiting for their approval. I was the man across the desk, the one with the power to approve or deny the lifeline they were now begging for. So, I said, breaking the tension, what exactly do you plan to do if this loan is denied? They both looked at me, startled. My mom stammered, I don't know. We were hoping that you'd understand. I do understand, I said, nodding. More than you think. I stood up and walked over to the window, looking out across the parking lot. It was raining lightly now, soft taps against the glass. Almost poetic. 7 years ago, I had stood outside their house in the same weather, watching the lights turn off, the curtains close. Like I was invisible. Now they were the ones hoping not to be ignored. I turned back to them. You should know something. I've never told anyone this, not even my assistant. But the day I got the job here, I drove past the house. Just once. I parked across the street for 5 minutes. You were having a barbecue. Ka was there. Everyone was laughing. You had balloons tied to the fence. My mother blinked fast, her mascara starting to smudge. You didn't even notice me. And I remember thinking, maybe it's better that way. Maybe this chapter is done. Jordan, she said, voice trembling. Please, we're your parents. No, I replied calmly. You're strangers who raised me. That line hit harder than I expected. Even my father flinched. And for a moment, the room fell into a vacuum of silence so thick it felt like time had stopped. Then came the knock at the door. My assistant peeked in. Mr. Whitmore, your next appointment's waiting. I nodded. Tell them I'll be right out. She glanced at my parents, eyes wide with awkward curiosity, then closed the door again. I walked back behind the desk, sat down, folded my hands again. I'll have to review your application thoroughly, I said, returning to the robotic professionalism I knew would burn them the most. Given your credit history and income situation, I can't make any promises. The system has protocols, guidelines. Jordan, my dad started, but his voice cracked. We'll lose the house. I leaned forward slightly. Then maybe next time someone knocks on your door in the rain, you'll think twice before turning them away. I let that hang there, heavy, final. Then I stood. This meeting is over for now. My assistant will call you with any updates. My mom stood slowly, tears in her eyes, searching my face for any sliver of the boy they used to know. But I didn't flinch. I didn't hug her. I didn't say I love you. Because I didn't feel it. Not anymore. They shuffled out of the room like ghosts, pale, hollow, forgotten. And as the door clicked shut behind them, I sat down again, heart pounding. Not from anger, but from a strange, quiet kind of peace. And then, just as I exhaled, my assistant buzzed through the intercom. Mr. Whitmore, your next appointment is ready. I cleared my throat. Send them in. But I didn't open the file on my desk. Not yet, because there was still one more thing I needed to do. Something I'd been waiting years to say. But that would have to wait until the final decision. And trust me, I already knew what it would be. I didn't sleep that night. Not much, anyway. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, the quiet hum of the city outside my window keeping me company. My apartment wasn't lavish, but it was mine, sleek, minimal, clean. The air didn't smell like disappointment or old gym socks. There were no passive-aggressive sticky notes on the fridge, no footsteps down the hall that made my chest tighten. It was peace. Hard-earned, fragile peace. But it felt unsettled now. That old wound, the one I'd sealed shut with silence and self-discipline, had been ripped open by their sudden appearance. I'd spent years pretending I didn't care. Now, they sat in my head like squatters. At 2:14 a.m., I got up, walked to my desk, and opened their loan file again. I didn't need to. I already knew what was in it. Late credit card payments. A second mortgage. Kyle's name on 3 co-signed debts that had defaulted. The gym equipment they'd bought for my old room. Maxed out on a store card they never paid off. And the retirement fund? Dwindling fast, drained by vanity projects and poor planning. It was all there, line after line of self-inflicted damage. They didn't need a loan. They needed a miracle. I stared at the screen, fingers hovering over the keyboard. My instincts told me to walk away. Let the system handle it. Deny the application and let it be a clean, cold consequence. They'd made their choices. But part of me wasn't ready to let go just yet. Not until they understood. Not until I said everything I'd wanted to say for 7 long years. The next morning, I called my assistant and told her to block off the last 2 hours of my day. Personal matter, I said. She didn't ask questions. At 3:30 p.m., I called their number. My mom answered on the second ring. Her voice was tight, tired. Hello. Hi. It's Jordan. A pause. Then, oh, hi, sweetheart. Thank you for calling. We've been waiting. I reviewed your application, I said. Can you come in today at 5? Yes, of course, she said quickly. We'll be there. They arrived early, dressed nicer than before. My dad was wearing a navy blazer I hadn't seen since my high school graduation. My mom had her hair done and carried a small leather folder like she was trying to look professional. They were putting on a show. Too late for that. I gestured for them to sit, then pulled out the file. I went through your finances, I said. To be honest, it's not good. They both nodded solemnly. You're carrying too much debt. Your credit score is in the low 600s. Your income doesn't support the payments for a loan that size. Under normal circumstances, this would be denied without hesitation. My mom's eyes welled up. We know, she whispered. We made mistakes. I kept going. But these aren't just financial mistakes. They're personal ones, emotional ones. And I'm not talking about your spending. They looked up, startled. I came to you once, I said. Once. Not for money. Not for anything beyond a roof. And you made it clear that your comfort mattered more than your son. Jordan, my dad started, but I didn't let him speak. I worked. I starved. I clawed my way out of that car. Every bit of success I have now, I earned alone. And the only thing I wanted more than stability was an apology. My mom looked down. My dad's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. So here's what's going to happen, I continued. I'm going to approve the loan. Under one condition. Their eyes lit up. Anything, my mom said quickly. Of course. I pulled out a sheet of paper. This is a binding agreement. It states that the loan will be interest-free, to be repaid over 20 years. It also includes a clause that you'll list me as co-owner of the house. That way, if you default, I can sell it to recover the loss. My dad blinked. You want to own our house? No, I said. I don't want it. I just don't trust you not to burn it down out of pride. If you're serious about this, you'll agree. My mother took the pen, hands trembling. She didn't even look at my dad for permission. She signed. But I wasn't done. There's one more condition, I said, pulling out a second sheet of paper. This one was handwritten. What's this? She asked. Your apology, I replied. I want it in writing. A letter. Each of you. No excuses. No justifications. No, we were trying to teach you. Just the truth. That you failed me. That you abandoned me. That you're sorry. My dad stared at me like I'd slapped him. You can keep the money, I said quietly. But you don't get to rewrite the past. I won't grovel, he growled. You already are, I said. But if your pride means more than your mortgage, walk away now. My mom started crying. Quietly. Not the performative sobs she used to weaponize. This was different. Real. Raw. She took the paper and began writing. My father stared at her for a long time. Then, slowly, he picked up the pen. I watched them both write in silence. The only sound was the ticking of the wall clock. When they finished, they handed me the letters. I read them later at home. They weren't perfect. My dad's was clipped and formal, barely a page. My mom's was longer, more emotional. She wrote about the day I left. About the guilt that grew every time she passed by my empty room. About how she followed my career online, silently cheering me on from a distance she was too ashamed to close. I folded the letters, put them in an envelope, and locked them in a drawer. The loan went through the next day. They never missed a payment. Over the next few years, our relationship didn't magically heal. We weren't suddenly a happy family, but we talked occasionally. They sent holiday cards. I invited them to a work event once. They came, stayed quiet, and left early. That was enough. Sometimes, forgiveness isn't about forgetting. It's about drawing a line, about proving to yourself that the past doesn't define your worth. And sometimes, the best revenge isn't slamming the door. It's opening it again, just wide enough for them to see the life they no longer get to be part of. And that, I've learned, is more powerful than any no I could have said.